Hey, welcome back to Manic Episodes. Listen, folks, personal time here. I have a fascination with old genre shows, and I love watching them. But not every show is created equal, and I have this sort of terrible habit of trying to finish everything I start to watch just to say I did it. So it's my own fault that I've taken on the largely fruitless task of watching all 8 seasons of Charmed. For those of you who like the show, I'm sorry. For those of you who don't, you're welcome. For the 1998 TV season, Aaron Spelling created Charmed as a way to capitalize on Buffy's rising popularity. The show originally starred Shannen Doherty as Prue Halliwell, Alyssa Milano as Phoebe Halliwell, and Holly Marie Combs as Piper Halliwell, 3 sisters who are brought to their childhood home following the death of their grandmother. They find the Book of Shadows in their attic and discover that they're witches, unlocking powers they never knew they had. Prue can move objects with her mind, Phoebe has visions, and Piper can freeze time. They are the Charmed Ones, 3 sisters foretold to be the most powerful witches in the universe, who must use the power of 3 to stop evil. This means they are constantly under attack by warlocks, which is pretty much the catch-all term for evil magical beings, dudes and ladies alike. Likewise, witch is a blanket term for all the good ones, regardless of gender, though sometimes good witches gone bad are just called evil witches. The terminology is kinda inconsistent. You'd think this is a solid setup for a genre series, but if you're going to follow my videos on this show, you must know one rule and one rule only. If the idea sounds good, Charmed will, without fail, find some way to make it stupid. Here's the thing. The show pretty much sets women back about 50 years. I'd say the same for the guys, but they rarely let any of the men have enough personality for even that. Every week, they're trying to find a guy. They might cast a spell, usually to find a guy. If they aren't looking for men, they're talking about looking for men. If they're not talking about looking for men, they're talking about how they're single and they should have a man. And I guess if I were to watch for the romantic aspect of the series, I still wouldn't have much to cling to. Most of the dudes are gone in a couple of episodes. I keep wondering why I should care. It doesn't help that they keep casting guys that look so similar. I constantly forget if this is a new character or not. It's like our main characters cannot survive on their own. And these are supposed to be the most powerful witches that ever existed. Prue's big story arc involves overcoming her fear of becoming like her mother, forgiving their father for abandoning them, and accepting Phoebe back into the family after becoming estranged from them. She goes from being rather cold and cut off to becoming more approachable and opening up. She spends most of her time wearing knitted sweaters or tank tops and working at Buckland's. She also has an ongoing romantic subplot, making her the character who is focused on most of the time in the first season. Shannen Doherty does a good job with her role, coming off as the sort of mother of the group who's a little bit uptight. Truthfully, the 3 leads are actually fine actresses, but you can't save a stupid story with good acting. Phoebe's arc is about making up for lost time with her family. She used to be a rebellious kid and started a lot of fights before running away, so she's trying to make amends. She's also the one who's the most into witchcraft and gets everyone involved with the Book of Shadows. She was originally played by Lori Rom in the unaired pilot, who quit before the show made it to series, but Alyssa Milano does fit the character better. I've seen the unaired pilot, and Rom came off just a little too safe for the role. I didn't buy that she was estranged from her family, or that she could rebel against anything that wasn't already backing away. Phoebe's power is useful, but not terribly proactive, so the writers had her take up kickboxing. Apparently she can master this extremely quickly and become an unstoppable martial arts machine. It's about as believable as anything else on the show, I guess. Piper's character is woefully underused this season. Her romance is the only well-developed plot, but outside of that, her character is usually relegated to subplots involving the restaurant she works at. Name any given episode of the season, and she's stressed about work. Chances are someone at work is annoying her, or she's really busy. She might cook things. One plot is entirely forgotten by the end of the episode. Actually, most of them are, but this one was particularly blatant. She has a new chef who's a douche at work, and all episode it's about her wanting this guy gone, and then by the end of the episode he just quits. Off screen. And not with anything to trigger it either. He was still being a douche who she couldn't fire, he just quit for unspecified reasons. She had a douchey boss who was also French in the pilot, but he just disappeared for some non-French guy, never to be seen again. The loss of their mother is a big deal, and one of the driving forces of the show. She was a witch as well, but she died under mysterious circumstances. They travel back in time for one episode and get to meet her, as well as their grandmother, which was probably one of the stronger episodes of the season. But again, if it sounds like a good idea, Charmed will find a way to make it stupid. Nice stock footage there, folks. Couldn't find anything grainier? It turns out they had powers as kids, but they were locked out to protect them. This just opens up a whole mess of questions about their mother and grandmother's parenting skills, not to mention the Charmed One's memory-retaining abilities at a fairly developed stage of their childhood. There are 2 ongoing romantic subplots for the first season, or as ongoing as you can call it, while still having sporadic episodes with new love interests. The first one is Prue's relationship with Andy, a homicide detective who is also a childhood friend of theirs. They have an on-off relationship because Prue can't tell him about her powers. I'm mostly fascinated by his hair gel more than anything. It looks so crunchy. Highlights from Andy include, they went to the video store once and couldn't decide on a movie. At least he has more personality than his partner Daryl. Daryl is a character for 7 seasons, and I shit you not, for the longest time I could not tell you a single thing about him. This season, he mostly walks around with a glass-eyed look, as if to say, yeah, I really miss Baywatch nights. He and Andy are usually there to give the girls access to crime scenes or get the story going, but their involvement makes little to no sense a lot of the time. Where are the rest of the policemen? The only time we see them is in the pilot, where one murder victim apparently means the whole squad and all the press need to gather around the crime scene. And that's one of the rare times Andy and Daryl are actually investigating a homicide. When you're a homicide detective, that's what you specialize in. They have departments and stuff. But they're investigating every crime in the city, no matter how small. Like, for instance, there's a warlock who jumps out of a window and lands on the street, completely unharmed. People give him weird stares, and he walks away. Next thing you know, Andy and Daryl are there, roping off the place and questioning people. It's a broken window, guys. Shouldn't you be investigating the inside of the building anyway? But actually, they shouldn't be investigating this at all, because it's a broken window. That's not homicide, dudes. Anyway, the second ongoing romantic subplot, and the only one that lasts through the show, involves Piper and their handyman Leo. When Leo arrives, the sisters are like, "Girl, he's so fine," and hitting on him and stuff, but Piper's the only one for him. And this goes on for a long time, with apparently a shit ton of things to fix in their pristine-looking house. However, this changes when the show wrote itself into a corner. The girls have signed away their powers and are about to be eaten by a panther warlock, just go with it, with a blank book of shadows and no way out. Then it turns out Leo isn't just a handyman, he's a magical handyman. I repeat, a main character on the show is a magical handyman. Oh, those menfolk, am I right? They're so good at fixing stuff! He gives them their powers back because Deus Ex Machinas are this show's specialty. Because they apparently hate writing in magical guy witches that aren't evil, they explain that Leo is a white lighter, which are basically guardian angels for witches. Yeah. He was a normal dude who died and got to come back as a white lighter, specifically assigned to the Halliwells. However, he is forbidden to fall in love with a mortal, which means he and Piper get to have an on-again, off-again relationship, and leaves Piper free to have a new love interest when it's convenient to the plot. It doesn't seem to hurt her much, except when it does. Leo could be this super cool character, but they kind of make him selfless in such a way that it seems a little bit sexist. He can't just have powers, he has to have perfect boyfriend powers. Like, how is this going to save someone's life?
Your tea's cold.
Is he gonna show up with chocolates and a warm pillow and leave the toilet seat down while he's at it? Oh, what a guardian angel. Oh, and the White Lighters have their own versions of warlocks too, called Dark Lighters. Dark Lighters. That's such a stupid name, I feel embarrassed even saying it. They only introduced one this season, and... You guys, you seriously couldn't find someone more intimidating for the part? Someone that could grow a full mustache, maybe? We're supposed to be scared of this guy. He shoots Leo with a poison arrow and successfully kills him. And seriously, Leo? Seriously? That guy? However, Piper brings him back and the villain is successfully defeated. That's the other thing about the show. Makes it easy is pretty much the mantra. What I mean by that is, every episode ends being tied up nicely, and with all of the villains defeated in an insultingly easy way. Look, no mess, they just always melt or explode, like warlocks do, I guess. Keep in mind, warlocks are people too, which means our main characters commit homicide every week. Or sometimes they just end up killing themselves. The big story arc for Season 1 involved Prue's boss at Buckland's, the art gallery she works at. He and his assistant are actually warlocks who want to steal the Charmed One's powers. When the sisters manage to kill the guy, they both disappear into flames. Why does the woman disappear? She was okay. Seriously, are they gonna explain that? They didn't banish her. Oh well, makes it easy! And these two make no sense anyway. Apparently they were running this huge business by taking the identities of two people they killed, but no one noticed that their bosses suddenly looked completely different. No one thought it was weird the assistant lady was suddenly not black. Never occurred to anyone? This isn't some magical thing either, that's how Andy discovers they aren't who they say they are. Things are either insultingly easy, or just never addressed. Take the first season's attempt at tackling the exposure issue. What if their secret got out? Well, this is shoved into a side plot of an episode where a reporter follows Prue around looking for conclusive evidence that witches exist. This evidence involves filming them when Piper freezes time, which just means he has taped the equivalent of a jump cut. I fail to see how this will convince anyone of anything. Fortunately, he just breaks his neck, so I guess they didn't need to take that any further. Or here's one for you. Our main character's haunting past involved their mother's mysterious drowning when they were kids. This means that Prue's biggest fear is dying the same way, so when they face the fear demon Barbas, he uses that against her. How does she solve it? By delivering an ADR line with about the same conviction as ordering a pizza.
I'm not afraid anymore.
It was that easy to defeat him. That's not my editing, that's really the sequence of events there. The episode is running out of time, better wrap it up! I should also mention that this deathly fear of drowning that Prue has isn't mentioned at all until this episode, which is conveniently the episode that helps her get over it. Oh yeah, remember that fear of drowning you had since Mom died? Just thought I'd remind you about it for later in the episode. Kinda like how Phoebe is scared of the boogeyman in the basement and apparently has been since childhood, despite never showing this fear before or after that story needed it. Don't worry, plot convenience is our specialty. Charmed has frequent familiar faces slumming it on the show. Notable guest stars this season include John Cho, Danielle Harris, Billy Drago, Raphael Sbarge, and David Carradine. Oh David, that hair, that's trying too hard. Carradine was in the season finale, which brought about some changes to the show. This includes Piper quitting her job at the restaurant, and after the same thing every episode, that's a welcome change. Unfortunately, she ends up opening a club in the second season and doing the same thing. The plot of the season finale involves Carradine being a time demon, who creates a time loop so this warlock guy can kill all the charmed ones. Which wouldn't be that bad if he weren't the most incompetent guy in the world. He keeps getting banished and Carradine has to keep resetting the day. So, why not just get a different guy who doesn't suck? Why does this guy specifically have to figure out how to do it? And what stake does Carradine have in this? Does he just like being evil? And I guess stopping the time loop banishes him as well, because makes it easy. The biggest thing that happens is Prue's realization that if she doesn't stop the time loop, they'll all die, so she stops it with a spell, knowing that Andy has been killed by an incompetent warlock guy. And this isn't something they can't prevent. Phoebe actually knew about the loop each time the clock reset. So they had a chance to save Andy and stop the loop, but she just decides on leaving him dead. Love at first sight! By this point, he knows about them being magical, but it didn't really change the dynamic of the show much. He found out about Wendigos one time and then just went about business as usual, never to mention it again. He wasn't terribly developed. Prue was naturally traumatized by this, and by that I mean she's checking out the new neighbor by the first episode of next season and gets a new boyfriend by less than 10 episodes in. Bye, Andy! The show is formulaic, to put it lightly. The establishing shots are the same at the beginning of every episode, and they go on just short of forever. For 8 seasons. The monster of the week is repetitive and samey, and it's always stuff about finding guys and work troubles week in and week out. Most of the time they put the two things together and make the monsters the guys they want to date. Hell, one of the episodes is just called Secrets and Guys. They weren't even trying anymore. Again, the series comes off as incredibly sexist to me, bringing out the worst traits of women and belittling men. Women just want to find dates all of the time, and men need to be the perfect boyfriend, usually with frosted hair. They also like to fix stuff. Most other plots involve spells that go predictably wrong, usually because they break the rule that magic can't be used for personal gain. The effects are incredibly tacky and oftentimes laughable.
Warlocks, be gone!
I think the thing that disappoints me about the series is that it could have been more. I wanted it to be good, but the show absolutely refuses to try to do anything to make you think. As a result, it comes off as incredibly bland a lot of the time. Characters are more often than not criminally underdeveloped, plots are dropped unceremoniously, and everything is a bit milquetoast. It might make you chuckle or smile, but it won't make you think. When shows like Buffy were using demons and vampires as metaphors for life, Charmed was finding ways to get their main characters into sexy outfits. This is what I'll leave this episode on. Charmed is not an intelligent or particularly well-made show. However, it is a bit unintentionally hilarious, if you have the patience for it. If you don't take it very seriously, you can laugh at the ridiculous outfits, the time capsule music, the crappy effects, and the incredibly small-minded view the show has regarding women, men, and magic. Logic is not something that plays a part in this series, and it is incredibly fascinating to see that it ran for 8 years and how it progressed. It may be a mindless show, but it's not without its certain merits, and you could probably do worse. But then again, you could do a lot better. Stay tuned for season. Welcome back to Manic Episodes. We're really doing this? Okay, we're doing this. Charmed, Season 2. Let's go. I guess I should start by saying that this season was an improvement over the last one, in that they did try to change some of the faults. But I must also point out that it creates all new faults, so good one, guys. One of the biggest issues with Season 1 was the monotony factor. Prue was always working at Buckland's, Piper was always stressing about something at the restaurant, and the issue of the day was usually dating-related. Lots of knitwear was involved. This season, Prue still works at Buckland's, and oh how I love seeing that establishing shot week in and week out, but she takes on a new job later. Piper now constantly stresses about the club she owns, and the issue of the day is usually dating-related. Also, there might be some magic in there. But the actresses have clearly gelled more, and the show seems to have gotten more of an idea of what it wants to do, so it's less boring than it used to be. As I covered last episode, the previous season ended with Prue's boyfriend, Andy McJellington, being killed in a very preventable way. This leaves room for Daryl to become the breakout star. Keep on trucking, Daryl. You don't need emotions or reasons to exist. Okay, I'm not giving the actor enough credit here. He just has absolutely nothing to work with. He essentially has Andy's role now of getting the girls into crime scenes and investigating every crime in the city, but without the love story to give him anything to do. He has one scene early on where he tells Prue that he'll look out for them because Andy asked him to, but he doesn't want to know what they're involved in. Spoiler alert, he finds out, but that doesn't change anything for us, or really for him, or... you know what, nothing really affects Daryl. We find out he's a father in a throwaway line, that's something. This episode involves a baby that's abandoned, and apparently the police just take abandoned babies to the station. That's upside down! Only women can take care of babies. Better let the charmed ones look after the kids so they can find out what magical snafu led to this. The baby can go back to the woman who abandoned it because it was just some plot about a ghost. It's cool. That's how the law works. Anyway, Prue's boyfriend died and she's super sad about it. So sad that she immediately starts flirting with dudes and checking out Neighbor Dan. Oh, Neighbor Dan. I'll get to you later. But yeah, Prue's anguish about Andy isn't done very well, though you can tell what they were going for. The guy she starts dating afterward is just the rebound. She only dates him just to be with someone. But they don't really play it up this way until it's convenient to the plot. It mostly leaves you wondering why she's dating the douchebag with a heart of gold. The character is Jack Sheridan, played by that guy you know from everything ever filmed, and he works at Buckland's too. He initially spends his time hitting on Prue creepily and being a red herring, which leads her to believe he might be a warlock. But then it turns out, in a shocking twist, that he has an identical twin! He's not evil, he's just using his twin brother who works in a mortuary to check out prospective women to have sex with. What a zany, douchebaggy turn of events. Don't worry guys, this is only mentioned in one episode and then his twin is never seen or mentioned again. Cool story, bro. This whirlwind romance lasts about half the season. I wouldn't get too attached. Prue gets to do a whole slew of stupid shit this season, and I can give no better example of this than when she turns into a man. Yeah, they went there. It's like they forgot that men have larger necks to balance out the giant shoulders, and you know what, this is the least of this episode's problems. If you ever wanted proof that the show is sexist, watch this episode. Prue gets to find out what it's like to be a guy and like, why don't guys do this or that, and whoa, men don't put the toilet seat down, and that's crazy! Also this.
Awesome truck.
You know, I think you really are becoming a man.
They tried, but not very hard. She goes undercover as an assassin in a really inane plot that brings back Billy Drago's Fear Demon character, because apparently they can just come back. I can't say I was terribly surprised after his insultingly easy exit. Why he's gotten mobsters to hire an assassin, I can't recall, but what I do know is that it's mostly an excuse to put Prue in a lot of leather and set up this flaccid romance with her and the lead mobster. This wouldn't even be worth mentioning if it weren't for the awful follow-up where Mob Guy gets out of jail, kidnaps her, and they fall in love because they're both dreamers.
I would say that you're beginning to strike me as a dreamer.
Even criminals dream, Prue, and that's something to think about. He goes back to jail and is never mentioned again, by the way. Somewhere along the line, Prue decided to become a photographer. Oh, and she has this dick photographer she looks up to, and I guess they abandoned that after one episode. This was clearly to get the character away from the same damn place all the time, but the way they go about it seems tacked on and rushed. Prue has never mentioned photography or wanting to be a photographer, then all of a sudden, she quits Buckland's to pursue her photography dream. This is some of the worst TV writing I've ever heard, and I desperately need to show you this to emphasize how terribly this was done.
Prue, you dreamt of winning the Pulitzer in photography back in college. You never wanted to work in the museum or at the auction house. That's something you did for us so we could keep the house.
She just worked at Buckland's so they could keep the house? Just to get them by? Holy shit, are you even trying, Charmed? Prue did not just work at an art gallery as like a receptionist or something. She was well versed in history, could distinguish real pieces from fakes, and could fluently speak Latin. This was not like taking up a Burger King job to make ends meet. That takes years of experience and dedication, and, quite frankly, probably more years of experience than she's been alive. You don't just do that to make ends meet! Holy crap, this is stupid.
You know, I didn't want them to die. I just wanted them trapped in that house forever.
Yes, eternal torment is better than death. Also, Prue had a cream transporting power in the first episode that she never used again. Must have given it up for the astral projection she gains this season. There's an episode where she tries to help a guy whose daughter was murdered. They know who the killer is, but no one wants to speak up out of fear, and there's nothing anyone can legally do. Prue realizes she can't use her powers to punish people, so she has to find another way to get him caught. Excuse me, they can't punish people? Even if it means saving lives? Isn't that what they do, like, every episode? Prue did have a sort of resolution to her fear of becoming like their mother. They go to the lake where she drowned and discover that it was some sort of water demon warlock thing. Whatever. The point of the story is that they can vanquish it and have peace of mind, which is huge for Prue. They also discover that their mother was in love with her white lighter, who became a human after he failed to protect her. This is a parallel, of course, to Piper and Leo, who are currently in an off phase in their relationship. Leo can't be with Piper unless he clips his wings, and they both feel he'd do more good as a guardian angel. This leads to Piper's fairy tale romance with Neighbor Dan. Oh, Neighbor Dan. Why? Why, Neighbor Dan? Okay, here's the thing with Neighbor Dan. He's pretty much the most useless main character I've ever seen in a show. I'm not even sure why he's in the opening credits. He does absolutely nothing of value. Even more baffling is the choice to include his niece in the credits, as she somehow does even less than he does. These characters were clearly introduced for a storyline that never happened, so they're dropped unceremoniously and without any sort of payoff. Neighbor Dan moves in with his niece Jenny, who seems to be there for some future reason, but then she leaves after 4 episodes. This girl warranted an opening sequence credit, people. Leo didn't even get that for a while, and he was in most of season 1. She doesn't even get an on-screen exit. Neighbor Dan just throws in some line about her moving back in with her folks. The official explanation for this is, I shit you not, the writers took her out when they realized she served no real purpose. So whether she was in an abandoned storyline or was never meant to have a purpose at all, it's still stupid. This, of course, leaves Neighbor Dan free to be the stock love interest at the moment, a role that could easily be filled by a piece of cardboard. But more baffling than the inclusion of Neighbor Dan in this season was the reaction hardcore Charmed fans had to him. See, they really didn't like anyone getting between Piper and Leo, and so they formed a group of anti-Dans. I'm not making this up, anti-Dans are actually a thing. One comment read that he was a greasy, butt-crack poo flap, which is the greatest insult I have ever heard. And it's all over a guy who has the personality of a sponge. Neighbor Dan might be insultingly useless, but I kind of love him now. The writers briefly have Phoebe and Piper fight over him, but Piper wins out because she is an incredibly selfish, awful person this season. It's really hard to feel sympathetic towards her here. She starts dating Neighbor Dan because she can't be with Leo, but when Leo becomes human again, she's like, well, you know, dating Neighbor Dan now. There is absolutely no lead up to this relationship. One minute the girls are fighting over who gets him, the next Piper and Neighbor Dan are making out and apparently an item now. This was an off-screen get-together, I guess. This leads to eating cereal together and immediately talking about moving in. None of it is handled in a natural way. It's painfully obvious it was written in as a lame attempt at drama. He's some sort of handyman or construction guy too, because guys sure do like fixing stuff. but clearly Piper doesn't care about him in the slightest, and the show makes no qualms about telling us this constantly. She directly says at one point that her heart lies with Leo. There is absolutely nothing stopping her from getting together with Leo at this point, and perpetuating this thing with neighbor Dan is just awful and mean. It takes her until near the end of the season to break up with him, just as Leo has a change of heart and becomes a white lighter again. But they decide to work it out anyway? The clipping of the wings thing stems from what could have been one of the stronger episodes of the season had they not added in one really dumb element. Remember, if it sounds like a good idea, Charmed will find some way to make it stupid. Piper contracts a contagious disease that sends her into a coma and will eventually kill her. Phoebe and Prue decide to use a spell to heal her, which leads to terrible consequences. Now, this could have been a great premise. Disease is not something you can fight, and Prue and Phoebe cure Piper knowing full well that this will lead to bad things. They're playing God at this point. This could spread the disease and get others killed, and it's not for them to decide who lives and who dies. So of course, they put the disease into a ninja action figure that comes to life and stabs it into people. I just don't understand how they even came up with that idea. Even in my worst writing slumps, I would have never come up with an idea so stupid next to a premise with such potential. It's hard to take their dying sister seriously, knowing that this episode featured a magical ninja action figure. You didn't even try, Charmed. Anyway, they realize what's happened, and Piper willingly takes the disease back to save everyone else. This leads to our favorite Deus Ex Machina, Leo, who heals her despite orders from his higher-ups not to interfere. His powers are horribly inconsistent in this show. It's hard to keep track of what he can and can't do. Apparently, he can only heal things when the higher-ups allow him, and he's meant to, which means he can't heal bullshit like hangovers or poison ivy or whatever. Except later on when Piper has like a cut on her finger and he does it anyway. He heals all sorts of bullshit on this show, including things that aren't even living. And what happened to his random light bulb power or flying abilities? Those could have been really handy later on. Speaking of things that would have been helpful later on, the White Lighters have a memory dust to protect magic exposure. Leo says it's only used in the direst of circumstances, but I guess dire doesn't really count next season when people like die and stuff. You know they set up demons that kill humans who try to prove the existence of demons this season? Where the hell are they the rest of the time? Leo's apparently not assigned as their White Lighter anymore to prevent his romance with Piper, but then later on he is again? I'm not even sure who was their White Lighter in the meantime. Did they have one? Were they just screwed if something happened? This leads to the White Lighter elders clipping Leo's wings as punishment, so he's free to be a bartender at Piper's bar and watch as she continues to date neighbor Dan. But don't worry guys, in case you were wondering if Leo's an awful person too, he makes it clear he will keep trying to be with her even though she says she's dating neighbor Dan now. Very forward, these people. Neighbor Dan doesn't come off smelling like roses either. After Piper dumps him, he gets dirt on Leo and discovers that he died in World War II. When he tells Piper Leo isn't who he says he is, Piper says she knows and she's cool with it, and he's like, wah, but I thought you'd be mad. Well, back to the woman I was immediately on a date with after a breakup. He does eventually find out about Piper being a witch, which he can't handle and wishes he'd never known. But don't worry, this plot was solved by French Stewart as a genie. You know, if I ever have to say the sentence, "This plot was solved by French Stewart as a genie," I can't help but feel this speaks volumes about the quality of the program. This was our season finale, by the way, in case you had any misconceptions about this being a filler episode. The plot involves this group of bad guys called the Triad, who will become more prominent in the next season, as they send out a genie to get rid of the charmed ones in exchange for his freedom. Wacky hijinks ensue, none of which I feel are worth mentioning after French Stewart Genie has been let out of the bag. Eventually, this leads to becoming friends with the genie, and Piper wishes Dan can forget about what he discovered and move on with his life. So after spending the remainder of the season throwing in one line for contractual obligations and having absolutely nothing else to do, neighbor Dan moves away and the storyline is promptly forgotten. Thanks, Season 2. You were really worth it. Ending on the French Stewart as a genie plot begins Charm's bizarre tradition of doing a season-ending epic the episode before the actual ending. The episode before that, they stopped the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Of course, the episode also featured shots like this, but the point still stands that they stopped the friggin' end of the world. And they end on French Stewart as a genie? It's not like this is an airing order thing, there's plot elements that clearly come one after the other. While I'm mentioning fine charm traditions, in this episode, one of the main characters dies for the millionth time on this show.
Teenage Prue is the one that got killed, not adult Prue.
Fee you! Deus Ex Machina, away! You'll be glad to know that Piper's boring restaurant subplots have been replaced with boring music interludes. She, Phoebe, and Prue open up a club together called P3, and it's painfully obvious it was written in to promote bands. It doesn't make any sense that Piper would open up a club anyway. She was a chef. She quit so she could be her own boss and run a restaurant of her own, so she opens a club where they don't even serve food? The hell? As for Phoebe, she's moved along wherever the plot needs her. She volunteers at a hospital fairly regularly, it seems, but just for one episode. They act like this is something she just did, and it kinda confused me. But you do get to see Misha Collins in a hilarious early role in that episode. Here's the long and short of it. His father has decoded a stone which holds the secret to everything in the universe, but only like half of it, I guess, and Misha's character has decoded the other half. These bad dudes want the rest of the code, and Misha decides that he must destroy it to stop the information from getting into the wrong hands. And so, he and Phoebe walk into a museum to smash the case open, stop to talk for like 30 seconds, and then he easily grabs it and throws the stone down. No one makes a move to stop them, or even takes a step toward them. Not even the minimal effort. And they just walk casually out, and it's never addressed again. So, no security cameras got this? No one's like, hey dude, you just smashed an ancient and priceless relic? There were a lot of people there. Just not even gonna throw in a quick explanation at the end or anything? She teams up with Cupid for a bit to discover why she can't find love. This makes no sense in the context of a show that goes through men like dirty clothes. This plotline involves this guy who loves spreading hate, and they gotta put a stop to that.
He's killing love.
It's not quite as stupid as when Love and Curses did it, which I guess is the only thing we can be grateful for. Nice Pocahontas outfit there, Phoebe. I love that this episode largely hinges on Cupid getting Prue back with Twin Boy and Piper back with Dan, two romances that clearly stood the test of time. Oh, Neighbor Dan. Why, Neighbor Dan? Phoebe becomes a student this season, which really hits the point home that the show desperately wants to be Buffy. Good thing Prue took up that art job so they could keep the house and somehow afford a college education now. Phoebe switches places with her past self at one point, and I'm not sure what exactly is going on there. She gets attacked and finds out that it's her past life coming to haunt her, one which will kill her if she doesn't see what happened. She does nothing to change the past, but apparently she's ended whatever danger she was in. They seem to imply that her past self being evil means that she'll be evil too, which I'd say doesn't make any sense either, but apparently Prue was destined to be a photographer, so whatever. Their numerous past lives apparently always hang out in the same circles, but they're acting like these people are their ancestors, which is not what a past life is, at all. Oh yeah, Neighbor Dan's there. I'm sure he'll be in their lives for fucking eternity.
Hurry up with that giggle water, Jake. We have thirsty people waiting.
Don't ever try to do a period piece again, Charmed. So hey, did you know the Halliwells have a favorite aunt who knows about their magic? She shows up for one episode and pawns their powers for her youth, but she has a change of heart and gets killed. The girls don't try to see if she's okay, or even mention it by the end of the episode. Guess she wasn't that much of a favorite. And Phoebe has a crush on a 1950s movie star, and one time these monkeys got their powers. I don't need to elaborate on any of these plots, just thought you should know about them. Also, please enjoy this shot of Oscar-nominated actress Amy Adams. Okay, so here's where I have to give Charmed some credit. I hate to admit it, but this season actually has a good episode. And I'm not just throwing it a bone to be nice, there was an episode that I genuinely found good in this. And it all hinges on dog shit. No, really. Remember, they always have to add one stupid thing. It begins when the Charmed ones are pissed that their neighbor is leaving dog shit in front of their house. They decide to use magic to show the guy what's what. This would count as using magic for personal gain, which is a no-no despite it totally being what they use it for all the time. Phoebe has a vision of her future self being burned at the stake, so the three of them transport themselves into their future bodies to find out what happened. The future they find is one where they're more powerful, they've grown apart as people, and there's a massive witch hunt. Piper is formerly married to Leo and has a daughter with him. Prue owns Bucklands and has blonde hair, and Phoebe is about to be executed for murder. Piper finds herself wondering why she drifted apart from Leo and wanting to protect her daughter, who has magical powers as well. She ends up binding her powers, just like their grandmother did to protect them. It's an interesting parallel and a good exploration of Piper and Leo's relationship without magical handyman powers. Prue's story is probably the weakest in that it's mostly about her being lonely without no man. She's also drifted apart from her sisters, but who cares? We all know she isn't making it past season 3. The really great part of the episode is Phoebe's story. She spends the whole time waiting to get rescued from prison, but Leo tells her that there is no rescue. She has to face the consequences of what she's done. Someone she cared about, they don't elaborate on who, was murdered, so she exacted revenge by killing the person who did it with magic. Once Phoebe realizes this, she knows she isn't supposed to escape either. Prue and Piper arrive to break her out, but she convinces them to let her stay, ending with her burning alive before they return to the present. Oh, and the guy leaving the dog shit was the one leading the witch hunt, thus teaching the Charmed Ones not to use magic for personal gain. Which they do anyway. What I liked about this episode is that they didn't take the easy way out. They realize they have the potential to do harm and that there are consequences. They don't attempt to solve anything in their possible future because they weren't meant to save anyone there. They were supposed to learn from what they saw. The writing was uncharacteristically thoughtful, layered, and, quite frankly, it's a window into what the show could have been. If this had been Charmed, I'd be singing a whole different tune right now. But as it stands, it's a nugget of gold in a sea of regret. Wish me luck, folks. I've got a feeling it's all downhill from here. What are you wearing, Phoebe? It didn't have to be this way! It didn't have to be this way! Welcome back to Manic Episodes, people, and the insanity continues with Charmed Season 3. It's a madhouse! A madhouse! I'll start things on a positive note. Forget the last line of the previous review. If I'm being honest, this was actually the best season the show produced. I know, right? It had ironed out some of the growing pains it had in the first 2 seasons, and had things went differently behind the scenes and this trend continued, I'd probably be talking about a much different show. That isn't to say this season doesn't have problems. Saying this is the best season of Charmed is like saying what my favorite trip to the DMV has been. It's still Charmed. So let's dive right in. The previous season ended with Piper orbing up to Whitelighter Land with Leo to meet the bosses. This created the heart-stopping "Will Piper ever return?" storyline that lasted not even half of an episode. It turns out that time works differently up there, so what was a day for Piper was actually a month for everyone else. Leo probably should have mentioned that, not that it ever factors into anything on the show again. I don't see why that would even need to work differently. You'd think time was of the essence for Whitelighters, considering lives are in their hands. Here are some other new things established about Whitelighters this season that either contradict previous things or never factor into anything again. Number 1. People who go up to Whitelighter Land eventually forget what happens up there so they can keep their secrecy. So why did they bother telling Piper anything while she was up there? She learned absolutely nothing new. Number 2. The Whitelighters have their own stupid language. This is never used again and is only thrown in for a one-off joke. I must reiterate that a stupid click language they never use is part of this show's mythology now. I weep for the world. Number 3. There are ceremonial Whitelighter robes they only wear in Whitelighter Land unless they're elders or feel like looking idiotic that day. Number 4. One episode has Leo in pain because a charge of his is being tortured. What use could this possibly have? How are they supposed to heal witches if their pain affects them too? They can hear them calling them anyway, so why does this happen? And why doesn't this happen again? I must also, sadly, recap the Whitelighter training montage. Yes, this really happened. I'm gonna tell you this right now. The elders are dicks. This will not change throughout the show ever, and the only saving grace they have is that the only people worse than them are the Charmed Ones themselves. Here is, I kid you not, what they threatened if Piper and Leo stayed together.
I believe the term he used was unspeakable wrath, the likes of which you can't even imagine.
Like, holy shit, really? They'd be willing to torture the most powerful witches ever, the very people who are supposed to save the world, just because they don't want one of them to date her Whitelighter? This is causing the exact thing they're trying to avoid. Not one of them thought this was counterproductive. Before the threat changed to unspeakable wrath, after one episode by the way, they were just talking about reassigning Leo, which is what they did before anyway. I don't even know when he became their Whitelighter again. And didn't he have the option of becoming human to be with her? Did that get rescinded somehow? But no reassignment, no humanity, it's just unspeakable wrath, the likes of which you can't even imagine. Well, that escalated quickly. Leo's solution is thus. He proposes romantically next to a toilet, saying the elders couldn't break up a holy union. Holy shit indeed. In order to do this, they have to elope.
How do we know they're not listening right now?
They're not. Believe me, they don't do that. And until they get an answer, they are going to be listening very closely.
They try to carry on with their secret wedding, and Leo ends up getting obliterated for a whopping 1 episode. Truly, the hardships have no end. But eventually Piper ends up getting Leo back, as long as they can show that their relationship won't get in the way of their work. Okay, first of all, if it was really that simple, why the fuck were they threatening unspeakable wrath? Secondly, holy shit did they prove the Elders right? About 90% of their story arcs from here on out involve them bitching at each other. And technically, this could apply to any relationship on this show. They hint that it might have to do with what happened between their mother and her white lighter, but their mom died in a way completely unrelated to their relationship. And considering what happens in the next season, they did a pretty shitty job with that too. So Piper and Leo prove this can work by changing absolutely nothing and get married for realsies. Okay, slow motion's getting awkward now. I forgot to mention this, but their grandmother's ghost is a recurring character on the show. Yeah, remember how in the pilot they were brought together by her death and it was sad? Well, it turns out you can just summon your dead grandmother whenever you want. She shows up to dish out advice, or preside over weddings, or just do dumb things you generally don't need a ghost for. In the previous season, they established that whenever the Book of Shadows turned to just the right page at just the right time, it was actually their grandmother's ghost turning the pages for them. Considering how often she shows up after that, this just makes her seem like an asshole. Yeah, I could tell you exactly what to do and what's going on, but I'm on invisible mode today. Death has absolutely no meaning on this show, and it really cuts out some of the emotional resonance it could have had. Arguably, the strongest storyline for the sisters has been their connection after losing their mother. And guess what they do this season? Oh hey cool, Mom's back! Just for Piper's wedding though. Does she show up for any of Phoebe's weddings later on? Nah, fuck it, she's not worth it. But apparently Mom could show up as a ghost just like their grandmother anyway, so my conclusion is that she didn't like her daughters very much either. I counted at least 3 Piper deaths this season, but I know for sure I've missed some. However, my favorite case of frivolous main character death has to be when Piper and Phoebe turn evil, freeze Leo, shatter him into 1,000 pieces, and walk through his bloody chunklets on the floor. Holy moly, I've never seen less fucks given about a main character. I don't care what kind of reversal happens by the end of the episode, it'd be kind of hard to get over that one. Leo's just lucky that the Deus Ex Machina for that episode was one of the very, very few that brings the dead back to life by the end just because. And don't think this meaningless death thing applies only to the main characters here. Everyone is fair gamed in the Charmed universe.
My next question, didn't they already get you 2 years ago?
Yeah, but it's Halloween. When the veil between worlds thin. When the demons who know how can return to seek their revenge.
Wait. So anything that was vanquished can just come back on Halloween? How has this not happened before? And why are they wasting their time scaring little children instead of actually getting revenge?
All right, who brought my ex-wife back from the dead?
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the worst line in television history. You'd think seeing your wife, who died tragically, now alive and well, would have some sort of emotional pull on you, but Charmed will have none of that. It's such squandered potential because they really had a chance to flesh out some of the supporting characters, especially since they went to all of the trouble of bringing their dad back into the picture. This is New Dad, played by a different actor than the last time we saw him and with a different last name. He was previously Victor Halliwell, but the writers changed him to Victor Bennett to make Halliwell the last name on their mother's side. Because girl power? I don't know. Previously, they depicted their father as a deadbeat dad, something he didn't exactly disprove by the end of his episode. But their peace was made, and that was the end of his story, ending with them watching a home video of the family around— the hell? Is that Alyssa Milano playing their mom in that episode? That's— They just stuck her in there and didn't even change her appearance, or— she's just right there, bam, Alyssa Milano, didn't even hide her face. Why would you double cast a main character like that? Why did she even need to be in that video? What are you doing, Charmed? Alright, their dad. They completely change his backstory here to make him more sympathetic, and give the writers an excuse to use him more in the stories, which is weird to me because they hardly do. It turns out that he only left the girls because he fought with their grandmother over how to raise them. She wanted them to use magic, he didn't. So because he couldn't protect them without powers of his own, he left. After some reconciliation, he's now part of their lives again, which leads to stupid moments like the previous ex-wife quote. It seems they decided on taking the comic relief route with him, which is weird considering the show started like this.
Dad, 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 dad.
He has lunch with Leo and warns him about the white lighters because of what happened with his wife, before Leo orbs out in the middle of the conversation. What a zinger, guys! So, nobody saw that? Not one single person in that busy diner? Not one? Which brings me back to Leo's one true love, Piper, who is slowly but surely descending from being one of the best characters to one of the most obnoxious. I'll admit that in the beginning she was my favorite. I really dug her dry sense of humor and her constant insecurities added rather than subtracted from her character. She's always been the one who wanted a normal life the most, and, when explored correctly, this could be great storytelling. For example, very early on, after they find out they're witches, Piper is afraid that this means they're evil. She spends an episode debating going into a church, and by the end of it, she overcomes her fears and steps inside. This didn't have to do with the main plot of the episode, it was purely to further her character along, and in that respect, it was a success. I got where she was coming from. And as stupid as the monkey story was last season, the episode ended with Piper crying, completely distraught that she couldn't save an innocent and blaming herself for what happened. These are things Charmed should have explored more and completely ignored later. For the most part, Piper is not that bad this season, but she does a lot of dumb stuff that only amplifies over time. Sometimes her search for normalcy is used well, but other times she does things that don't make any sense. Like, she insists on using passports instead of orbing on their honeymoon, which means she has to forge a birth certificate for Leo since he technically died about 60 years ago. How does she do this? With whiteout on the old one. I can't even go into all of the reasons why that wouldn't fly. She keeps getting pissy that Leo has to leave for work, which is yet another reason why the elders were completely right, but all of that aside, she realizes he's going to save lives, right? This isn't something he can put off, he's going to stop people from dying. And she gets pissy because he won't wait in line for her asinine passport thing? What a selfish person, seriously. You know that wedding she was willing to risk dying for? Well, she gets so caught up with everything being perfect, she says if anything goes wrong, it's a sign they aren't meant to be and will call the whole thing off. And she totally does! After all that, she calls off the wedding because things were slightly inconvenienced. And after the wedding, Leo is given a gift from the elders that symbolizes their endless love. It clearly means a lot to him, but Piper thinks it looks ugly and pretends to accidentally break it by the end so she doesn't have to look at it. Seriously. What a selfish person.
Maybe I am being selfish, but what's wrong with that?
What's wrong is that it's selfish!
I deserve... No, you know what? I demand that you send him back to me. You hear me? Right now, I'm going to stand in this very spot until you send Leo back to me.
I am Piper, commander of all! Speaking of selfish people, oh boy, I gotta talk about Phoebe. She's right up there with everyone else on the consistency wagon. She's pushing for Piper and Leo to get married because they're destined to be together, then one episode later she's worried this will get people hurt, mainly herself. But I can't talk about Phoebe without talking about her love interest, so allow me to veer in a slightly different direction for a bit. This season is the introduction of Cole Turner, a half-demon, half-human lawyer also known as Balthazar. Since he's half-human, he shifts between being Julian McMahon and this big Darth Maul-looking guy. I'm not kidding, that's what his makeup was meant to emulate. You could pick anything to be inspired by Charmed, any mythology, folklore, animal or person, real or fictional, and you chose a character from Star Wars The Phantom Menace. Hats off to ya. When you think about Charmed, Cole is usually the one redeeming feature. That's not to say everyone liked him, but generally speaking, he was the most entertaining thing. He's got layers, and unlike the Charmed ones, his flaws are acknowledged as flaws and used to flesh his character out. Plus, he's not boring as shit or frustratingly one-dimensional. Given this, he is my favorite part about the show. I liked his storyline for the most part, and even though he's evil sometimes, he's way more interesting than the sisters. That being said, he's also one of the most inconsistently written characters I've ever seen. So even if you like him one week, he's gonna be a completely different character the next. This is not so apparent this season because they had a set story for him, but later on, oh man, it's infuriating. So Balthazar works for the Triad, who were set up last season and decided hiring French Stewart Genie was a stupid idea when they could have just hired a demon. The Triad, in turn, work for the Source, that is, the source of all evil, who will be our background mwahahar for the time being. Cole is sent to get information on the sisters and steal the Book of Shadows, so he decides to seduce Phoebe since she's the youngest and the most vulnerable. But lo and behold, her goodness and light shines even in the darkest of places, and he unexpectedly falls in love with her. Yeah, I don't know either. She displays about all of the goodness and likability of a cinder block. But suspend your disbelief, because things are about to get awkward up in here.
Cole!
Hi. How's it going?
Oh. Wow, is this embarrassing? I'm...
It's okay, I'm okay. Nice cap.
Oh, thanks.
Lame. Oh look, he's dressed like an angel, get it? Be afraid, audience, the big bad's gonna molt on you. Here's how they describe him.
Well, he's infamous. He's a demonic soldier of fortune. He's one of the most evil, vile creatures there is.
And he fell in love with Phoebe. Take it all in. For someone who's supposedly one of the most evil, vile creatures there is, he sure gets thwarted like Wile E. Coyote a lot of the time. Granted, a lot of this has to do with his love for Phoebe, but overall his demonic side is kind of lame. He's fine as Cole, but whenever he turns into Hulk Balthazar, I find myself wanting to laugh. I couldn't take him seriously as a villain, especially since he falls in love with Phoebe. We don't actually see any demonstrations of how evil or vile he is. And considering that the reason he's working for the Triad turns out to be to free his father's soul, he's not really coming off all that bad. His transition from trying to kill the sisters to protecting them because he loves Phoebe isn't done very well. As in, there is no transition. There's a relationship there, but it's not really clear why it changes from a ruse to actual love. In fact, Phoebe gives him more reasons not to fall for her. The episode right after their first kiss, she starts complaining about how distant he's becoming in their relationship. Get out of there, man! It's not worth it!
You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Neither do you.
Worst mistake of your life, dude. What have I done? He gets possessed by an anger demon who makes him fight the girls, getting him injured in the process. Because he failed to kill Phoebe, the Triad decides to get rid of him, so instead, he kills them first. Yeah, okay, so I gotta ask, why was everyone so afraid of the Triad? Cole killed them while severely injured. I'm not sure how powerful they really were. Considering their grand master plan of ridding the world of the most powerful witches in existence involved sending French Stewart Genie their way, this all adds up to a whole lot of nothing. Not impressed, Charmed. Now Cole is on the run from pretty much all the demons, who are pissed that he killed off the Triad. If he killed the Triad, who, let me remind you, were one rung below the source of all evil on the power scale, how were they supposed to kill him? One of the demonic bounty hunters teams up with the Charmed ones, who are still unaware that Cole and Balthazar are one and the same.
He can't maintain his human self for long, especially wounded. It drains him.
Then why did he turn back into a human after they stabbed him? And why does he keep that form most of the time anyway, even in private? Or when he killed the Triad? And if he's half human, why would it drain him to stay in his human form? Phoebe is proving herself particularly dense in this situation. I like the storyline, but the handling of it could have been a little better. Over time, the girls begin to suspect there's an evil agent in their midst, but Phoebe is willing to ignore obvious signs because her lawyer boyfriend couldn't possibly be good at lying. He gets caught in one of their demon traps while trying to steal the book, and Phoebe just assumes the spell is wrong. If you wanted a clue, that was it!
Do you know that your trap is the equivalent of having a loaded shotgun with a tripwire behind your front door? That's illegal! I'm an ADA, an officer of the court. I could have you arrested.
I'll arrest you for almost exposing me as a demon. And when it eventually becomes obvious that Cole is into dirty dealings, Phoebe lies to a detective about it to protect him, even after she finds out about his demonic side. After she discovers this, she finds that she can't vanquish him and just pretends to do it, lying to her sisters and endangering everyone around her. Keep in mind, this is after he's taken her hostage and given her absolutely no reason to let him live.
I couldn't kill you. I mean, at first, you and your sisters thwarted my attempts. Even when I went back in time to destroy your line on All Hallows Eve.
That was you?
Then Troxa. Andress. I got him to strip your powers. To make you vulnerable.
Yeah, he sure made his case for you, Phoebe.
Leo, I knew in my heart that he would never try and hurt us.
Except all those times he totally did.
I hate to go skipping down selfish road.
You notice a pattern here? Once this whole fake death thing blows over, Cole decides he's going to suppress his evil side and become good for Phoebe. But he's still on the run to keep from being discovered, which is why he hangs out in the same place all the time with the same people he hung out before he was on the run. And why he goes to weddings. In a house that is constantly under demon attack. He's nowhere to be found. So this is when the show goes into its most I want to be Buffy mode. The mausoleum meetups, the forbidden love, the long black coat, everything down to Alyssa Milano's hair color. It all smacks of something I've seen before and done a lot better.
There's no such thing as evil love.
What?
Does he really love me, or is he just interested in my charms?
Bitch, he's being hunted down by every demon in existence. You don't do that for a booty call. Before that, they were fighting demons together, and he was ready to leave town to protect her. Would it kill them to remember the last episode? He asks Phoebe to help him strip his powers and become human, but he ends up being forced into killing a girl by another one of the bad guys. This situation could probably be fixed by saying, "Yo, sorry, I was under a spell," since, this happens fairly often in their world. But I guess not. But regardless, he still begs Phoebe to give him the power stripping potion and save him, and at the very least, he could hurt less people if he were human. How does Phoebe react?
Please. Save me.
Save yourself.
And so, every innocent he kills beyond that point has Phoebe to thank. Wow.
I lost my soulmate to evil.
Yes, Phoebe, there was truly nothing you could have done. Thus begins a disturbing trend in this show. Phoebe is constantly dragging Cole towards evil and blaming him for it. She is the puppet master behind it all, the malicious man behind the curtain, so to speak. When she falls under evil influence, she immediately wants him to join the dark side too, and this is how she responds after things return to normal.
Phoebe, I'm telling you, I'm not evil anymore.
Somewhere inside of you, you will always be.
Yes, just like me in the same episode, no one who becomes evil can redeem themselves. Here's a dumb one for you. Phoebe decides to add Cole's human side to the Book of Shadows for future reference, so she makes a stupid scrapbook page for him. Haha, what is the Sears catalog picture here? When did they stop to take that one? The most evil, vile creature there is, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, I don't do good anymore.
Oh wait, did I say I don't do good anymore? Damn it, Phoebe's attempts at killing me have made me realize what goodness truly is.
It doesn't change the fact that I killed a witch. Even if I was tricked into doing it.
Oh, now you tell her. Way to be quick on the draw. Cole's season arc ends with him being sort of good. At the very least, he comes off way better than Phoebe does, and we're not even into the completely obnoxious seasons yet. But still, the story was more interesting than a lot of other stuff in the show. I wouldn't even care as much about all that Phoebe does wrong here if there were more consequences to things. The fallout, or lack thereof, is really what kills it for me. She is a character who always gets what she wants and never gets the blame for anything. I did like the relationship they built up between her and Leo this season, though, or at least what they briefly touched on. He's always been sort of an extension of Piper, so it was nice to see him get a bit more involved with another character's story. Phoebe turns to him for help in the Cole situation because she feels she can't turn to her sisters, despite it being a big red flag that, hey, this guy is injured in the exact same way as Balthazar. She asked Leo to heal him. He stresses that this is against the rules, but what are the consequences? Nothing! Absolutely nothing! That's Leo's entire role, pretty much. That's against the rules. Break the rules! Okay, I'll do it. What a sad existence for Leo. He basically runs around saving people all day and getting constantly interrupted by the harpy shrieks of the Charmed Ones. Leo! 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 They depend on him for like everything. It's a bit more than just protection or guidance. He really does save their asses all the time.
Tell me you didn't heal him.
Well, not completely.
You idiot.
Leo!
Phoebe begged me. I didn't know what to do.
You stay here, we'll fix it.
Leo, you fuck up! Look at this. He actually orbs over with chocolate. I called it. I fucking called it. If we're talking inconsistency, his healing powers are the ones that confuse me the most. They keep changing the rules about what he can do and why as the plot sees fit. For instance, he established last season that he could only heal when the elders allowed him, which is why he couldn't heal Piper's poison ivy. But then later this season, we see him healing a cut on her finger all whatever.
Phoebe, I cannot heal mortals, you know that. Not unless they were hurt by evil.
And then they throw in that. There's an episode where a guy is cursed to be an owl and ends up getting shot, but Leo can't heal him because he can't heal animals. This is a show where we later see him healing pipes and neon signs. Dead serious. But fuck it, he's not a vet. He can't possibly heal an innocent in trouble. Once again, folks, the elders are dicks. They keep referring to Leo as a dead guy for some reason, and that doesn't make sense to me either. Yes, he died to become a white lighter, but he's not dead anymore. He did almost die at the end of season 1, and you need to be alive in the first place for that to happen. He's not like a zombie or something. The writers seem a bit confused about his grasp on the real world, too. He gets embarrassed that he can't pay for dinner and give Piper a more normal life, which makes sense and would be a nice touch to the character, except this is 3 seasons in, and he didn't seem to have this problem before. How did he plan to pay for dinner back during the Neighbor Dan saga? What about when he was briefly human? How did he pay for basic living things then? Where was he living? The club? How did Piper hire him without evidence that he exists? Did she just do this illegally? It makes sense that he'd be disconnected from the real world, but I have to believe after pretending to be a handyman and taking on all of these fake personas for almost 60 years that he'd have built up some skills or backup plan. And how does he get food and other stuff now? Does he have it up in White Lighter Land, or do the elders give him an allowance? All of this aside, I will always love Lazy Leo.
I didn't make it up there. I orbed halfway up and I got tired. Oh, thanks, sweetie. I'm gonna be thirsty soon.
Let's move on to Prue. I got no real segue this time.
They are sneakers, all right? You know, we're always wearing inappropriate footwear when demons attack.
A mistake they never make again. And by that, I mean I could count on one hand how many times they've ever worn sneakers on the show. Unfortunately for the character and the actress, Prue doesn't really get a story arc this season. Since she doesn't have a part in the 2 main storylines, she takes a back seat a lot of the time. And since we all know this is her last season, that's a bit of a bummer. That's not to say she isn't used well. She does feel betrayed by Phoebe and seems to be the one most cautious about Cole. She just isn't the main focus most of the time, but she also seemed to be the best handled this season. Now that that's out of the way, allow me to nitpick the hell out of what little she did get to do. Remember, if it sounds like a good idea, you get the picture. It's revealed that Prue is overwhelmed with responsibilities, and her astral self is taking on a life of its own while she's asleep. Which is weird, but I didn't mind it. However, the episode spends a lot of time building up this relationship she has with this biker guy as her astral self, but by the time the episode ends, this guy is forgotten about and never spoken of again, his story unconcluded. Like, clearly she had feelings for him, her astral self is still part of her, but she never follows up on that? Oh well, episode's over, got a wedding to get to, didn't have time to wrap it up. One of the stronger episodes of the season was Death Takes a Halliwell, where Prue meets the Angel of Death and must learn that she can't save everyone and accept that death is a part of life. This is still a bit of a letdown because a big part of the episode is Prue accepting their mother's death, despite the fact that she just popped into the world of the living in the previous episode. Add to that the fact that the guy she has to let die is the detective looking for Cole, thus giving Phoebe's story arc a makes-it-easy moment. However, it still gave Shannen Doherty a strong episode, and, continuity aside, that's not too bad for Charmed. An episode I liked, but which is also pretty flawed, is The Good, the Bad, and the Cursed. Prue and Cole go back in time to save a psychic in the Old West, which will save Phoebe in the present.
Why don't you just take Leo with you and you can heal Bo there?
I can't. I'm not allowed to work with a demon.
Man, the elders are dicks! Where the hell did those birds come from? Yeah, that sure looks like a Wild West outfit, Prue. Glad you just found that lying around. Also note Cole's varying degrees of facial hair throughout the episode. Nice continuity. Once he and Prue go back in time, they both display amazing gunfighting skills they've never used before or since. So some disbelief should be suspended here. Plus Prue totally shoots a guy. Not a warlock or anything, just a normal guy. I know they kill people every week, but that's cold. Just because you went back in time doesn't mean that wasn't a person. Doesn't that also completely fuck up the timeline? Did all of his descendants just disappear from existence? I have so many questions about this. But I liked that this episode teamed up Prue and Cole, since Prue was the one who distrusted him the most. It's a neat buddy dynamic that made the episode fun at least, and helped you overlook some of the flaws. This also briefly touched on one of the rare times Phoebe's had a physical connection to her visions, something I wish they could have used a bit more of.
Like I said, once a demon, always a demon.
Hey Prue, you shot a guy. Prue's telekinesis grows stronger this season, which means she has the ability to use it for kung fu. Look guys, at least Phoebe had some training. You don't just automatically know how to do it because you can go all Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon now. Just because this scene is a direct rip-off of The Matrix doesn't mean she can just be like, whoa, I know kung fu. So yeah, all of a sudden this season she can fight. Your guess is as good as mine. Phoebe gains the ability to fly, well, she can like float a bit in the air, and Piper can blow things up now. These are powers that are continually used and consistent within the show. However, there are some powers used this season that are never seen again. For example, Leo can shapeshift into anyone, something he only uses one other time in the show. This would be so incredibly useful, but you know what he uses it for? To trick the audience into thinking the girls are fighting Balthazar when it's really just a training thing. The next time he uses it, it's to go to jail in place of someone else. This is not utilizing your powers properly. Also, Prue can possess someone with her astral self and make them explode from the inside. This is the only time she ever does this. I mean, yeah, that's dark as shit, but they had so many situations where they could have used that. And apparently if the girls use their powers against each other, the power of 3 is broken and they lose them. This contradicts all the other times they use their powers on each other and this didn't happen, and any time it happened since, except when they bring this up for plot convenience. By the way, this is the 6th time all 3 of them have lost their powers. This happens all the time. Quick shout out for Daryl, my man! Yeah, it's business as usual for Daryl. There's maybe one noteworthy episode where he's involved with the plot. Sorry, Daryl. Here's a few highlights this season. There is an episode centered around a magical ice cream truck. The plot is, no kidding, a saintly ice cream truck driver must capture demonic children in his ice cream truck dimension. Once he dies, another one takes his place. Woe to the man whose destiny is becoming a magical ice cream truck driver. Life dealt you a crappy hand, dude. My favorite what the fuck moment has to be wrestling with demons, which is not a metaphor because Charmed is too stupid for that. I could go on all day talking about that episode and everything wrong with it. It is gloriously terrible. Get this, Ron Perlman, yeah, they seriously got Ron Perlman, it's as big of a waste as it sounds, gets people into the demon club by taking on his evil wrestlers. In the most bizarre marketing stunt I've ever seen on this show, they bring in Buff Bagwell, Booker T. Huffman, and Scott Steiner. By the way, Scott Steiner's character name is Mega Man. Mega Man. Add another frivolous Piper death in there for good measure when Ron Perlman kills her with one of his phantasm balls. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, he uses phantasm balls. For some reason. But the best part is this. Phoebe and Prue must wrestle these guys. They don't do it magically, they just actually wrestle them. I mean, holy shit, they expected these 2 little women to take them on in a fight? Yeah, they mysteriously know kung fu, but that's not even remotely the same fighting style. And they actually win! I know this is Charmed, but there's so much what the hell floating around here, it makes my head spin. They do a flashback episode this season to before the girls were witches. Because they were so disconnected, their grandmother was going to keep their powers stripped, but she died before she could finalize it. It was actually a solid look back and displayed a bit more thoughtfulness than is usual for the show. However, I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Death has no meaning on this show. So what could have been incredibly heart-wrenching turns into, well, you know, Grandma's cool with us now. She seems to be doing okay in Ghostland. Also, Leo watched Piper before they even met, and then orbs out in the middle of the street. How has he ever stayed hidden? The flashbacks are intercut with an incredibly stupid plot about a warlock who was a cat, so now he has 9 lives. If he is killed all 9 times, he gets to live forever or something, so he goes to the sisters because they're the only ones strong enough to kill him. Really? Because he seems to have the makeup of a water balloon, like a pinprick can kill him here. So that makes it about half a good episode and half standard fare for this show. Which brings us to the season finale. The girls save a doctor from getting killed because he's either saved too many lives or is about to save someone the demons don't want him to save. They have their butts handed to them and get taped doing magic, thus exposing them to the world. What follows is a huge media circus, and Piper ends up getting shot and killed. So, what happened to those demons that killed anyone who tried to expose them? There was a demon on the tape too. Or what about the white lighter memory dust? Remember, the dust that should only be used in the most dire of circumstances? I think if one of the people destined to save the world dies, this is probably one of those dire circumstances. The elders are dicks. Leo is not around to heal Piper because he's in the underworld to get Phoebe, who has gone after Cole to strip him of his powers and save him. Good timing, Phoebe. And no other white lighters could have stepped in to help Piper? Cole goes to the source to ask him to reverse time since magic being exposed will hurt the demon side too. He agrees to do it on the condition that Phoebe stays in the underworld with them, but later reveals that he plans on detaining Cole and having Phoebe killed once time is reversed. So, we've established twice in this season that Cole's powers include time travel. So why doesn't he use it here to stop the girls from exposing magic? And forgetting all of that, why does the source help them if his goal is to get rid of the charmed ones anyway? One of them is dead. He's already won. And sure, he wants to reverse the exposure, but why does he bother with the ruse of helping them if he could just kill her and then reverse time anyway? It won't affect anyone in the underworld, so there's no reason to keep her alive. Anyway, time gets reversed and Prue and Piper get hurt, but this time no one is around to heal them, thus leaving things on a cliffhanger. By the way, whoever that doctor was supposed to save, guess they were fucked because this is never mentioned again. For all of this episode's faults, it was actually a good finale. And guess what? It was directed by Shannen Doherty. But unlike what they tried in Season 1, this was a good exploration of what could happen if magic were exposed to the world. The acting was top-notch, and it was a step in the right direction for the series. Despite all of my bitching here, I didn't hate this season. It was actually quite enjoyable despite its flaws. Unfortunately, a lot of bad things happened behind the scenes, and the show took a huge downward slide after this. But that's for the next episode. See you then. Welcome back to Manic Episodes, home of the Charmed reviews. It's Charmed up the butt, or something. Okay, this is Season 4, and right off the bat I gotta address the elephant in the room. Shannen Doherty has left the cast, making the whole power of 3 thing a little problematic. The only solid fact in the situation is that she was fired, and I've even seen that thrown into question. One interview said she was let go over the phone while filming something else, another article said she left due to personal issues in her own life. Given that she never gave them the right to use her likeness past that point, chances are there were some grudges held. And based on her past history and various interviews, it's a pretty good guess to say she really was fired. But as to the how and why, well, take your pick. The amount of rumors floating around about what happened behind the scenes could fill a very large, very contradictory book. The one that comes up the most is that Shannen Doherty and Alyssa Milano eventually couldn't stand each other. Milano then went to the producers and issued an ultimatum. It was either her or Doherty. Or Doherty herself issued the ultimatum. Or Holly Marie Combs. It depends on which source you read as to who said what when. There were also rumors of Doherty's jealousy over Milano's growing popularity, her dislike of the romance between Milano's character and her then-boyfriend Julian McMahon, or that she wasn't happy with Milano's supposed offset romance with Brian Krause. So what's the truth? I can definitively tell you that the answer is no one knows. I don't think even the actors know at this point. And honestly, their personal lives are none of my business, so I'll just sum it up like this. Shannen Doherty actually is a good actress, at least with the right material. Her character was likable, and she brought something extra to the role that I think would have been lost with another actor. There was something to be missed and charmed by losing her. And now that that whole business is out of the way, let's bitch some more about the show. As you might recall, the last season ended on a cliffhanger. Phoebe was stuck in the underworld because she got Cole to ask the source to turn back time and save Piper's life, only to have Piper and Prue thrown through a wall anyway by one of the source's minions. Before we get to what happens next, let me just ask some questions I didn't think of the last time around. First of all, what the hell was this potion Phoebe threw on Cole? An anti-evil spell potion? It's not really clear, but then again, it's not really clear if he's supposed to be under a spell at the time anyway. He seems of sound mind outside of strangling her. And I mean, come on, we've all been there. Secondly, the source doesn't have the power to time travel. The reason Cole went to him was so that he could ask Tempest to turn back time. Tempest was the one played by David Carradine, and I wasn't sure whether he was vanquished or not. I guess I can assume not. But then let me ask this. Why didn't Cole just go to him? Why is the Source the go-between? Everyone was pissing their pants and acting like talking to him was a suicide mission, so why go to him at all? Okay, so back to the present. It turns out Prue's biggest weakness was a wall. No one saw that coming. She dies off screen and is never seen in the show again. Thanks for 3 years of your lives, folks! As for Phoebe's pickle of being stuck in the underworld, don't worry about it. She managed to solve that one off screen. Seemed like that would have been a bigger deal. You'd almost miss the explanation if you weren't paying attention like me.
Of course, if you had foreseen that a white lighter was going to help Balthazar save his witch, they'd all be gone.
So, the Source didn't know about Leo? No one in the underworld checked? And what about Phoebe staying being part of the deal? Was the Source just going by the honor system? What was to stop Cole from teleporting them all out of there if that's all Leo had to do? Unless he had some Super Saiyan power he just pulled out of his butt off screen. And if the Source didn't know about Leo being underground with them, then what was to stop him from healing Piper and Prue in the present anyway? Or any other White Lighters? I guess the Source knew the Elders are dicks. But anyway, Prue's really dead this time around, since Leo only arrived in time to heal Piper. Whoops, typo in the obituary. Thanks for 3 years of nothing, Prue!
You're not allowed to see her, at least not for a while anyway. Because seeing Prue right now, speaking to her, keeps her alive for you, which keeps you from being able to move on with your life.
Why does death need to have finality, and why does anyone need to move on in this show? Gramps can't seem to stay in her grave long enough for them to mourn her. Want to talk to Mom? Sure, why not? We'll just give her a call. Wish her a happy Easter. But since Shannen, Doherty, and Charmed are never ever getting back together, this one's pretty final. Piper isn't handling it well, trying any spell she can to bring Prue back. She uses a spell to summon a lost witch, inadvertently summoning Paige Matthews. She shows up at Prue's funeral, and Phoebe sees a vision of her being attacked by the demon that killed Prue. They need the power of 3 to vanquish him, which is an issue seeing as how one of the 3 is dead and all. But for reasons I'll explain shortly, Paige reconstitutes the power of 3 and helps them banish him. I'm not sure if I adequately explained what the power of 3 is, but it's not just a cute little term for the show, it's actually a big honkin' deal here. The reason the sisters are so powerful is because there's 3 of them, and if they split up, they lose their powers or their destiny or whatever. Sisterhood was the heart of the show before they decided it was about what outfit Phoebe was gonna wear next. But anyhow, sometimes the only way to vanquish a demon is by using a power of 3 spell, it won't work otherwise. Which makes me wonder who wrote the power of 3 spells and how anyone knew about them before the sisters existed. It's not something that works with any group of witches, the power of 3 is a Charmed Ones thing. So what, before they came along, anyone who fought a demon that needed a power of 3 spell was screwed? I realize the Book of Shadows is a family heirloom, but how much did anyone really know about what was going to happen and what spells were needed? Was there reading material handed out? Because the sisters might want to take a peek at that. But anyway, yeah, the power of 3 is put back together because Paige is their long-lost half-sister. Da-da! It turns out their mom got pregnant by her White Lighter when she was having an affair with him, meaning Paige is half White Lighter, half witch. Good job with that one, Elders!
How does a White Lighter get somebody knocked up?
You and Leo have had sex several times now, Piper. Do you really need this explained to you? Their mother had the baby in secret, and Grams made her give it up. Good going, Grams.
Before you and Leo, Piper, it wasn't just forbidden. It was unthinkable for witches to be with White Lighters. I mean, let alone have children with them.
Yeah, Piper and Leo sure changed their views. All that unspeakable wrath talk just seems silly now.
You just thought Mommy got a little fat.
If it's enough to fool small children, it's certainly enough to fool omniscient celestial beings. Their mother proceeded to take Paige to a church and leave her with a nun because apparently there were no adoption agencies back then, and this was more cliched.
Your mother had only one request. That your name begin with a P.
Let go of the P motif, Mom. This is stupid! They explained that they never told anyone because they thought the girls would be denied their powers. By who? The Elders? They'd rather cock over the world and take away the Charmed Ones than have a White Lighter/human baby exist? And seeing as how their mother and grandmother bound their powers anyway, I guess they weren't that concerned. Plus, now that Prue is gone, that destiny is screwed without Paige, so it might be a good time to stop being so damn secretive about it.
And I thought my family was screwed up.
Nice one, Cole. Paige's heritage confuses me a bit. I know, imagine me confused by this show. White Lighters are made when someone with the potential to be one chooses to do so after they die. But if someone is born half White Lighter, half witch, they don't have a choice in it. And apparently the other White Lighters don't know anything about Paige, but later on they can send messages to her head to make her help charges. But for now, Paige doesn't know about any of this. She finds out about her birth parents and her powers, freaks out, and becomes evil. She's barely in the door and she's already gone evil. She truly is a charmed one. Apparently there's a 48-hour window wherein a new witch who hasn't chosen a side can be swayed to good or evil. So being evil isn't so much a personality trait as a career path, or what? And what about all those other times they've turned evil on the show?
Has to be her choice, but he can tempt her. If he gets her to use her powers for evil,
she becomes evil forever.
So it's not so much a choice as not a choice.
Who makes up these cockamamie rules?
The elders are dicks.
Anyway, you're half White Lighter, which means you're half pacifist. You may never develop the power to fight like Phoebe.
Pacifism is also genetic? I'm not sure if Charmed understands how these things usually work. Outside of being half pacifist, Paige gets all the powers White Lighters have, but on a smaller scale. Her charmed power is to teleport objects. As the season goes along, she has to learn how to use her powers, which makes sense since the other three started out pretty shaky too. But then how is she able to do all of this other magic stuff like her first day? Is it because she was evil at the time? Does evil automatically mean more powerful? Right off the bat, they do a body switch episode with her and Phoebe. This was way too soon to do it because at this point we know nothing about Paige, and frankly, neither did the writers. They gave her a thing about lollipops so the audience would have something to identify her with, and Alyssa Milano just did her annoying baby voice. It was a rough start. Paige came off a little bit airheaded and uneven at first, but eventually she developed into her own character. She spends much of the season learning how to be a witch and trying to step outside of Prue's shadow. She's not a replacement for Prue, and the audience learns that along with her. It's rough losing a main actress between seasons, and recovering from that is extremely difficult in a show like this. However, given what they had to work with, and Charm's usual method of dealing with problems, they didn't really do that bad. Paige's introduction made sense, they had an out from the end of last season, and they managed to create a new and likable character to round out the threesome. And this is coming from someone who didn't much care for Rose McGowan before watching this. The season may have its problems, but Paige was not one of them. Unfortunately, she's now related to Phoebe and Piper. They act like she pretty much has to move in with them, even interrupting her during sexy time to ask. And as soon as she does move in, they immediately start bitching about living with her. It's a lose-lose situation. She wants to keep her life stuff separate from magic, but the wicked twins won't have it.
I freaked out in the beginning too, but I didn't have a choice. And neither do you.
Yes, Phoebe is the best example of someone who puts magic before her personal life.
I need the power of 3. What? Now? Can it wait?
The charmed ones come first.
I don't understand where her sisters.
And the most important people in the universe. Paige has taken on Phoebe's previous role of having a new boyfriend all the time. She has at least 5 potential romances this season, none of which are terribly interesting, and ones which usually disappear or die.
How do you guys get over these things?
That's some real emotion over that golem guy or whatever. What a loss.
And they lived happily ever after. Yeah, right.
She's doomed to be forever alone, just like us. Ha 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 ha. Paige is usually doing the right thing, but occasionally she screws up, like the time she stole the book because she wanted to help some folks at work.
Are you coming?
To vanquish your sister. I think I'll sit this one out.
Wait, this is a vanquishable offense? The strongest episode of the season was about Paige's past. She used to get in trouble a lot, which left her feeling guilty over the night her adoptive parents died in a car accident. She has an opportunity to go back in time and figure out what happened, but she can't change the past. Despite her trying anyway, she can't escape fate, discovering that orbing out of the car is what saved her life. It's extremely sad and extremely well acted, and despite contradicting all the shit they changed in the past before, it was effective storytelling. But remember the cardinal rule, folks. If it sounds like a good idea, Charmed will find some way to make it stupid. So after all of that, the punch-to-the-gut ending, experiencing the worst day of her life all over again, Paige gets to see her parents' ghosts anyway. Don't worry about it, honey. Here's all the closure you need. And they can just become solid? Can all ghosts do that now? Her birth mother did it too. Oh yeah, she got to meet her as well. See? Dead people can visit you all the time. There's no need to grieve over anyone. The afterlife is pretty much the before life. Speaking of dead people who have overstayed their welcome, how does Grams keep changing her hair post-mortem? Here's what you'll learn about Grams as the show goes on. She's a pretty horrible person too. I think the mom is the only Halliwell to escape the curse of being a totally reprehensible human being. More examples to come later. Grams got married a total of 6 times, so she enchanted her ring to remind herself of everything she hated about marriage so she wouldn't make the mistake again. And by remind, I mean Phoebe puts it on and she becomes Tabitha from Bewitched, rendering her useless in the face of evil and unable to help herself. So how was this supposed to be helpful again? Hang on a second, what if someone else finds that? That can't be good to just throw out there.
We're never gonna find Paige without a little help.
So before that, she was standing there in invisible mode and not helping? Grams is a dick. They repeat the same thing they did last season by having a cop try to expose them. Again, not gonna use white light or memory dust or some other spell, nothing? They use white light or dust later in the season, don't get stingy on us now. No, of course, their solution is to teleport him somewhere else. The world is only San Francisco!
Timbuktu? You sent him to Timbuktu?
All right, well, it was the only thing I could think of that rhymed with undo.
Don't worry, I'll find him.
Then why did they send him away in the first place? Putting him in Timbuktu would be stupid, so instead they send him to the underworld? The hell? Eventually they solve this issue by saving his life. I can't understand why the underworld solution didn't work. Daryl has a bit more of a proactive role this season, and boy do I love Daryl. He spends much of his time covering for the Charmed Ones or getting annoyed by Cole, who wants to fight crime with him. Naturally.
It's bad enough I had to clean up after the sisters.
I'm just trying to fit in as a human here, but I got no ID, no job.
Does anybody ever say
I can't even go to the grocery store without getting arrested. It just sucks.
Now kiss.
I will not falsify evidence. I'm a cop.
Whatever, Daryl. You stick to the background until we run out of characters again.
I'm not angry. I am pissed off.
What else is new? Okay, but for real, Holly Marie Combs does a good job with the season opener. You really feel her grief over Prue, and I'm sure it's due in no small part to her real-life friendship with Shannen Doherty. But she is a good actress regardless, which makes it even more of a shame that this show sucks so much. So guess what? Piper gives up helping innocents again. It's this constant battle to get our heroes to actually help people in this show. I understand giving up in extreme circumstances, but they're so quick to put magic stuff aside for every little problem.
The faster we get rid of these demons, the faster we can get back to our everyday normal lives, or at least what is left of them.
Do demons run out somehow? Piper spends all season trying to have a baby with Leo and finds out she's pregnant at the end. Spoilers, but I don't really care. This was the obvious course for Piper to take due to her motherly nature.
I freaking love babies!
She argues with Leo over whether or not they should bind their child's powers. She wants to leave the powers unbound, and Leo doesn't. This completely goes against the fact that she's the one who wants to be normal the most, and seems to think this mostly because they want wacky baby shenanigans in the show, and she has to be right. Part of her reasoning is that she doesn't want the same thing that happened to her to happen to her child, but you know the easy solution to that? You tell the kid the truth. It's not unreasonable to wait until a kid is ready to give them access to powers, especially when Leo points out that as a half white lighter, half witch, their child will be doubly powerful. Wait, does this mean that Paige is doubly powerful? When? Does this ever come into play? Whatever. The point is, this child is going to have a lot of power to wield that it doesn't have the ability to comprehend yet. Letting it keep its powers would be like putting a toddler behind the wheel of a car and giving it keys because eventually they'll have to learn to drive. You don't have to lie to the kid and say that cars don't exist, they're just young and irresponsible at the moment. It's dangerous to themselves and others. They meet a kid who can start fires when he's angry, and he himself asks for his powers to be bound because it's too much responsibility.
Children shouldn't live in fear. They need to feel safe, to explore and learn and grow. I still think magic is a gift, but Grams gave us the greatest gift of all. A normal childhood. The gift of innocence.
Unlike the suckers we're gonna have, fuck 'em. They need their innocence crushed. I'm so glad I forget this episode's lesson later on.
Piper's just grossly irresponsible anyway. Her bloodthirst knows no bounds.
Piper, you could have just blown up a dozen innocent people.
I took a chance.
Okay, Piper, what
What? This is what white lighters are for.
Her quest for death may be fueled by the fact that she suffered it herself on so many occasions. She has the distinction of dying the most on the show, a whopping 9 times this whole series. And how come they can see ghosts when someone dies sometimes, but other times they don't? Oh, and by the way, Piper is also racist.
Half-breed.
Guess her kid's gonna have a fun childhood. She holds a bit of a grudge against Paige, though to be fair, she holds a grudge against a lot of people. She thinks that Paige is replacing Prue and doesn't like it when Leo takes her side, even when it concerns saving an innocent. She doesn't want to investigate potential evil because, I don't know, she's right and Paige is wrong and maybe there was something on TV that night. As it turns out, Paige was completely on the ball.
And nor will I doubt your instincts. Again.
Except all the time, and especially when it matters. Speaking of people Piper loves to abuse, let's talk about Leo. About 99.9% of his scenes go like this. He's either gonna check with the elders, or get beat up by someone, physically or emotionally. This is his lot in life, or the afterlife as they confusingly refer to it.
Leo, get me some fuzzy slippers. We're watching Oprah today. And don't give me any of that I have to save innocence crap.
Can you do that in public?
Leo, I will destroy you.
Leo, how is it possible for an angel to even get knocked out? I mean, you are, after all, technically dead.
3 years together and now you're asking these questions?
Well, it doesn't help by bringing it up and not answering it, does it? And does this mean Paige is half dead and half alive? Is Piper having trouble conceiving because they're trying to create a zombie child? Or is that more because her womb has become so tainted by evil it's become a barren wasteland purgatory? Well, I can't bring up the White Lighters without talking about what they've contradicted or changed this season, so let's go over the list. They've completely thrown out any consistency concerning healing at this point. I wasn't lying in the last review. He literally heals pipes and a neon sign this season.
Broken glass?
Broken glass, it needs healing.
Fuck that owl guy. Also, he can float again? I guess? He only uses it for housework, and not any time it would be actually useful.
So you have the ability to locate your charges, right?
Sometimes.
When the plot needs it. White Lighters can't heal themselves, but apparently they can heal other White Lighters. So when Leo is dying again, why don't the Elders send another White Lighter to help? They've got plenty of them. Leo's not just any White Lighter, he's in charge of the friggin' Charmed ones. You think you could spare one guy to help him out? The Elders are dicks. Orbing burns a lot of calories and makes White Lighters ravenously hungry. If you guessed this was for a one-off joke again, congratulations! You know the third thing the White Lighters are really good at. The first 2 things would be contradicting themselves and being assholes. And wait, if Leo needs to eat, does he need to shit too? Or does he just leave his waste behind when he orbs away?
Leo, don't leave your shit lying around the house.
It wasn't me, it was Paige.
Don't you fucking lie to me. I know the difference between all White Lighter and half White Lighter shits.
Leo gets his own exploratory episode, and we learn about his past before he was a White Lighter. He was a medic and ended up dying while trying to save more soldiers on the field, which also ended up getting his friends killed. It wasn't as strong as Paige's episode, but it was good to learn more about his history and round him out a bit more. It ends with him going to a veterans reunion, posing as his grandson, and being surrounded by folks treating him like a hero. Why are they acting like he was the one who saved the day? I mean, he did, but they don't know that. Kinda weird. A White Lighter's worst fear is losing their charge, so when this happens to Leo, he's so overwhelmed that he can't use his powers. First of all, losing his powers when things get emotional, not necessarily an asset for the job description. Secondly, they get people killed all the time and this is never an issue. Seriously, the amount of innocents they actually save dwindles with every season.
You can't dwell on the losses. You kind of have to harden your heart, protect your heart.
By making it a shriveled up black hole hardly resembling anything ever found in a human being.
If you're looking for Phoebe, she's not here. She's at a job interview.
Actually, I was looking for you.
Me? Why?
Nobody ever talks to me. I realize it sounds like I'm making this up, but this is honestly something that happens. Leo, under the guise that he's protecting her, watches Paige as she has sex. It is creepy as hell. What the fuck, dude?
You watch? What are you, like a peeping angel?
I didn't see anything.
Well, all right, just a little, but how else am I supposed to protect her?
Outside of being a freaky pervert, we also learn Leo can sword fight, because he's genetically a pacifist. Aw, dude, look at him totally drop this guy.
Well, here comes your personal trainer from hell.
Why the hell are you so happy? Are you hitting on Cole? He and Cole become an awesome buddy team this season. It's actually pretty endearing and sad at the same time. It's endearing because they work well together, sad because they're way more effective than our main protagonists. They totally team up in the underworld to fight the Source, and Cole almost kills him. The only reason he doesn't is because a minion jumps in the way. Meanwhile, that chicken shit Piper's ready to give up everything again because she couldn't go to a baby shower with some friends.
Saving an innocent's life is worth the risk. Entertaining friends is not.
And wait, I thought Leo wasn't allowed to orb with a demon. Maybe the elders really didn't want him to save Phoebe.
We can go now and be back before anybody notices.
Oh, they're gonna notice. And then they're gonna kill me.
That's not an idle threat with the Charmed Ones. That proves Leo's loyalty to Cole.
Well, the good news is that you won't have to deal with the Source anytime soon because Cole hurt him pretty bad.
Yeah, my buddy Cole, alright! Don't touch me, dude. Remember that rule about personal gain? They have no idea what it means or how to apply it, so neither does the audience most of the time. Paige uses a spell to clear up a friend's skin and get back at a dick at work, which causes her boobs to grow as a side effect. I know, But part of what she did was to help out a friend, which reminds me of the episode where Prue couldn't use magic to take out a known murderer. How is getting rid of a murderer considered personal gain? How is doing something for someone else considered personal gain? And if this is a no-no, why is an instant karma spell in the Book of Shadows?
Almost done.
This is taking too long. Can't you just use a little magic?
What about personal gain?
Well, just word the spell properly. Avoid it. You should know how to do it by now.
Oh, so it's just about the wording rather than the intent. Gotcha. That same episode, Paige gives up a promotion as personal gain because she inadvertently got it by helping a woman with magic. Phoebe, she uses magic to find out if she should get married or not, and this is considered not personal gain, even though it has everything to do with her and not anything else. So marriage doubts, not personal. Helping someone through magic, personal. It's rare that a show contradicts itself in the same episode. Also, who can scry and for what? They've said that only witches can scry, but we see established non-witches do it too. And what can be found at any given time is changed all willy-nilly. Nah, she's too new. No, it's too vague. Well, the signal's too faint. Can we take a moment to appreciate the spectacular effects of Charmed? Ah, it's beautiful. Sorry, Robert Englund. There was also a time they defeated an evil sorceress who was going to take over the world, and she just pouts at the end. Ah, nuts. This is the proper emotional response to this sort of situation. So, I need to talk about Phoebe's fashion in this show. Like, right now. Seriously, this is getting out of hand. Did you lose a sleeve there, Phoebe? In the pantaloons? Not sure if that was a good choice. Also, that is the sluttiest dress I've ever seen. I can barely look at it. And wait, why are Phoebe and Leo lounging together at a picnic?
There's a chameleon in the house.
A lizard? You're worried about a lizard?
You idiot! So anyway, before I get too far into Phoebe's story, I want you to remember this line.
You're not the demon who did those things anymore.
Just trust me on this one. Phoebe's motivation is pretty much herself, even more so than Piper. She insists on Cole going to Prue's funeral with her, even though demonic bounty hunters are after him again. Cole treats her dead sister with more respect, and she hated him.
He's not going to stop until he finds me, and I don't want that happening at Prue's funeral.
I need you there.
Thanks, Phoebe.
He probably came for Paige, but she doesn't stand a chance against him.
Leo, we don't stand a chance against him.
And we're more important, mainly me.
Gee, I wonder if this show wants to be Buffy. I see no similarities here. None at all. Nice stunt doubles, though. I guess they completely forgot about wanting to strip Cole of his powers after the end of last season. I could understand putting it off after Prue died, but it literally never occurs to them to do this until later in the season when the plot needs it. And especially since he's got demons after him again, they don't think taking his powers away and removing him from the radar would be beneficial?
You sure you don't want me to turn Balthazar loose on Cortez just for a minute or two?
I thought he was trying to suppress him. And now they're separate people? What happened to his human half draining him?
Probably just reeling from the fact that Cole killed people.
His human half had absolutely nothing to do with any of that. It was totally subjugated.
They realize genetics don't work this way, right? It's not like if someone's half black and half white, they can shift between races at will. Cole is extremely protective of Phoebe, taking care of demons and training her to defend herself against the Source. But Phoebe thinks he's losing his sense of fun, so when she switches bodies with Paige, Cole decides to be a creeper and trick her into thinking he's cheating on her. You know, fun!
We'll need some of your blood.
Right.
Knife.
Oh, come on, he's already got plenty of open wounds. He almost dies twice this season. He's not dying as much as the Charmed ones, but he's inherited their bad luck. When he gets stabbed, Leo heals him, which was against the rules last I checked, but they seem to have forgotten.
I can only heal his human half, and that wouldn't be enough power to save him.
Aren't I half white lighter? I mean, couldn't I use my half to offset his half?
What? And Cole was just sitting out there with a gut wound all day and nobody stopped to help? Also, how come Piper can freeze him now when she couldn't before? Because it's convenient now? Anyway, Cole proposes to Phoebe, which, of course, is a huge deal for Piper.
I don't think a witch is allowed to marry a demon. Honey, we can't have a demon in the family.
Only I can have a marriage that endangers us all. Don't be selfish, Phoebe.
So let me get this straight. Piper wants to marry an angel, and the elders are threatening unspeakable wrath. Phoebe wants to marry a half-demon who used to be one of the most evil, vile creatures who ever lived, and they got nothing to say about it? Man, the elders are such dicks. Eventually they do strip Cole's powers and turn him human, leaving him to try to sort out his identity. He gets a job as a lawyer again, which I had no idea you could do while being missing, presumably dead, and implicated in several murders. He ends up throwing a client around and getting himself fired. You know you can't do that as a lawyer even when you're evil, right? He feels he can't protect Phoebe without powers, so he goes out and gets a gun. That's too far, man! That might kill people, and the Charmed ones would never do that. You should have absolutely no way to protect yourself.
Come on.
Can you orb this to Daryl, please?
What, is Daryl the gun babysitter now? Phoebe shares the same concerns about protecting Cole. To help keep him safe, she thinks a protection potion might work.
But there's gotta be something that we can do. And by we, I mean you.
Almost had a moment where she wasn't thinking of herself. That was a close one. She has a vision of Cole dying, so she throws out telling him in favor of lying and getting him out of the house. Marriages are built on deceit. The Source has decided, after much pussyfooting around, that he will go after them, and he's completely different looking than he was before. He's a faceless guy in a cloak. I don't even know how you manage that. They sometimes forget to alter his voice, too. He went from a way deep voice to a nasally nerdy guy. We get the big reveal of his face, too. The head honcho, the boogeyman, the source of all evil. And it turns out he's just some patchy guy with a stupid half-beard and a melty face. Bit of a letdown.
What'd he look like?
A creepy half face. And his good side had tribal markings. A little bit like
Balthazar.
A little bit.
The likeness is uncanny. I just gotta say, the Source is lame. I took Balthazar more seriously than this. He keeps ruining his evil plans with stupid stuff. He would have gotten away with convincing Paige that evil was the right way to go if he hadn't been so obvious. Yeah, see, that right there, that's probably where you went wrong. Next time, Gadget. He wants to use the Hollow to get more power, which is one in a long string of dumb decisions. The Hollow is an ancient vapor that absorbs magic and possesses people. Someone can wield it for a short time, but eventually it'll take them over. It exists to absorb power and nothing else, and is said to be what ends all good and evil. The Source plans to use this to steal the Charmed One's powers and defeat them. Dude, have you met them? A used car salesman could steal their powers. It's not that hard. Surely there's several other options before picking the one thing that could destroy everything as we know it. However, his plans are foiled when the Seer, his evil minion person, foresees she and Cole being evil together. She convinces Cole to absorb the Hollow to save Phoebe, which allows them to destroy the Source, but also makes Cole the new one in the process. Yeah, apparently the other guy wasn't the original Source. It's more of a title than an actual, source. Which I think takes something away from claiming to be the source of all evil and all that. But oh well, now that the old Source is dead, they don't give a shit anyway. It's not as important as baby showers or nail polish or whatever. This is before they even find out that a new Source has cropped up and potentially what they were destined to do. Nothing? Just passes by like an old fart? Cole fights the Source powers as they take over him, but he isn't able to tell Phoebe about it because of the Source's pull. She doesn't notice he's walking around looking like a corpse. Maybe it's from hanging around that zombie Leo for too long. Phoebe, as usual doing something for her favorite person, summons an old and young version of herself to determine if she should marry Cole or not. Her young self apparently doesn't remember any of this because they assume Grams will wipe her memory when she goes back. So much for not changing the past. Phoebe hates her old self, by the way, which must be terribly confusing for someone as self-involved as she is. Old Phoebe regrets not marrying Cole and chooses to save him this time, but she gets killed before telling anyone about the Source. Whoops! Well, at least she disappears afterwards. That makes old lady corpse cleanup easy. So dead old lady equals the wedding is on. And holy shit, Phoebe's wedding is huge. Piper just had to marry in the house like some peasant. Come on, Phoebe, you're not that popular. Who all is gonna come anyway? Even Mom isn't gonna show up for this one.
No magic, no ghosts. Do you guys understand that? I just want tomorrow to be nice and normal.
Ah, so she just barred her dead relatives from the wedding. Cole's being just as bad, but to be fair, he's also taken over by the source of all evil at this point.
I have something for my groomsmen. Two fine gentlemen I chose to stand by me on the most important day of my life. Because, well, they're the only ones I know.
Wow, you have to admire his honesty.
Let it go, Leo. So really, Daryl and Leo were the only dudes he knew? That's just sad. I hate you all.
Don't golf.
Hey, I'll take them.
Well, they got my name on it.
So?
Even their dad doesn't respect Leo. He just steals his stuff right in front of him.
Shut up, Leo.
Okay. So despite, or perhaps because of, being the source, Cole still loves Phoebe. The seer says they'll have a powerful child together, but he'll choose the side of good unless Phoebe is taken to the dark side. So Cole's plan is to ruin the wedding so he can marry her in the dark way. Yes, seriously. He does this by giving her zits and enchanting her wedding dress to the wrong size, which would be really annoying to most people, but, as he predicted, infuriates the great Phoebe one.
You'd better take care of this mess.
There's gotta be something about this in the Book of Shadows.
Not the demon. My wedding dress.
Holy shit, priorities, dude. Oh, and Coolio is in this. Yep. It's not really that interesting. They catch wise to the fact that Cole is evil now, so he pretends that he was the seer in disguise the whole time, which totally works. Oh hey, there just happens to be a chapel in this cemetery. Let's get married here. The weird priest in the cloak, the bleeding, nothing is suspicious here. Everyone is a total idiot except Paige. She's the only one who seems aware that something is off with Cole, but nobody believes her and they ignore obvious things. I think they just don't want to piss off Phoebe, honestly, and rightly so. Believe me when I say this. Phoebe becomes the most selfish character in the history of television, perhaps even the world. I absolutely loathe her to her very core, and I honestly wanted to strangle her every time I saw her on screen. I warn you, if you have any sort of humanity in you, do not watch Charmed past mid-season 4, or you will want to punch something innocent and potentially an endangered species. Got that? Okay, good. The Charmed ones save a woman who works for an advice column, and Phoebe ghostwrites an article for her. The article was so good, the woman quits her job and says Phoebe could even be hired by her boss. Then Phoebe just acts like she automatically has the job, even though this boss hasn't made any such offer. Oh hey, she got the job. Guess that stupid assumption was right. From here on out, Phoebe spends her time almost exclusively complaining that she has work to do or blaming Cole for stuff. It is as repetitive as it is infuriating.
Could everybody please be quiet?
Then why the hell are you sitting in the middle of the kitchen? Take your fucking laptop into your room, bitch! She ends up getting an apartment with Cole so she can have more me time. Come on, she and Piper were forcing Paige to move in with them so they could use the power of 3. When Piper points out that she and Leo didn't move out when they wanted to, Phoebe says, well, you know, they aren't normal. And you are? Oh, but it's different because it's Phoebe. I will now present to you examples of her being a selfish, awful person.
We just saw a ghost. That's what.
This is great. This is exactly what I need today.
The real world better start showing me some respect, otherwise I'm gonna stop saving it every week.
Oh, honey, are you still on that last Will and Testament kick? I gotta tell you, it's very, very morbid.
What happened?
Where have you been?
I left slutting it up at the office party for this.
Am I the world's biggest bitch or what?
Why is a fury at Cole's evil merger meeting? Furies were supposed to target evildoers. That was the whole point of using them as bait earlier in the season. Whatever. Phoebe finds out she's pregnant. Of course she'd steal that away from Piper. Everyone knows Piper wanted an evil baby first. Phoebe discovers Cole as the new source through a vision, just as a wizard, played by Armin Shimmerman, shows up to steal his powers. Yeah, not a guy witch, a wizard, because of reasons. Cole is ready to give up his source powers to save himself and Phoebe vanquishes the wizard and chooses to be evil with Cole. I repeat, Phoebe, not under any magical influence, chose to be evil where someone possessed by the source of all evil did not. This one incident, and everything that follows it, is the most rage-inducing thing they ever did on this show. You want to find a way to be pissed off real quick? Watch this storyline. I shit you not. It makes you root for the source of all evil because he seems nice in comparison. I don't care what anyone says, Phoebe is so much worse than Cole in this situation. I could rant all day over this one. Now Phoebe goes full-blown evil as the queen of the underworld. She's partially influenced by a potion given to her by the seer, but let me remind you all that the original choice was hers. So now, she and Cole rule the underworld from their apartment. Of course. And Phoebe keeps her job as an advice columnist. Of course. Even when she's evil, she's annoying as shit. She keeps interrupting Cole's meetings and killing minions, complaining that he isn't spending enough time with her. Yeesh, I would not want to spend a lifetime with that woman. Oh, what the hell, now she's evil Pocahontas? And Piper's ready to vanquish her, holy shit! Phoebe decides to team up with Piper and Paige to save an innocent. You might think this is because she's still good, but she wants to keep her status as queen of the underworld and save innocents at the same time. She wants to try it both ways, if you will. That's not how that works, Phoebe. Well, since she can't have her minions and eat it too, she decides the better one for her image is being on the side of good. So, after becoming the queen of the underworld and trying to redeem herself, she decides the only solution for Cole is to vanquish him. They don't try to get rid of the source powers or anything, just vanquish him. Yes, there was no way to save him. It's not like he's taken over by evil influences outside of his control. You tried your very best.
Thanks to you, we vanquished the source and gave Cole peace.
What? This is peace to you? Now Phoebe's gotta deal with baby mama problems in the cleverly titled Womb Raider. I would just like to inform you that that's also a porn title. I guess since this is Charmed, it doesn't make much of a difference. So the baby is doing evil things from the womb, like making Phoebe shoot fire or pretend to care about someone other than herself.
Bitch!
Poor Daryl, he just goes about his life and all this weird shit happens around him. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Womb Raider adds to the bizarre tradition of ending the season arc before the season finale, so I hope you're ready for this mind-blowing conclusion. The seer takes the baby into herself and says it was never Phoebe or Cole's, it was hers all along. Mwah! Then why does it have source powers? And why did the seer need Phoebe or Cole if she could apparently just asexually reproduce? Did she need Phoebe to carry it? Because she took it back, so why the middleman? They destroy her and the baby, thus ending that potential complication without any of the guilt of losing a child. Makes it easy! By the way, what the hell, Charmed? This seems like either a hasty rewrite or a horrible oversight on their part. Phoebe has absolutely no remorse over losing her child, and this is after the episode began with a dream sequence foretelling this exact thing happening. Except in the dream sequence, Phoebe is freaking out because someone stole her baby, but now that the baby was revealed to have been a seer baby or whatever, nothing? No twinge of guilt or loss over this? Look at how the Cole thing ended. She cried more over him dying than losing the baby, and she treats Cole like a piece of shit. How much would it have sucked for that baby if it had actually been born? I'm not advocating infanticide, but I'm just saying the options really sucked. In the actual season finale, the girls meet the Angel of Destiny. He gives them the choice to become normal women because they fulfilled their destiny by destroying the source. But a new one can be anointed anyway, so how is that?
Truth be told, some of us didn't think we'd ever achieve it at all, but that's really beside the point.
Cole contacts Phoebe from the afterlife through the TV, and she gets annoyed that she won't be able to move on with him asking for help. Yes, you got to continue your life with no consequences to becoming the queen of all evil because you didn't want to ditch your husband. He gets an eternity in hell despite trying everything he could to save himself from being taken over and having it ruined by you. Your hardships are harder than most, Phoebe. She meets him on an astral plane for closure, which is some sort of Tremors land where graboids take souls to hell or something. The source is now gone because it was devoured, and now Cole's soul is stuck there. He says Phoebe did the right thing vanquishing him to get rid of the source and asks for her help, but she tries to convince him to move on because, I don't know, rescuing him would be hard and make her feel bad. Lady, if he moves on, he goes to hell. Why would he want that? Despite turning him down when he asks her to resurrect him with the grimoire, the evil book of shadows or whatever, he still tries to save her from being eaten. He's still trying, and she's done everything terrible in the world to him, and she won't be bothered to even try getting him out because, I don't know, oh, she's so emotional, just get over it, Cole, you're only going to hell. She goes back and decides to take the Angel of Destiny's offer, but before that, she wants to go to Cole and help him move on.
I owe him more than that.
An express ticket to hell.
And she breaks up with him, of course, just to add a little bit more salt to that huge gaping wound.
Love wasn't enough.
You both done fucked up! He just happens to be the one who got vanquished! By the way, she and Piper were totally gonna make that deal without Paige's consent. What bitches! Eventually, they decide to back out on the deal and help people. Not Cole though, fuck that guy. And save a girl from an evil Bruce Campbell. Yeah, Bruce Campbell's in this, and he's completely wasted. Shocking. He plays an FBI agent who wants to kill witches, and he tries to shoot Phoebe, but Cole shows up and makes him shoot himself. Whatever. So Cole escaped by absorbing powers from all the demons getting pulled into the wasteland. He says he won't give up on Phoebe, and we'll leave it at that for now.
Well, it looks like we got away with everything so far.
Thanks to Selena testifying for us.
What about how Agent Jackman died?
They're stumped. They can't figure out how he shot himself from 20 feet away.
Yeah, that'd probably mean someone else shot him and make you a suspect, wouldn't it? So, this is not the worst season the show ever did, but it's certainly the one that pisses me off the most. It started off so well, and then it fell apart into this awful, awful mess. And it didn't have anything to do with Shannen Doherty leaving the show. All of Charm's major problems come from what they do with Phoebe's character. They didn't have to go in this direction. And believe me, there's no redeeming the show past this point. If it seemed like I was being nice at all, I promise it won't be happening nearly as much in the coming videos. Shannen Doherty may not have left the show willingly, but she certainly got out at the right time. This series is a mess, and it's about to get messier. I'll never get— Welcome to another installment of Manic Episodes. Charmed is only halfway done. Holy shit. Hard as it is to believe, Charmed is split down the middle in terms of quality. It's all bad, sure, but Season 5 onward throws all effort previously seen out the window. Starting with this season, there's a huge tonal shift, and the reason for this is twofold. One is the absence of Constance M. Burge. Burge was the show's creator and shared executive producer duties with Brad Kern and Aaron Spelling. For Season 3, Kern wanted to give Phoebe a love interest that started evil and became good, but Burge wanted more focus on the sister element of the show. Burge opted to give control to Kern and stayed on as executive consultant until the end of Season 4. Her focus was solely on the characters' sisterly ties. Kern's focus was on what sexy outfits they could fit into. I'm sure you can guess in what direction the show went. The second reason for the huge shift this season is that from now on, Alyssa Milano and Holly Marie Combs are producers. Oh goodness gracious, somebody help me. If you predicted that this show became a shameless ego fest devoid of any and all intelligent thought, congratulations, you have completed a great game. My only solace for you is that you're only watching the recaps. Heaven help you if you actually watch the show. No one but fellow Charmed viewers can truly know the experience. From here on out, Phoebe and Piper are like the most perfect women who do everything right, despite being the most horrible people in the universe. You might think I'm exaggerating, but at no point do these characters get held responsible for the worst shit they do. It's always someone else who has to apologize or make up for it. They refuse to make Phoebe or Piper look bad. Not really, but in the process, it makes them look like cold, heartless she-demons. Any character flaws are half-assed or inconsistent, meant to serve only one episode's plot, or used as flaws in one episode, but contradicted and excused the next. But come on, they're so cool, they can do whatever they want. Charm power or whatever. Now, when Paige exists, I guess. Even their cat is the best thing ever. They couldn't have some shit cat or something. Yeah, I didn't mention their cat Kit. She showed up for the first 2 seasons, and then got relegated to crappy stock green screen shots because they didn't have the animal anymore. It was really obvious, so they just stopped mentioning her. Well, this season they decide to actually explain it, because that's the one plot thread they couldn't leave hanging. It turns out their cat was their familiar, meant to guide and protect them, and because she was so good at it, she became one of the super special familiars that was rewarded by the elders with becoming human to teach other familiars. Wait, so the elders can turn cats into people, but they couldn't help dying owl guy? The elders are dicks. The cat episode is just an excuse for a clip show anyway. Aw, they decided to show the bloody chunklet Leo scene? Yes, Charmed, that was one of the shining examples of the show. Also Emo Sylar.
She was engaged to a warlock. Dan was a warlock. Oh no, before Dan. Way before Dan.
How dare you reference neighbor Dan? You know he's been banished to the nether realm of forgotten plot devices. Why did they need a familiar anyway? Aren't the White Lighters supposed to guide and protect them? Or what about Grandma McDeddington? How much help did they actually need? Wait, don't answer that. Speaking of Grams, remember when I told you she's a pretty horrible person too? It turns out Grandma is a great big man-hater. Down with the penis! This comes to light in the episode Necromancing the Stone, where she reveals she used to date a predictably misused guest star who apparently needed the money. No, don't make out with Grams. But the big takeaway from the episode is Graham's complete intolerance of men as a whole, which comes suddenly, hilariously, out of nowhere.
I bet you have plenty of boyfriends, right? No, they'd be better off with a dog. More loyal and they die sooner.
Now you know why we don't summon her more often.
She spends the whole episode baby-hating because Piper ended up having a boy. She refuses to even hold him at one point, like the baby is tainted by an evil testicle demon.
You're fated to become whatever role your gender assigns you.
Of course, she gets over it by the end of the episode, but that doesn't mean I'm letting this one go, Charmed. There's plenty of stupid grandma ghost stuff this season, most notably when they just decided to bring her back to life for a filler episode. Yeah, really. Piper wants advice on being a mom, so they just bring back Grandma and have her take part in fairy tale hijinks. Why bring her back to life? So she can be eaten alive by a wolf, of course. 3 main characters die in this episode, and it's only filler. They treat it just as lightly as I do, all except for Brian Krause, who seems to be the only one on give-a-shit mode this week. I cannot emphasize enough how little weight death has in this series, though seeing Piper getting eaten does bring me some satisfaction.
I don't stay dead long.
Good point.
Get the hell out of here, Grams. Don't you have some afterlife to get to? By the way, she can apparently become corporeal anytime she wants after this, because it's easier than doing an effect.
How'd you know I quit my job? How'd you know I even had a job?
Oh, I peek. I mean, you know, sometimes. Oh, but never during a private moment.
That's Leo's job. Grams has trouble getting close to Paige because Paige doesn't know her due to her being dead and all. Oh yeah, and because she didn't grow up with her birth family because her mother had her in secret and gave her up for adoption, missing out on years of heritage and only discovering her powers and her family because of incredible tragedy. And who made her mom do that again?
See, you thought you needed me, but I was only here to remind you that you don't.
So that whole resurrection of the dead was completely pointless. Say hi to Prue, yo! Paige seems to have taken on Phoebe's old role of going through boyfriends like it's going out of style. So I guess she's taken on Phoebe's current role as well. She remains one of the few likable members of the Halliwell clan, though that doesn't mean she doesn't have her own flaws and inconsistencies. For instance, in the previously mentioned Grandma Gets Eaten episode, Paige says that fairy tales are silly, even though she was obsessed with one last season when they fought her evil sorceress ancestor. They even acknowledge this, meaning they're aware of the inconsistency, but choose not to care. And check out this dumbassery.
See, this is why I don't want to talk to you about this. It's weird talking to a pregnant lady about sex anyway.
Well, Paige, how do you think I got pregnant?
I don't want to know that either.
What is it with these people not knowing how pregnancy works?
How does a white lighter get somebody knocked up?
Paige is not above torture either, which wasn't treated with near enough seriousness, all things considered. Piper was probably just worried about the carpet or something anyway.
We need to teach your also half-witch baby the joys of maiming and killing demons.
This episode, Paige isn't focusing on the innocents, which is shockingly treated as a bad thing. This only counts if Paige does it, apparently.
Well, let's just cast a spell to help her deal with what she's been through today.
Call me crazy, but somehow I don't think witchcraft is the solution here.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Why is Paige, the half-pacifist, unable to figure out the simple concept of empathy? And how the hell did Piper, spawn of Satan, figure it out? And what happened to she's half-pacifist so she might not get an active power to fight? Now that I think about it, how is her orbing power inactive anyway? She uses it to fight all the time. But I can see how she got confused, thinking that being a witch doesn't have to do with saving innocents. She learned from the Terror Twins, after all. The difference between Paige's lack of empathy and Phoebe and Piper is that she actually changes from the experience and refocuses her attention. She learns in one episode what the others failed to do in 8 seasons. It seems like she's the only one who gets relevant and meaningful episodes. She has a share of stupid ones too, but it always feels like they put more thought into her character than anyone else. Maybe it's because she isn't a producer, so they don't focus on how awesome she is all the time. Now, she does fall prey to the same dumb charmed curse, trust me, but the advantage to her taking a back seat to the other 2 bags of hot air is that she usually only comes to the forefront when there's a good purpose for her. Usually. Don't think I'm giving Charmed that much credit. This is a work outfit. Even dry, I question this. Paige quits her job so she won't split her focus between helping innocents and doing work. Compare this to Phoebe, who won't shut the fuck up about her column. Meanwhile, Piper is complaining about Paige focusing on magic more than being a sister. Can you see the difference here?
And I'm a demon fighter, and I can't tell anyone about it, so I basically just come off as this big, dumb, fat, unemployed loser.
That's the spirit. She complains a lot after this about having no life, so why did she quit her job again? She gets to make up with her birth father, a connection that's handled a lot better than her bond with Grandma McMahon-hater. I talked a bit about Paige's dad, Sam, in the Season 2 retrospective, because the Charmed Ones met him to vanquish the demon that killed their mother. What I didn't mention is that, by the end, Sam was dead as shit, becomes a Star Wars ghost and everything, walking into the distance to finally be at peace with the woman he loves. Well, the elders said fuck that noise. They resurrected his ass against his will and made him a White Lighter again. The elders are colossal dicks. And what happened to becoming a White Lighter being that person's choice? Or their ability to clip their wings if they choose? Sam spends the whole episode drunk and in hiding because he doesn't want to be a White Lighter anymore. He was happy being dead. There's no point to this. The elders are just being cruel. Understandably, he's also pissed at them for making him give up his daughter, but Leo and Piper try to convince him he did the right thing. Yes, Leo and Piper, who are having a White Lighter / witch child themselves, think that he did the right thing.
You and Mom did that to protect Paige.
Yeah. From the elders?
Hey, they may not be on my Christmas list, but that doesn't mean they don't usually have a good reason for doing the things that they do.
Yeah, like making sure you and Leo won't distract each other, or not helping in any useful way in any situation. Didn't we learn that White Lighter abilities are tied to the person's emotions when Leo lost his powers before? I guess this doesn't count in Sam's case. He stuck with his powers like a bad case of herpes. By the way, can we just talk about the lazy White Lighter effect they do? Whenever they orb out of a scene, it's cut off where the screen ends. They don't ever fix this. Like, nobody noticed it makes it look like they don't exist past the screen. I mean, unless he was just a floating head the whole time. Since I've brought up the White Lighters, you know what time it is, folks. Let's go down the inconsistency list this season.
Well, I'm your White Lighter. I've been watching you ever since you were a baby.
What? Did he imprint on her or something? Is he like Jacob Black now? And what about other White Lighters who are just assigned to their charges when they need to help them? The White Lighters hear the voices of all their charges simultaneously in their heads and speak whatever language their charge speaks, since apparently, yes, the clicky thing is the White Lighter language. Never mind the fact White Lighters are human before they become White Lighters. Elders can see the future, which means they know what's going to happen, but still choose to do nothing about it as protectors and guides. This doesn't help them later on when they get practically annihilated, so good job seeing that one coming. There is also a White Lighter manual. Wait, what? Can you explain more, show? Why don't they read it now then? No? Never brought up again? Is it just made up of one page that says, choose the worst option? During one episode, an elder comes to their house when he's ready to pass his powers on to another elder so they can protect him. They have to protect him? What the hell is the point of you people? Aren't the elders supposed to be more powerful? And he can retire, but Sam can't quit? What a bunch of douchebags! The Whitelighters pretty much hate the Charmed Ones. Aren't they supposed to be pacifists or something?
You know, just because you're an angel doesn't mean you can't kick some ass now and again.
So are they saying Leo is just a weenie even to other angels? Check out the stupid velvet robes they get this season. It looks like they picked them up at a Spirit Halloween store. They somehow made the show look even cheaper. The elders, all-knowing, all-seeing, all-costume. Take them seriously, guys.
Isn't that against the rules?
I'm retiring, what do I care?
So the rules are more like guidelines, and the guidelines are more like zigzags and squigglies.
Didn't they ask you not to do that?
Yeah, but screw 'em.
Leo gets paternity leave later in the season, and they say that his other charges will have new Whitelighters temporarily reassigned to them. So the elders can send other people to help, they just won't. The elders are a bag of dicks. Leo is less infuriating than most characters, and more hilariously misused. He and Piper are at risk of losing the club later on because they can't fix the plumbing. We saw you healing a pipe last season, Leo. Last season. And you started out as a handyman. You had one job. He may have been hanging around the elders too long. It seems like they're rubbing off on him.
How do we know if we heal him he's not going to try and kill you guys again?
So he was just gonna let a little kid die? Oh, and this child was a future elder. Good one, Leo. So the kid just inherited the elder powers. I thought people became Whitelighters after they died, unless they were born into it. And again, isn't it supposed to be their choice? Anyway, Leo once again continues his role of being resident punching bag and Titanic dork.
What? You have a crush on the new boss?
Let's gossip about it, Phoebe! They also disturbingly decided to continue the oddly specific trend of Leo caring way too much about when Paige has sex.
Where did you orb in from?
He's dealing with some personal problems.
Well, I'm your Whitelighter, so if you ever want to talk.
No!
Seriously, just let it go, Leo. So anyway, Paige, how's your sex life?
Okay, give me that.
No! Run!
Hee, I'm taking these nudie pics back to heaven. As I sifted through the seemingly interminable amounts of footage to write this review, I found that there was actually a staggering amount of Leo abuse going on this season. I dedicated like half a page of notes to this. I really can't add anything that isn't already obvious by the clips, so I will now present to you the culmination of my efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Leo abuse reel.
Try saying this. It always works for Leo. Your power comes from your emotions.
Or what about this?
Trust. The power of 3.
Or how about this one? I'm gonna go check with the elders.
Are you kidding? How many times has Piper blown up Leo?
She's blown him up, literally?
Yeah, but you know Piper. She didn't mean anything by it.
Magic has disappeared from the world, and Phoebe and Paige went to have a summit meeting with evil so they can fix it. See? Nothing to worry about.
I am not gonna get upset about this. I'm just gonna blow you to pieces.
See, I tried to tell you.
Now I'm supposed to rhyme?
Yeah, no rest for the whiny.
We hearken ye.
We hearken ye? What are we, trying to summon a leprechaun here?
I told you I wasn't very good at this.
Do you actually think he checks with the elders?
No, he probably just orbs to a sports bar and buys his buddies rounds of drinks.
Yeah, my wife thinks I'm up there. Here's to the elders.
Like that painting. I hung it on the wall because I was afraid to tell Leo that it was ugly, but now...
You know, the witch who says she's not scared in battle is a liar. The real witch is the one who fights.
Honey.
Yeah.
Zip it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Are you all right?
Been orbiting long, have we?
I'm tired of you mocking me, especially in front of our friends.
Oh, I resent that. I don't mock you.
You always mock me.
Don't do that. Paige, I don't want to chat. I got problems here. Jeez, you're like my husband with boobs. Ha! That is a vanquish.
Damn it, Paige. I would appreciate it if you didn't practice on me. I may be dead, but it still hurts.
You may need to sit down for this, but Leo and Piper eventually see a marriage counselor. Before you actually die of shock, you should know that this was purely so they could frame it around a clip show, and not because it would make sense in the narrative. Earlier in the season, Piper is doing what she always does, and complaining that Leo is too focused on work and not on her. She insists that he doesn't understand what it's like to be home and pregnant, and a hollow shell carved out and filled with all of the wickedness in the universe. What is her proposed solution here? Leo stops saving lives?
Oh, is that what you think? Because I'm self-healing now that you don't need to be around? Well, I understand that your charges are more important than your family.
Their unborn child switches their jobs and gives Leo pregnancy symptoms so they can learn to understand each other, an experience which ends with them both apologizing and learning exactly nothing, because they continue the same stuff immediately afterwards. Here's a clip from 5 episodes later.
Oh, finally, I was afraid that the elders drummed up one of their last-minute it can't wait assignments. Can it wait?
Leo gets his paternity leave to spend more time with his family, and as soon as this marriage counselor thing comes up, Piper accuses him of being codependent. What do you want, woman?
Why can't you be around all the time to hear me bitch, Leo? Leo, it's like you never leave me alone.
Poor Leo. They pull this pregnancy shit with him twice. They actually make him pregnant the second time around. And look, I'm not saying it's easy to have a child or to raise a family, but they never give Leo enough credit for the amazing amount of work he does. He comes home from saving charges all day to Piper's shrill, nagging voice and still fixes the house afterwards. And really, Leo is the only reason they're alive. He's their favorite deus ex machina. He heals them from near death like every episode, gets information from the elders, and orbs people wherever they want to go. They literally do not know what to do without him.
You really are helpless without him.
How are these women the most powerful witches in the universe? How? Their solution is no solution, all the time.
Oh, you mean marrying Leo? Yes, I know you elders were dead set against that.
Not all of us. Some of us foresaw the special baby you'd be carrying.
Oh, so that's why they threatened unspeakable wrath, the likes of which they could never imagine. They just really hate babies. That, or they knew what spawn of evil would spring forth from Piper. Leo wants Piper to be careful during the pregnancy, especially since her mother died so young. Apparently pregnancy makes you criminally insane?
Shut up, Leo. You don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna cast a bravery spell so I can be reckless.
Electrocution is great for babies, isn't it? So is impalement and large intakes of water in the lungs. Piper Halliwell, Mother of the Year! Her mom appears in the water to save her, which is just a rehash of what they did with Prue in season 1. I get that Piper is supposed to be accepting that her fate won't be like her mother, and I do appreciate the attempt at character development, but you could at least not recycle your own ideas, guys. Piper wants to give birth at a hospital, but Leo, Phoebe, and Paige want her to give birth at home. So they just make the decision for her. Anytime she brings it up, they sort of laugh it off like a running sitcom joke or something.
She's also going to teach us how to be your midwives.
Midwives? No.
Your body, your choice, our asses.
They won't let her see a normal doctor, actually endangering her in the process. Because she never saw a doctor, they didn't catch her high blood pressure, which could hurt her or the unborn child. Piper, you so silly. So their dad has a new wife who turns out to be evil and tries to steal Piper's baby. Hey, it's a Charlie's Angel! The show's bread and butter is actors known for much better things, but desperate for a paycheck. She gets swiftly taken care of.
I'm sorry about your demon wife.
Oh, hush, don't think about that.
And it's never addressed again. Thanks, Dad, we won't need you for another season. Piper gives birth to a baby boy and not a girl, like in the future episode from season 2. The only downside to this is that he's still part of the Halliwell family. They name the baby Wyatt after Leo's last name and make this whole big deal about breaking the P name tradition. Yeah, what was the little girl's name in the possible future? Melinda. Yeah, real P name there.
Yeah, well, Prudence Melinda might get him in trouble at school, too.
I'm thinking that's probably true, although he could just zap him onto a roof like Harry Potter would or something.
Yeah, that's what Harry Potter would do. Phoebe then wants to name the kid Potter. No. Oh, he's got the charm doohickey on his blanket. Real fucking cute, guys. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is the most powerful baby in the universe! Seriously, he makes Piper invincible when she's pregnant with him, except for that one time she was electrocuted, impaled, and drowned, but other than that, she's indestructible. When Grams rose from the dead to fight off fairy tale creatures, that was totally the baby's doing. What? The baby can raise the dead from the womb? Why are you all being so casual? This is actually a big deal! Someone talk about this, please! I feel like I'm going insane here!
It's okay. He's got that invincibility thing going on. Hey, do you think that's permanent or is that like a baby teeth thing?
Yeah, that makes sense. He'll outgrow his invincibility. The baby has a few other abilities alongside that, including a force field, the power switching thing, and whatever is convenient to the plot. He's basically got the powers of a god, is what I'm saying. Good thing Piper decided to give him the gift of a normal childhood and bind his powers. Oh wait!
I think my baby is trying to turn me into some kind of pacifist.
Huh. What does Leo say about this?
Well, mostly Leo says, "Sorry, honey, I gotta go."
Stupid Leo, focusing on helping innocents instead of preventing me from becoming a pacifist. Doesn't he know this is the worst thing that could ever happen to me?
Because they have the most powerful baby to ever shit his diapers, all the demons want to steal him. Again, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be because he's half white lighter / half witch, but if it is, they all better watch out for Paige, that's all I'm saying. As soon as Wyatt is born, we're introduced to the cleverly named Crone, a demonic seer who wants the baby's powers. So the seer was just like the best seer in the world? Why does she get the seer name? And if there's another seer or crone, are they just shit out of names? Are these their birth names or like nicknames they earned with their street cred? The crone shows up a whopping 2 episodes and gets vanquished. 2 episodes. What a heart-stopping plot. Witch babies apparently have a thing called the Wickening. Is that like the quickening? Are the charmed ones gonna turn out to be aliens? This ritual involves Ghost Grandma summoning the spirits of their ancestors to bless the baby. Except Prue, likeness rights! Piper remembers a demon attacking her as a child and Grams vanquishing it. So why did they not know about magic before season 1? The more they reveal about their past, the less sense it makes. And while we're talking about Piper again, let's not forget that she is the embodiment of every foul thing that ever crawled from the Black Pit. Let's look at some examples.
Maybe Phoebe's right. Maybe we just throw the mermaid back into the ocean and we keep the manor hag-free zone.
Why'd you do that? We need to find out who he was working for.
Oh, there's more where he came from. Besides, we're saving dreams. I don't want a lot of cranky women at my baby shower.
And I think that's the gypsy custom, to send their people off into the next life with things they might need.
Okay, well, I need a cracker in this lifetime. Would it be bad if I grabbed that box of saltines?
She's seriously gonna steal crackers from a dead woman? Seriously? You're not even hiding it now, Charmed. In what's sure to become a running segment, let's go over the terrible Phoebe fashion of this season. In no particular order. Number 1, fishnet work shirt. Number 2, slutty club outfit. Number 3, Renaissance-y combo. Number 4, typing gloves. Number 5, flamenco shirt / hip wrap combo with detached sleeves. Number 6, furry sleeve nightmare sweater. Number 7, Phoebe's collection of ever-lowering pants. And number 8, the mother of them all, the Cinderella outfit. Holy shit. It's like every piece of clothing in the Goodwill collided in some sort of freak accident and then shat out this abomination. It's a Frankenstein of every horrible thing you could put in a dress. I can't look at this and find any reason why it found its way on screen. Anything at all.
You look fabulous.
Liar! I gotta talk about Phoebe, don't I? Fuck. Well, this is gonna take a while. Get your bathroom breaks in now. So Phoebe is like super famous now with her advice column, Ask Phoebe. Apparently this is a big deal to people because she writes the best advice in the world and she's the perfect human being. How does she handle being so pretty and talented, intuitive and clever, and somebody kill me now? Someone tell me, in what world you get interviews, billboards, assistants, potential national syndication, and a radio show, all for shitting out stock love advice like, go with your heart. Here, have a Columnist of the Year award while you're at it. I'm not sure if we get how great Phoebe is yet. If the show beat us over the head anymore about how fabulous she is, I'd have brain damage. Actually, I sat through Charmed. If I didn't have any brain damage then, I certainly do now. By the way, it's awesome for someone who fights evil to be famous. It makes it really hard for demons to find you. No, run away! It's a trick! This way only leads to darkness!
Yeah, well, I don't care if the South thinks my column is too edgy, okay? I think the South could use a little edge.
Phoebe's pukey love advice is too edgy? How?
You may be half fish, but you're still a woman, and women, you know, they generally know when a man's in love even before he does.
Oh, please. If I wrote that slop in my column, I'd be driven out of town.
This is why Phoebe is the world's greatest advice columnist. How is she qualified in any way to give people dating tips? Since when has she made any good dating decisions? Her guys have always been terrible, even in the show's canon. They had this thing where she always dated bad boys or made stupid decisions, back in the day when she was a character and not just an ego-stroking cutout Alyssa Milano could live vicariously through. They even admit in the first episode of the season that Phoebe's love for Cole has inspired her column lately. And guess what? She hates his ass. More on that in a bit, and believe me, there will be blood. But seriously, the guy she hates and who ruled the underworld with her was her inspiration for her love advice column? Was she even writing words, or was this some sort of charmed language that only the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse can translate before the inevitable end of days?
All that for a guy? Boy, did you get taken for a ride.
Unlike me, I only chose to be the queen of all evil for a guy.
Actually, I'm working here, you know. I thought that guys could help me with my advice to other guys, you know? And that guy over there with the dimples?
You whore! You filthy whore!
God, I miss sex.
Have I mentioned how much I love that Phoebe complains she has to work all the time? I love it. I love how constant it is. I too want to hear about how hard it is for the average working woman, an advice columnist in skimpy outfits who probably spends her days sharpening pencils to look busy. But she still has time to go to the club! She only has to work when important things are happening. How long does it take her to write an advice column anyway? I could shit out her articles while I'm on the toilet in the morning. I have no idea how she spends her time. Look, even this mime is making fun of her. Even when it seems like Phoebe is caring about someone else, she's actually looking for a way to make it about her. For instance, she asks Paige about her relationship issues, but this is more like an icebreaker to the real conversation, Phoebe's issues with Cole. Alright Phoebe, it's time to get serious now. Paige is poisoned and she needs your comfort. Time to show why you're the heart of the team. Go!
I've been thinking about the vanquishing potion. Maybe if you mix 3 different ones.
No, you're gonna be able to make the vanquishing potion just as soon as we figure out a way to heal you.
Dude, she's dying! Is Phoebe just potion retarded or extremely lazy?
I was speaking to Phoebe, and then the next thing I know, the car just started spinning out of control.
It's kind of like my career.
She has a concussion! Stop making it about you! Well, whatever, forget about Paige. She's not a producer. Let's see how Phoebe treats Piper. After all, she is her only match.
You guys are very cute, but why are you doing all this now? I mean, your due date's not for months.
Well, demon activity has been light, so it's a good time to get ahead.
Speaking of ahead, I can't believe you guys didn't notice my billboards downtown.
Who cares about the baby? You aren't reassuring me on how awesome being famous is.
Once the baby is born, however, Phoebe spends her time obsessing over it like it's her own kid. It's kind of creepy.
That's my niece in that belly.
She's my niece, too.
Hi, niece. It's your favorite Aunt Phoebe. Ooh, I could eat them up. I swear I could with a little ranch dressing. You are looking at 6 pounds, 8 ounces of pure deliciousness. Oh, I could eat you. Yes, I could.
Why does she want to eat the baby? What is wrong with you, woman?
In the meantime, I suggest we all get back to work.
Work, smirk. I got baby pictures here. Gather around, people.
What world is this? Don't you have an overwhelming amount of work to not be doing? When the elder they're supposed to protect shows up at the house, she claims she can't help because she's working and says Piper can do it because she can't go to work while pregnant anyway. So protecting an elder from demons is safer than working at a club?
Oh wait, Cole wants to talk? Suddenly I have all the time in the world.
I need your help.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Why can't people stop asking her to save them? No, I mean really, she's the worst person to come to. That's like asking for death. She will use any excuse to not be saving innocents. It's like she's constantly trying to top herself in the total lack of caring department. Work is a popular one, like when she sends Paige to visit a woman she had a premonition about so she can write her column. Alongside that, she skips out on hunting a mummy for a facial, bitches that she has to fight Barbus because she was pulled away from a date, and ignores the leprechauns they're supposed to be helping so she can dick around some guy on a matchmaking website. Tell me again why we're supposed to care about this woman. They continue to recycle their own ideas when they give Phoebe an episode where she cannot save a man's life and must learn to accept death. Whereas when they did it with Prue, it was a powerful and meaningful episode. When they do it with Phoebe, it's hollow and stupid. Phoebe doesn't actually have to accept death here. Piper just misleads her after going back in time. There's not actually any lesson learned here. Phoebe just loses her rebound guy. It also ends this way.
Phoebe, can we?
But I just have to concentrate on me right now. And not be afraid that I may never find love again.
I can't worry about that guy's death. There hasn't been enough focus on me lately.
Way to completely miss the point of the episode, Phoebe. The point was accepting death, not thinking that guy dying meant you'd never be able to get another date. You whore! You filthy, filthy whore! Phoebe's visions advance in such a way that they're more vivid and almost kill her. She still sees the same thing, there's just more danger now. So is there a point to this, or is this charm's weird definition of advancement? This is the thing that pisses me off the most about the show's shift. Phoebe completely changes how she was at the end of the previous season regarding Cole. Remember how she was like, I owe Cole that much, and she wanted to help him move on? It was completely self-motivated, but she still acted a little bit conflicted about it. Here's Phoebe now.
Nothing perks up a girl's career like sending her husband straight to hell.
Haha, what? It's like something happened off-screen that we weren't privy to. It was my understanding that Cole was stuck in the wasteland, not possessed by the Source anymore, and only stuck there because Phoebe was too lazy to pull him out and would rather he went to hell. But he wasn't like evil or anything, even Phoebe seems to get this. But then he breaks out himself, and she's mad because, what, she still has to deal with him and can't go on more dates? The last time she saw him, he was saving her life. What happened? It's like all of a sudden, Alyssa Milano didn't want Phoebe to look bad, so they had to make her the victim. Except nothing happened to make things so black and white all of a sudden. You don't get to pull all that shit and suddenly play the victim, I'm sorry. I just want some acknowledgement of her fucking up, and that never comes. And everyone acts the same as she does about Cole. There's no transition at all to everyone suddenly hating him.
No, Cole, we can't fix that because she wants to be a mermaid because you broke her heart.
What? By being possessed and having her fuck it up?
Phoebe found a mermaid.
Actually, she found me. On the way to a very important court date, I might add.
Divorce is more important. Paperwork can never wait.
If Cole shows up and we're still married, then it was all for nothing. I need my freedom.
How does the marriage make a difference? Does this mean Cole won't be around if you're divorced? Because I can tell you right now, that's not how it happens. It's pretty much the same, actually.
She took our innocent? How could you let that happen?
Bitch, you whined at them so you could go to your divorce hearing instead of help. This is just as much your fault. But wait, isn't there some other way you could show what a hypocrite you are?
Paige, please just turn off the phone.
Only my problems are worth putting evil stopping on hold.
Alright, I said the show's bread and butter is guest stars famous for something else. That's only half of it, though. The other half? Fan service. Lots and lots of fan service. So that's why Phoebe becomes a mermaid. Apparently her version of a mermaid is baby voice. That's pretty much Alyssa Milano's character actor mode.
Okay, all I need are my sea friends and little shiny objects and to lay on a rock and comb out my hair.
Do you sense the sea hag? Is she close? How should I know? Well, maybe if you put your head underwater and get my hair wet?
That innocent can rot in hell with Cole.
She wants to stay in the ocean to get rid of her responsibilities and fuck off from everyone else. I must stress that they dedicated a two-parter to this.
Miley said that mermaids are cold-hearted. Maybe that's why my spell turned Phoebe into a mermaid in the first place.
Wait a minute, we're talking about Phoebe here. Since when did Phoebe become cold-hearted?
have to look over my shoulder, praying that Cole isn't gonna find a way out of the demonic wasteland, you know?
Wait, what? He was there at the end of the season, talking to her. He already found his way out. In what, you mean the demonic wasteland you sent him to because he was possessed by the source? The one you were too lazy to get him out of? Oh hey, surprise, he's still around. The last time we saw Cole, he'd escaped from the wasteland because he'd absorbed powers from the other demons sent there. Apparently, this means he absorbed all the powers! Seriously, he can do pretty much anything now. It's kind of ridiculous. They don't set any boundaries over what he can and can't do, so he can pull anything out of his ass at any given moment. Holy shit, did he just turn his Chinese food into a fireball? When Barbas shows up again and steals Cole's powers, everyone just assumes he'll use them to take over the underworld and become the new source. Are they trying to say he's more powerful than the source now? What's he gonna do next? Start eating planets? Cole's role pretty much goes like this. He'll state if he's good or evil at the moment, and randomly appear when someone is turned into something. This is the season of, let's turn the girls into something costumey. I like how after a while, Cole doesn't even bother asking anymore. He just takes it for granted that he's always gonna walk in on something stupid. They'd already joked on the show about how often they become something else, but this season was pretty much the worst offender. We've got mermaids, Cinderella, Snow White, superheroes, a mummy, a nymph, and more.
You evil bastard, why didn't you just stay where you belong?
In hell, Cole insists that he's not evil, and tries to prove to Phoebe that he can do good. Phoebe refuses to believe it despite him saving Daryl from gunfire, stopping crime, helping Paige with an adoption case, and saving Phoebe herself when she's blaming him for the Creature of the Week stuff. He's actually prepared to leave town for her because he loves her too much to see her hurt, but they convince him to stay because they need him to save her. Don't do it, man! And how does he save her, you ask? It turns out she could only turn back from being a mermaid by admitting that she still loved him. So why does she spend all season wanting him to go to hell? It's this endless cycle. They were the ones who asked him to stay.
Open Phoebe's heart to Cole. Reveal the secret that it holds. Bring forth the passion of love's fire that he may feel her true desire.
No, don't do that. He's just been exposed to all the evil of the universe.
I do love you. And I always will. But it doesn't change anything.
What an evil, vicious creature. The very next episode, she's looking for a vanquishing potion for him. Well, fuck, really? And why is she asking for her sisters to make the potion anyway? Why doesn't she just do it herself? This show is so inconsistent with how they handle Cole. One week's plot hinges on their love, and the next is all about how Phoebe is a victim. Cole himself switches modes every other episode. 4 episodes after this one, he's ready to give up his powers to prove himself. 1 episode later, he's a sad schlub being visited by a 6 months in the future demon saying he becomes the source again. What's the reasoning this time? The source powers took him over before, none of it was his fault. Are his new powers like new source powers? Or are they trying to say he was just evil the whole time? You can't escape genetics, you're either born evil or not.
I could always have him fired if that would help.
Really?
Absolutely, just say the word.
Word.
Done.
She's so petty she wants him fired? He can't even have a job now?
These boots may be made for walking, but they're never walking back to you, buddy.
Shut the fuck up. The most infuriating thing, however, is the constant Cole blaming that goes around. Here's the moral dilemma they're trying to get across. Cole's methods are not okay. He got Bruce Campbell shot, he uses magic to influence people, this goes all the way back to when he killed that guy in the Old West. But they don't emphasize these points. Instead, they decide to focus on the source thing and other stuff that aren't in his control, not to mention things that make Phoebe look like a total hypocrite. It's meant to make him look more evil, but it actually makes him more sympathetic because it's not really that cut and dry. It's incredibly one-sided and thoughtless. In case there's any debate over whether Cole really doesn't want to be evil or not, when the Fear Demon shows up again, he taunts Cole with that very possibility. If they'd portrayed his story as an attempt and ultimate failure at being good, or if they'd held Phoebe accountable for any of her actions instead of shifting all of the blame to his character, this could have turned out to be a decent story. But no, we have to listen to Phoebe bitch, bitch, bitch all the time because Cole exists. And so, I'd like to introduce this next bit by its official title, Thanks, Colebama. Phoebe gets a pair of Cinderella shoes? Cole must have brought fairy tales to life to attack them. Better put the shoes on immediately after stating the suspicion. Thanks, Colebama.
He was just being used by the witch. He's a good guy.
Really? I don't think I can even tell anymore.
Now he's ruined men as a gender. Thanks, Cole Obama. Phoebe's powers are out of whack because she can't get over herself? That's Cole's fault too. Thanks, Cole Obama.
Is that Cole?
Oh my god, I can't believe he's doing look at me, I'm a good guy routine on prime time. Phoebe must be thrilled.
Saved a woman's life on TV? He must be trying to impress Phoebe. Thanks, Cole Obama.
Does he want my baby?
Okay, now that one doesn't even make any sense.
I can understand wanting to take a break from guys, but come on already, she's gonna wear out the batteries.
So I guess Phoebe took a break from blaming Cole for everything to furiously masturbate for weeks. Everybody else has to start this Cole-blaming business to make Phoebe look better. They even give a newly goateed Daryl something to do so we can get in on the action.
You don't expect me to believe that you did that for me. I'm just a pawn in your twisted scam to win Phoebe back.
You never really loved me. Yeah, that's a really twisted scheme, helping people and doing the right thing. That's not what the Charmed ones would do at any rate. Daryl even tries to give Cole some friend advice to get him to leave town. Daryl, he admitted you and Leo were like the only guys he knew. Let's not go so far as to call it friendship. I find it even harder to side with Phoebe on this one because of all of the good things they show Cole doing. For instance, after he saves that woman from the fire, this is Phoebe's response.
Okay, do you think this is some kind of game? Do you have any idea how disturbing it was for me to watch you walk through a wall of fire?
Yeah, Cole, think of how saving that woman's life has affected Phoebe. By the way, that woman was a future white lighter, meaning she'll eventually save even more people. But you know, Phoebe getting kind of weirded out is more important. Cole tries to warn everyone that a siren caused the fire, but they just laugh at him because they already know this, but are choosing to just gab at home, I guess. He goes to tackle the siren himself, falling under her spell and attempting to strangle Phoebe. Phoebe acknowledges that she knows he was under a spell, but because he couldn't die, and that's why he was able to get back up and strangle her, that means he's a bigger threat. He was only in the situation because the all-holy Halliwells were choosing to do absolutely nothing.
And that's only one way out of 1,000 that your powers can turn against me.
Yeah, there's no way Phoebe's powers can turn against him, unless she, killed him or something, but she's never done that. You know, someone could just hit you with a bus too, Phoebe, but just because they have the ability to drive one doesn't mean they're an evil bus driver now. In another situation, Cole is at a bar feeling sorry for himself when a bunch of thugs shoot the place up, including Cole himself. So he responds by killing them, and Phoebe gets all pissy and wants to vanquish him now.
Because if I'm right about Cole, our truce with him is over.
They had a truce? She was talking about vanquishing him on a hunch less than a minute earlier.
If you kill another person, good or evil, I will vanquish you.
Wait, now he can't kill evil people? Then what the hell are you doing every week? Hell, you've killed more innocents through incompetence than he has during his entire run on the show.
Cole, it doesn't matter who you're helping. If you're using your evil powers, then it doesn't count.
What? Then what about anything he did before? Why are there good and evil powers? This doesn't depend on the intent anymore? Not to mention, this completely contradicts things Phoebe has said before. Last season, they met a woman whose husband Cole had killed while he was still doing the evil thing. Phoebe goes to this woman to argue Cole's case, asking her to let go because this doesn't undo all of the good Cole has done. This is almost the exact same situation here. In season 3, she says that because Cole didn't kill that witch willingly, he had a second chance. Why doesn't this count when the Source took him over? Why does this only apply when she turns evil?
The last time Phoebe was evil, she was under the influence of her demonic pregnancy.
The influence of Phoebe's seer baby is very debatable, especially after they said the juice the seer was giving her was influencing her later, and she didn't take that until after. But if we're going with the evil pregnancy theory, then that means that she and Cole were both under evil influences. The excuse can't apply to Phoebe and then not to Cole. That's just being hypocritical. They act like Cole is inherently evil because he's half demon, though that's in question now since Balthazar is gone, but whatever. Even if he still was, this is implying that evil is genetic. And it's not like a good demon is a new concept to the show. Prue had a semi-romance with a demon who ended up becoming a priest. Cole says that he won't use his powers to prove to Phoebe that he can be good, and asks Phoebe for help saving some families from eviction.
I don't have enough time to help my readers with their problems right now.
But we're talking about whole families here. Kids, babies, with nowhere to go.
Look, I think it's great that you want to help. I really do, but I can't. I am powerless to do anything right now.
How is that? I mean, she's not really powerless. Lazy, maybe. But oh, when she becomes a superhero, she's all over that. She didn't have any powers before then. So if Phoebe uses powers to fight evil, it's okay. But if Cole does, it's not? Wait, so teleporting doesn't count as a power now?
Okay, Cole, I gotta go, because I have a lot of loyal readers that need my help. Okay?
Okay.
I hope I'm never in a shitty superhero movie. You ever think Cole eventually became evil because everyone kept insisting he was? All everyone does is spit in his face when he does something good and then tell him he'll never amount to anything. It's a wonder he helped anyone for that long.
I will not use my powers for anything but good.
I know you believe that, and I know you want it to be true. But, Cole, it's just a matter of time.
Paige, it's our compassion, not our powers, that separates us from the bad guys.
Oh, except for Cole. It's totally his powers that make him who he is. Let's go with stupid charmed logic then. Cole is only evil because of his powers. So when Barbas steals his powers, he is good. This is stated in the episode.
Great. He's not evil, but we still have a serious problem.
In order to defeat Barbas, Cole willingly takes the powers back, and it's back to square one. So they've effectively proven their own theory. But they don't try to take his powers away again? They don't even attempt to help him? It's not like he wanted the powers back, he did this to help them out. Again, is it any wonder he goes evil? When Paige strips his powers and accidentally raises Barbas, Phoebe and Piper get mad because she did it, even though she'd have no way of knowing that would happen. Their solution was, "Fuck Cole, we should do nothing," which would have resulted in Cole killing someone since he was being driven insane. They're willing to let innocents die to spite him. This same episode, Phoebe goes crazy and stabs Paige. She literally has the exact same thing happen to her as Cole in the same episode.
I'm evil.
No, you're not. This was an accident. I have known you your entire life. There is not a mean bone in your body.
What? Oh well, back to dates at the club, I guess. As a side note, they call Barbas the worst demon they ever faced. Really? Not gonna count the source or the minion that killed Prue even?
We've never been able to vanquish him, just neutralize him.
Actually, we didn't. Prue did.
I'm not afraid anymore.
Yeah, it was super hard, guys. Since the charmed ones are his only hope, Cole resorts to suicide. He tries to kill them so that they'll vanquish him, but it turns out Phoebe is more evil than even I realized.
You never really wanted to kill us, did you? You wanted us to be so blinded by hate that we couldn't see what you were really up to.
It's the only way out for me. And you want it too, so.
Yeah, but on our terms, not yours.
Are you fucking shitting me? She won't even grant him the peace of death? It's official. Knowing the charmed ones is a fate worse than death. Phoebe just condemned anyone he might kill now. She has the vanquishing potion, she just refuses to use it out of spite. What a selfish, awful person. Seriously, who was watching this and didn't instantly see Emperor Palpatine through her thin, grimy veneer? She's the most heinous of people, the lowest of the low. I could murder her, and she's fictional. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills watching this show. So anyway, I don't like her much. Cole tries to kill himself anyway with their vanquishing potion, but it doesn't work. It turns out he's indestructible now. Oh, stop freaking out that he can't die, Phoebe. This is what you wanted, you hypocritical little shitter. Cole has developed Spike Syndrome, where he's a new character every other episode. The writers can't seem to decide what they want him to be. So immediately after the attempted suicide debacle, they just decide to make him balls to the wall crazy. Sure, he's trying to kill himself, but it's funny because he can't. And yet, after what happened the previous week, Piper and Paige still go to him for help finding Phoebe. Why? So she can whine at his existence again? They have done nothing but prove that helping them is a thankless, unbeneficial task.
Sorry, but just in case you forgot, she's the reason I became like this. So, ciao.
See? But then the show gets weird, and he has her mummified until he can win her back. Maybe he's crazy, maybe he's evil, maybe it's Maybelline. Oh, and he and Piper have an invincible fight. It'd almost be cool if it weren't so stupid. Well, hell, the crazy thing didn't work out. Let's just make him completely evil. He's not even a tiny bit conflicted or crazy anymore. He's done a complete 180 the very next episode for absolutely no reason. He wants to get his hands on a nexus, an incredible power that can be swayed to good or evil, which the Halliwell house just happens to be built on. He wants to use this power to take Phoebe back to the dark side and rule the underworld above ground. Which is what he was doing when he was the Source and they ruled from their apartment. But he's not possessed by the Source now, he's just been evil the whole time. I guess. I don't know. This sudden change is only there so they can vanquish him for reals in the next episode without it being so morally grey. Makes it easy! Which leads us to the series' big 100th episode, and what a shitstorm it is. Cole has decided to join the Avatars, a group of powerful beings that'll be more prominent next season, who he'd previously turned down. But this time, he wants to be granted their powers so he can reverse time and stop Paige from ever meeting Phoebe and Piper.
But I'm hoping they'll change the one event that led to our downfall. The day that Phoebe met her new sister. The day the Charmed Ones were reconstituted.
Yeah, that was the one moment that made everything come crashing down, Cole. Without Paige, there's hell on earth, Piper is a hard-ass demon hunter, and Phoebe is evil. So there's not much change. Cole is the Source again, because why? He originally took the powers to save Phoebe from the melty-faced Source because the Charmed Ones were together again and he went after them. But if Paige was gone, then the Charmed Ones were no more, so why isn't the other guy still in charge? Why did Cole become the Source this time? And Phoebe still hates him because she is the personification of all that is wrong in the world. And Daryl is her evil guard? Unfortunately, in this reality, Cole is still Balthazar and not indestructible. Oh no, I didn't think this one through!
Happy birthday, Cole.
This alternate reality is Cole's final vanquish, and only Paige is able to remember it. What's to stop him from collecting powers and escaping the wasteland again? I don't know, but apparently this is permanent. What a waste of time, and a shitty ending to a terribly misused character that was. Thanks for nothing, Charmed. Happy 100th, my ass. Oh, you thought Cole's torture was over? Oh-hoo! You don't know the Charmed Ones very well, my friend. Phoebe continues to blame him for shit, even after he's dead. Somewhere in the ether, Cole is cursing the day he was born. He is consigned to a fate that only oblivion could solve, and even then, Phoebe would find some way to make that misery too. When the house has a slew of residual demon-vanquishing hauntings, Phoebe assumes it must be because of Cole. Oh, come on, he wasn't even in your timeline when he was vanquished. When Phoebe has nightmares about a slasher villain and must figure out who is behind the mask, she assumes it must be Cole, but it turns out to be an even worse evil. Boom! In case you were worried about Phoebe McHorrington, don't worry about it. She gets a new boyfriend. This is Jason Dean, who buys Phoebe's paper and becomes her new boss. He owns, like, every business ever, apparently, whatever is convenient to the plot. Thus begins Phoebe's string of powerful, rich boyfriends with ridiculous perks that she still complains about. It's a tough life being famous and having ultra-powerful boyfriends. They could at least try to make her life seem difficult so we could feel sorry for her when she whines. I'm really glad they got rid of the more interesting love story of a demon trying to redeem himself, so Phoebe can move on to the conflict of whether or not she should go to Hong Kong in a private jet or not. And what a windswept romance it is.
I didn't figure you for the type to apologize easily.
Yeah, I'm not. I only apologize when I'm wrong.
Best I can do is picture my dog.
He has your eyes. Yeah, well, in all fairness, Superman can move faster than a speeding bullet, so he's got a little leg up on the bustling, you know?
A woman who knows her superheroes. I'm impressed.
Wow, she knew Superman was fast. What an encyclopedia of superhero knowledge. She probably just caught an episode of Smallville and dreamt about ruining Clark Kent's life. They're on the same network. Phoebe decides to make fun of a guy she met on the internet, and as part of the stupid plot of the episode, decides to take a chance and agree to go on a date with this person because of leprechauns. And it turns out to be Jason! Ah! What a cliche. That'll be one to tell Cole while she's torturing him in hell.
You like Chinese? Food, not people.
Nobody likes Chinese people. So now Phoebe and Jason are dating, but he has to go to Hong Kong for 6 months. He asks Phoebe to go with him, and she says she will, but she changes her mind last minute to help her sisters. Hey, think she has time to be a ginormous bitch to him before the season's over?
Hurry back. I even got a second date with Evan.
What's Jason gonna think?
You know, I miss Jason, I really do, but I can't put my life on hold for him.
You whore! You filthy whore! You could at least, tell him you're breaking up with him.
Yeah, whatever. I'll tell him when he burns in hell with coal.
Damn it, I wish I never existed!
I'm sorry, but I have to work from home for the rest of the afternoon.
Why?
Why?
Look at that. She's flabbergasted at actual work ethic. All of the bosses are pretty stupid on this show. Elise starts out really bitchy, but we can't have someone being mean to Phoebe, so eventually they're like best buds, and Phoebe can do whatever she wants.
Well, he can't be any tougher to please than you, right, Elise?
Haha, I'm tough but fair. This isn't just Phoebe's boss. Paige's is pretty dumb too.
No, I come and go as other people please. That's what assistants do. They run errands. Tell you a little secret. They don't like it.
Well, your behavior's got to change.
Maybe it'll change if you promote me to social worker.
Already did. You start tomorrow.
Ah, you got her, because that's how the real world works. Speaking of shocking job-related plots, Daryl gets a promotion. I know, I almost forgot he existed too. They keep screwing him on his cases this season, poor Daryl.
Whatever, Daryl.
Oh man. We get to meet his wife this season, holy shit. It's like the show suddenly remembered him too. Oh, and he told her about the Charmed Ones, and they treat this casual as shit. What the hell?
Don't worry. She knows.
Secret safe with me.
But apparently not with Daryl. Piper was probably planning on killing him anyway and serving him to Wyatt once he was able to eat solid foods. This season decided to incorporate a lot more fairy tale creatures as regular things, which really gives the show an extra stupid vibe. I mean, they have included some of these things before, but not as prominently. Season 5 has the 7 dwarves, leprechauns, nymphs, elves, and a unicorn, to just name a few.
Yep, that's the wanker, all right.
A leprechaun just called someone a wanker, people. Because that's a word they use in Ireland. Funny Irish masturbatory insults. The fairy tale creatures might be ridiculous, but it's at least better than the creatures they make up. I spend more time considering what to order at McDonald's than they do on these characters.
Here he is, the Hawker Demon, a breed of demon known for hawking magical goods at the demonic market.
That's a real clever name there, the Hawker Demon. And then there's Witches in Tights. Just the whole episode. It's about them turning into superheroes. Let's get that out of the way right off the bat. And oh good, Mark Shepard's in this. I wonder if he'll betray anyone. What a stretch for him. The episode's like Batman and Robin without the fun. The superhero outfits are something. Why does Phoebe have slits on the side of her shorts? Just why? What superhero would wear that, honestly? It's too covered up to be most female comic book heroes, and too stupid for anyone to take her seriously. And they took inspiration from Joel Schumacher's wardrobe department? Really, Charmed? Also, does using their powers to fight criminals count as personal gain? The personal gain thing is as strictly reinforced as ever. I can't even recall one instance where they saw consequences to personal gain this season. They remember the rules exist, but forget all about the follow-through. We just need something wacky to happen. As long as we acknowledge it, we can do whatever we want.
Paige, we need the Book of Shadows. Can you orbit down here?
You want me to use magic for household chores? I thought you had a total fear of personal gain.
How is orbing an object considered personal gain now? And how is getting the book to look up how to fight evil considered personal gain? Or a chore for that matter. Oh, but magical writing is okay. Also, fixing windows, conjuring doves, decorating for a party, restoring a shrunken sweater, and solving marriage problems.
Cast a spell. Don't worry about the consequences, you've already got them.
Yeah, that's how that works. The girls have continued their trend of never saving anyone, though that should come as a surprise to no one. However, it is worthy of note that they're responsible for at least 2 near genocides this season. Oh, and they lose their powers again. I can see why Saucy McStupidbeard had to summon the Hollow to do that. Also relating to powers, the Charmed Ones have a psychic connection now?
It was strange, like when it mattered most, we could almost read each other's minds.
Yeah, it's always been there.
Well, never noticed before.
What? On to the season finale. We're introduced to Chris, a Whitelighter from the future, who says he's here to stop the Titans from taking over the world. Oh yeah, in the finale, the Titans are trying to take over the world. Chris went back in time to change the past, but he doesn't want to say anything to change the past?
Because anything I tell you could risk changing the future in ways we don't want.
Who's we?
On the lighter side of things, almost all the elders get slaughtered by the Titans. Oh! Chris didn't tell them about this, so Leo could become an elder and give the power of gods to the Charmed Ones, since apparently the other elders wouldn't do it. It seems like this is going to be an epic battle between gods and Titans, but let's get real, folks. It's an excuse to turn the girls into something again. What should be focused on the battle between good and evil is instead about the girls and their own issues. Of course, the power goes to their heads. Phoebe abuses her gifts to be waited on by hot guys. Of course. Pages become competitive, and Piper is able to conquer and command all, making the earth quake by the shrill sound of her voice. So no change there. They don't know what the fuck to do without Leo there, even with god powers. Are you shitting me? They have god powers! Their solution is handed to them, and all they can do is pick out wedgies and wonder what Leo's doing right now. The most powerful witches who ever lived, ladies and gentlemen. Piper refuses to even do anything without Leo, even when she discovers the future's like an apocalypse world. Leo's got a stupid velvet elder robe. Is he wearing socks with it? And he's getting gray hair, just like the elders don't really... who cares? They just forget about it next season.
Piper, is it any wonder I made you the goddess of Earth? You are everything that is good and beautiful in this world.
Piper finds out Leo's an elder and puts stopping the apocalypse on hold to bitch about how he's not going to be around and elders don't live on Earth with families. Neither do white lighters. You guys broke the rules to... whatever. Piper uses a terrible effect to send the Titans into a fiery, cavernous hole, similar to her womb or her chest cavity where her heart once was. And so we dedicate the last 15 minutes of this hour-and-a-half special to Piper crying over family problems and wanting to destroy the world, much like any other episode, culminating in a bitch fest in White Lighter Land.
Will I ever see you again?
Yeah, it'll be pretty much the same. This is kinda stupid, huh? Leo has to fix this by magically making Piper not care about it. Personal gain doesn't mean shit for elders. Chris can't get back to the changed timeline, because I don't know. So he's made the Charmed One's new White Lighter. Leo suspects he knew he'd be promoted and wonders if this is part of his plan. That's why he promoted him. And the season ends on a bit of Leo abuse, as it should. Season 5 as a whole is not as infuriating as the end of Season 4, but it certainly goes on a lot longer with everything I hated about that season. The tonal shift is really noticeable, and not in a good way. However, it does help with the so bad it's good enjoyment level for some of it. It's not nearly as dark as Season 4 got. It's unfortunate Julian McMahon had to leave the cast on such a shit note, but with or without him, the season was going to be bad. Unfortunately, that means one of the best things about the show is gone now. But hey, at least it's not Season 6. Welcome back to Manic Episodes. Your nightmare begins here. In case you're wondering, this is my least favorite season of Charmed. I know, right? Here's the good news. Cole's gone, so Phoebe isn't bitching about him the whole time. The bad news? Phoebe's sense of self-importance has inflated to dangerous levels. Dangerously cheesy, even. We don't even have Cole to escape to this time. I'm drowning in a sea of midriff shirts and questionable workplace ethics. Alright, if you want the perfect example of actors' egos ruining a show, this is it. There was a huge tonal shift starting last season, and as soon as I saw that Alyssa Milano and Holly Marie Combs were producers, I instantly put 2 and 2 together. Now, this is not just me making assumptions because of bad writing, I have evidence to back me up here. Take this convention appearance by Armin Shimmerman, who played the Wizard in Season 4.
The worst diva moments I ever had, without a doubt. Two shows. They're neither Buffy nor Star Trek. I hated the ladies on Bewitched. Charmed. And there's a reason why they were cast as witches. Of all the shows I ever worked, that was by far the ugliest.
Also for your pondering, I present to you this piece of trivia. In a Charmed magazine interview, Brad Kern said that during Season 5, he wanted to set up a love triangle between Phoebe, Cole, and Paige. At the end of the Mermaid episode, when Paige cast the spell to show Cole Phoebe's true feelings, the scene was supposed to end with him kissing Paige because he's overwhelmed by Phoebe's feelings. Presumably, in this universe, Phoebe was capable of feeling human emotions not centered on herself. Anyway, this was going to lead Paige to develop feelings for Cole and cause dissonance between the sisters. However, as soon as the actresses read the script for the episode, they immediately refused to do it, mostly Holly and Alyssa. They felt it would ruin the characters, and, since they're producers now, they can just run the show. So the idea was kiboshed, and the biggest conflict between the sisters from now on is generally just being too nosy. This is also one of the reasons Julian McMahon left when he did, because the character was becoming too repetitious. At least that's what I've heard. If that wasn't the reason, it probably should have been. I'm gonna let you in on a secret, though. Just because an actor plays a character does not mean they know how to run a show. If they play the character a long time, they become very much like them, and they know how the character would speak and act, but that doesn't mean they can create the narrative around them. Sometimes it's just a bad idea. You need to have conflict between characters, and I'm not talking about Phoebe being queen of the jerkasses in Season 4. Besides, they just shifted all of the blame from that one to Cole or evil fetuses anyway. And I'm also not talking about constant nagging or bitchiness. I'm talking about real situations with real consequences, where no one is solidly black or white. No one has to be completely right or wrong in the situation. You acknowledge flaws, and you let the characters grow or be hindered by them. And most importantly, everything is so damn repetitious otherwise. You need to move the story forward. I'm not saying things are always great between the sisters on this show, but like I've said before, they put the characters on a pedestal. Take a trip back to Season 1, when the focus was mostly on sisterhood. Phoebe's character arc was trying to fix her relationship with Prue and Piper because she ran off on them when they needed her. She made rash and stupid decisions, she fought with them, she was the one who couldn't hold a job and dove headfirst into trouble. She wasn't an awful person or an unlikable character, she just had more to her. Conflict gives people layers, a place to stand, something for the audience to think about. And damn it, I wanted a better ending for Cole. Thanks, Phoebe Bama. I also wanted to address something I didn't really think about until now. I never paid much attention to the theme song, but when I did, it made no sense to me. It's a cover of The Smiths' How Soon Is Now by Love Spit Love. It got really popular when it was used in the movie The Craft. The Craft is a 1996 teen flick about witches and bears a lot of similarities to Charmed, and I'm almost 100% sure that they used this song as their theme because The Craft used it and it sounded witchy to them. Except, the song is in no way about that. See, I always thought the words to the song were I am the sun, S-U-N, I am the air, A-I-R, but it's actually I am the sun, S-O-N, I am the air, H-E-I-R, the full lyrics being I am the sun, I am the air, of a shyness that is criminally vulgar. The song is about being so shy that you let life pass you by. You could find the person you love, but you end up by yourself because you're too afraid to take the chance. What in the name of Phoebe's nasty pants this has to do with Charmed, I'll never know. I realize theme songs don't always have exactly to do with the show, but it's just a bafflingly depressing song for the subject matter. However, I do find it pretty apt that every week the show is telling me that all my hope is gone. Refreshingly honest, Charmed. But you want to see me nitpick the hell out of the important stuff, so let's get into the season proper. The last episode ended with Leo casting a spell on Piper to not make her feel pain, so she's been spending her time being uncharacteristically nice and likable. For the charmed ones, this is worse than turning evil.
I'd love to have a play date. Maybe we can call Jenny and she can bring baby Josie. And then I'll bring the juice and maybe bake some muffins and... Oh, how cute! Okay?
She's getting worse.
Definitely.
She really needed the comedy music cue? Not surprisingly, this newfound positivity is a problem for Paige and Phoebe, but it's only midway into the episode that they even think to cast a spell to try and solve this. Guys, you're witches. What else do you do? Why did it take them a month to think to try magic? The new White Lighter from the future, Chris, is making the girls fight a lot of demons lately. Leo would just let them do whatever they want to. This is totally bogus, man. But if there's one thing the girls love the most, it's complaining about what they do.
Sending us after all these demons is getting to be a real drag.
Well, I know one thing for sure. We're gonna stop all this demon fighting for a while.
After you summon him, make sure Piper freezes him. Otherwise, you'll never get the spell off.
Piper, freeze him!
From other worlds far and near, let's get him the truck out of here.
Make sure you freeze him, otherwise it'll be the exact same outcome. Crack shot! So anyway, you're probably wondering just what happened to Leo at the end of last season when he was orbing away. In perhaps the most obvious turn of events, he was sent to Valhalla and has been held hostage there to fight warrior spirits in Roman battle gear. Tale as old as time. I don't understand why he's a Roman soldier, since everyone else just fights in the clothes they died in, and Valhalla is part of Norse legend. By the way, there's probably a reason cages aren't made of flimsy bamboo sticks stuck in soft dirt. I'm pretty sure Leo can just blow on it and knock it over.
You're an elder, aren't you? You have much to teach my warriors.
Aren't elders supposed to be pacifists? As in, the opposite of a warrior? Wait, aw dudes, check it out. He totally stabs these chicks in the back. Never mind what I said about elders.
Valkyries, a powerful race of demigoddesses who scout the battlegrounds for dying warriors.
Then take their souls to Valhalla where they prepare them for the final world battle.
Valkyries, huh?
Does that mean they're good?
Whoops! Oh well about those two, I guess. Paige tries to restore Piper to normal, but ends up accidentally wiping her memory. In an effort to cover for himself, Chris comes up with an idea to rescue Leo from Valhalla. This master plan involves convincing a newly amnesiac Piper that she's a Valkyrie before they sneak in. So he couldn't just say she's a witch going undercover? Why did she have to actually believe she's a Valkyrie? He couldn't see any room for something to go wrong here?
I turned her into a Valkyrie and convinced her she's one too. Actually, it wasn't that hard, really, considering the fact that her mind is basically a blank.
You know she's standing right behind you, right? Did she lose her hearing too? And why does she only get suspicious after they get there? Did she hear none of this dialogue beforehand? But never mind that. Did somebody say fan service? This is the ultimate example of trying too hard. I'm actually embarrassed for everyone involved. Look at this. It's like made specifically for promo material and the opening credits. This shot has fuck all to do with anything.
Because she hates wearing those costumes as much as we do.
Yeah, that's why in part 2 they have more costumes. As you might imagine, this plan of convincing Piper she's actually a Valkyrie goes awry. She ends up staying behind to live with the Valkyries because she can't handle her feelings toward Leo.
Haha, good luck with everything, Wyatt.
She totally kicks Phoebe in the head. Suddenly I'm liking this two-parter more and more. Immediately after rescue, Leo beats the shit out of Chris. Twice. Dude, if Leo's beating you up, you're in a real sorry state. What was his plan for getting out of this one anyway? Did he expect Leo not to remember he blew him up to Valhalla or something? To be fair, Leo was doing the slowest orb in the world at the time and seemed to be begging to get attacked, but still. They eventually get Piper and her memories back, and Leo explains that he was going to ease his spell away little by little so Piper could transition easier to being without him. That makes hijacking her feelings A-okay. Chris proceeds to spend much of the season acting like the most suspicious person in the world, but still somehow not getting caught. He's doing everything short of posting about it on Facebook. He's that obvious. Wait, he's from the future, so everything short of posting about it on MySpace. The point is, our heroes are some real dumb shits. I'm not sure how much of this is the performer and how much was the direction he was given, but Chris's acting ranges from a block of wood to a baked potato. His lines are so stilted and awkward. Half the time, he forgets there's supposed to be emotions behind them.
Wait. Why? I don't care. Vanquish it.
Chris, you're out.
Yeah, thank God. Before you get mad, you're the one who wanted me to have a charge in the first place, remember?
I thought Phoebe, Piper, and Paige were his charges. Why the confusing wording here? In the same episode, he says he won't take any other charges because he only wants to protect the sisters and Wyatt. So Leo says he'll reassign the woman. Wait, all Leo had to do the whole time was just say no, and he wouldn't have to do shit for the elders? There are no consequences for anything. Leo spends much of the season following Chris around. I'll sum up how most of that goes. I know you're hiding something. I'm not hiding something. Damn, until next time. He sets up a trial with the elders and gets ready to present the evidence he found, but by the end of the episode he gets rid of it because Chris helped them out. What? And what, he just cancelled the trial? That doesn't mean he still isn't hiding something. And that thing he helped them out with? Totally rigged by Chris. He was the one who set them up. Way to go, Sherlock Leo! Anyway, eventually the bonding process can begin. And by that, I mean they go back in time and face a T-Rex. If I wasn't showing clips right now, you probably wouldn't believe me. They go on various other time portal shenanigans that episode, but most of it happens off screen because apparently the writers didn't deem that interesting enough to warrant its own episode. I must point out that the Valkyrie fan service is a two-parter, and there's an episode this season featuring a sexed-up hippie Leo, and yet the T-Rex story was deemed B-plot material. Now the two of them are buddies, and by that I mean Leo gets Chris kicked off of the Charmed One Whitelighter duties, and it's revealed in a casual throwaway line.
Other charges, I took them off your account again.
Our account?
Once again, the elders don't bother sending a backup Whitelighter, and by the next episode Chris becomes their Whitelighter again, I guess, with no explanation. Kicking him off really had no point or payoff. Spoiler alert, Chris is actually Piper and Leo's son, and Wyatt's brother. Dun dun dun! And there is 100% no doubt in my mind that they didn't have any idea about taking it in this direction until sometime mid this season. And I know for certain that this was not the original story they had in mind. Because if you think about it for just 1 second, nothing he does makes any sort of sense. Let's analyze first the whole Whitelighter thing. He says he can't heal, and neither can Paige, which makes me wonder just why in the hell the elders put him in charge of the most powerful witches in the universe. Surely they have plenty of other Whitelighters that can actually do that. And if they weren't aware that Chris couldn't heal, and clearly they don't know anything about him in the first place, why the hell did they put a shady stranger in charge of them? And perhaps most important of all, how will the writers Deus Ex Machina their way out of situations without a way to heal them? This puts a huge chink in the show's armor since the sisters have no discernible sense of self-preservation in a fight. Chris's powers are really inconsistent too. He can't heal, but he can teleport someone to the warrior afterlife with a wave of his hand, or transport someone from one alternate reality to another the same way. Leo can't even do that. And for some reason, Chris is not as powerful as Wyatt. But Chris is conceived while Leo is an elder, so shouldn't that make him the more powerful one? One excuse I saw for this is that being an elder is just a title and not genetic. But we've seen throughout the show that elders do in fact have more powers. And why does Chris have any powers at all? It's been established throughout the show that if they time travel to a point where they don't exist or they don't have powers yet, they don't have their magic in that timeline. Hell, that's even used this season when the girls travel back in time to the 60s and lose their powers there. So Chris shouldn't even have his magic. Now that we've fallen into that huge gaping plot hole, here's the backstory they went with once the writers figured out what they wanted to do. In the future, Chris was engaged to a witch named Bianca. She helped him go back in time and eventually ends up getting impaled and suffering from a fatal case of being dead. Also, in the future, Wyatt is an evil dictator, and that's the big hoo-ah Chris came back for. He's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder about it, but I have some trouble taking him seriously. It's kind of hilarious seeing him try to be threatening to a baby.
If I can't save you, I swear to God I'll stop you.
I'll stop you, you binky-sucking son of a bitch. Chris says he can't reveal who he is to protect the future, but once they find out, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, there are no negative consequences to the future at all because of anything he reveals. It turns out you can pretty much do anything in the past and it won't matter. Plus, Chris went back in time to change things anyway. If he didn't want to mess up the timeline, he went on the wrong mission. But if he went back in time to stop Wyatt from turning evil and to protect the Charmed Ones, how did orbing Leo away to Valhalla fit into his plan? If anything, they're less protected without him, because at least Leo can heal.
Leo had to become an elder to make room for me as your white lighter.
Yes, that was much easier than telling the truth and just keeping out anything that might alter time badly. That's also a huge assumption that he would become their white lighter once Leo left. He's just lucky the elders are idiots. Idiots and dicks. And assuming this stupid plan actually worked, which it did apparently, he's now split up his parents before he's even been conceived. It'd be kind of hard to save the world if you don't exist, now wouldn't it? I would call erasing yourself from existence a bad change to the timeline, but you can't tell them useful information?
There's gotta be a spell in here somewhere.
To take us to the future? I don't think so.
Yeah, except they totally did use a spell to go to the future in Season 2. Why is any of this time travel nonsense so difficult nowadays?
How did we do it 5 years ago?
The elders made that happen, remember?
Oh, bullshit! So wait, why can't the elders help them out when Chris is kidnapped by evil future Wyatt?
Well, you're an elder. Make it happen.
That was a unique situation.
Yeah, this time it's only the fate of the world at stake, and the time before they had to learn a lesson about dog poop. The elders are dicks. At one point, Chris tries using a time portal to try and get back to the future. They don't really expand on that one either, other than it's hard to control. And sticking someone's head in a time portal makes a knight's helmet appear on them? Was someone just waiting on the other side to put it on? But it can't be that hard to time travel. Grandma Ghost sends Paige back in time accidentally with an old pair of go-go boots at one point. It's so incredibly clear that they had no idea what they wanted to do with Chris's storyline and were just making it up as they went along. Chris says he has connections in the underworld, but they never reveal why. And all of a sudden, he's talking casually to Leo about how he's trying to save Wyatt from some demon attacking him in the future, with no establishing of this information beforehand. That's not even consistent with what he told them before, and that's that he came back to stop the Titans from taking over. And how does this line fit in anywhere?
Look, I'm sorry, but I haven't finished what I came here to do yet, and I need Leo out of the way until I can. More importantly, the sisters can't find him before I'm ready. Or else...
I know.
I have trouble believing he's making stuff up because he's talking to a confidant here. So what is he actually talking about? Why does he need Leo out of the way to stop Wyatt from turning evil? And the sisters can't find Leo before Chris is ready for what? He's already become their white lighter, so it's not like he needed to get rid of Leo for that. And he doesn't actually know what turns Wyatt evil, so it's not like he would know what to prepare for or how. There's an especially disgusting bit of retroactive discontinuity in the episode The Power of Three Blondes. 3 evil bimbos take the sisters' identities and start hitting on Chris. By the end of the episode, Chris reveals that he slept with the one replacing Phoebe.
Did you sleep with him?
Yes.
No.
This was before it had been revealed who Chris really is, but now that you know, he slept with the one he thought was his aunt. By the time he says he slept with her, he's already figured out it's not them, but the only period of time that he could have slept with her had to have been before he knew this. Even if he was suspicious of them, he wouldn't know they were imposters. The more likely option would be that they were under some sort of spell, which would mean that not only did he sleep with his aunt, he slept with his aunt who was under magical influence. I heard a theory that he was originally supposed to be Phoebe's son and not Piper's, but even if that were true, that would mean he slept with his mother. What the hell, Charmed?
I never hit on you, did I?
What? No.
Oh, thank God.
Actually, you totally did, Creepo.
Do you have a girlfriend in the future?
And how come when he shows up and sees a corpse in the room with who he thinks are the Charmed Ones, he doesn't even bat an eye? Is everyone aware of how evil the Halliwells really are? Well, apparently so. When the identity switch happens, the book jumps away from the sisters because it doesn't recognize them. I thought the book was repelled by evil. The bimbos just took their identities. It wouldn't make them any less good or evil. Unless...
She missed! Chris, when have you ever known Piper to miss?
All the time? Chris's level of knowledge over what happens to Wyatt varies from episode to episode. They come across a group of demons, generically named the Order, who switch Wyatt's sense of morality. Ha! Stupid evil baby in a cloak. Apparently, Chris knew this was going to happen. Then why the hell didn't he just go after the Order in the first place? Or tell the sisters about them? This is when he reveals that he isn't protecting Wyatt from a demon attack, he's protecting him from becoming evil. He says that he figured they wouldn't help him if he told them the truth, because... why exactly? They get turned evil every other week anyway. All Chris has to say is, hey, watch out for those Order guys, and then boom, problem solved. He doesn't even have to almost erase himself from existence. Why must he be so damn cryptic over absolutely fuck all? But anyway, after he reveals this little factoid, they get pissed at him for lying and kick him out. This was the turning point for them? Not Leo saying he banished him to Valhalla, or his obvious suspiciousness? But then he says later that he has no idea who turns Wyatt evil. So I guess the Order thing was not the thing, but they act like it was the thing, and are they just winging it with the scripts at this point? Did the writers even speak to each other?
I should have told you sooner.
Told us what?
What happens to Wyatt happens before I'm born.
What?
And you're just telling us this now?
Because we just wrote it in. So here's my theory. What if the rumor that Chris was originally supposed to be Phoebe's son was true? What if, say, he was the baby she was going to have with Cole? Through some sort of magical influence, he ended up surviving and harboring this grudge against her, going back to the past to work his way into the Charmed Ones' lives and destroy them. That would explain why he acts evil, how he can transport someone between realities, why he can't heal anyone, and why he has so many connections in the underworld. The white lighter orbing could be some sort of projection to fool them, and he wanted Leo out of the way to get rid of their protection. I'm probably stretching things here, but if you think about it, it makes more sense in retrospect than the actual story they go with. I read that one idea they had was for Chris to actually be Wyatt, but the writers felt it would be too obvious, so they wrote in a second son, and coincidentally, Holly Marie Combs got pregnant around that same time. Like the whole Jenny debacle, I have my doubts about the truth behind this. I sincerely believe that they only made Chris Piper's second son because Holly Marie Combs got pregnant, and they had another idea in mind, at least for a small part of the season. Trying to make sense of anything Chris does just gives me a headache. Speaking of which, the most nonsensical part of his plan comes back to bite him in the ass when he realizes, hey, I'm not born yet, and I just split my parents up. This leads to an incredibly creepy storyline where he, Phoebe, and Paige team up to try and get Piper and Leo to have sex. You know, Chris, this was completely avoidable. The three of them are working on a deadline right up until, oh shit, they gotta do it by tonight or Chris is boned. I don't quite get the logic of that. Like, wouldn't he just get younger or something? See, this is why you don't center major storylines around time travel. There's too many variables and it's way too complex for Charm to handle. Anyway, Phoebe and Paige totally try to make a love potion for Piper and Leo. That's just completely disgusting. For most of the episode, though, Phoebe is ready to just let Chris fade from existence.
Or maybe it just wasn't meant to be.
Phoebe! Come on, you weren't thinking the exact same thing? We're talking about his very existence.
Paige, I know, but there's only so much we can do, especially now with that dark lighter out there.
I just think that we have to face the reality that Chris's destiny might have been just to come here and warn us about Wyatt. And that's all.
Get over it, Chris. You're only being written out of existence. What's the big deal, Cole? It's just hell. Some people just can't get over themselves.
Chris starts Back to the Futuring before Piper and Leo get stuck in the world between life and death and end up having sex there. It's actually pretty touching. Leo is dying, he keeps doing that, so the two of them decide that's how they're going to spend their last night together. After it happens, Leo says he doesn't have any expectations from her after everything she's been through. Aw, that's adorable. He thinks the devil incarnate would have any feelings of guilt. Piper finds out she's pregnant after this, and that Chris is her son. Now that Chris's identity has been revealed to everyone, he suddenly remembers he has daddy issues with Leo for never being around when he was growing up. I did like how this was portrayed, I just wish that it was consistent with how they interacted before. Though I do wonder why Leo wasn't around in the future before Chris made him an elder. Maybe the White Lighters got really backed up and he had to work overtime. They dedicate an episode to the two of them duking it out over this, and to give Charm some credit, they don't do the easy wrap-up and solve it by the end.
Maybe you came back from the future not just to save Wyatt. Maybe you came back to save us, too.
I doubt it.
Oh, and Chris is turning into Spider-Man when this goes on, and Piper turns him back by drinking the antidote and affecting him in the womb. So, wouldn't that mean he never became the Spider at all, and thus never had the fight with Leo? And wouldn't they... You know what, just this show can barely handle anything when time is going in a straight line. Rather than solve it instantly, Leo and Chris slowly bond with each other as the season goes on. Good thing you didn't change the future, Chris! As with his relationship to Leo, he seems to only now remember how he feels about Piper. He acted completely different around her before, almost getting her killed and not caring, but now he's sad because she died when he was 14. He doesn't want to get close and lose her all over again, but after talking to his grandfather, he realizes he should be closer to her while she's still around. Again, I like this, but it's hurt by the inconsistency with the rest of the season. Another aspect of the story I liked is Chris's relationship with his grandfather. Yep, it's time for the Halliwell dad to cameo again.
Grandpa?
Victor didn't know anything about this time travel nonsense prior to this. So before, Chris wouldn't tell anyone anything to save his life. Now he's just running around blowing his secret like whatever.
You might want to pick up a different habit. To avoid any future problems, if you know what I mean.
Oh, gee. Thanks for the tip.
Wait, so he can warn his grandfather about his future cancer, but he won't bother telling Piper how she died? That's harsh, man. Because Leo wasn't around, Chris was really close with Victor instead. It was kind of unexpected to see this character make a breakthrough with Chris, since he stays largely forgotten a lot of the time. It was nice to give him a little bit more importance.
What did I do? You gotta tell me, because I am crashing here.
Nothing. You just... We talked.
Chris ends up telling him about Piper's early death, so now Victor has to live with that knowledge, knowing when it's going to happen. It's really quite sad, actually, especially since he's already lost one daughter and their mother.
Don't worry so much about the future. Spend time with them all you can. Talk to them.
Every moment counts, is that it?
Yeah, something like that. Piper. Be careful.
I wish the character could have been given more screen time like this. It seems like some things they could have done with him were left unexplored. Oh, and Chris is suddenly really cheery this episode. It's weird. You cut out those emotions, young man. Once Chris's secret is out and he doesn't have to keep lying, the story improves greatly. But it's a little bit marred by how he acted before. Because if they truly had this story in mind all along, he wasn't supposed to be evil, then he's actually an incredibly unlikable character. He kills 3 Valkyries to cover his ass, sends the girls to horrific alternate realities where people die to teach them a lesson, wants to vanquish a half-human, half-demon baby, uses a genie wish to try and get Piper and Leo to have sex, and let most of the elders get slaughtered to get Leo promoted and out of the way. I guess this does lend credence to the fact he's a Halliwell, but man, those are some pretty horrible things to do. And they get mad because he lied, but he never gets called out for any of the other morally wrong things he did. These should be the big issues. They're way bigger than the lying thing, but it's just never addressed. It's cool because he came with the right intentions. And yet, I hate to keep bringing this up, but Cole totally did the same thing. Good intentions, questionable methods. So why does Chris get a free pass? And at the very least, come on, Chris, at least the Charmed ones are sneakier about how they kill and torture their victims. The girls are so dense about the situation. They keep ignoring Leo even when he presents proof that Chris sent him to Valhalla and is hiding something. Just because he helps them out doesn't mean they shouldn't at least try to figure out what he's hiding, but it doesn't even seem like they care.
Do you know where Chris got it?
A swap meet?
He killed for it. The Valkyrie who owned this pendant was murdered.
Leo, this is not cool. I have people coming here in 10 minutes.
Chris isn't who he says he is, Piper. I know he's the one who banished me to Valhalla, and this proves it.
You know what, Leo? Nothing will ever change with you. You will always find a way to make your job more important than your family.
I seriously want to murder every single character in this show. They're just the most thick, selfish people on the planet. I don't get why this is a hard concept for Piper to understand. Saving lives is more important than your stupid normal life shit. Baby showers are not more important. Parties are not more important. Dates are not more important. Your feelings are not more important. But regardless of that, Leo has tried so hard with everything, and she just shrieks at him about her all the time. He's presenting proof that a person in her house is a murderer, and she's whining about other stuff and ignoring him.
Shut up, Leo. Who hasn't murdered someone in this house?
Leo becomes kind of a badass this season. It's a welcome change. That doesn't mean he gets any more respect, but he at least acts like less of a weenie. I was beginning to forget what real character development was like. Now that we're moving on to Leo, you know what that means. White lighter inconsistencies. I love that every season I have enough of these to make a list. It's like the writers were actively trying to make the white lighters as confusing as possible. Here's what I got this time around. White lighters can feel their charge's pain again, or at least one time Leo can feel Piper's pain. The charges can be put on mute, and fittingly we find this out because it was Phoebe. Elders aren't allowed to drink.
Elders aren't allowed to drink.
See? Except when they're drinking beer, I guess.
2 cold ones, Billy.
No, he's not dead. He's just up there being a full-time elder.
Oh, so we've stopped referring to Leo as a zombie. Guess they caught up with the audience. Leo can scry now, but I'm not sure if that counts as a white lighter inconsistency or a witch inconsistency. And how did Leo inherit his elder powers anyway? I thought they had to be given away by another elder.
All we know is that the transfer must take place during tonight's equinox, or else I will lose my powers forever.
And speaking of that episode, that was the one where they reveal elders can see the future. Leo is able to ask that guy one question and he'd answer it. So if the elders can see the future, why wouldn't Leo know who Chris is? They do act like Leo sort of does know a bit about the future, and that makes it even more confusing. Starting with this season, White Lighter Land is just sort of done away with in favor of hanging out on the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, that's just sort of their meetup place now. Why did the White Lighters decide to do all their meetings there? Because they built the set and damn it, they're going to use it. By the way, if you love horrifying retroactive continuity, you'll be happy to hear this piece of trivia.
Wait, you knew Grams when she was young?
Yeah, we crossed paths once or twice when I was a young white lighter.
Ew.
How is that ew? Do they think he had sex with her or something? Did anything about what he said imply that? I notice he doesn't try to deflect this, and we get to see his free lovin' past self this episode, which makes me think that, yeah, he totally did do it with her. Why, Charmed? Why do you do this to me? Did I really need to know that Leo and Grandma Ghost had sex at one point? Doesn't this break, like, a shit ton of White Lighter rules?
What are you, a peeping elder now?
He was always a peeping White Lighter, guys. I still can't get over the fact that Leo has apparently been watching Piper since she was a baby, and since he hung out with Grandma Ghost pre-Ghost, this means before that even. This is not a normal White Lighter thing.
Yeah, I was sent here to watch over you and your sisters when you first got your powers.
And when Leo was first introduced, he says he didn't tell them he was a White Lighter because witches aren't meant to know. Except witches know about their White Lighters through the rest of the series.
You were never supposed to find out. I screwed up and got caught.
But the other White Lighters just get assigned to charges when they need them. None of them watch over witches their whole lives, only Leo. Which makes me think he's just a creepy, perverted stalker. It's not romantic, guys. It's terrifying. How far down does the rabbit hole go, Charmed? So after staying for a while to figure out what Chris's plan is, Leo decides to leave and go into full-on creepy stalker elder now. When he becomes full elder, he goes into ultra weenie mode for some reason.
Phoebe, Paige, how are you?
Well, not so good. We have a problem.
Perhaps we should meditate.
He acts like he's high or something. It's strange. I still don't understand why this is such a big flippin' deal, this elder thing. I would think it's the same thing as getting a promotion at work. Sure, you're gone more often, but it's not like you don't exist anymore. If the rules are such an issue, why don't they break them again? Are they more strict for elders? I thought the elders made up the rules anyway. This is just a rehash of the White Lighters and Witches Can't Be Together storyline. Except it's already been done, so it just makes our heroes look like idiots. We're going backwards here. And worst of all, they solve it by him just going, "Screw the rules, I have witchcraft," and saying he'll stay. It's the exact same thing! Not that any of this matters, he and Piper get divorced this season. You know, of all the reasons why they most definitely should have divorced, this was probably at the bottom of my list. As you might have guessed, Piper is both evil and idiotic about this. She decides she's back on her I want a normal life shtick, while still letting her baby wield powerful and dangerous magic. She won't let Leo heal anyone, so they can achieve this normal, super powerful baby life, even when the Wonder Baby is really sick. They completely ignore the White Lighters can only heal someone hurt by evil rule entirely now, just so you're aware. I realize it's hard to keep track of these things.
I have half a mind to call Jason and complain about it, but I don't want to use our relationship for leverage.
What's the use of sleeping with your boss then?
Men are only there to be used and thrown away.
Good news, fellas. Piper is back on the market. Watch out, world. She goes on a string of dates that ends with her whirlwind romance with Fireman Greg, who's basically replacement Neighbor Dan in this scenario. Fireman Greg only wishes he could be Neighbor Dan, but only one man can be such a master of the superfluous. Seriously though, dudes, we did this storyline in Season 2, and it was just as flat and forced. During this how will Piper find love, or find someone to sacrifice to the Dark Lord storyline, things get a bit more murky. What I'm saying is, Phoebe and Paige create a man for her, magically, as a birthday present. Men are presents. They have, no one stopped to look at this episode and said, hey, this is incredibly sexist and offensive. No one? So, okay, Phoebe and Paige create a Latin lover sex toy for Piper to do with as she wishes. This is one of the worst examples of misuse of power on this show I have ever seen, even if we forget the personal gain rule like the show did. I have so many questions about this dude's existence. He knows he's made for Piper and will only exist for one day. It's just such a sad life. And are Paige and Phoebe playing God now? What is his role in the grand scheme of things? Oh well, it's funny because they literally make a man an object. If the genders had been switched around here, they would have treated it so much differently. Plus they add pheromones to the spell to get Piper to sleep with him, meaning they were totally trying to get their sister date raped. It's really questionable. So anyway, after Piper officially breaks up with Leo, she asks him to leave them alone so it'll be easier for her. It's such a bitch move too. He should be able to see his son. I get that this is hard for her, but just because she's the mother doesn't mean she owns the baby now. What I can say is, she at least shows some understanding that Leo misses him, and eventually does let him hang around to see Wyatt. But the fact that she did it in the first place, that's kind of low, guys.
I mean, who knows? This might actually turn out to be a good thing for me in the long run. I might be able to live some semblance of a normal life, not being married to an angel.
Yeah, because Leo is the weirdest part of your life. You know your baby can create a fucking dragon out of thin air, right? Yeah, Wyatt creates a dragon out of nowhere because he sees it on TV. Normal life, ladies and gentlemen! This is the episode where we're introduced to the Cleaners, omniscient beings that can erase things from existence to protect the magical world from being exposed. Where the hell were they during All Hell Breaks Loose? Or any other time this has been an issue? This makes absolutely no sense, before or after they're introduced.
You have been assigned to watch the Charmed Ones since they first became witches, have you not?
That is correct.
What? And they decide to erase Wyatt from existence rather than just the memory of the dragon? Do they have a limit to how much they can cover up, or what? They explain that they only erased memories associated with Wyatt or the dragon, but then Phoebe forgets a riot she started due to other magical circumstances. That one didn't even have anything to do with the dragon.
Something weird just flew by the window.
Something what? Spit it out, spit it out.
Well, to be honest with you, it looked a little like a dragon.
Oh, you mean the dragon destroying the city like Godzilla and probably murdering thousands of people? Or was it something behind it? Why the hell doesn't Piper bind the kid's powers when it's been proven he could potentially kill people? It's such blatant irresponsibility and completely goes against her character motivations. I mean, this baby can teleport. What if he teleported into traffic or something? Later in the season, he's using magic to scare off Piper's potential dates. You don't think this would cause an exposure issue? They solve this whole thing by being dicks and saying they'll keep exposing magic unless the Cleaners give Wyatt back.
Yeah, but if we do that, what's to stop them from erasing us?
They wouldn't dare.
I think you guys are overestimating your importance. Like, the Elders have let you guys die so many times.
Because, you see, if you get rid of us, you tip the balance of power from good to evil, and now that's hardly being neutral now, is it?
You could use that logic for anything they erased. If anything, getting rid of you guys tips the scales in favor of good. And holy shit, they dick around with some news anchors and make the Golden Gate Bridge disappear. You know, people were probably driving on that and fell into the water, drowning horrifically in their cars. I'm not sure if the cleaners can only alter memories or if they can bring people back to life, but we'd better hope so. Regardless, this doesn't solve the issue at hand. There's no way Piper can stop accidents from happening when her baby is that powerful, and the dragon thing was the perfect example of that. Not binding the baby's powers is just nonsensical and dangerous at this point. Leo seems to be following the same train of thought now, and he really doesn't want Wyatt's powers bound. That's not even what he wanted before. And Chris wants Wyatt's powers bound, and for good reason. Wyatt is evil and kills a lot of people later on. Sure, when he suggests this, they don't know that yet, but it only further proves why our characters are making horrible, horrible decisions. When Piper starts contemplating binding Wyatt's powers while under magical influence, everyone is acting like it's a really horrible thing to do. Why? It's not like getting a baby's ears pierced or something. He can get his powers back. All they have to do is not die and they're golden. I mean, yes, they do die all the time, but I mean permanently die.
He conjured a little dragon.
Piper, how could you let that happen?
How could I let that happen? You take off, and suddenly I'm responsible for every little thing?
You asked him to leave! And the elder thing was to save the world! Piper is so horrible here. She doesn't even tell Leo she's pregnant with Chris for like 6 months. She says it's because she doesn't want to bug him up in White Light or Golden Gate Bridge land, but you've broken the rules before. This would probably qualify as a good reason. She doesn't even want him to know Chris is his son. Leo's an elder. Shouldn't he be able to look down on them and overhear it anyway? What's he gonna say when she suddenly has another son and named him Chris? Phoebe is the one who ends up telling him. Phoebe. When Phoebe looks like the better person in this scenario, something has gone stunningly wrong. Like I said before, Holly Marie Combs was actually pregnant this season. It wasn't revealed until way later on though, which leads to a whole slew of "our actress is totally not pregnant" clothes. Lots of ponchos. There's also the classic holding a giant birthday bag and other really obvious giveaways. Once this is revealed in the storyline though, she's pretty far along, so suddenly there's like a leap of 6 months between episodes. Feels like you missed something.
Look, you're pregnant!
Yeah, it looks that way, huh?
Well, when did this happen?
Oh, well, you know, I've been meaning to call you, but, you know, and Leo's the father.
As much as I'm ragging on Piper here, she's actually a lot less evil this season, though not because the character has improved at all. She and Leo aren't together, so she can't harp on him as much, and because Holly Marie Combs was actually pregnant, she takes it easy a lot of the time. That means she takes a back seat in a lot of the episodes, and is a lot softer spoken. It's kind of strange, actually, to see a less harsh Piper. She hasn't threatened to steal anything from a dead person or anything. In one of the Piper-centered episodes, before she was heavily pregnant, she gets called on by the Lady of the Lake and ends up finding Excalibur. Just go with it. Piper believes this is all a bunch of fairy tale nonsense, while Paige is all gung-ho about it. Wait, Paige was the one who didn't believe in fairy tales last season, but then she believed before. And Piper was the one who believed in fairy tales, and whatever, they feel however the plot needs them to. None of this matters compared to how amazeballs the revelation at the end is. Wyatt was destined to inherit the sword for absolutely no fucking reason, thus making it a recurring thing on this show that Piper's son is the wielder of Excalibur. Yes, folks, in this show's canon, Wyatt Halliwell is the King of England.
Why is it turning her evil?
Because only the ultimate power on Earth can handle Excalibur.
If Wyatt was the most powerful witch ever known, then why are the Charmed Ones legendary throughout time for being the most powerful witches ever known? Seems like there's a discrepancy in the legend there. I still don't get why Chris isn't as powerful. They explain that Wyatt is so strong because he's the result of the union of a White Lighter and a Charmed One, so I guess that would explain why Paige isn't the ultimate power, but that still doesn't explain Chris at all. He's got the same parents. Is it because of Excalibur? Because Wyatt makes Piper invincible from the womb, and none of that shit happens with Chris. So, Holy shit, their baby just killed a dude! He truly is Piper's son.
Wyatt is surrounded by love.
You guys think I'm just exaggerating about Piper's evilness and being silly and oh ho ho, those wacky charmed ones. But let me just remind you all that Piper's son grows up to be the evil ruler of the world. And he looks hilariously like a member of Nickelback. Actually, this whole storyline is deliciously ridiculous.
Hey, too, Chris.
The actor is trying so hard. He gets this weird English accent when he's doing his evil voice. The actor's from Kentucky.
That's always been your problem, Chris. Stuck in the old good versus evil morass. I'm so past that.
How can you not love this? He's got Darth Vader choking powers. It's great.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
And check out the shot of the future. There's flying cameras and shit, dudes fighting each other on a green screen on the side of the building for no reason. You realize this is only supposed to be 23 years in the future, right? So this is what they think 2026 will be like? Are they taking tips from Space Mutiny now? And check it out, check it out, check it out. The manor has been made into a Halliwell Memorial Museum. They have their fucking costumes on display. Holograms. Holy shit, Charmed, you amaze me. So anyway, Evil Wyatt says he won't kill Chris because, I don't know, bros before hoes? They never explain this. There are several plots in the season involving demons that want to influence baby Wyatt to evil. But I thought people were genetically predisposed to... whatever, they don't even care at this point. Because Phoebe and Piper are soul-sucking banshees, Paige becomes more and more disconnected with them this season. This brings her closer to her new boyfriend, Richard. The character is played by Balthazar Getty, and I really liked him. He had a great backstory. His family was in a feud with another family of witches, and his fiancée ended up getting killed in the crossfire. Paige and the others help him end this feud, and Paige ends up falling for him. However, his powers corrupt him whenever he uses them, so it's treated like an addiction, something which eventually splits them apart. He ends up turning evil, and Paige strips his powers and breaks up with him. As long as they're together, he has the potential to fall off the wagon again. Rather than try to vanquish him or punish him, they separate him from the magic and do what's best for everyone. This is the perfect example of how they could have done the Cole storyline. Richard is not necessarily a good guy or a bad guy. He has the potential to go either way. They don't go on about how he'll always be evil and can never redeem himself. They try to help him. They had plenty of opportunities to help Cole, and they ended up screwing him out of pettiness. And just like with Cole, Richard's powers bring out the dark side of him even when he's trying to help. With Paige and Richard, they recognize that he's done the wrong thing and find a solution that'll help him do right again. Paige doesn't go blaming him for everything that goes wrong in her life. She forgives him and lets him go on his own path of redemption. His powers and his mistakes do not define him. He is only a victim of the choices he makes, not what he's born into or what gifts he has. This is also a parallel with Paige's previously implied alcoholism. That might be why she's more forgiving of him, and why she sees more in him than the others do. Oh yeah, you didn't think Paige would get to have a life without the other two making it their business, did you? Phoebe gets all nosy and doesn't want Paige to date Richard because they don't know him that well, and his dark side was magic. Pot, meet kettle. Phoebe, you fell in love with one of the most vicious, vile demons who ever lived. Projecting much? She's even using her advice column to hint at Paige. She makes up some column about a family who thinks the boyfriend is an alcoholic and the girl should end or slow down the relationship. Why don't you just say it, Phoebe? After all, you are the world's greatest advice columnist. What I will say is that the storyline with Richard isn't very long and doesn't get very much screen time. It's like that with most of Paige's storylines, actually. You wouldn't want to horn in on the Phoebe Piper show. And unfortunately, everyone has a sense of disconnect, and all of the stories seem to be going their own separate directions. If the Richard storyline had been given more prominence than, say, Phoebe's boring as shit advice column, maybe the show could have been just a little easier to sit through at times. But if it sounds like a good idea, Charmed will find some way to make it stupid. After Paige's arc with Richard ends, she creates herself a man. Yeah, just like the Piper and Latin lover scenario. The moral implications of this just boggle me. Paige is quickly pulling a lot of the same shit as the other two and making her downward spiral into evil, unlikable troll territory. She's not there yet, but give it time.
Oh, what? Like you've never conjured stuff before? Yeah, well, never for myself and never a sex toy?
She conjures shit for herself all the time. Also, she cast that love spell way early on and did it with this dude. Yeah, she totally has conjured up a sex toy. Oh, and Paige becomes buddies with a bunch of fairy tale creatures this season. She helps out a leprechaun who was cursed to be full-sized and gets a magical shillelagh out of it. And wait, why are they able to see fairies now? When they introduced them into the show, the girls had to cast a spell to be able to see them. It was a plot point and stuff. And why is the Oracle there? Didn't she die? Anyway, most of Paige's screen time this season involves her doing random odd jobs for a temp agency. She wants a chance to help people and build a life outside of magic, which is exactly what she was doing at her temp job before she quit to be a witch. She couldn't go back to... Oh look, a butterfly! The show seems confused about what Paige wants. Her arc begins with wanting a magic-free life, but then it ends with her wanting to be free to use more magic. It's not through any revelation or anything, she just switches motivations at random.
I am determined now more than ever to have a life separate from being a witch. I keep trying to find a life away from magic, and all I get is magic, 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 everywhere. Ugh, I'd use magic for everything if I could.
Wait, you have a world too?
Yeah, all magic all the time, just what I wanted.
She takes the temp job so she can help people, but then she gets mad that magic keeps following her around and she has to help people. Is it because she prefers to help people non-magically, or...? It turns out that through some divine intervention, all of these temp jobs are given to Paige because she's meant to help someone. Which is not a bad storyline as long as they don't verge into stupid territory, and that happens a lot. Like having a talking dog, for instance, or fighting gremlins, or being a magician's assistant. Wait, how the hell did she orb herself in half? She can do that now? Or how about this one? A coworker complains she's going to get fired if she doesn't go out with their boss, so Paige disguises herself as this coworker and magically attacks him with a flower pot. This is then treated like she saved the day. How does that solve the situation? Doesn't that mean she just framed this woman for assault, cost her job, and made the guy think she was some sort of magical she-demon? Ignoring all of that, though, the storyline is very telling of how far this show has fallen from what it once was. Yes, I'm actually giving Charm's early seasons some credit here. Because this divine intervention, being sent somewhere because someone was in need, this used to happen all the time. Hell, it was the plot of the show. The girls were meant to save people, and they tried to balance their normal lives with it. But now, Paige seems to be the only one who cares about people at all. And what are Piper and Phoebe doing? They're getting mad because Paige is helping innocents and not thinking about how it affects them, all while focusing on their own petty problems. The show has shifted its focus so much they've completely forgotten the point. All they do is ignore innocence so they can focus on the stuff in between, mostly themselves. And I realize they're wanting to have normal lives, but it should be about balancing both things. Magical heroes that do nothing but avoid using magic except for, like, conjuring up a man? That's boring as shit, guys. Anytime Paige brings up saving a potential innocent, Phoebe and Piper tell her to let it go. Every single time. They scold her for helping people like she's a child or something. Phoebe can't even cancel a friggin' date, and Paige is willing to put her soul on the line in place of an innocent who died. She basically has to force Piper and Phoebe to do the right thing in this situation. And hell, they probably just saved her because without the power of 3, they couldn't do their hair in the morning or something. The same episode, Phoebe turns a guy into a turkey and a pig out of petty revenge, and nothing of consequence happens because of it.
But he's my innocent.
Yeah, but this is our problem, and one we did not ask for, by the way.
So what if he sold his soul and is going to rot in hell? Think about how this inconveniences us, Paige.
Larry's saved. He's moved on.
And that was worth risking your life for.
Yes, and it should be worth the same thing to them. And they learn absolutely nothing from this episode. They just get mad that Paige tricked them.
Yeah, I think we need to talk to Paige first. Because this little power 1 kick of hers is getting out of control. Look, I'm not saying that we need to gang up on her, but this is clearly becoming a pattern, and we need to remind her that we have a shared destiny to worry about, too.
Since when did saving innocents have anything to do with our shared destiny? This is all about us!
Why are we rooting for people so incredibly self-centered? Paige now reminds me of Phoebe back then, and that's so sad. The character has gone backwards. The reason this season has such a feeling of disconnect, it's because the characters have fallen so far away from what they should be doing. They might as well be in outer space for all the good they do. Not only is it frustrating, it's boring. It's repetitious to hear someone telling them, hey, there's a demon, and they're like, whatever, dates. This doesn't strike me as heroic behavior, not when it happens every single damn scene. Paige is guilty of this too, it just doesn't happen nearly as much as with the others. I could sum up every episode with,
well, we can't figure it out right now, so I'll be at work.
No one really takes responsibility for anything. They act like the Charmed Ones leading separate lives was supposed to be the arc for this season, but my only issue with that is, well, it's not any different to how they've acted before or how they act after. Everyone is pretty much in it for themselves at this point. A good illustration of this is when a spell is cast on them to lower their inhibitions and pursue their own desires. And it doesn't actually seem any different than usual, and that's a huge issue for your show. Just FYI, the following quotes were not said while under this spell.
Wait, you're just gonna let him go?
What do you want me to say? They have lives too. Besides, what more can we do?
You can't keep sacrificing your lives forever, and neither can I. Mom did that, Grams did it, and even Prue. And look what happened to them.
They never sacrifice their lives, ever. It's to the point of suicidal stupidity. And is she seriously trying to say that because they focus too much on fighting evil over their normal lives, that's what killed them? Their mom and Prue died trying to save innocence, and Grandma Ghost died of a heart attack. She doesn't even count. It wasn't from being workaholics, it was from doing the right thing. To try and use that as an excuse for being selfish assholes is, quite frankly, insulting. It tries to diminish the importance of everything they died for. Speaking of Grandma Ghost, though, let's shift gears for a moment, because I gotta tell you about one of the dumbest, most wonderful filler episodes I've ever seen. It seems wherever Grandma Ghost goes, stupidity is sure to follow. Paige is transported to the 1960s because of a spell young Grandma Ghost cast on an old pair of go-go boots. What if a non-witch had put them on? How the hell was she gonna explain that? And wait, if this is supposed to take place in the 60s, that'd put Grandma Ghost in her late 30s to early 40s when this was happening, and that actress is nowhere near that. Plus that means that when they time travel to the 70s in season 1, Grandma Ghost, drastically aged. You wanna know why this show shouldn't do time travel plots? Shit like this is why. Anyway, it turns out that before she was a great big man-hater, she was a tree-hugging hippie that was all about love and peace, man. She has big hippie parties at the manor, and holy shitballs, look at Hippie Leo. Hippie Leo. Hippie Leo was at the house, doing a white lighter light show. And he hits on Paige because apparently he was just sexing everyone up around that time. How is this consistent with his character at this point? What happened to him not being adapted to the real world? What? What the hell are you doing, show? Next thing you know, we'll have Daryl's afroed look-alike father who's against the man at holy shit they do.
You think you own me, but the man will never own Luther Morris.
He talks about himself in the third person, and I guess the sisters influenced him to become a cop, which is why Daryl becomes a cop. What?
Hey. Luther don't want to see this.
I love you, episode. I can never hate you for that.
Hey, groovy girl, we've been looking for you. Any friends of Paige's are friends of ours. But you shouldn't use magic so openly.
Yeah, that's a lot more out in the open than turning some cops' guns into flowers right in their hands. Good one, guys. They changed the past by saving the life of Grandma Ghost's first husband, and because he never died, she never became a man-hater and stayed a hippie. Wait, so why did having her husband die make her hate men? And just because someone was a hippie once doesn't mean they stay hippies indefinitely. That's just stupid. She even dresses like she's still in the 60s, or at least what tacky Halloween costumes think the 60s were. Also, how come when she changes, this is new to Leo and Chris? If the past was changed, then that would be how it always was. They wouldn't even remember how she used to be.
The first thing my Grams taught me was not to reason with demons.
The first thing? They didn't know about demons or any of this until the series started. They're acting like they always grew up knowing this stuff. Did the writers forget or something? This episode is so hilariously inconsistent. I can't help but enjoy it for being remarkably stupid. Then, of course, Grandma Ghost gets killed by a slime monster.
What about Grams?
She didn't make it.
Guys, she's a ghost. She cannot die. She will continue eternally into the afterlife, spreading the hate wherever she goes.
How many times have I told you men are utensils? You use them, wash them, and throw them in a drawer until you need them again.
Terrible Phoebe fashion, let's go. We've got the life jacket shirt / butterfly ass pants, a pink lady's jacket, the orange tarp shirt, the French stripper ghost outfit, a baby bonnet with a poncho, and hideous furry boots paired with an ultra mini skirt in winter. And a bonus terrible Paige fashion, the Grover sweater.
And why do I always get stuck with the wig?
Trust me, you don't.
Also, Phoebe gets a haircut, get over it. Alas, I must unfortunately move on to talking about Phoebe's story this season. Now is where my nightmare begins afresh. Before I start, though, let me address something. You might recall that in the last season's review, I called Phoebe a filthy whore. Once or twice. But let me be absolutely clear here. Because someone is sexually liberated, wears revealing clothing, or goes on lots of dates, that does not make that person a whore. That's not my message here. The reason I get on Phoebe so much is because that is almost exclusively the focus of her character over anything else. She is constantly looking for dates or sex. Or talking about work. And that in itself might not warrant the harsh name calling, but the reason for that? It's because she treats her guys like shit. She's an awful person. I wouldn't be calling her out if she just likes sex a lot. And the clothing, it's just either ugly or not work appropriate. Paige has sex a lot too, but they don't center her character around that, and she doesn't put it before saving innocence. She also doesn't make her partners wish for the sweet peace of oblivion. So please keep in mind that when I make fun of Phoebe, it's because she is a horrible human being. Plus the writers didn't even know how they felt about sex.
No, I did not advocate multiple sex partners.
Suddenly, this is a bad thing. I don't know. If you want to know why I hate season 6 so much, Phoebe is the reason. Surprise! The very first scene of the very first episode is an ego-stroking session with Alyssa Milano on a radio show. Excuse me while I hold my barf in.
Winding it up with our special guest, the stunningly beautiful Phoebe Hollowell of Ask Phoebe fame. Your column has skyrocketed. All the critics rave about how amazingly insightful your advice is. There's this woman that I like, and I'd like to ask her out, but I'm afraid she'll say no. What should I do?
Well, why don't you just ask me and find out?
By the way, she's still waiting for Jason to come back from Hong Kong. Hurry back, asshole!
I have to go get ready for my lunch date. Oh, I didn't know your boss was back in town. No, it's not with Jason. It's with Chad, the DJ, who I'm not really interested in.
Phoebe's got a date with DJ guy, and bitches for them to get started fighting the demon of the week so she can get to her date later. And then the guy stands her up anyway. So she decides to blow off helping out so she can find out why the guy canceled. Priorities! It turns out he didn't go out with her because he's intimidated by successful women. That, or the fear that he'd never be able to escape her, even in hell, to be tortured for eternity with stock love advice. Isn't that right, Cole?
I was just hoping you could help me understand something that's baffled women since the beginning of time. Why don't men call after they ask us out? And why do they cancel at the last minute, and even worse, stand us up?
Hey, Phoebe. Maybe you can help me understand something that's baffled women since the beginning of time. Why do they continue to be represented by shows that think a woman shouldn't even tell a dude she's breaking up with him before jumping on the date wagon? Why do they set up a double standard that makes all of us look stupid, and even worse, why do we have to watch the most unlikable protagonist in the world? This show really seems to think it's speaking for women's progress, when really it's setting them back about 10,000 years. They think it's all about girl power, but really, all it does is present the worst things they think women want on TV, paired with absurdly exaggerated sexist dudes. They stick it to all the sexist man-pigs while simultaneously not holding women to the same standards. It's offensive how they somehow think Phoebe is a strong female character. But here comes the most maddening part of the season. Phoebe develops the power of empathy and becomes somehow, amazingly, improbably, even bigger of a bitch than even I could imagine. And I pretty much thought she was the biggest bitch in the universe. I'm running out of larger quantities to measure her bitchiness by. But bigger than that. If you don't recall, an empath is someone who channels the feelings of other people. This forces Phoebe to think about others, which is pretty much the worst thing that could ever happen to her. She ends up holding herself in the basement to ignore other people's feelings, so it's not much different than normal. As with most things Phoebe does, her new powers annoy the shit out of everyone else. She uses this as an excuse to give unwanted advice to everyone and inflate her ego even more. She's like waiting around the corner to tell someone what they should do with their life.
Hey y'all, it's Phoebe. Want some advice? Wait, where you going? Got some advice for ya.
And why exactly is Phoebe supposed to be the best person to go to for advice anyway? This is a woman who once cast a smart spell on herself. But I guess her new power makes her really accurate with giving love advice or something? Look, just because you know someone's hurting or in love doesn't mean shit concerning what you tell them to do about it. Most normal human beings can actually gather someone's feelings from what they say already. It's not like telling them to dump the chump is going to mean it's the right thing to do, even if you're dead on about how they feel about it. Plus, can she tell the person's feelings through the letter? Does it even work that way? I have trouble understanding how exactly her powers work anyway. Try to help me suss this out.
I mean, just because I could feel some glimmer of Piper's feelings doesn't mean she can. She's completely cut off from them.
Wait, hold it. Isn't there a spell in the book that allows somebody to feel what you feel? Which, in this case, would be Piper feeling what you're feeling Piper should be feeling.
This makes no sense. Or how about this one?
Well, our powers are emotion-based, right? If I can channel Piper's feelings, why can't I channel her powers?
That's not remotely the same thing as empathy. She can also use her new gift to channel someone's powers and throw their own energy ball at them. Oh yeah, must have been an emotion ball. When she channels someone's anger at work, she accidentally starts a riot and beats the crap out of her coworkers. Hilarious! But then there's this line.
Oh no, did I do all of this?
Does she have selective amnesia with the emotion powers or something? And at one point, she uses Piper's emotions to censor in another reality. How does that work? Or maybe that has to do with the psychic connection the girls have that was brought up once and never mentioned again. And here's a shot of Phoebe sending Piper's emotions back to her in a stupid sparkly emotion cloud. You can thank me later.
That new bartender guy is checking you out.
Yeah, glad you had an empath to figure that one out. He's doing everything outside of whipping out his junk to hint at his intentions. Here's my biggest issue with Phoebe getting this power. It's one thing to know someone's emotions, and it's another thing to understand them, and Phoebe is the worst at that. For example, when they're fighting the ghost of Richard's fiancé, Phoebe is ready to just vanquish her. Paige is the only one who understands her pain over how she was killed and convinces her to pass on. She was the one who understood her and wanted to help. Phoebe immediately went into vanquish mode like she always does. Instead of utilizing this new power to try and connect with innocence on a deeper level, or applying it to helping people, Phoebe uses it to hog all the scenes from everyone else. When Piper gets her memory back and sees Leo for the first time since he went missing, all of her anger and pain is expressed through Phoebe. What should have been a strong moment for her was made all about Phoebe again. I have a hard enough time dealing with her own stupid issues. She has to steal everyone else's too. You know what should have happened? Phoebe should have had a new revelation about people, a deeper understanding. But instead, it gives her an excuse to whine about how everyone else affects her. I warn you, you might just want to kill someone after you see some of these clips.
Piper, do you mind? I'm trying to meditate up here if you haven't noticed.
Well, can't you block out the noise?
Yeah, the vacuum cleaner I can block out. Your nerves, I can't.
Leo, enough!
This hostility is killing me. Okay, you guys, would you knock it off? I'm still reeling from Piper's emotions. I don't need this.
And Wyatt is feeling very, very sad right now. Poor little guy. See, this is why I lock myself in the basement. I am a wreck.
Paige, don't be impatient with me. I'm feeling so much today, I don't need this too.
Phoebe, it's not about you. It's just not. She lacks the ability to care about any other person, even when she's granted the one power that should give her that. I hope now you understand why this season is such a drag, because we have to sit through shit like this. The show seems completely oblivious to how horrendous our main characters are. It's mind-numbing. I spent half the season groaning. Eventually, they have to come up with a potion to block Phoebe from reading Piper and Paige's emotions because they feel violated. Also because it's extremely obnoxious to the audience. They've already written themselves into a corner, and it's only the 5th episode of the season. Chris takes the potion too, but later on, Phoebe can read him anyway. For some reason. I don't know why they forgot about that. It was part of the plot since it made Leo more suspicious that he was hiding something.
Maybe you can actually find out how Jason feels about you. Yeah, but what if it's not good news? Ha! Then you dump him before he dumps you.
Find out how Jason feels about her? He asked her to live with him in Hong Kong for 6 months. I'd say he's pretty committed. In any case, he should be dumping her, what with her cheating on him. Phoebe isn't sure if her feelings are her own or Jason's. Seeing as how she was ready to date some random dude before the empathy powers even manifested, and she's incapable of this human emotion we call love, I'd say the feelings are his. So Phoebe tries to avoid Jason for a while. I wonder why that might be. He is way too classy for her, and she treats him like poop. She forgets when he was going to fly back from Hong Kong and blows off his calls. He says she's mysterious. Yeah, I guess that's one word for it.
My favorite advice columnist once wrote that it's important for guys to be more understanding.
Gotta love that sexist double standard. Wait, why are they disappointed they can't watch these two make out? When Phoebe gets replaced by that blonde bimbo, she punches her out in front of Jason, and he's barely concerned about it. Fantastic. Outside of that, though, he's been nothing but wonderful to her. I have no idea why he stays with her as long as he does. He's kind of the ridiculously perfect guy. He speaks Italian, sends her 10 dozen roses, wants to get her a nationally syndicated talk show, and he takes a bullet for her in an alternate reality. A bullet! Hell, he'd be lucky if she avoided stabbing him with her stilettos if he fell over in a firefight. He's kind of ridiculously powerful, though. It's all part of Alyssa Milano wanting to live vicariously through her character. He owns TV stations, newspapers, matchmaking sites, a winery in Italy, private jets. Why does he take the time to run Phoebe's rink-eating newspaper? Doesn't he have like 1,000 other jobs to do?
You are special, Phoebe.
I love you too.
Oh snap, what a fresh joke. It's not actually that unusual of a thing to say. She could have gotten from his implication that that's what he meant. But anyway, she gets mad that he's going to Rome soon after that because she assumes he's running away. Yes, because you didn't avoid him at all. And the dude commutes to Hong Kong. It's not that far out of the realm of possibility, Phoebe. She even starts blaming him for other shit, like a demon baby getting stolen.
This is all Jason's fault.
How's that?
Oh, you're a guy, you wouldn't get it.
Run, Jason! You're becoming the new Cole! Pretty soon she'll say as a multi-millionaire he's predisposed to evil. By the end of the episode, he says he loves her back and it's all cool though. That poor man.
It's time I gave you some advice for once. Don't let it be work.
What do you mean?
There's a whole generation of women out there who followed the dream, built successful careers, but at the expense of everything else.
Oh man, tell it like it is, sister. Just call Elise Miss Matchmaker. She's insisting that Phoebe goes and lives with Jason in Hong Kong and tells her that she can just do the column there. That's what bosses do. Follow your dream, Phoebe. And she can do the column from another country, but she's too fucking busy to spend any time at home. So after some pushing from Piper in an unusually generous mood, Phoebe ends up moving to Hong Kong with Jason, being orbed in and out of the country whenever she's needed. Hey, she's wearing a Chinese dress and she was practicing origami. Also, she spouts off Chinese proverbs at random. Did you know she was in Hong Kong? That's all they do over there. Her room is humorously immediately filled with exercise equipment. Considering the house is huge and that could have gone somewhere else, it shows how much Piper misses her. I'm beginning to think that Piper's selfless sacrifice to get Phoebe and Paige moved out was strangely self-motivated. You tried to trick us, show, but we know better. Shortly after this, though, Jason finds out Phoebe is a witch and freaks out. At the same time, Phoebe gets possessed by a vengeful French stripper spirit and ruins his big merger meeting while doing lots of fan service. Question mark. After all of that, it is actually kind of sad, if I can give any sort of credit to a Phoebe storyline nowadays. It's mostly because I feel sorry for Jason, though. He says everything is okay because Phoebe saved him in the end, and she couldn't have done anything different. Keeping their secret safe and helping people is more important than them. It's funny how he's able to make that distinction and Phoebe isn't. He suggests that they take some time apart to figure things out. He doesn't say it's over, he just says to take some time. And then, of course, he's never seen again. Oh well, so much for that. I wonder what cutie patootie Phoebe will get with next. I hope he's insanely rich and powerful. So now, Phoebe shifts her focus to having a baby. She's gotta have her baby pops. Heaven help this child. This all has to do with a vision she has of being pregnant in the future, so she starts speed dating to try and find her baby daddy. Yeah. She uses this as yet another excuse to ignore her witchly duties.
Daryl, will you hurry up? I got a date. Now I should get back and finish my origami dragon.
Really? That's your excuse for leaving this time? An origami dragon? And of course, if Phoebe isn't talking about dating, she's talking about work. I'd just like to point out that Paige gets a temp job as her assistant for like a day and does a way better job at running things than she does. Why is Phoebe so successful?
Yeah, it's still a lot to give up. What I get from him is kind of more than makes up for it, I think.
Ew. Ew, relationships are icky. I'm the world's greatest advice columnist.
It's annoying how much constant praise is thrown Phoebe's way. She gets complimented about her column and her provocative topics, and she gets rave reviews when she guest hosts a local talk show, even though she's a terrible host. She immediately tells the guest that she didn't have time to read the book she's promoting. Why the hell would you say that in the interview? And holy shit, is that text Comic Sans?
As an older sister, you're quite a bit to live up to.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult to live up to her high standards of bitchery and wine foo. The most irritating part of all of this, though, is that her success and hard work is a ton of tell and not show. We keep hearing about how awesome or insightful she is, but we never actually see any evidence of that. It is because we're told it is.
I love watching lawyers explode.
Oh, just fuck you forever.
No, you're right. I've been avoiding conflict my whole life.
Really now? Are the writers watching the same show as I am? What about 4 episodes from that line when she becomes a high schooler again and breaks the law and stuff with her old gang of school buddies? Yeah, she's a real conflict avoider, this one. The show recycles ideas again with another high school reunion plot, this time with Phoebe. She accidentally casts a spell by reading an old yearbook poem, which ends up turning her into her old self who everyone hated in high school. Why do these reunion plots always go like this on TV? I barely remember the people I knew in high school, much less well enough to still actively hate someone. Her old teacher even hates her, what the hell? I can't say I blame them though, seeing as how they actually, met her. She's super famous with a billboard and guest hosting TV shows, but the teacher doesn't know who she is or what she does. And when she was a kid, she had a super fan who clung around her and did everything she told her to, including getting locked in a car trunk and left there so Phoebe could make out with some guy. Wow, so she was pulling this shit even that far back, huh?
You know, you can fool San Francisco with your pithy advice, but you can't fool us. The only thing you were ever known for was lying and ditching and stealing boyfriends. To the rest of the world, you might be Ask Phoebe, but to us, you'll always be Freebie.
Why am I agreeing with the bitch character? Phoebe's younger self is just baby voice again. Character acting! She ends up getting held hostage and turning the guy into Chris so he can get melted by some demons. What? This guy's a regular human and they just let him get killed. Isn't that the opposite of what they learned in Future Dog Poop World about not using magic for punishment? Paige could have orbed them away. They didn't have to let the guy die. Which brings me to my next point. The Charmed Ones are put on trial. Not for this incident, but for a completely unrelated thing that ends up being about them in the end. This is the introduction of the Tribunal, a group of elders and demons meant to monitor magic and keep it under wraps. They were the ones who created the Cleaners. So now we know who to blame for dropping the ball on every single exposure issue they've ever had. The girls request the trial to plead for Daryl's life, and they end up having things turned on them by the defense. Their greatest enemy, Barbas.
Yeah, well, you didn't warn us that they would call upon our worst enemy. I'm not afraid anymore.
No!
We need proof.
What do you think he is?
He's a demon. They'll discredit him.
What? They have a freaking demon as the defense. What the hell do you mean they'll discredit him? Barbas points out that they constantly expose magic, use it for personal gain, get people killed, are influenced to the side of evil, and that Phoebe drove Cole to insanity after rejecting him. He's not wrong, dudes. He even points out that everything evil Cole did after Phoebe pissed all over him was completely her fault. Exactly what I've been saying.
It was your cold rejection of his love that drove him to that reckless despair, so I say that you're responsible. How much longer can we afford to tempt the gods of fate with the recklessness of the charmed ones? And at what point does that day finally come when it's just simply too late to clean up after one of their little magical messes? Always try to blame somebody else, aren't you?
Through plot contrivance, Phoebe is the only one found guilty here and stripped of her powers until she can earn them back. It's kind of hilarious. Okay, it's a lot of hilarious. Alright, so if the show is pointing out exactly what I've been talking about and punishing Phoebe for what she's done, why do I still bitch about it? Well, because it's all really hollow, and Barbas isn't really intended to be in the right here. The other two didn't get punished at all, a lot of the wording is meant to strawman the issue, and no one acts any different afterwards. There are 4 specific reasons this episode was made, and none of them have anything to do with finally acknowledging how horrible Phoebe is. 1 is that the flying stunts were way too expensive and they had to get rid of them. 2 is that they wrote themselves into a corner with this stupid empathy power. 3 is that they wanted to save some money with a clip show like every trial episode ever. And 4 is this. Brad Kern said in an interview that he wanted it shown that Phoebe's love was her true power in the final season. Phoebe's love. Phoebe's love. And immediately after this, she starts nagging on Paige about personal gain. Your hypocrisy is showing again, bitchy. Now that she's lost her powers, she's got to rely on good old-fashioned sleuthing to get work done, which leads to her using her connections at the paper to try and solve issues. I think she's putting too much faith in the paper staying afloat because of her shitty love advice.
I'm interested in dedicating a month of my column to the protection of our children, and I was sort of wondering, if something, God forbid, were to happen to my nephew Wyatt, what do you think the police might do to try to figure out who did it?
That sounds like the most suspicious question in the world, Phoebe.
Theoretically, if I were to murder a baby, how long would it take for them to find the sack in the river before I skip town?
2 episodes after they pointed out how evil they turn all the time, Phoebe turns evil. But this time she does it on purpose so she can use the powers to slaughter a room full of demons. This ends with Paige comically stabbing her to get rid of the evil powers. Her turning evil is just used for laughs by this point. But who gives a shit about her? Let's talk about my favorite person. The magnificent, the imperial, the fantastical, Daryl Morris. Check this out. It's the greatest Daryl shot ever. When the girls must go to Valhalla to rescue Leo, they need a warrior's soul, so they just steal Daryl's without his permission. Like, he's very adamant about not being involved with this, but they just go, "Shut up, Daryl." Oh man! They totally kill him and make him fight for his afterlife in Valhalla. What shitlords! It'd be kinda hard to forgive that one if it were me. And really, Daryl is their ultimate warrior? I know they've got slim pickings here, but damn.
Is am I still alive?
Barely.
Why is he still friends with them? He keeps almost getting killed or running into stupid shit all season. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Hey, Daryl, we made a man. Now get the fuck out of here so we can food fight.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. What I've said so far is pretty standard for Daryl, but this season is probably the Daryliest of all the seasons. He gets a subplot about stopping a hostage situation where he asks Paige for help and ends up with super strength and invincibility. That is the most awesome thing. And fuck-a-doodle-doo, most of this happens off-screen in favor of something else, and then it's just used for a comedy gag at the end. Why didn't we get a whole episode about this? I actually wanted to know more about what happened, but it just seemed tacked on for time or something. And doesn't using magic to stop a hostage situation fall under personal gain? I don't know why I even ask about personal gain anymore. It's just a shame because despite being on the show for 7 years, we never actually get a Daryl episode. He might take part in the episode's actual plot if he's lucky, but we never get an episode dedicated solely to him. What the hell, guys? We needed more Daryl. He was the breakout star.
Paige?
Oh man! But finally, folks, the impossible dream has happened. Daryl, after 6 seasons, is finally given his only story arc.
No, Piper. I can't. What if you can't fix this? What am I supposed to do then? Run? Hide? That's not right. I'm no fugitive. I'm a cop. I'm a cop. I'm a cop. I'm a cop. I'm a cop.
So when Paige and Phoebe expose magic again, trying to get rid of an evil spirit, the cleaners end up framing Daryl for murder to cover it up. This confirms that they can't raise someone from the dead. So yeah, like thousands of people died in that dragon episode. But anyway, Daryl ends up on death row and amazingly shot up to the top of the list for execution. They must really want him dead. Usually you have to wait years for that. As he's dying, they restore things to how they were, but Daryl still remembers it. Traumatized by the situation and wanting to protect his family, he cuts himself off from helping the Charmed Ones. I'm shocked this didn't happen before now, especially since he actually did die earlier in the season. At their hands! But now Daryl isn't going to help them out, and he goes back to the status quo when it comes to magic stuff. I don't want to know, I don't want to know.
You don't understand. It's over, Leo.
Are we breaking up? This does give Daryl a chance to actually, do something. And for someone who's been amazingly two-dimensional for 6 years, that's a breath of fresh air. His wife Sheila, who is somehow even less of a character than Daryl, even gets her moment to shine.
I love Daryl, and I know this is eating him up inside, but you girls are like family to us. You don't turn your back on family.
Good, we need to borrow Daryl's soul again.
What? The show clunkily attempts to touch on some more moral ambiguity, and by that I mean explored on purpose and not through horrible implications, when they find a half-demon, half-human baby. This would be an interesting exploration, if not for the fact they keep insisting that evil is genetic. Piper doesn't want Wyatt playing with the demon baby. Lady, the episode before, he murdered a man with a sword. That demon should be running from your baby. Phoebe uses her empathy powers to emotion scan the baby and doesn't find any good or evil in him. Yet she still insists on the evil is genetic thing. The only reason this baby seems to be getting any sort of pass is because of the half-human thing. So I guess if the baby was full demon, they'd vanquish its ass. Personality traits are genetic. The baby helps them in the end, and the general consensus seems to be that everyone has a choice for good or evil.
And not everyone is born morally neutral, especially not demons. They're predisposed to evil.
Predisposed, yeah, but it doesn't mean they can't be raised to overcome it. You can't predict whether a kid is going to be good or evil based on his genetics.
Let's see. A half-demon, half-human with the potential to do good or evil. Why does that sound familiar? Nope, nobody we know. Hope you're having fun in hell, Cole! I shouldn't have to say this anymore, but the amount of people they actually save is getting lower and lower, as is the amount of shits given over the personal gain rule. This season, they use magic to assault a sexist boss with a flower pot, clean up the manor, turn a guy into a turkey and a pig, clear out the disposal, make a man for a sex slave, twice, decorate for a party, and make dinner.
Beers and again, I am so tired. If I hear those 2 words again, I tell you what.
And now, here are 4 fan-terrible special effects from this season. Number 1, running away from an explosion in slow motion. Number 2, stupid woman in the water Photoshop filter effects. Number 3, dude on a magic carpet flying through a window. And number 4, the horribly fake lettering on the old Quake restaurant sign. And at last, I have wound down the seemingly endless review to the main storyline of the season. Just what in the hell turned Wyatt evil? Well, here's what you need to know. This season, they introduce an elder named Gideon who runs a magic school. He can run a magic school, but Leo can't have a family? What the hell is that logic? Which leads me to my next point. The Harry Potter Magic School! Harry Potter Magic School! Holy shitballs on a motherfucking horse stick. I shit you not, this season they introduce a Harry Potter Magic School. Not just as a one-off, not just for this season, but as an established, honest-to-God part of the show now. Charmed! Just with the... and the... You know, if we could just... maybe we could... Damn it, Charmed, I'm short-circuiting over this. Okay, I'll try to explain this to you fine folks. It's just called Magic School. Yeah, like everything in Charmed, the naming process only goes so far as function and noun. It's a school for magic, Magic School. Our work here is done. This is just the most transparent knockoff thing they ever did. I feel like I'm watching a bootleg show at this point. And Magic School has apparently been around for a very long time too, as Headmaster Gideon, mentions that he met the girls when they were very young. Wait, he met them and they don't remember this? Was this one of Grandma Ghost memory wiping things? But why didn't the girls end up going there? Grandma Ghost really dropped the ball on this whole Charmed Ones thing. Did she really need to keep all evidence of magic out of their lives? It makes less and less sense the more they reveal. Oh, and Leo knew about this school because Gideon was his mentor when he first became a White Lighter. So Leo knew about it the whole time and never mentioned it? I get that before they had kids, maybe he thought it wasn't relevant, but maybe they'd want somewhere to put their ultra-powerful dragon-summoning uber baby? And what about the Pyro Kid from Season 4? No? This just never came to mind?
Still, Wyatt doesn't have to hide his powers. Plus, he's not gonna be all alone.
No, he'll be surrounded by all the other freaks.
So it turns out Dumble Gideon is the one who turned Wyatt evil. He was one of the ones who fought for Leo and Piper to get married, but since then, he's become convinced Wyatt is too powerful and needs to die for the greater good. Because he kidnaps Wyatt and attempts to kill him for months on end, the kid is eventually driven crazy and turned evil. He tries to kill Leo and the Charmed Ones and uses various tactics to get them out of the way, including killing another teacher. What I liked about this character is that he broke away from this show's very pure view of good and evil. He's trying to kill Wyatt, but his reasoning is that the child needs to be sacrificed to protect everyone else. He doesn't see himself as a bad guy, he sees himself as a hero. Though once it's revealed that he's behind it, he acts way too obvious and hammy. He's a good actor otherwise, and it would have been nicer to keep him consistent. But if it sounds like a good idea, Charmed will find some way to... Look, he puts them on a demonic reality show, okay? Yeah, there's a demonic reality show called Witch Wars, not even joking.
You thought what was a rumor?
Well, that there was this demonic game show. Kind of like Survivor, but only for demons.
And you didn't tell us this why?
Because I didn't think it was relevant.
Well, at least it explains how the demon we trapped today knew that the witch died. He was watching it on TV. Pretty sick.
No sicker than any other reality TV show.
That's deep, Charmed. This episode was one of the lowest rated of the series because it was airing alongside an episode of Survivor, by the way. Now comes the finale. Chris is going back to his time because he thinks they've gotten rid of the evil that turns Wyatt, and he wants to go back before he's born and something bad happens. Like what, a paradox? How does it fuck things up more than he has already? Wasn't he talking about seeing himself born an episode or two before? And if he really did change the future, wouldn't he disappear since he'd have no reason to go back? And wouldn't his memories change? Time travel is terribly confusing. Meanwhile, Gideon is working with himself from a parallel world where everything happens opposite to this world, which means that what's good here is evil there. They're working together to kill both Wyatts. If what happens there is the opposite, then how would they work together or get anything done? Wouldn't they just be doing the opposite of each other? And there goes my brain.
For good to prevail in this world, then an equally evil world must also exist.
Truthfully, it's more of a messy and mischievous world than anything. Lots of black. This episode also has Inspector Sheridan, yet another authority figure who wants to expose them and has absolutely no payoff or worth. Chris and Leo end up switching places with their parallel world selves, and there's also stupid evil Charmed Ones with stupid evil hair and stupid evil overacting. But the most magnificent part of the episode, nay, the series, is evil Leo. Yes, yes, yes! Look at him, he's glorious! His stupid, overly spiked hair, his evil goatee, the pungent smell of desperation and zero good ideas, it's the perfect storm of terrible and splendorous. I laughed my ass off when I saw this. Bonus points for stupid long-haired Chris, who went back in time to stop Wyatt from becoming good.
You saved Wyatt from turning good. You ever seen anything so good?
It's disgusting. Can you believe all liquor stores are closed in the mornings here? What's up with that?
And the two of them beat up Daryl. Oh man! In this parallel world, there's an evil Ask Phoebe column, and an evil Daryl, who still gets beat up. Oh man! Everyone here is just cool with being called evil. Evil's their thing. It's like a cartoon. Everyone is just short of having evil, twirly mustaches. And some of them even do. Barbas is the demon of hope in this world, and tells Leo and Chris that Gideon purposefully sent them there to distract them while he kidnaps Wyatt. Because of this, the balance between good and evil has been thrown off in both worlds. In the good world, everyone has become super nice and punish people for any little crime. They also shoot Phoebe, and I laugh and laugh and laugh. To restore the balance, there has to be an act of great evil, and Gideon thinks killing Wyatt would be just that. Meanwhile, the girls decide to team up with their evil selves to restore the balance, since both worlds are at stake. Here's a super happy Daryl.
We thought you were the patrol guy come to shoot Phoebe.
Sorry. Actually, I'm here to get Chris. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to take him into custody for assaulting me.
In order to keep Leo from getting in the way, Barbas, who's working with Gideon now, distracts him with visions of evil Wyatt.
Excalibur?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that dumbass plot point. Gideon gets to Wyatt and ends up mortally wounding Chris. Leo is too late, and he dies with him. It's incredibly sad. The acting here is great. It has to be, because they actually made me care about Chris, who, let me remind you, has been a pretty terrible person. Leo goes to Gideon and kills him, thus committing the great act of evil to save both worlds and Wyatt. He did exactly what Gideon thought he was doing, sacrificing for the greater good. It ends with Chris being born the day he died. So here's where I say something shocking. This season finale is one of the best they ever did. I'd say it's the second best next to the season 3 finale. It puts a shocking amount of effort and thought into it. I really loved that they didn't go for the easy ending, nor did they choose one that's necessarily happy. And this was really the turning point for Leo's character. It gave him some much needed development. He went from being magic handyman angel with perfect boyfriend powers to a pretty well-rounded, selfless character. He is everything the Charmed Ones are not. And come on, you can't not enjoy evil Leo. You just can't. Season 6 is kind of a contradiction of itself. It's my least favorite season because most of it is just a horrible, confusing, anger-inducing mess, but the ending is actually pretty good. Phoebe never gets any better, they have to retcon shit out, the time travel stuff is confusing, motivations are all mixed up, and really, the last part of the season just sort of seems like an apology for it. It did end strong, it just doesn't make up for any of the stuff that came before it. But I can pretty much sum up the quality of the season with 4 words. Harry Potter, Magic School. We still have 2 seasons left to go though, so wish me luck.
There's nowhere to run! You're in my
Welcome back to Charmed Reviews, home of manic episodes. Hope you enjoy the presentation.
I miss this.
Sleepless nights and endless exposition? Not me.
For reals, dudes, thanks for being patient. I realize these reviews take a long time to get out, and personal life got in the way, as well as the need to take a short break and recharge. Stupidly, I thought, this season wasn't as bad as the last one. I just know the review will be shorter. Idiot. Before we get started, I should probably address the most recent news in the Charmed fandom. Charmedom? The Charmed remake! Fans are aghast, the stars are furious, hellfire is rained down upon the masses. Is nothing sacred anymore? Yeah, no. I hate to break it to you guys, but news like this comes around after a lot of popular shows are taken off the air. I remember for a long time there was talk about a Buffy reboot, as well as several imaginary spin-offs thrown into the gossip tubes. In fact, there was talk about Charm spin-offs too back in the day, none of which came to fruition. I am sad to say that there was a hardcore fan base who desperately wanted a Chris spin-off. Your guess is as good as mine. But the point is, projects like this rarely take off. All we know about the reboot is that CBS has ordered a script for a pilot, and that's it. Unless they actually start making anything, I wouldn't put too much faith in it. But hey, I've been wrong before. In the meantime, let's talk about the original atrocity. The last season ended with Phoebe still powerless due to her own dumbassery and the show not knowing what else to do, and that hasn't changed yet. So I guess if there's a demon that needs to be vanquished using a Power of 3 spell, everyone is SOL. But don't worry, having a Power of 3 spell required still makes perfect sense. Let's take things slow with the first episode, alright? I've had a long summer, so I need to gently ease into this before covering the truly— Good God, people! This was really the season opener? Ugh, jeez, okay. Leo and Piper get guilted into going into a wedding because Phoebe and Paige want them out of the house. Piper is resistant because this involves people they know.
This isn't about me or my children. What the hell?
Through convoluted means that'll be explained in a hot minute, she and Leo receive the powers of Hindu gods. As Charmed has proven time and time again, they are sensitive to other cultures' religion and cannot possibly do anything offensive with this. As you might have guessed, seeing that little preview I threw at you, this is mostly an excuse for juvenile jokes about Piper and Leo wanting to have sex and to have wacky things happen with Piper's stupid multiple arms. This is executed in various degrees of horrible. I mean, look at this. Is this what we've come to, Charmed? Look at the green screen on the arms. Sometimes it's just a couple poor extras behind Holly Marie Combs puppeteering her in what is sure to be the low point of their careers. Ugh, the CGI is worse. Sometimes the arms go super skinny, or she just goes through them completely.
You go over there, you over here.
Lord have mercy. Leo has a stupid Pinocchio outfit on too. I don't care if it's traditional Indian garb or whatever. So because they have Hindu god powers, they immediately found Indian clothes in their closets? Or are these magical Indian god clothes? Maybe they borrowed them from Phoebe's Horrible Outfits of the World collection. But they have to have something at stake here, so here's what's going on. If Piper and Leo have sex, they will end the universe. Buffy at least wait until the comics for this kind of shit.
Shakti and Shiva are commonly invoked at weddings because they're considered to be the ultimate lovers.
Well, I'm thinking it's meant to be symbolic.
Unless they're magical lovers to hijack?
So two magical people have never been to a Hindu wedding before? And what powers did they get exactly? Piper gets the freaky arms and I guess the lightning thing, but what did Leo get? Magical potency? Was it just the same as his elder powers, but more powerful? I'd just like to point out that several people had to write, act, direct, light, compose music, do stunts, composite several green screen shots, and add in stupid lightning effects and CGI arms, all to create this scene. Thousands of dollars went into this 30 seconds of screen time, but none of it could pay for the minutes you can't get back in your life. If it didn't seem clear by the opening here, we're watching a parody of a show at this point. Joke's on us, Charmed. It's the most elaborate prank in television history. We thought we were watching a TV series, but little did we know the plans they had for us. Now that Gideon is dead, Magic School is being shut down. Apparently, no one in the entire magical community was fighting for it to stay open. This is the only show I know of where apathy is a constant threat. No one cared about the education of their children. Imagine if in Harry Potter, Snape killed Dumbledore and then they were like, well, oh well, guess we're shutting this shithole down.
Magic School was a noble experiment, but I'm afraid it's run its course.
An experiment? If I may quote the amazingly detailed Charmed Wiki, Magic School is an institution of magic created by the Council of Elders thousands of years ago after untrained magic destroyed Atlantis. I don't know about any of the Atlantis stuff, but did they normally experiment for thousands of years? Magic School has a real practical purpose. It'd be stupid to shut it down.
I'll fight for it.
Against the elders? You don't stand a chance. No offense, but Gideon was the only one that could stand up to them and convince them he could keep it safe from demons discovering us or mortals for that matter.
Not that I'm supporting the elders, but look, this is the charmed ones. They couldn't keep bread safe from the toaster. But why are the elders so against education anyway? Isn't not having the school more of a liability? They'd rather have magical kids out in the real world, doing things like, oh, I don't know, just to make something up off the top of my head, conjuring up deadly dragons to destroy the city? And if not Paige, why not just send another elder to take charge? Do they have no one competent up there? Wait, okay, yeah, touché, Charmed. Now that Paige has stepped up, she becomes the headmistress of the school. Headmistress Paige. Hey, did you know that you don't need any education or experience to become a magical teacher? You need more training to teach preschoolers not to eat Play-Doh than you do to run a school full of teens that can blow shit up and conjure evil decapitating horsemen. And why not have someone who magically created a sex toy boyfriend head the whole school? Okay, maybe that reference was too old and I'm being unfair, but smoke on this pipe! In the same episode Paige said she'd fight for magic school, she also said, fuck it, to personal gain while changing a dirty diaper with magic. That isn't something anyone with powers needs to learn.
Personal gain? Do you want to lose your powers like Phoebe did? What if a demon attacks? Could liven things up around here.
Personal gain.
I know, but screw it.
Technically speaking, since Gideon turned out to be evil, the safety was never guaranteed. But why are they worried about protecting these kids anyway, when we've established that no one can die there due to a protection spell? Not that I'd really qualify this dude as a kid, unless this school goes from grades K to midlife crisis. But they keep bitching that because the students are untrained, the school is dangerous to keep open. If only there were a school that could perhaps help with that. A magic school. Double bubble, rip off in trouble, something plagiarisy this way comes. In case there was anyone else in the audience who might not have caught on to the Hogwarts overtones here, we've got teachers from the magical community as well to make it even more obvious, including a curmudgeonly gnome.
Harry Potter, filled with juvenile delinquents.
In one of the show's more surreal moments, they shoot the gnome to death. LOL. Last season, Phoebe went on a vision quest at Magic School and gave the audience a glimpse of the future, which told us that Paige was going to become the headmaster of Magic School. This was clearly a planned trajectory for her character. That's because characters need to grow and evolve and yeah right guys, this is Charmed. They just went, geez, this is boring, and kicked her out of Magic School way before this could have possibly happened in that timeline. I love that the vision really meant nothing in retrospect, which means that either Phoebe knowing what would happen changed events, or the vision was just a bunch of bullshit in the first place. This is all part of Charm's love of pointless drama. The writers really had no clue what to do with Paige in this role, which is why most of her magic stuff happens off-screen or in tiny subplots. This can be said for all of Paige's story arcs, if I'm honest. No one has any idea what to do with her character. But truly, the best part of the Magic School storyline is how they write themselves out of it.
What, you want me to clean Magic School?
No. We want you to run it.
Huh? What's going on here?
Well, we were just thinking, since you're dying to try something new.
And Leo being the perfect man for the job, considering your magic know-how, you're practically a walking book of shadows.
Paige.
I'm good.
They didn't even tell her. They just appointed Leo headmaster behind her back. How did they even have that kind of authority? Like, imagine this scenario.
Hey Phoebe, we decided you needed a career change, so the column is called Ask Leo now. What? We've already got everything switched over. Get out. No one does this to the great Phoebe one. Misogyny!
All loose ends seem to be closed. Who needs forethought anyway? Now Paige can be a full-time white lighter. Oh boy! The elders start sending her messages in her head to help charges, against her will I might add, which once again raises many, many questions for me. This means she has to do the duties of a charmed one and a white lighter at the same time, not to mention she can't heal at this point, so she can't even really do the one good thing the white lighters are for. Good news, pal! You've got a white lighter with only half the powers, plus she wants nothing to do with this job. Oh, and she can't heal you, and we won't send in anyone else. Hope you don't get injured when demons are trying to kill you! Oh, fuck!
Yeah, I don't think she wants to hear the call. Ever.
Well, that's impossible. She doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, every other white lighter has a choice, but half white lighters are fucked. Charmed is making even less sense than usual. I mean, really. It wasn't Paige's choice to become a white lighter, not to mention she's one of the charmed ones, and she's supposed to have a white lighter too, so they need a white lighter for a white lighter? Isn't sending her needlessly into danger counterproductive to the whole shared destiny they have? Look, they fudged up the Prue thing, but they don't have any more backup sisters in case another one bites it. And all of a sudden, white lighters not only protect witches, but they also protect future white lighters, which is part of what I thought witches did. Protect innocents? That was the plot for a while, yes? I mean, that makes witches kind of pointless too, doesn't it?
Who was the future white lighter I was supposed to save? You were.
So she's not a white lighter now? What? After this revelation of Paige's, where she comes to accept her fate as the Elder's bitch, the very next episode she decides she hates it again. They're talking about her being assigned a charge, but wasn't she assigned a charge way back in season 5? And it was her dad? Mysteriously risen from the dead? Also unwillingly a white lighter? Man, the Elders really are penises, huh? On one of Paige's white lighter misadventures, she meets a potential white lighter with super speed. Wait, I thought the sisters each had unique powers because they were the charmed ones. If all witches have a special power, then what makes theirs charmed one powers, and why are they so damn special? Is this like when Superman just puts super in front of whatever power he has to make it sound better?
I've got charmed one column writing powers.
Paige is the most inconsistent character on the show. Her personality really depends on what episode you're watching.
Who do you think teaches me to be a white lighter?
Me? I know I spent half the season running a fucking school, but what? Teaching? Preposterous!
And speaking of inconsistencies, Paige orbs Phoebe away to the house without touching her. She can do that now? This is really useful. In fact, it's probably too useful. But now that it's been introduced, every time she doesn't orb someone out of danger when she very easily can, means she's either negligent or stupid. Keep the rules about your magic consistent, guys. They continually introduce very useful things which aren't used for anything remotely of the sort. When Phoebe has an interview and can't make it due to fighting evil, I know, I was shocked she didn't blow off fighting evil too. Paige glamours herself to look like her and do the interview instead. They have the ability to make themselves look like other people, and Paige so far has only used it to frame a woman once and to cover for Phoebe here. They don't even bother mentioning personal gain this time around. Or how about this one? Phoebe's powers evolve so she can share her visions with people. What happened to the things in the visions affecting Phoebe that they toyed with for like 15 minutes? Well, that didn't work. Time for some retconning. But now that Phoebe can share her visions, does she use this new power? No, not really. Once. And if she can share her premonitions now, why do she and Piper switch powers so Piper can see one of her visions? What's that? In the distance? The sound of sirens. Could it be the Fashion Police? Oh, girl, you're not getting off this season. Let's look at this year's terrible Phoebe fashion. We have the pink ruffle nightmare, and coming up behind that is a plaid jacket plus Shirley Temple do, ill-advised. Then the towel jacket, perhaps to dry off after a long, sweat-inducing day of ignoring innocence. Don't get too cold though. Moving on to whatever the hell this sweater/sleeveless combo is, let's change into this lovely poop-colored shirt. Now it's time to go to Grandma's. And last but not least, let's do some sailing in this odd puffball midriff shirt. Ah, is that the smell of the salty ocean air or Phoebe's loser stank? If you can't tell the difference, neither will we. The most surprising part about this season is actually how little it focuses on Phoebe. It's also part of why this season isn't nearly as obnoxious as the last one. Now, that isn't to say there isn't an abundance of Phoebe stupid happening here, but if you compare the Phoebe versus the rest of the world ratio to the last few seasons, there's a stunning difference. But fear not, for Phoebe is in top form. She is still the same self-centered a-hole we've come to know and hate. She continues to have completely upside-down priorities and the inability to see past her own agenda. For instance, history as we know it is about to, and actually does, change through the course of an episode. What is Phoebe's focus? She's mad because a waiter didn't let Piper breastfeed in public. Look, Phoebe, we all know Piper is secretly secreting a poison anyway. She doesn't need this kind of publicity.
I think the demon did something to the elder, got him to free up his repressed anger somehow. Oh, probably wasn't breastfed as a child.
The universe is going to end because of the aforementioned wild and wacky butchering of a culture episode, and you can probably figure out how Phoebe responds.
Where are you going?
I have to go to,
Work.
The universe is going to end! The show seems to be briefly flirting with the idea of having Phoebe care about doing the right thing, and for a while I was fooled. It seemed like maybe the writers had caught wind of the fact that Phoebe stank like yesterday's sewage and were trying to salvage her character.
What we're all about is keeping you alive.
Not at the expense of an innocent.
Why are you not listening to me? I'm trying to save you.
Because this isn't just about me. Look, I don't want to die, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for an innocent to die either. And I think that's why I needed to take that sabbatical. To remind myself of that.
Well, hey now, she's back on track. She's caring about other people, not focusing on work all the time. She's even willing to die to save someone else. This is the perfect opportunity to humble her and get the show back to its roots. But actually, this was only written in because they had no choice. This episode was leading to Phoebe getting her power of premonition back, which she could only do if she proved to the Council of Big Heads that she could do the right thing. Literally, the writers had no other option than to make up some reason as to why Phoebe isn't the most horrible person in the universe. Because what happens when she gets her power back? Take a wild guess.
I can't go anyway. I have to go to work. I'm stressed. It's my first week back at work, and I have a lot of catching up to do. And I'm going to help you with that, but first I have to deal with my column.
Our sister is missing.
And there are 50 jobs on the line if the paper does not come out. Well, I'm glad to know the future of magic is in such good hands.
Just shut up, shut up, shut up! It's worth noting that half of those examples involve potentially world-ending consequences. That last one involves Piper and Leo trapped in the manor with demons, which Phoebe knows because she and Paige have been kicked out of the house by said demons, but she goes to work anyway. Also, good to know there's cell phone reception in the underworld. Also, why is Phoebe answering work calls in the underworld?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm not saving another innocent until I find out what happened. Innocents don't have powers. If they did, they wouldn't need us.
We can't bail them out. Heroes have to be heroes. I read a lot.
Yeah, I know you do. Maybe you should get out a little more.
Piper, you idiot. Heroes have to go to work all the time and get facials when danger is afoot. I'm sorry, I was possessed by a good person for the sake of a joke. Actually, I'm not sorry.
When Piper is told she can't breastfeed at that restaurant, look at Wyatt, he looks bored as shit. Phoebe decides this is the perfect time to make a statement. So, of course, she rides in naked on a horse like Lady Godiva. Piper would have just killed them and played in their entrails. And why did she have to do her hair like Godiva to do the horse riding thing? For the shitty promo that photoshops her into some sort of Siamese twin centaur? The one that says completely deceitfully, Alyssa Milano as Lady Godiva?
This man is still living in the 11th century. He wants women to be barefoot and pregnant and stay at home. He thinks we should be ashamed of breastfeeding. The most natural thing in the world. Well, shame on him. I'm not ashamed, and neither should you be.
This is not how the world works! Arrest her for public indecency and call it a day! Can she be fired? How is this not news that the world's most famous advice columnist suddenly went crazy and rode naked on a horse?
I'm an advice columnist. I'm not some playmate.
The episode begins with a kid in magic school accidentally summoning Lady Godiva.
Naked woman!
What are they going to do? Attack her? These kids don't need guidance, they need to be arrested. And you know, the legend about her riding naked on a horse may or may not be true, but she was a real person, meaning that this kid pulled off time travel in a throwaway line.
Check it out, I just cast an awesome spell.
Ah well, it's not like time travel is a huge deal or anything. It was only the entire plot of last season.
Would it be cheating too much if I peeked ahead to see what becomes of me?
Well, seeing as you're probably not going to remember any of this, I don't see why not.
Why would she forget? Wasn't that the whole point of not wanting to change history because she came there? Are they saying that time travel causes memory loss? Because they don't alter her memory before they send her back.
A time for everything and everything in place. Return what's been moved through time and space.
That's the same spell they used in Season 1 to travel back from the 70s, except that was a power of 3 spell, and they were only able to get back because of their mom and their younger selves. So we know that they at least remembered enough of that episode to repeat the exact same spell, but not the whole reason it worked. But hey, look, sometimes it's not the means, but the final result that matters. They needed a reason for Lady Godiva to be there. Why, you ask? Because this gives them another opportunity to focus on feminism. Girl power! When the girls send Lady Godiva back, she's had a demon piggybacking on her that's more powerful now, and thus doesn't let her finish her ride, all leading to history being changed and sending women back to medieval times, much like the show does on a weekly basis. Apparently Lady Godiva was huge for women's rights? Somehow those taxes were about women? Guys, you're lost in the imagery and completely ignoring why she was riding naked on a horse in the first place. This has diddly squat to do with women's rights. Look at Charm's version of a female repressed society. What a social commentary this is. Women wear headscarves and cover themselves and, oh no, the column has become Ask Leslie and is run by a man! Dun dun dun! If men ruled the world, they'd always be wearing suits. Why is everything gray because women are repressed? Gay men are still around, right? Who's going to fashion all of the women's babushkas? The demon, who feeds on repressed emotions, feeds on Leo, who's feeling guilty as hell about the Gideon ordeal, and overdoses on power.
Actually, you're gonna let him feed on you. See ya! Good luck, man!
What?
This actually works somehow? Check the trailer for this. Every one of their episode promos are obnoxious. Half of them just make up non-existent plot lines for reasons I'm unclear on.
Next Sunday on the WB, something naked this way comes.
That's Lady Godiva.
And she needs help from a charmed one.
Oh! Keep your clothes on. This is a family show.
Nick Lachey has never seen anything like this. Phoebe is Lady Godiva.
What are you wearing?
Charmed, the Bear Witch Project. Next week on the WB's Big Sunday.
Something naked this way comes! Even the font mocks us on this one. And they put the ending in the trailer. Guess you can miss the episode now if all you wanted to see was naked Alyssa Milano. Actually, you know, there are movies you can rent that are a lot more fulfilling and deliver in the naked Alyssa Milano department. To me, one of the funniest episodes this season is when the ugliest demon in the underworld switches bodies with Phoebe. No, really, I think that's maybe a title she earned or something. The ugliest demon in the underworld. Phoebe has become vain, self-obsessed, and is always checking herself out in the mirror, so the demon has an easy time blending in. But the best part, the part that made me laugh endlessly, is that they actually vanquish Phoebe while in the demon's body.
Don't!
How could we have known? You know, she took over Phoebe's body to kill demons. It's what Phoebe does.
No, not lately it isn't. Not with everything going on at work with her.
Let me get this straight. Piper says she should have known it wasn't really Phoebe because she was actually fighting bad guys and not being a selfish shit? Has the show become self-aware? No one seems that broken up over the fact Phoebe is dead either. But she's brought back, whatever. She should have stayed the hag demon.
God, that is so weird. Demons never attack a P3.
Don't they? Don't they now? This has never happened on this show. Never. At one point, Elise puts Phoebe in charge of the paper so she can go out on a date with her second in command, which I guess means Phoebe was unknowingly third in command of the whole frigging newspaper. What the hell kind of business hierarchy is that? Surely there's someone more qualified around than the advice columnist? And where the hell is Jason? Does he not own the paper anymore?
You're not gonna call her on it? Well, I'm not gonna buy her a new BlackBerry. But all the times I've bailed, who can blame her? Wow, enlightened.
Yeah, she's a real saint. So she accidentally copies her own column, leading to her stating that she never recycles her own stuff. How many variations of "Follow your heart, honey sugar bee child" does she give out? And how busy she's been, she's had to have written, what, 6 million responses by now? But Phoebe is burnt out and needs to take some more me time, because if there's one thing Phoebe hasn't focused on lately, it's herself.
So maybe I should stop giving advice to people on finding love until I could figure out how to find it myself.
Or know the concept.
Love is celebrating 2 birthdays, right?
Elise has successfully been replaced by one of Phoebe's Egotron 3000 robots at this point, so she says she'll hire a ghostwriter while Phoebe takes whatever personal time she needs. This ghostwriter is Leslie St. Clair, played by Nick Lachey from 98 Degrees, so you know this stunt casting will stand the test of time. Phoebe doesn't like him because he's, dun dun dun, a man!
Men don't know about feelings or shit like that. Only I, the great Phoebe one, would know about it.
He installed a basketball hoop in her office, that son of a bitch. Now we have yet another cycle of misandry from our lovable Phoebe, who takes as many opportunities as she can to point out how men compare to the dog poo she's recently stepped in. It's bad writing regardless, but it at least made more sense when the character she was talking about was a walking sexist stereotype. Here, Leslie isn't really doing anything to give me any sort of impression at all, much less that he doesn't get women. And that's not how it's played either. It really is supposed to be that Phoebe is a sexist asshole.
And you don't think a man can give advice to women?
No, actually not as well as a woman can, no.
It's impossible to understand the opposite gender, unless of course you're Phoebe.
I mean, it's just the most ridiculous. Have you even ever heard of a male advice columnist? I mean, I haven't.
What? And then, when she wants to write a letter to her own column for the stupid breastfeeding cause she's all about, we get this exchange.
Well, I don't know what you're worried about. It's not like he's gonna pick the letter anyway. It's way too feminine.
I'm worried because somehow I know you're gonna find a way to make him pick it.
So what? Then we hit 2 Neanderthals with 1 stone.
She calls him a Neanderthal? Because he's a guy? Huh?
Might possibly be the worst idea I've ever had.
The worst idea you've ever had? I don't know, Phoebe. You chose to be evil queen of the underworld. Also, you wore that hideous flamenco shirt a couple seasons ago. I'd probably rank those a bit higher on your worst idea list. But eventually she gives in and admits that maybe, just maybe, he can do the job.
There was some good advice in there, considering you're a guy.
Aw, just fuck off, you giant sentient fart. Inexplicably, Phoebe gets some of her empathy back, but it's only for one scene, and it's never brought up again. Well, actually, I can explain it, but in the context of the story, no. Doesn't make a damn bit of sense. Doesn't she get her powers back if she does the right thing? Because all she's been doing prior to this is bitching about having a man dare to write a column in her name. But really, this is just a lame-o excuse to have her make out with Leslie at work and set up some sort of forced romantic plot for the audience to fast forward through. Honestly, I only think Phoebe even started to like him because he appealed to her massive ego.
Pretty damn good kisser. Even though it didn't mean anything.
He complimented me. Perhaps I'll let him live.
The only reason I took this gig is because I'm a huge fan of yours.
Yes, good. I feed on your meaningless praise.
But wait, dare he take calls from other women even though he and Phoebe are in no way in a relationship at this point, and in fact, Phoebe has gone out of her way to treat him like herpes-riddled cancer?
How dare he find someone sexy other than me? I'll eviscerate him.
Leslie wins a Reader's Choice Award for an article he ghost wrote for Phoebe. And she's all like, yeah, I'm hot shit. And he's like, yeah, I wrote that one. And then she doesn't know how to save face, and I laugh hysterically. Going by the logic they used when Phoebe got the job, she did such a good job ghostwriting for that woman she got to replace her. Shouldn't she be replaced with Leslie now? Or does it only work that way when a charmed one is involved?
Yeah, sorry, Phoebe. Leslie was just so good at this. And he's got a penis. I'm tough but fair. Oh no, my nightmare has become reality.
Well, now that she's charmed her way into Nick Lackey's heart, he asks her on a date as a publicity stunt, which of course cheeses her off. Not to side with Phoebe, but he prints the article about it before asking her. That's kind of douchey. Then they have sex in the office. What an unforeseen turn of events.
Why is it every time Phoebe runs away from a guy that we actually paid for?
Wait, so the only reason any of them are out fighting evil is because Phoebe wants a distraction from sleeping with Leslie? But then Paige switches her priorities mid-episode because it's the clunkiest transition they could think of to get Phoebe to talk to him.
We are not doing anything until you deal with Leslie.
At this point in the story, death is non-existent and the cosmic balance is at stake. Just so you know.
Boy, when you're avoiding something, you really do a number, don't you?
I seem to remember someone doing some avoiding a little while back.
But my big sister gave me some advice that I'm gonna give back to you. Stop dodging.
Just for once, Charmed, be aware of your characters.
I care about you, Phoebe. A lot.
I like you too. I have this feeling that he's pulling away from me.
Run, Leslie! She bathes in the blood of her exes to maintain her youth! In another not repetitious turn of events, Leslie gets mad because Phoebe always bails on him, so they break up and we never see him again. What a good 6 episodes. But the story promises that this was actually to help Phoebe. It wasn't pointless, it was so that Phoebe could come to an important revelation.
I couldn't give advice, especially not about love. I was just afraid. But I'm not afraid anymore.
Yes, she was afraid of love, something they've never explored before. But thanks to 98 Degrees, she can go back to ignoring danger for dates. Thanks, Nick Bama. Now that Phoebe has truly learned the meaning of love, she goes around calling herself Cupid and giving the other characters unasked for love advice. Barf! Could her ego possibly be any more inflated?
Just call me Cupid. Ha ha ha, men are only objects.
The love guru, copyright me, is faced with hardship when the legal department at the paper decides she could be sued for giving bad advice. Because that's a thing. So all of her articles must be read and approved by a shrink. But just to make it easy, she makes out with him while she's possessed, and he ends up getting fired for lying.
Women don't sexually harass men, it just doesn't happen.
And I guess that means they won't send in anyone else, because if one guy lies, the entire legal issue is void. But this leads to Phoebe deciding to go to college again to get some more professional insight. Gee willikers! I don't know, are there courses for unwanted advice and things you pulled out of your ass? So in addition to the bullshit love advice, now she can give bullshit psychologist advice. Oh goodness gracious, great balls of shoot me. This element is really introduced to prove how smart Phoebe is. The audience must be made aware of how great she is at every possible turn, in case she was becoming unlikable or something, but I can't imagine why that would be. Look, Cosmo wants to interview her. Cosmo! Wow, they're really skimping on the photo shoots. They've got the same studio set up as the Sears portrait people Piper goes to see.
Hi, I'm so sorry I'm late. It won't happen again.
Of course it will. But hey, if you keep getting responses like these, who cares? It was brilliant, Phoebe. I mean it. You make us look so classy when your advice is provocative, insightful.
One of the more egregious strokes of the ego in this season involves Phoebe's college professor. She asks her about child psychology because of the magical plot of the week, but the woman gets all bitchy at her because she thinks she only wants a quote for her column. I thought this was an unusual turn for the show to have someone be mean to Phoebe, but of course, that's because afterwards they have her apologize profusely and start sucking up.
An A-.
Yeah, the minus is to make your sudden genius at psychology more realistic. Having learned to not be afraid of love again thanks to 98 Degrees, we find Phoebe in a new situation of being afraid of love. If only someone could teach her the way. Enter Billy Zane, yet another actor much better than the show deserves. Please save us from this mediocrity, Billy Zane. Paige, still in the headmaster half of the season, is looking for a literary professor at magic school.
A muse? No. You can't hire her as the next literature professor. She'd inspire them to write novels instead of reading them.
What? Enter Billy Zane as Drake, a demon who made a deal with the sorcerer to turn him human. Unfortunately for him and the audience, the spell only lasts a year and then he has to die. At the moment, he only has 2 weeks left to live.
How long do you have?
2 weeks.
I can't believe it's been 3 weeks already. I mean, so much has happened.
You had 3 episodes to try and keep continuity, people. 3! Speaking of which, he's hired on as the literary professor, but then later he's seen teaching about spellcasting. Good thing they didn't hire that muse for the position or she'd distract them from reading. The real purpose of Billy Zane's character is to teach Phoebe not to lose faith in love. Again, and to remind her what it's like to help people and do good. Again. You might want to send Phoebe to remedial being a fucking human being at this point.
You've just lost faith in yourself, and you've been disheartened by the fight. And you, sweetheart, you are just plain mean.
Okay, that was actually pretty funny. Billy Zane's part is a lot more enjoyable than it should be, but I'm sure 100% of it is the actor pulling something out of nothing. He's able to do great gestures and inflections that add layers to the character that aren't present from the writing alone. Because if you look at the fundamentals of the character, there's nothing new or innovative here compared to anything they've done over the course of 7 years. Though I'll be the first to admit, sometimes the show gets a bit too caught up in putting him in funny costumes. Because costume equals funny? Piper wants to vanquish him, but Phoebe says his heart is in the right place. This seems all too familiar somehow, but where have I seen such a scenario? Drake proceeds to woo the audience and make them wish the show was about him instead, while showing Phoebe McCantlove all around the world and sweeping her off her feet. Oh, so that's what she needed this whole time. No other guy did this for her. Now she knows about love. You might have caught on to the fact that this is a running theme. Not in a series arc kind of sense, but in a lather, rinse, repeat sense. As in, they do the same damn thing over and over again. Phoebe never evolves, and so no one cares about the outcome, which is always the same anyway. The new guy has taught her about love, and she will be brave enough to date the newest entrepreneur / trust fund baby / oil tycoon, which will also end in heartbreak because she lost sight of love. You know, the problem here might be rooted in the fact that Phoebe has the emotional capacity of, say, a piece of broccoli. But more importantly, who gives a flying fuck at this point? I didn't sign up for this. I wanted to watch a show about magic and sisters and terrible special effects. Instead, I've become trapped in the hellish time loop that is Phoebe Halliwell's love life. Which leads us to our moment of truth, people. If you've watched the show, you probably know where this is going. I've got to talk about the 7-Year Witch. Okay, let me get this out of the way first. Excuse me a moment. So Cole comes back. This is done respectfully and fixes everything they fucked up with the character the first time around, tying everything together and giving viewers a far more satisfying conclusion. I am, of course, fucking with you. Charmed is very, very stupid, and this return is insulting, horribly written, and a waste of time. Please feel free to post your reaction videos of shock and awe. I guess this is supposed to be a big deal because this is the 150th episode, but the only special thing about it is Julian McMahon being in it. The rest is pretty run-of-the-mill for this series. It's really samey, actually, because not much happens in it. All of the elements present are recycled from previous ideas or scenarios, all of which we've seen done better in this very program. And let me be way more truthful than the advertisements for this episode ever were. Julian McMahon is just sort of sandwiched in here in what is basically a glorified cameo. And all of the scenes he has are with Piper. He never shares a single scene with Phoebe. He's never even in the same damn shot. I've heard rumors about a supposed feud between Alyssa Milano and Julian McMahon leading to the episode being shot this way, but it could have just as easily been scheduling conflicts. Regardless of what led to this, it makes his appearance in this episode just as pointless and dissatisfying. Cole's role in this whole thing is trying to get Piper and Leo back together, talking to Piper as she's dying from some sort of poison.
Oh no. Am I dead again?
We learn that Cole has become stuck in the void between life and death, forced to stay there and help people for eternity as penance for his life of evil. So yes, the fact he was possessed and tried to do good amounted to jack diddly. Oh well! Cole tells Piper she must let go and die so that Leo will sense it and come back to her.
Even if they heal her body, only Leo can heal her soul.
This is not how things work! Is love like an ointment now? An antidote? Can you just settle for love Band-Aid or something? Once Piper comes back, she doesn't give Cole any credit or tell anyone else shit about it.
Thanks a lot, Cole. Now go burn in hell.
You fuckwaffles.
The last Halliwell that trusted you ended up burying your demonic spawn.
Phoebe and I were very much in love.
Yeah, that is, until she suddenly fell out of love with you rather quickly, remember? Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you decided to become the source of all things evil.
Look, I already feel guilty enough, all right?
This is implying either Cole forgot to mention or the girls never learned that he was possessed at the time, to which I call bullshit. This is total retconning at this point. They have to make stuff up to make everyone else look better. But none of this is new. The part that really pisses me off, that rubs me the wrong way, is when they finally reveal Cole's true intentions.
I don't want Phoebe to give up on love.
No! No, 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 no. No! We're then told that Cole set up Drake with the sorcerer who made him human and sent the demon that poisoned Piper, all so he could teach Phoebe not to give up on love. What is this? They're not making him a better character or anything, they're just setting him up to revolve around Phoebe again. And that's a lot of variables to consider. How did Cole know the elders would pull their dick amnesia stunt just as he sent those demons in to poison Piper? How did he know the love thing would actually work? How did he know this demon wanted to be human, would be a genuinely nice person, and be up for falling in love with Phoebe? Why did he set him up with a sorcerer that would kill him after a year when there's other, less fatal options? Why did he think Phoebe, destroyer of worlds, would be receptive to this, and why was he compelled to do such a thing? Why is part of Cole's redemption arc making sure Phoebe doesn't give up on love, when in fact her focus on dudes has been nothing but detrimental to the fight against evil? More importantly, who gives a shit about Phoebe's love life? For fuck's sake! Really, Charmed? This is your stunning conclusion for Cole? He comes back to make sure evil bitch Phoebe doesn't give up on love? She treated him like crap, killed him, and blamed him for everything short of the fungus on her nasty cloven feet. Thanks for that metaphorical kick in the balls, Charmed. I needed that. I really needed that. But seriously, fuck you, Charmed. Oh, and Drake dies and goes to demon heaven? And what the crapola is this clearly a promo shot portrait? Phoebe take this on her way to preschool or what? You might be thinking right about now that the show is completely bankrupt of ideas at this point. I present to you Exhibit A, Charmed. I can't even say that without feeling embarrassed. Charmed. There's no other way of putting this. It's just Pirates of the Caribbean. Straight up. Like, not even trying to hide it. Don't believe me? Magical pirate coins. A group of pirates cursed with immortality, seeking to be mortal again. Cute little animal sidekick. They do the parlay scene almost exactly. Just straight. It's not a parody, it's just lazy theft.
Now, you wouldn't want to be violating parlay, would you?
How would you know about parlay?
Actually, I know everything about parlay. Everyone does. It's the sacredness of the captain's word. You remember Pirates of the Caribbean? Pirates? Like hot Johnny Depp pirates?
If we acknowledge it's a ripoff, it's okay. Alright, Johnny Depp turned us down.
Except instead of cool pirates, we get these losers and some crusty dude with a parrot.
Aye, Captain.
Don't you just love cliches?
Young women are dying at the hands of these nasty fiends, so Piper suggests they read up on pirate lore. Phoebe says she has a better idea. What is this enlightened stroke of genius the Phoebe one has? Ask someone at the newspaper about pirate movies. Top research there, Phoebe! But good news! All of a sudden, Leslie is a pirate movie expert.
Oh, I grew up watching pirate movies with my dad. Hey, I got this. Captain Blood, Cutthroat Island, Blackbeard's Ghost. I mean, I've seen them all.
Yes, good. Cutthroat Island is going to be the key to their stopping supernatural evil. Not that Paige doesn't have a case of the stupids too. She doesn't think that when she orbs out of the pirate lair, she could probably take the innocent with her. Or, you know, whatever. Now the girls have to steal a chalice for the pirates so they can drink from the Fountain of Youth. Oh yeah, they're looking for the Fountain of Youth. But don't think this episode is limited to ripping off just one thing. For reasons I still cannot explain, they throw in a scene straight from Mission Impossible into the same episode. That or someone was watching Entrapment the day before the script was due. This is so mixed up. It's like a jigsaw puzzle of genre theft. Though the museum's really upped their security since the Misha Collins days. Plus they set off the alarm when she picks up the chalice anyway, so none of this actually mattered. Somehow, drinking from the Fountain of Youth breaks the spell so that when the captain is stabbed, he turns old again and dies. I'm sure this made sense at some point. Then they all turn to dust. No, not the monkey, parrot. So did you know that Grandma Ghost just now finds out that Chris is Piper's son? This is a real tight family, y'all.
Help me out here. Last time I knew he was a 6-foot white lighter.
Yeah, that was Chris from the future. This is baby Chris now.
The writers do realize things happen when the characters aren't on screen, right? So if there's like a lengthy period of time since a character was last seen, you don't actually need to make it seem like our main characters were thoughtless and neglectful. All things considered, Grandma Ghost takes this pretty well. After all, she's got more important things to worry about, like making their father feel bad about being a stupid man and putting him in his place. For instance, she tells him she knows everything about how to raise kids, such as magic being the solution over feelings. She used to cast spells on the girls all the time.
How else was I gonna stop them from misbehaving?
Oh, gee, I don't know. By talking to them?
Talking?
Talking's for pussies. Cast a spell, put some whiskey in their bottles, whatever'll shut them up.
Oh, we're talking about my daughter here, so I get a say in this.
No. With birthdays and holidays, you get a say. With magic and demons, what I say goes.
Fathers have no rights, especially when you force them out because you disagree about how to raise the children. Gosh, what a role model she is.
Do you remember the first time you were this age? When I sat you and your sisters down and we had the talk? Not the sex talk, silly. The witch talk.
Yeah. Writers, remember the show's premise for once. She wouldn't remember it because they didn't know about witches or magic when the show started. What are we watching at this point? Anyway, her spellcasting session to help Wyatt and Chris ends up making the girls act like little kids and fight with each other. Oh boy, we've still got time for some baby voice. Wait a minute, the girls are ignoring responsibilities for their own stupid problems? What a change from the usual.
You still want me to go up there for you? I can't.
Yeah, nice try. Yeah, you mean the bestest column in all the world? I can't believe I just hugged you.
Phoebe's acting like herself at least. And Paige is making out with a student? Wait, how early did she get started? They're supposed to be like really young kids right now, right? Naturally, there's only one way to mediate between Victor and Grandma Ghastly, and that's to summon in Dead Mom to settle the dispute. What? The last couple of times she showed up was after Prue died and to save Piper from drowning. They were kind of dire situations, you know? But now they can just summon her for what the fuck ever. Why must this show undo any great dramatic moments they ever had? It's hard to give them credit for anything in retrospect when they seem so hell-bent on self-destructing. Okay, time to say some nice things. I'm not giving any credit for the lead-up here, but the moments with Victor and Patty in this episode were well done. Together they discuss everything they missed out on not being able to raise the girls, about what could have been. You do feel bad for Patty especially because she never got to experience the girls growing up. And really, after the "who raised my ex-wife from the dead" scenario, it was nice to see these two actually discussing important things about their relationship. Yes, this is about the girls essentially, but it is nice to see some supporting characters fleshed out in a more mature way. But enough about that. Let's talk about children. So you know how no one cares about stupid baby stuff ever? Well, I've got good news on that front. This season we have 2 babies. Look at that. That is the face of a child desperate for help. Maybe don't show the doll so blatantly though. I'm not sure what's better, the episodes focusing on baby magic stuff, or the majority of episodes where they just send them to magic school to get them out of the way for the non-story of the week. Probably the magic school ones. These poor kids unfortunately have Piper for a mother, and we all know how well her parenting skills turned out for them. Her blatant disregard for making sense while raising these two continues to baffle me. Take, for instance, the Wickening thing. I've been told this is a real ceremony, but in Charm's own words, this is what the dealie means in this show's universe. A Wickening is a blessing of goodness and light, leading a witch on the right path. I'm not sure if this is similar to like the window of time where a witch can be swayed to good or evil and they'll stay that way forever, but only in a relative sense. But anyway, Piper doesn't want Chris to have his Wickening. Yes, hello. You might not remember, but the last year of your life was dedicated to making sure one of your children did not become the evil ruler of the world. I guess his Wickening didn't make much of a difference there, but come on, don't jinx this or you'll have 2 evil dictators to overthrow in the quest for ultimate power.
Although it's getting harder and harder to say no with the arrival of a new family member every 5 minutes.
2 family members came, Piper. This decision, of course, is because Piper has given up on magic. Again.
What did I say? I don't want any magic. Look, I know my kids can't have a completely normal life, but I've got to give it a shot.
Here's an idea. Why don't you bind their powers? But you know, the kids are safe as long as Piper does nothing about it, allowing them to continue down their path to Darth Vader land. Here is a small list of totally not dangerous things Wyatt uses his powers for this season. He orbs Chris away out of jealousy, conveniently not to a demon lair or traffic. He creates an evil copy of Leo that comes to life from his dreams. He shrinks Piper and Leo and traps them in a dollhouse. And he creates demons out of thin air because he doesn't want to go to preschool. By the way, Piper sends him to preschool. You know, the place they didn't want exposed to magic and the whole reason magic school is written into the plot. Except for, you know, the Harry Potter thing.
Orbing all over town is not normal.
He's not orbing all over town.
Not yet.
Except when he did. Can someone please get hit by a semi now? For some reason, the entirety of Season 6 didn't seem like enough time to explore the issue of Wyatt's morality, and the writers wanted to undermine Leo's sacrifice at the end, so we get a watered-down version of the story in imaginary themes. A demon poses as Wyatt's imaginary friend so he can lure him to the dark side. Currently good Wyatt is summoned from the future. Oh man, this family reunion sure got awkward.
Oh, hi, honey. Ruling the world and killing millions of people yet?
How did you become such an optimist?
From you, Mom.
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Wyatt acts like he doesn't know what happened when he was evil.
We don't want to know anything about the future. We don't want to risk changing it again.
Again?
But then he does, which is even more confusing.
You don't have any idea how much we've already been through just to make sure that you turn out okay.
Mom, I know exactly what you went through.
In any other show, this would be a big deal. Piper is seeing the man Wyatt became because of Leo's sacrifice, and logically, Wyatt would have no idea about any of this. There is a light that came out of this very dark period. But you know, the show feels like this should be treated comically. Haha, look at Leo. He didn't think he'd be seeing him today.
Well, she said that he probably was talking to an imaginary friend. I mean, not you, you know, the other you when you were... This is gonna be so confusing.
Yeah, if you're an idiot, I guess. By the way, sending Wyatt back in time was completely accidental. Piper just wanted to communicate with baby Wyatt. Time travel is just easy now.
Well, if there's one thing you guys taught me, magic may work in mysterious ways, but it always works.
Except for all those spells that go wrong every week. Older Wyatt then switches from good to evil when the demon succeeds in turning him. Oh no, now he has stupid fake facial hair! Even the folks on Hercules the Legendary Journeys are like, whoa man, that is so fake. Why would he be good in the future if this guy turned him evil the whole time? It doesn't just switch around all willy-nilly. He proceeds to ham it up doing his evil King of England shtick. You know, it's really kind of sad when a show starts doing filler episodes that are just condensed versions of the previous season's overarching story.
One thing I don't understand, though, is why do you hold yourselves up in this dank lair? It's so depressing.
I live in a much more upscale lair.
Scrying takes time. And there's the vanquishing potion. Will keep my aunts busy for at least an hour.
Or less than a minute from this line. Look, I never said I was good at math, alright? Since this episode is of no consequence to the rest of the season, Wyatt has returned to the side of good and goes back to his own time, saying his Wizard of Oz goodbyes in the process. And Mom, I think I'll miss you least of all.
Yo-ho, hello.
Did you just call me a hoe?
Yeah, Brody, fires, hunches, I got my own problems.
Can't you ask her to marry you on another night?
Get off that phone.
You know what? I'll handle it. Good luck. I hope she says no. Well, that's the last time I call 911.
Gosh, being a charmed one and caring about innocence is hard work. I'm glad we can sympathize with the plight of these women, these brave souls, these self-sacrificial martyrs to righteousness. I feel bad for how much I've reamed them now, because the story has come full circle. And by that, I mean it fell downward at the speed of light and hit a plateau at the no fucks given point. Kudos to all of you who watch this show in real time. You're braver folks than I. Here's a particularly good example of the shit I'm talking about. Paige casts a protection spell on a man targeted by a demon that ends up rendering him unable to die, which, of course, is taken in a comedic direction. Haha, the gaping hole in the middle of his body is hilarious! This might be a humorous situation if the girls weren't at fault and then completely insensitive to the guy's plight.
Can't have him running around San Francisco like that with Agent Brody snooping around. And you would be?
I'm the angel of death.
Wow, that was overly dramatic. Guys, we've already met him. Anyway, we discover that if people don't die in the order they are on death's list, the cosmic balance will be thrown off. The girls must put aside their lack of feelings and learn that death is an important part of life, a storyline we've already seen regurgitated on this show. But this time, it's Piper!
Damage? We've done more than almost anyone to protect your grand design.
So what if we stop people from dying? We're more important than you. You're just the angel of death. Leo, somehow this is your fault.
Piper is being a complete fuckwit, so because she taunts death, he kills her and makes her do his job for a while. Oh man, oh god, oh man, Piper actually pissed off Death so much that he killed her, and then she becomes Death herself. It's like the show answered my prayers.
Well, I think you might actually be, dead. I know. Bummer, huh?
Connection to other human beings, complete!
What about the cleaners?
No, they won't help. Not after last time.
What? Since when? So they just gave up because Piper bitched at them? Wasn't one of their parting lines all ominous and warning?
We'll leave him in your care. For now.
I love how Leo is the throw the plot hole under the rug with one line guy. Nah, the elders made it happen. Nah, it couldn't be because of last time. See, due to the rule of plot convenience, that won't be an issue. I have a ginormous beef with the logic in this episode. If Death has to kill people in the order on his list or the cosmic balance will be thrown off, then wouldn't that mean killing Piper to clean it up would mess up the order and throw the balance off? Paige dies because names can be added or taken from the list when circumstances change. Which would make that whole order thing not mean anything. Wouldn't casting the protection spell on the dude at the beginning mean circumstances changed? They kill the bad guy of the week and say they added a new soul that isn't on the list, which they can trade for Paige's since she was killed in the crossfire. But she wasn't on the list either. She was added because the circumstances changed. So wouldn't the same thing happen with him? And even if that made any sort of damn sense, how would replacing her soul with him restore the cosmic balance? Wouldn't it just be out of order again? I'm so confused! And then the Angel of Death bitch slaps him into the afterlife. Fantastic. It seems like Prue's episode was really the only one that got the message right, that death is inevitable and necessary. In Phoebe's version, of course, it's all about her, and in Piper's version, it's the direct opposite. You can't cheat death, unless you know about the list, in which case you can totally cheat death.
It's kill or be killed, I say.
So when I said Leo and Piper got divorced last season, I unintentionally lied. It turns out they talked about signing papers and making the divorce official, but then they just forgot about it once the episode ended. Whoops! It's hard to keep track of everything they don't follow through on. Sorry, dudes. Whereas I was wrong on the Phoebe front, there does seem to be a conscious effort to make Piper less of a hag this season. A lot of this has to do with Leo's storyline, which was more interesting than what they were doing with the girls anyway. After the end of last season, Leo is a bit lost, so Piper is trying to support him and lead him on the right path. Which, you know, considering his guide might be straight toward a pit of spikes, but the thought is there. She shows true human emotion here as he struggles to find his way again, worrying about his future and the future of their family. She makes him promise that if anything happens to her, he'll be there to take care of their kids.
This is not just about you. You are a father and somebody's husband, too.
It's worth noting, though, that there's still a bit of sinisterness lying beneath the surface. Leo kills another elder this season, and Piper covers for him. In any other show, these layers would be worth exploring, but in Charmland, everything makes it easy. And Piper's new supportive role is as consistent as anything on this show.
What are you smiling at?
Nothing.
Piper's way of working through her repression issues is to repeatedly blow Leo up. So there's that. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Leo is really searching himself this season. He's so racked with guilt in the beginning that he's spending all of his time hunting Barbas down, blinded by his own rage over future Chris's death. He's so overcome with guilt he's forgotten how to shower and has been covered with smudges from Piper's secret chocolate stash.
You know those were from my Sex in the City nights, Leo.
Uh-oh.
Hi. Could you please not do that around the children?
You should just let the demons try to kill us, idiot.
The elders, true to form as the dickbags they are, won't let Leo back into Whitelighter land since he killed Gideon. So why is he still an elder? Or a Whitelighter for that matter. In addition to that, they want Leo to stop hunting Barbas for revenge. Remember how the Council of Tools made up of elders and demons set Barbas free? Meaning they kind of helped Gideon out in this whole thing? No due punishment needed there? Understandably, Leo doesn't trust Whitelighters anymore, egged on by Barbas's influence. James Avery, fuck, what are you doing here? Don't you have like Will Smith or the Turtles or something respectable to be getting to? Oh no, Leo's arm is being eaten by the green screen! Thanks to Barbas, Leo thinks the elders are after his children and ends up killing James Avery. This will go down with a stint on Beauty and the Beast as things we quickly forgot about. The hell are the proportions here? Did Barbas suddenly shrink, or is Leo a giant?
In going after the child, we are in effect pouring salt into the still festering wounds of the father, who happens to be an elder. The Charmed One's elder.
Wait, so witches have specific elders now? Wasn't the whole reason Piper and Leo split up because elders couldn't have families, or he'd be too busy for them, or some other shit that hasn't come into play in over a year? And what makes elders different than the regular Whitelighters if they have charges too? I thought they did mostly management type stuff. So Barbas wants to kill Leo to leave the Charmed Ones unprotected, which again implies that the elders still haven't bothered to send the most powerful witches in the universe another Whitelighter. They couldn't find another stranger from the future who they know nothing about, doesn't have the ability to heal, and might try to kill them? And these other demons don't want to help Barbas go after the Charmed Ones because they say it's suicide. Until he mentions he wants to go after Leo and leave them unprotected. So even demons are aware that Leo is the only person who does anything worth a shit in the Halliwell household.
That just gets me to you without the bodyguard.
This leads to Barbas's offensively easy defeat, for really reals.
We just knew our greatest desire would overcome our greatest fear.
You set me up!
This is how they get rid of their worst enemy? Their greatest desire? What, they just didn't want to live bad enough the other times around? They were quaking in their semi-stylish boots every time he showed up lately. Not to mention he helped Gideon get future Chris killed and destroyed Leo emotionally. But vanquishing him just sort of seems like an afterthought. Not that I ever bought that this guy was their worst enemy, but you set it up at least twice that he was charmed, so a little follow-through would be nice.
I killed another elder.
It's not your fault. You were tricked.
Was I? What have I become?
I'll say this, Leo's arc in the beginning of this season is fantastic. They continue the thread from the end of last season and give him a real gray area. I particularly enjoyed when he went on a vision quest guided by Chris. The image of his greatest failing is what helps him see what good he's done. His sacrifice was worth it in the end. There is still good to be done. However, there is still that matter of him accidentally killing an innocent elder and all. Well, as innocent as one of those jerks can be anyway. Piper worries about Leo being punished, so together they go on a world vacation. Look, they were in Italy, as evidenced by every stereotypical piece of clothing and accessories they could find there. Bellissimo!
Patini?
Patini.
Shoes.
No, actually, patini means skates. Also, why is Piper teaching Leo Italian when we already established that whitelighters can speak whatever languages their charges speak?
Could you turn that thing off?
I'll get the ladder.
Forget it.
Did Leo forget he could float? He was just talking to another whitelighter who was floating, like the scene before that. And we saw him changing the fire detector via floating in season 4.
You know, you probably shouldn't be doing that out in the open.
Oh, please. Nobody's here. It's midnight.
Why isn't he doing that up in Whitelighter Land? Is there a reason he needed to be there? While I'm talking about powers, why do elders have the lightning thing if genetically they're pacifists? Not that we've ever seen any evidence of that. The show can't seem to remember how their calls work either.
What is it, like a dog whistle now, only you can hear it?
Because this is something other people have ever heard? Piper remembers she was a Whitelighter at one point too, right?
What's taking so long?
He's resisting.
And you can resist healing, by the way. The role the Whitelighters play takes an even more confusing turn when they reveal that guardian angels exist. I was under the impression that that's what Whitelighters were, and that's how they referred to them, but no, now everyone has their own guardian angel, including the sisters. So what are the Whitelighters for? How many guardian angels do these girls need? And if Paige is a Whitelighter who watches over future Whitelighters, and she has a Whitelighter and an Elder, does that mean 3 angels watch over an angel who watches over angels? Without guardian angels, people are accident prone. Yeah, angels help prevent people from breaking cups? I thought that had to do with luck. Can't they call in their leprechaun pals for this?
Oh, hey! Oh, sorry.
I see you got your angel back.
The Perriers of the world are safe once more.
Why'd we have to meet here?
Because the bridge set is all we've got now, alright? Don't worry, guys. The elders nonsensically meet up at magic school a majority of the time anyway. Look, green screen is hard, okay?
But one bad elder doesn't make us all bad.
Yeah, about that?
I believe the term he used was unspeakable wrath, the likes of which you can't even imagine.
Not content with the elders being the bag of dicks they once were, this season they've been elevated to an entire city constructed of dicks. This includes all new and inconsistent punishments, such as this little doohickey.
He would have had to have been recycled.
Recycled like what? Recycled like plastic?
No, I mean, like sent back, reborn, to start the cycle of life over again.
What happened to punishing them by just taking their powers away? The biggest example of dickery, though, is when they bring in Q. Wait till you get a load of this clown. We're supposed to hate him, but he's just so hilariously badly written. Much like that sentence.
I've had it with you and your stupid ideas.
Okay, he was under a spell that time, but it's still funny. This guy proves time and time again that you don't need brains or forethought to be an elder, you just need to have selective memories and a stubborn want to colossally fail at your job at every opportunity. For example, a seer demon has information that could potentially wipe out every upper-level demon. She will give this information in exchange for being turned human, a price which, all things considered, hurts absolutely no one. In fact, it gets rid of one demon right from the get-go, meaning there is no downside to taking this offer. Q's reaction, of course, is to say they have other problems and ignore her. Thanks, Q! When this season's big bads have Leo possessed to attack the other Whitelighters, Q thinks he's betrayed them again. He's even trying to make excuses once it's revealed that Leo was possessed. Why do they never believe that magic influence could be involved? This happens to our heroes every week, so surely there's some other precedent for this.
We get possessed all the time, it's no big deal. What new power?
We don't know exactly. But if it is responsible for this attack, elders could be next.
And elders are more important than lowly regular Whitelighters. How did this schmo get to be a Whitelighter in the first place? Forget being a pacifist. Isn't the minimum requirement doing a good deed, or at least being a good person? None of the elders seem to qualify for this. They spend the whole season wanting to destroy the new big bad simply because they have a lot of power. They don't know who they are, what their purpose is. For all they know, they're actually good people. And really, all said and done, they weren't evil. The elders just don't want anyone else to have that kind of power. They want to always be in control. I realize this makes it sound like this was purposeful on the writer's part, but all I can see is an excuse for tension where there should be none. Give them a good reason at least, guys. Hey, maybe have them at odds with Leo, and then the sisters choose Leo over the White Lighters, which is essentially what they do later anyway. But they can't even follow through with that because White Lighters are the best Deus Ex Machina they have. I've got no segue for this next bit, but the episode I'm going to talk about is truly amazing. Charmed has done a lot over 8 seasons to amuse, anger, and confuse me, but truly nothing was more bizarre and baffling than Once in a Blue Moon. Yes, this is including the stupid hippie grandma ghost episode. I dub this the most WTF episode Charmed ever did. Congratulations, Charmed! This was an award well deserved. To start things off in this cornucopia of madness, we see the girls displaying never seen before or since PMS symptoms because man oh man, PMS sure is wacky. They all have PMS at the same time too, because women have their periods all at once. Aw man, it's that time of the month, time to put up the floodgates. Believe me, I checked. This episode was written by a couple of women. I've got just as many questions as you do. Maybe the girls have a Charmed One psychic menstruation connection. Yeah, that's it. Have Leo throw that one out there. While they're riding high on their period comedy routine, Piper decides this is the time to tell Phoebe and Paige that Leo killed another elder. This is when the story takes a turn into Weirdsville.
He didn't disappear. He was killed. Leo killed him.
Leo killed him?
It was an accident. He didn't mean to. I mean, he was tricked.
You might want to tell that to Zola.
What the shit is this? Does PMS make them the biggest bitches in the world? I want to know what led to the decision to play it off this way, because Leo killing an elder is not funny in the slightest. Our main characters are hugely unlikable here, even more blatantly than normal. They're actually kind of evil.
We're sorry. It's just, we're not big fans of the elders right now.
So murdering them is okay? Even if they didn't give a shit about the elders, wouldn't they at least be concerned for Leo, if he'll get caught or where he's at emotionally?
It's not like Leo could really hurt anybody anyway. We don't believe that he could actually do that.
But yeah, he did. She just told you.
Sorry to interrupt, but I have to tell you something that you're probably not gonna like.
Do you kill anybody else?
Yeah, good one, Chuckles. Once the audience has picked their jaws up off the floor, Paige and Phoebe complain that they don't want Leo to move back in because he's hearing voices and acting crazy. They could probably use the fact that he killed an elder as the more pressing issue, but, you know, I guess that's not a big deal to them.
But what about the boys? What about them? Well, aren't you afraid they'll be in danger? From who, Leo? That's ridiculous.
No, not from Leo. Who's ever after Leo?
So wouldn't they be in danger because of you guys all the time? If that's your logic, you might as well just give the kids up for adoption. Anyway, the girls are given a new White Lighter, which was really a shock to me, but since he's attacked by a werewolf thing, I guess they don't send backup. How badly did they need a White Lighter anyway? After the attack, Q assumes that Leo did it.
How do you know a Darklighter didn't do that?
Does it look like a Darklighter did that?
So a Darklighter wouldn't leave animal-like wounds, but Leo would? This makes about as much sense as Piper's theory.
Maybe the elders are setting you up.
I know the elders are dicks, but what? They tried to kill another White Lighter to prove Leo killed another White Lighter? Plus, they were supposed to be the new dude's charges. Wouldn't it be obvious that the Charmed One's White Lighter might have some enemies?
The only thing that attacks a White Lighter is a Dark Lighter, that's it.
Except every other thing that's thrown, punched, beat up, or called Leo a sissy? The show has been running for almost a decade now, people. They call in another White Lighter as bait, who bitches because genetically he's a pacifist, and we discover the true culprits. Because there were 2 blue moons that year, the girls have become PMS werewolves. PMS werewolves. PMS werewolves! Our protagonists are PMS werewolves. L-O freaking L. That is some of the worst CGI I've ever seen. Truly atrocious. I had to reboot my brain after this. The utter lack of caring over the writing, the logic, the main characters, the moral implications, every single detail is astounding. So yes, the Charmed Ones have mauled and nearly killed 2 White Lighters this episode. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! And why can't the other White Lighters heal them? Are they not able to heal PMS werewolf attacks? Well, it's a good thing the girls' clothes magically appear back on them after they turn back.
I can't do that now because I have to go meet Leslie for breakfast.
Sure, maul him. I don't care at this point.
I'm just saying, we don't know how long we're gonna be in here. What if I get hungry?
Well, then we'll have Leo throw us a White Lighter. Don't worry about it.
You turds. It turns out, because of their animosity for the White Lighters, they've been attacking them once their PMS sides took over. Look at Q's face here. PMS werewolves, oh boy! Wait, so they knock them out and just leave them where they landed all night? They didn't bother putting them in a trap or orbing them somewhere where they can't hurt anyone? And how hard did they get knocked out anyway? Did they suffer brain damage? Maybe not leave them on the couch with their necks all sideways or whatever. And what the hell was the blue moon thing anyway? They never explain it. They briefly mention that 2 blue moons in a year happens every 50 years, but in real life, a blue moon's not literally like a blue moon. It's just 2 full moons in a month. And that happens every 2.5 years. So what in the blue fuck does this have to do with PMS werewolves? We don't even have any bullshit to go by this episode. We're provided with nothing. I can't, Charmed. I just can't. Alongside the CGI wolves, here's some more for the terrible effect highlight reel. We've got Terminator 2 Leo head in a cauldron, the floaty big bad heads with lightning eyes, this flying mirror effect, and Tiny Piper. Take it all in. But let's discuss the true star of the series, Daryl. This is his last season, folks, so appreciate what you have left. We've gone on a truly amazing journey. I don't want to knowing all season.
And I don't want to know. You don't want to know.
See? Not that that stops the girls from being all self-righteous about it.
You're gonna have to choose a side, Daryl. It's just the way it works. One bad experience with magic can't outweigh 6 years of good, can it?
One bad experience? Hey Phoebe, remember that time you and Paige killed him to borrow his soul without permission? I think Daryl's probably got a solid case for himself here.
Well, what about Morris? I'm sure he can ask missing persons.
Ooh, ouch. They downgraded him to Morris. Guess he wasn't that important to them.
Well, you got something you want to say, Morris?
Oh, man. Daryl has made it a point to not get involved when the girls are in danger, but when a friend of his is in trouble, he comes to them. So it's alright if he comes to them with magical problems, but not the reverse? Not that I'm siding with the girls here, but you can't have it both ways, Morris. But because it makes it easy, and they didn't want to do much with Daryl, he just ends up ignoring his crusade most of the time and helping the girls anyway. Most of his stuff this season involves Inspector Sheridan, who returns to have no point. Essentially, she's repeating her same spiel about wanting to find out who the sisters really are. She has some legitimate questions, but none of this story really comes to fruition. Who was Chris? How did he break out of jail? Why didn't they have a funeral? Or why did his body disappear? And wait, why didn't the girls get arrested if someone was murdered and their body disappeared? Why did nothing come of that?
She knows we got history.
And you think if she exposes us, she's not gonna bust you too? Coming, Lieutenant?
She was like 5 feet away. How did she not hear that? She gets Daryl involved with one of her stakeouts, and Piper has to distract her while Paige goes looking for some missing witches. Why didn't Paige just teleport out of the house? Well, this certainly was contrived.
The Hollowells are really good people. They do good things.
Police, freeze! Hands in the air!
What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm disappointed in you, young man. Look, just because the girls didn't show up for questioning doesn't mean you can run in with a gun pointed at them. They'd have to be armed and give you a reason to have the gun out. Sheridan really is a crappy cop. Her only job is to come in and get knocked out anyway. Like after the gun situation, she forgets what happened after she was knocked out. Did they use the memory dust on her? Because I thought they were in the shit with the elders, and memory dust was only used in dire situations. Or maybe it was the cleaners. And what about the cleaners? Wouldn't the Chris thing fall under their jurisdiction? Eventually, Sheridan is about to catch the girls when she's trained by Agent Kyle Brody, who ends up putting her into a coma and transferring her to a mental institution. They pulled a Mohinder on her. He lies about this for a while and says she was transferred to another department. When you think about it, he's actually more efficient than the elders are at solving these sorts of problems. Brody became involved with everything after Sheridan called in the feds. He knows about demons, witches, and more importantly, the charmed ones. Why is he telling Sheridan and Daryl about all of this in a crowded police station? He's not really good at being Agent X-Files. It seems as if he wants to expose the charmed ones, like every other authority type they've introduced, but in reality, he's got other motivations. Like Sheridan before him, he enlists Daryl's help in getting at the Halliwells. Poor Daryl, forever a pawn in someone else's scheme.
And as soon as they know that they're magical and that I'm not a threat to them, they're gonna have to help me. So unless you want to get transferred like your buddy Sheridan, I suggest you help me.
Okay, then why doesn't he just go up to the girls and say it? What's Daryl gonna do? This is after he helped them get away from Sheridan during the Pirates of the Rip-Off Bean episode, so shouldn't they already know that he knows what they know? And why would they have to help him? They've blown off universe-destroying shit. You really gonna depend on these goons having any sense of self-preservation?
Yeah, we could stop you from exposing us, or I could watch Supermarket Sweeps.
After Piper's spring break blowout as the Angel of Death, Brody catches her coming back to life and makes a deal with them. In exchange for their help later down the line, he'll say Piper faked her death to help solve some murders that were going on at the time. No one wondered why a club owner needed to be brought in by the FBI to help solve a set of murders?
Your sister owns a nightclub, but she also moonlights as a government agent?
Oh, okay, so the astute 98 Degrees noticed and no one else. Splendid. Did they even solve the murders anyway? The audience knows because we saw the episode, but did the police even find out? She faked her death to solve the murders they didn't solve?
Whoa.
Guess the secret's out.
He saw Piper rise from the dead. I think the secret's well out of the bag, Paige. The girls don't trust Brody, given his shadiness and penis having, but he's eager to prove that he's on their side.
Well, I assume the book won't let anything evil touch it. Most magical tomes don't.
All of them? Since when? Even the actually evil ones? Brody wins over Paige first, leading to a romantic relationship between the two of them. As with all of Paige's romances, it's more interesting than anything going on with the other two, and therefore short-lived. But we do get fun episodes, such as when the two of them are transported into a 1930s pulp novel. It was fun not only because things not involving mundane house stuff were involved, but also because you could tell the actors were having a great time, particularly Rose McGowan, who loves that time period. But as usual, Cupid's gotta get involved.
I knew she should not have gotten him involved in this. This was a bad idea. I'm sure it's his fault.
Stupid testicle mongers with their article stealing and dreamer ways.
Yeah, thanks for your insight, Phoebe. Maybe your sister should just join a convent and swear off all men since they don't pass the Phoebe test. Okay. Brody is not that trustworthy. Let's be fair here. But Phoebe is still the most hypocritical person on the planet. She can't even stand people calling him Kyle instead of Brody because she deemed him unworthy of first-name status.
Hey, at least he's not calling him Kyle. You know what I mean?
I'll decide what you get to call people.
Yeah, see, breakfast is not a date.
Only I can go on breakfast dates.
Brody may be shady, but he has helped save people, which means he's probably worth at least keeping around. Of course, it appears Piper's been rubbing off on Paige because she gets all crabby when Brody is focusing on the newest big bads instead of their dates. Therefore, he's got to make it up to her because apparently his job or the world do not take precedence over spaghetti dinner. Holy hell! How many fucking candles did he light? I might be complaining about the girls, but Brody is a far from flawless character. There's the aforementioned coma thing, as well as various other means he uses to get what he wants, including tranking Paige, minus the coma part. His mission is more important to him than his relationship. He might be slightly reprehensible, but again, he's got his priorities sorted way better than any of the main characters. And introducing him as a morally ambiguous character is all fine and good, but things get a little muddled for our supposed heroines along the way. Paige finds out about what happened to Sheridan and not only decides not to tell her sisters about it, but she's actually perfectly okay with it. So it's alright to render an innocent woman a vegetable and imprison her against her will if she's getting in the Charmed One's way? That's just evil, guys. I mean, yeah, Brody promises he'll take her out of her coma once the threat is over, but that doesn't really help. So what is Brody's end goal anyway? Well, his story is tied in with this season's kind of big bads, the Avatars. I'll explain them in a sec, but if you're anything like me, I know you're grateful that this was before the James Cameron thing. Otherwise they'd be fighting big-breasted blue chicks or something. Brody thinks the Avatars killed his parents, so he became a cop to find out what happened. Eventually, he's able to go back in time to the day his parents died, and he finds out that it was actually demons, who wanted a set of potions that could kill the Avatars. Once they do a speechy speech about why they're there for the audience and for Kyle, they disappear without taking anything. Why didn't they take the non-broken potions with them? Because the remaining potion Brody has in the present was taken by the Avatars, he steals it from the past. Wouldn't that mean he never had it as a kid and thus never found out about the Avatars? Please stop doing time travel, Charmed. So who are these Avatars raising a big stink with the White Dickers and demons alike? Well, they were in power during ancient times until something happened and they went away, but now they're back to continue what they were doing. They have a lot of power, as the show likes to remind us.
We've detected a power surge, a time shift that could only mean one thing. The Avatars are making their move.
How do you know it's them?
Because no demon has this kind of power, not since the Source.
The Source never had time control powers. He got Tempest to do his work for him. And while we're mentioning Tempest, yeah, he's a demon with time control powers. And remember how Cole could time travel? Or how about this? The Elders totally had the power to send someone back in time. They gave the girls a one-time only spell when they went to the future in Season 2. And the Cleaners, they could also rewrite time. And Grandma Ghost with her go-go boots. Plus there was all of Season 6, and oh yeah, that one kid in magic school who summoned Lady Godiva. At this point, the audience can time travel. To make things seem a little more exciting than years past, the avatars are set up as this big flippin' deal. All season, everyone is talking about a rising power, hinting at things in ominous, vague manners and whispering with big, googly eyes. What could they possibly be, these big, floaty heads that spout lies and zoom amusingly across the screen? And there are the avatars, who we've already seen and subsequently forgotten about way back in Season 5. They were setting up a plot between them and Cole, but since he went bye-bye, the storyline was nixed. But Charm's #1 motto has always been recycle, 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 so the avatars are back and the storyline is on again, minus Cole. But I'm sure Phoebe's still gonna blame this one on him. But here's the problem with treating the avatars like some mysterious, looming big bad. If you were paying any attention at all to their dialogue with Cole, you already know their end goal. It's like, you know, when you rewatch The Sixth Sense, the ending doesn't really have the same impact because you already saw it. Except in this scenario, imagine The Sixth Sense starts with Bruce Willis finding out he's dead. So what do the avatars want? Neutrality, the abolishing of good and evil to create a utopia where neither exists. Their plan of luring anyone with power to the side of neutral is kind of dumb though, because no one actually switches sides, as evidenced when Cole became an avatar and used his powers for evil. Then he undid his becoming an avatar by changing the timeline and made the whole thing a giant waste of time for them. And if Cole could use his avatar powers to undo something that happened, then why couldn't the avatars use this to their advantage any time this season? And though the end goal is the same, the avatars now don't really connect with the avatars then. When Cole kills the bar guys, they go, "Yes, welcome," like turning evil helped them somehow?
Control is the first discipline of an avatar. Otherwise, our powers can become dangerous.
Ah, so that's why they wanted to recruit Cole after he killed a bunch of guys in a bar. When they show up again this season, at first they float around as demon heads, commanding Leo to do things and driving him crazy. They tell him to go after Barbas, and in turn tell Barbas to go after Chris, a move which I'm still trying to place in their grand plan. This makes no sense with their motivations.
What do you want?
What do we want? We want
you.
What a tempting offer to neutrality.
I still think a direct approach is best.
How is flying around as stupid, vague, big heads a direct approach? Isn't sneaking around the opposite of direct? This isn't just limited to head games. They also have Leo possessed, so he'll attack the Elders and drive them further away from him. But when he finds out it was them all along, he's not that bothered by it.
Because if they're so powerful, wouldn't they have attacked by now?
Sending a demon to possess you doesn't count?
Still, I think that was their way of communicating with me.
And those floating heads that tormented you, they made your life better?
That was just a way to get my attention. Make me open to a new idea.
Yeah, just their way of getting your attention, by having you betray anyone you've ever trusted and almost getting you killed. What pals! There's also the time they tried to trick Leo into believing everyone is dead in the future. Why is Paige on the Halliwell tombstone? Her last name is Matthews. Well, fuck her adoptive family, I guess. And wait, they had the White Lighter land set this whole time? Then why the bridge or magic school? Charmed! And of course, there's more frivolous main character deaths, so Leo has to become an avatar to bring them back. Aw, you brought Phoebe back too? Don't do us any favors, Leo. Hey, if the avatars could raise anyone from the dead, why wouldn't they raise other powerful people they needed to sway to their side? Why couldn't Leo raise the elder he killed back from the dead? Leo is down with the Avatar's vision of the future, but he has to hide his powers from the sisters for a while. So instead, he focuses on trying to win Piper back, forgetting she is a ghoul who digs up graves to feast on human flesh, and is therefore uninterested in men other than to procreate. But now that Leo isn't crazy and his life is back on track, Piper doesn't want to see him.
I only want the opposite of what he wants, okay?
What's the point if I don't get Piper back?
Did they only go so far as to change Cole to Leo in the script? There is some excuse as to why the avatars don't use their powers that much, because as a collective their powers are connected, meaning if someone does something big, it drains them all. It seems like they're wasting their powers on things that are kind of stupid instead of the more useful things I've mentioned, but what do I know? Leo decides to tell the girls that he's an avatar, and they immediately tell Brody, even after Phoebe made this huge deal about not trusting him.
Do I want to focus on my hatred of Paige's boyfriends, or do I want to be a complete idiot? Idiot wins!
They know Brody has this huge vendetta with the Avatars, and they know he's desperate enough to make Sheridan disappear to get her out of the way, so they didn't think telling him would lead to bad consequences. Leo ends up almost being killed, but the Avatars turn back time to save him. Why didn't they do this to save Cole after his stupid plan to get back Phoebe? He had pretty much limitless power already, so wouldn't he be useful to keep around? Plus him dying hurt the collective, so that's a double whammy of things they don't need. So now the girls don't know again. It was worth it draining the collective's power to show Leo what a bad idea it was to tell them, the conclusion being that the sisters must find out on their own terms. So in the very next episode, he just tells them anyway. But hey, at least it'll happen differently this time. Except no, it doesn't. Paige tells Brody, and he tries to kill Leo again. Time Waster, the series! In order to get the girls on the Avatar train, the Avatars ask Leo to protect the Seer, because the writers forgot we already had a character called the Seer, in a very important role I might add, and they can't come up with any more generic names. Hey, it's Charisma Carpenter! Can we be Buffy now?
Have you thought of a name for yourself?
Oh, it's Kira. It always has been. It's just everyone calls me, the Seer.
Explained away in the twilight hour. Thank God that was resolved. Maybe don't give her the most obvious double in the world, or perhaps give her a fake midriff that actually matches her skin tone, huh? So Leo has to protect her, and she says she has information that could wipe out all of the upper-level demons.
That surly one? It's your wife?
Kira, in return for her information, wants to be turned human. Why would a demon want to become human? Well, because apparently living in hell kind of sucks, then why are there demons that live on the surface? And she wants to feel good things too.
Which is sad because they're my family. Well, I mean, it would be sad if I had feelings.
Demons don't have feelings. Demons don't have feelings! Not only that, but they're telling us they literally have no sense of touch.
Oh, come on, take off your shoes. Let me feel the grass through you.
Then how do they feel pain or anything? What?
I know, I wouldn't actually have a soul, but I could live with that.
Then what goes to the graboid afterlife to get taken to hell? Cole was half human, yeah, but there were other demons there. That's how he absorbed their powers to get out. Plus the Source came with him, and he was a demon. Every single thing about the Seer character is a contradiction to previous facts or a giant question mark. So Phoebe starts to care about her because they're like vision buddies now. It figures she'd make a connection with someone who doesn't have feelings. Why does she only give a shit about someone in danger if it's a demon? Man, if only Cole had been a Seer too, he and Phoebe could have had some psychic connection and she wouldn't have been such a twerp. Kira sees her own death and Phoebe wants to save her, but they're too late. Makes it easy! Oh well, at least the earrings she borrowed from Phoebe are alright. I did like that, along with Drake's story, they did try to present a less black and white view of good and evil with Kira, but the story's not really about that, hence why they just blew her up in the end. The real reason for this connection is so that Kira can show Phoebe a vision of the future once the Avatars have taken over. Phoebe sees Utopia and convinces Paige and Piper to join the Avatar side too. She even shows her vision to Q, and his heart grew 3 sizes that day. I can't wait for that to go somewhere. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Once the Elders find out Leo has become an Avatar, they immediately try to blow his ass away. Looks like some people aren't getting Christmas cards this year.
I was trying to create a better world for them, for all of us.
Too bad you failed.
Ooh, somebody turned up the sesame-meter. Thus begins the bizarro mid-season season finale 2-parter. It'll make sense in a minute. We start with Extreme Makeover World Edition. Seriously, with that title? Seriously? The Avatars have enlisted the Charmed One's help in creating a spell that'll put everyone to sleep and set them back to default mode, thus wiping out good and evil. Somehow this seemed like it would work. Also, Leo finally gets his sweet Avatar robe. He's moving up in the fashion world. Okay, for real, if you had the choice between faux velvet lame-o weenie robes and the all-black Avatar ensemble, I'd pick the Avatars too. So the girls are preparing for this wipeout, unsure but optimistic about what this will mean for the world. But most importantly, what it'll mean for them.
Will you give me a lift? I want to make sure I get my last column in.
Last column?
Well, yeah. How much advice can a world with no conflict need?
Yeah, that's the most important thing right now, Phoebe. Keep on keeping on. And isn't your column about love advice? I guess this utopia won't involve love in Phoebe's mind. Then the logic gets even less logical. When the people of the world are put to sleep, this won't affect the demons, leaving them exposed so the sisters can wipe them out before they fall asleep too. So it's not so much getting rid of good and evil as just getting rid of good? Look at this guy gently setting his coffee cup down. Thank God the lattes of the world will be safe in the transition. But really, no one sees a problem with putting everyone in the world except demons to sleep? Isn't that advantageous to the demons? Now there is no good and only evil. Plus they can just pretend to be asleep too until the whole thing blows over.
Why don't they just leave?
To where? Space? The group splits up to kill off whatever demons they can find. Why does Leo go alone with Phoebe? What's she gonna do, give them love advice? And why split the sisters up? Wouldn't they need the power of 3? But get this, not only are the Zero sisters tasked with finding and killing every demon in the world, but they're only given 2 hours to do it. They realize they can't walk around the world in 2 hours, right? While this is going on, Brody, the only smart person left, teams up with Zanku, a powerful demon who becomes more prominent later in the season. With Zanku's help, Brody doesn't fall asleep and get his slate wiped, allowing him to use his potion to kill one of the avatars. Unfortunately for him, he gets killed in the process, but he does weaken the collective. Because of this goof-up, the avatars put the girls to sleep early, so instead of having 2 hours to kill demons, they had, 15 minutes. Close enough! Part of why the girls agreed to do this, though, was being able to choose when their slates were wiped, because free will only matters if you're a charmed one. Now the world is perfect and conflict-free, and no one questions much. And if they do create conflict, the avatars simply destroy them. Makes it easy! Wait, so why did the girls have to go around killing demons when the avatars can just poof them away now? And ignoring grief, false happiness, punishing negativity, isn't this just the ending of last season? Like, exactly? Except it has to ignore what it set up to work. People aren't really neutral if they're causing conflict, which means the spell didn't mean anything. And the avatars aren't neutral either because they're destroying people. The problem is, the avatars aren't neutral beings. What they're promising is paradise, a perfect world, which would be dominated by good. True neutrality would be the absence of anything. The writers had to add this part in to have some sort of conflict. They have to make them something that, thematically, they aren't, just to make the story work. This all seems to be hinting that the avatars don't just want neutrality, that there's something they're hiding, but when everything is all said and done, no, apparently that's what they want. Things happen because it sounds mysterious or it looks cool, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of narrative sense. And the avatars present an intriguing notion. How do you fight something that isn't truly evil? Is utopia worth taking away choice? Must evil exist in order for good to exist as well? But all of this gets swept under the rug because it's easier to just have them do evil things and make the decision black and white. What if, instead, they had created a perfect world, but the takeaway is that no one has free will anymore, no sense of right or wrong, because there's simply nothing. The girls would have to make the decision to take that away from everyone, take away the absence of conflict in exchange for choice. On the other hand, they could just make the avatars blow people up. I guess that works too. Leo hasn't been wiped, and he doesn't trust this new world, something which Zanku takes advantage of. He reaches out to him, and they meet up in a pyramid. Get it? Because the actor was in The Mummy! Zanku tells Leo that in ancient Egypt, the avatars did the same thing they did here, and the Egyptians rose up against them, throwing them from power.
Mind telling me where we are? An ancient tomb in an ancient pyramid, where no one, especially not the avatars, are gonna look for us.
Of course! The old ancient pyramid trick. Why would the avatars not think to look for their enemy in the place they were defeated last time? Isn't that like a really obvious place? Why is Leo the only avatar that questions anything? Was he the only one who was recruited from the outside? Why wouldn't they recruit an army or something? Don't they need more power for the collective? Or was Leo the only doofus they could convince to join them? They waited thousands of years for this?
I hope the avatars don't keep him as busy as the elders did.
Even in a conflict-free world, Piper is an idiot with no sense of priorities. Leo decides that the only way to get through to the sisters is to purposely create conflict, causing himself to be phased out. Phoebe goes to the Book of Shadows to remember all of their losses and that they should hurt. Oh yeah, Cole's death. She was really broken up over that one.
Nothing perks up a girl's career like sending her husband straight to hell.
She reminds Piper that losing Leo is a bad thing, and reminds Paige that Kyle dying kind of sucked. Now they're back to normal. So they just had to remember to feel bad? That seems kinda easy. It's almost as if this utopia thing wasn't very stable in the first place. They visit our go-to team-up guy, Zanku, and tell the avatars what's what. No one is taking away their choice to love themselves over everyone else. They tell the avatars they want free will, and then the avatars just sort of give up. We'll come back later. That's it? The avatars just needed someone to say no, and they're like, whoops, guess no one wanted this. I shit you not, this argument only lasts a minute and a half. I timed it. It took them less time to give up on their world-conquering neutrality crusade than it does to microwave popcorn. What the shitballs? So they used the rest of their power to reverse time before Utopia began, but just after Brody died, because it's more dramatically convenient and they don't have anything else to do with him. But good news! Brody is rewarded for his sacrifice by the almighty dicks themselves, and he's turned into a white lighter. Oh man, Brody, my condolences. You heard it here, folks. If you team up with a demon, attack the Charmed Ones, put an innocent woman into a coma to benefit yourself in a misguided attempt to take down someone who didn't even commit the crime you thought they did, you get to become an angel! Why did he orb off to White Lighter Land like he's still dead and leave Paige to clean up after him? And why can't they see each other again? You remember she's half White Lighter too, right? I'll call you Paige, bye!
See, I remember everything because I was unaffected by the spell, and you remember everything because you broke it. And even though time rewound, we still experienced it.
Headache forming.
Look, it's convenient, alright? And Leo's not an avatar anymore because that's beneficial to the collective. Fuck if I know. So yes, you're understanding this right. They just gave up on the season's arc halfway through. Like, they just got bored with it and decided to do something else. I mean, I don't know why they even bothered if this was what they were going to do with it. Not only is it half of a season, but it also feels like half of an idea. This year is really split down the middle in a lot of ways, which is why it seems like I'm jumping around a lot more this review. It's more like 2 mini-seasons stuffed into one. It's hard to talk about one character all at once because things shift halfway through the season once the Avatar thing is done, especially for Leo, who is all over the place. What started off really well with him seems to delve into Spike Syndrome, where they continually shift the character around to see what sticks. Now that the world is back to normal, we must re-establish that the Elders are dicks. Despite being the catalyst for the mild argument that shook the world, they decide to punish Leo for becoming an Avatar.
The Elders still need him. They aren't going to do anything rash.
I believe the term he used was unspeakable wrath, the likes of which you can't even imagine.
The Elders think that Leo messed up because he couldn't decide between his life with the White Lighters and his life with the Charmed Ones. How the hell did they come to that conclusion? Isn't being the Charmed One's White Lighter intrinsically connected to the Charmed Ones? And what did choosing the Avatars have to do with his home life? Because whatever, we had this idea and we're doing it. It doesn't have to make sense. So naturally, the Elders give Leo amnesia and send him to Earth. The idea being that on his own, he must either find Piper or choose them. He'll forge his own destiny.
We erased his memories and put him back on Earth as a mortal. Somewhere you'll never find him.
Yes, Texas, a place they'll never find him. Guess that makes it kind of hard for him to find Piper and choose her.
The point is, Leo and Piper's love, it's epic, it's massive. It's like Romeo and Juliet, Anthony and Cleopatra, Brad and Jennifer.
Yes, their love is truly epic, like all of these romances that ended in double suicides and divorce.
Put a cork in it, Zane!
Immediately after he's sent to Earth with amnesia, he gets flashbacks of his past, including proposing to Piper. Look, there were only 2 parts to this plan. Give Leo amnesia and let him figure things out on his own. And you got both of them wrong. Q just shows up as a truck driver and takes Leo up to White Lighter Land with no memory, acting all evil and obvious in the process. Makes it easy! Well-la-di-da! What a story worth telling!
We are not taking away anything from you, Leo. This is about you making a choice, not us.
What was the point of setting this up if that was the plan? They could have just forced him to stay a White Lighter with no memory, or just recycled him if that was the idea. There was no reason for the stupid Texas adventure other than to make the Elders look like dicks. Once he remembers Piper, he's like, hey, you guys are dicks. Imagine that. I guess with no memory, anyone will choose the option you want them to. Once Leo makes his decision to be with Piper, he chooses to fall from grace and become mortal, which is literally jumping off a bridge and smashing into the asphalt, Wile E. Coyote style. Hey, did you know if you're mortal and you jump off a bridge, you only scrape up your face a little bit? But why does he do this before Piper is healed? Her dying from a poison was the reason Phoebe and Paige convinced him to come back. He realizes she's dying and he's mortal now, right? But Wyatt already healed her, because he can do that now. Guess all of that was pointless too. Now Leo has to adjust to life without powers like this is a new thing. Except for season 2?
It's everything I've wanted ever since the day I met you.
Yeah, no. Except you chose to be a White Lighter again in season 2, and apparently had this option the whole time, except when you didn't.
I just want to fit in.
I just want to be one of the cool kids, too.
You'll never be cool, Leo. Now be on lookout while we go smoke behind the school.
Does this mean I'm promoted?
Shut up, Daryl.
Oh, man. Leo's back to Weenieville and whipping boy duty. Such is his fate. He spends most of his time cleaning and organizing, which Piper complains about because she's a ghoulish caricature of a human being. Also, everyone is vulnerable now because they still don't have a new white lighter and Leo is powerless. But maybe Wyatt can heal them. Oh wait, that was like an episode ago.
We're just supposed to sit here and do nothing while you bleed to death on the couch?
What do you want me to say? I can't self-heal anymore? Without a doctor.
You used to be a doctor.
And as a former doctor, he knows not to put pressure on the wound and simply bleed out. Now that the first half of the season has been abandoned and squared away in the forgotten plot development corner, the focus is now on Zanku, who helped the sisters take down the Avatars. Sort of. He was moral support, I guess.
What's the matter, Zanku? Chicken?
Zanku is a demon who was imprisoned by the Source way back in the day for being too dangerous, so you know he's this grand evil poobah. He's scary and powerful because they tell us he's scary and powerful.
They were vulnerable, I sensed it. I just didn't anticipate the Elder coming to their rescue.
Everyone knows about white lighters except Zanku, I guess. Or maybe he really didn't think the Elders were that helpful, which makes him pretty smart. He wants to control the Nexus under the house and harness its power, taking over the manor to do it. Because somehow controlling the house means controlling the Nexus too? Oh no, now they're free to play with children's stuffed animals and mwahaha all around the place. Luckily for them, Piper has written a diary talking about all of their personal stuff that Zanku reads to fill him in. Well, it's a good thing that fell into the right hands. It's not like there's a police officer wanting to find any sort of evidence against them. But don't worry, at least one of our trio is the greatest of minds.
Fine, but we can't use any more magic, otherwise Zanku sends us.
Can't use magic. What do you call orbit?
Okay, fine. Then we won't use any more magic. I have an idea.
A kick to the face. What a master of strategy. As we know, the Nexus can be swayed to good or evil, which I always thought meant what was in the closest range. But apparently, it's whoever summons it, or whoever is in the house at the time, or whatever is convenient. When it's summoned by good and evil of equal power, it chooses the most neutral party present. In this case, it's Leo, who isn't really neutral and has no powers at this point. If anything, wouldn't it choose one of their neighbors or something? The Nexus is just a confusing plot point I barely got and still barely get. Way back when, there was a being called the Shadow that was trapped in the Nexus because, which became the Woogie Man Phoebe was terrified of as a child, and they trapped again in a Season 1 episode. Sorry I didn't mention that until now. But by Season 7, the Shadow has just become interchangeable with the Nexus, so who the hell knows what it is? All we really know is that it's a big important thing that the bad guys want and should not have, or else there will be danger of some sort which will result in a big deal because they tell us so. It's huge and dramatic, but hell if anyone actually knows what's at stake here.
It's almost anticlimactic.
Seems almost anticlimactic.
Neutrality wins.
Yeah, you're pretty good at this psychology stuff.
You should read my column.
I do.
Hack, barf. I'm happy we still have time for this shit. The Nexus should have possessed Phoebe. She's the most powerful force for evil they've ever known. The ego inflation is interrupted by a demon attack.
Is he okay?
No. He's dead.
Well, that's a relief. I thought we were gonna have to sit through another shitty Phoebe love story. As per usual, Phoebe finds as many ways as possible to make this man's death all about herself.
In fact, he asked me out on a date for tomorrow night. It's just my luck, huh?
Well, I mean, I know we've seen a lot of deaths, but she's taking this one particularly hard. I was just talking to her on the phone, and she thinks she's, cursed.
So Phoebe vows to focus again on her fight against evil, to destroy the demons that took this innocent man's life and make a difference in the world. Just kidding. She thinks maybe Sheridan exposing their magic wouldn't be so bad because they wouldn't have to deal with bad guys anymore. Somehow. This is all part of Zanku's latest Scooby-Doo scheme. He's teamed up with the Crypt Keeper. No, really, they cast him as a guy who raises the dead. They even dress him like the Crypt Keeper. And he haunts Phoebe with the ghost of a date long past. Zanku then kills one of Paige's charges, making her feel guilty for leaving her behind to help Phoebe and Piper. And they bring Inspector Davidson back from the dead to make Phoebe feel guilty about that time Prue had to let him die? What? And why did Phoebe get 2 guild zombies and Piper got none? They seriously couldn't think of any instance where Piper's negligence led to someone's death? This happens like every week. That's like trying to find an item without roast beef on the Arby's menu.
Those are all innocents I've lost.
Oh, sorry. They gave her 3 random people we've never seen before. My bad. Davidson's looking pretty good for someone who's been dead for 4 years, though, I've gotta say. Meanwhile, Leo is sent to magic school with the kids because without powers, that's the writer's default for him. That leaves our heroes free to fight their innocent victims, who continue to guilt them, and deservedly so.
Seriously, have you done any good at all?
Holy shit, yeah! This is fantastic! Hilariously, Piper just blows the innocents up to solve the situation. In a scenario dependent on guilt, our villains never took into account that the charmed ones have no conscience. Well, this whole thing is very serious and treats the theme of innocence lost with much respect, just like the promo.
But Phoebe's found a protector who can't protect her.
You know me, busy little bee.
Fresh charmed, I slept with a zombie.
All of this song and dance was in actuality a big distraction, so Zanku could steal the Book of Shadows and speed read evilly. How did he steal the Book of Shadows when evil can't touch it, you say? Because the girls felt guilty, they were weakened, and that means the book was weakened too. Because that was a thing this whole time? That seems like the weak spot on the Death Star, if you ask me. Really obvious and easily exploited. Which brings us to the season finale. Zanku tries to take control of the Nexus again, but the girls cast it out of him from magic school.
From the magic school. Impossible.
Nothing's impossible there.
It's made of dreams and unicorns and pure imagination. So wait, the girls were able to cast that spell from magic school the whole time? Why did they even bother with the whole Leo thing before? While the girls are hiding out at magic school, they try to figure out how to get rid of Zanku, but more importantly, how to get their house back.
How about a love spell? We can make him fall for one of us.
Phoebe, you don't get to come up with the plans anymore. She and Piper reminisce about spells they performed over the last 7 years, trying to think of one that might be able to vanquish Zanku. There are some spells they've used in the past that might be helpful. For instance, vanquishing the source of all evil.
Why can't we try to vanquish Zanku the same way we vanquish the source?
He'll be ready for that. That's why we need something new.
Something new, eh?
What if we humiliated him and turned him into an animal? Like we did that one time to everyone at P3, remember?
Like that episode in season 2. Something new.
They would never do that to Zanku, though, right? He's supposed to be scarier than the source of all evil, and yeah, they totally do. Take it all in, folks. This is our terrifying villain, worse than the most evilest of the evil. If there's any other way they can make this physically painful for the audience to watch, they're gonna take it. Did I mention they team up with fairy tale creatures again? Yeah, this is their epic last Harry Potter book fight, but with gnomes and fairies and leprechauns.
What the hell?
I know I probably shouldn't be laughing at all of them dying, but come on, this is so stupid. Oh snap, a leprechaun just killed a bitch. Yeah, see, showing your big bad swatting uselessly at a fairy is probably not the best way to close out your season. The girls try to take the book back, but it won't let them touch it because they aren't confident enough. Now that's a thing? The book doesn't let evil or unconfident people touch it? That's a stupid, stupid flaw. Zanku steals their powers over the course of the episode, so he'll be able to take the Nexus. The elders show up to help, but they only send one person, and only to magic school, and not during the battle where it actually mattered. Remember, they're still dicks. That might have raised the stakes a little bit, and made this battle a little more exciting. The elders versus the demons, but I guess leprechauns are a good substitute. As if the elders haven't dropped the ball enough, they've decided to take the ball, smash it through a window, and then set fire to the house, because they reveal that there was a spell to destroy the Nexus the whole time, which wasn't used because everyone is a fucking moron.
There's a spell in the book, one you've never used before, called How to Banish a Suxin.
A Suxin?
Nexus spelled backwards.
Wrong! It's called a spell backwards!
It's a spell to banish a Suxin. I can't even form into words how absolutely asinine the show is. They say good won't be able to access the Nexus if it's destroyed, as if it's been used for good ever in this series.
But you guys are the charmed ones. No one is more powerful than you guys are.
Except for Wyatt, the most powerful witch ever, or who cares. The sisters try to team up with the vampires for some reason, and offer them immunity if they help take down Zanku. Not only can you see this betrayal a mile away, but it serves no other purpose than padding the episode out. Season finale! The show takes another turn for the deliciously stupid when Zanku tries to get to magic school by simply flying into the ceiling. Are you guys sure he was the scariest bad guy you could think of? Are you absolutely sure? Things are clearly getting dramatic with the big bad flying comically into things, so Daryl has to finally make his choice. Will he help the sisters, or choose to stay out of things to protect his family?
There is nothing more important to me than you and those kids. Nothing.
But if we're about building a better future for our family, then I have to help the sisters. Isn't that what they're fighting for?
Emmy Award goes to Daryl! Yeah! He's selling their self-centered attempts to get their house back for all it's worth. You wonder found a formidable foe. This isn't just about the fight against good or evil, it's also about pride, and no one steals away the stupid spotlight from the Halliwells. So the girls go to their father and drop off Wyatt and Chris along with the deed to the house and P3, meaning this fight is basically a suicide mission. Gals, you turned him into a pig. There's probably an easier way. It is pretty sad to see Piper saying goodbye to her sons, even though it's likely they just come back as nagging ghosts anyway. Earlier in the season, Sheridan was brought out of her coma, something Brody did once he became a white lighter because, whoops, that's kind of a douchey thing to leave hanging.
Sheridan's back.
What? Oh, no.
I wanted her to stay a vegetable forever.
Kyle used memory dust on her to make her forget what happened, but everyone has to walk on eggshells around her after that.
But as long as we don't trigger her memory, we should be fine.
That's how memory dust works? Man, the elders suck. Fast forward to the finale, Sheridan is back to trying to expose the girls and calls in Homeland Security.
What do you know about what happened to your agent Brody?
You tell me.
He disappeared. I think I know who knows why.
He told me to tell her that they went on some undercover mission and that he died and she wound up in a coma. Just how long do you expect her to buy that?
Guess Daryl is a really bad liar. Oh, man.
The same people who probably know what happened to 3 other cops who were either killed or mysteriously disappeared in the past 7 years.
Wait. Does that say Gordon on the front? As in Dan Gordon? Neighbor Dan? He disappeared or died? Holy shit. Season 7 had a twist I never even saw coming. The Charmed Ones fucking killed Neighbor Dan. Yes!
That greasy butt-crack poo-flap knows too much. Now he must die.
It's official. This is the greatest episode Charmed ever did. I can't top that. That's the finale. Bye, everyone. I'm done forever. Okay, fine. If you really want to know what happens, Sheridan butts in on Homeland Security's investigation, and this is what happens. Wow, what a waste of time! Thanks, 2 years worth of half-assed season arcs! As for the 3 fail-sketeers, they learn how to astral project as a distraction to get the book back. Because apparently they're confident again.
Well, I kind of wish we'd learned how to do it earlier. Would have come in handy.
Well, Prue was really protective of it. I'm just glad she showed Leo how to do it.
Bullshit! Homeland Security and the SWAT team show up to take down whatever killed Sheridan, and Daryl tries to buy the girls some time. They let Zanku take in the Nexus and say the spell, seemingly blowing them all up. But in reality, they astral projected and faked their own deaths, taking on new identities. Maybe you shouldn't take off the glamour like 10 feet away from the SWAT team, gals, just saying.
It's all part of the plan.
Plan? What plan?
Wait, they didn't even tell Leo? They gave up the house and everything.
It's the only way to get our lives back. Our normal lives.
Now we can ignore those in need. It's someone else's problem now.
No more demon fighting ever again.
The whole point of fighting demons wasn't to save face as the Charmed Ones, it was to save innocence. Well, fuck them, I guess.
So we could get the next generation ready to pick up where we left off.
Wait, Leo had to get a fake identity too, but not the kids? As far as anyone knows, the only ones who died were the sisters. And real fucking cute. They turned him into a dude who looks almost exactly like Neighbor Dan, the greasy butt-crack poo-flat they killed. Oh well. And with one final nod to Daryl, our true hero, the series closes out. Yeah, the series. This was supposed to be the series finale. Kind of puts all of the stupid into a new context, doesn't it? It's not hard to figure out what this was supposed to be. The title is Something Wicca This Way Goes, a play on the pilot's title, Something Wicca This Way Comes. The episode is sprinkled with tons of references to past episodes, allowing more continuity than the show ever had in the past, as well as several references to Prue. The astral projection was obviously their nod to her character, and it's strongly implied that the door closing at the end is Prue's spirit. This was definitely closing the book on Charmed. So let me remind you, their series finale was going to include shots like this. That was really it. The suction spell, the fairy tale battle, the elders abandoning them. It's hilarious how inept it is. And yet, if Charmed was going to close out this way, ignoring the stupid stuff, This was probably the best we were gonna get. I actually liked the ending, believe it or not. Everyone's story is closed about as well as it could be, and the bit about teaching the next generation about magic is a good way to send them off. Hell, even Daryl got his moment at the end there. And come on, they killed off Neighbor Dan. Apparently, with the next season unsure, the ending was originally written with all of them dying, but I'm not sure how true that is. The ending seems pretty final, and if this was meant to lead into a new season, they didn't do a very good job of it. We didn't need to explore things any further here, and while the show certainly went way past the point of no return, continuing after that is like beating an already tenderized dead horse. But, indeed, there is one more season. Alas, I am forever trapped in Charm's steely grip. See you in Season 8. We could have had the stupid Mummy Pigman finale where the Wicked Witches of San Francisco were considered dead to the world and I could have called it a day. I could be reviewing Witchcraft 138 right now, but no! Here we are talking about Season 8. Thanks, Colbama. Man, Season 7 was really supposed to be it. If Season 8 feels like a tacked-on afterthought, that's because that's exactly what it is. The reason for this, they would have you believe, is because there was a huge fan demand. The real reason, however, is because the WB was becoming the CW, and so they continued a few of their staple shows just a little bit longer to help ease the transition. Thing is, there was no real interest in continuing Charmed. It was all a ploy to get viewers into the new programming. Much like Charm's supposed finale implied, the Charmed ones were here to teach a new generation about the magic of deceptive advertising and multiple costume changes. And so, the CW slapped together Season 8, gave them no budget, and had several network requirements that included adding new superfluous cast members that further drained the already craptastic budget. The power of 3 will set you free, bitches! You know things are bad when even the people behind Charmed think this is a shit deal. Thus, I can't really blame all of this season's faults on the Charmed people, but I sure as piss can blame them for everything else. Daryl's departure was due to the diminished budget, so he's moved to the East Coast. I think he got the best deal in the end, because he's far away from the Charmed ones now. But besides that, his story was really done anyway. As was everyone else's, actually. What I'm saying is, no good can come from this. If you haven't figured it out, that pile of meat and bone being slowly ground into paste over there is what remains of the dead horse that is Charmed. This is a season that even hardcore Charmed fans would politely call shit-fucked. In a series that was already an elaborate ploy to waste viewers' time, this is as necessary as an appendix. And so, this season is going to be a lot of pointless horse hockey. Right away, you're going to notice this is 22 episodes of sheer redundancy. In fact, there's an episode that rehashes not 1, not 2, but 3 different episodes they've already done in a triple whammy of purposelessness. You've got 3 women stealing the Charmed One's identities. They're attempting to take the manor, and the girls are trapped in the dollhouse. 1, 2, 3, you've sunk my crapple ship! Oh man, I spent all day thinking of that one.
It's almost anticlimactic.
It's almost anticlimactic.
Seems almost anticlimactic.
Fun fact for this season, they lost the rights to their own theme song before the box set was released. Thus Season 8 and all the Netflix episodes have a different instrumental. Feel the magic. As you might recall, the last season ended with the girls faking their deaths and assuming new identities, which doesn't count as personal gain because shut up. The girls use their deaths mostly as an excuse to ignore innocence, which I have a whole section covering later, believe you me.
In the season premiere, they've changed their identities yet again for unexplained reasons. I can only assume the first ones weren't hot enough for them.
Yeah, but do you have to keep changing your looks all the time? I mean, just pick one and stick with it, would you?
Why? It's fun.
Yeah, picking a solid identity to build apart since it's a glamour, but sometimes they do match up, so it's a little hazy in the consistency department. That is, when they actually finish the effect. They've taken on the role of their fictional cousins, 3 women and 1 guy who happen to live in the exact same house and take care of Piper's children, which for some reason doesn't come off as suspicious to anyone. I'm not sure if their consistently changing looks are all meant to be cousins, which would be incredibly stupid, but I wouldn't put it past them. To make it less confusing for them and the audience, they decide to create some permanent fake identities and cast a spell so that their real faces are visible to their family.
Well, anything happened?
Do we look the same?
Yeah.
Maybe it didn't work.
It was supposed to do that, you dummy. Now they have new identities that are also cousins? Weird how all of these unknown relatives keep showing up at their house after they died.
Oh, okay, yeah. 3 chicks move in under the same roof. Hello, how dumb can they be?
Still, maybe Paige is right. I don't think this new look is me.
I think you look hot.
Easy, sis. Don't creep me out.
Hey, we're not sisters anymore, remember? We're cousins.
And cousins can fuck all they want.
By the way, the name Piper takes for her new identity is Jenny.
Now that I've gotten rid of that stupid neighbor Dan and his niece, I've taken her name as a trophy. Also, they're severed heads.
The saga of Piper's false identity is truly something to behold. The face she takes is also a real person who happens to be a criminal. Okay, I'm gonna break down everything that is wrong with this, because you need to know. First of all, let's get this out of the way. It's not 1995. It's 2005. People use computers now. Good, so here's the breakdown. This prospective employer takes a photo with an apparently instant cropping and pasting camera. He presses enter on his keyboard, which then folds up the entire template into an actual letter and apparently makes it an email without typing an address to send it to. This is followed by an animation of it zooming into CGI cyberspace, because it's a place you can travel through. It then arrives and opens on the other end without anyone opening it up. Emails just instantly pop on screen. Also instantly, twinkly light facial recognition technology starts to scan the photo, again without anyone initiating this. A bouncy text screensaver on the next monitor, again stolen from the 90s, indicates that this is Background Security Inc., because coming up with a name better than that after 30 seconds proved to be an insurmountable task. Okay, so let me remind you, in 2005, we knew how to send emails. The more you think about this, the dumber it becomes. People had to animate that, you know? They actually put in more work than if they just sent an email like an email is sent. All he had to do was click. I don't know what the real world is anymore. They didn't know how to send an email. An email! Good God, my cat could accidentally send an email. So hang on just a minute. They were going to steal the identities of real people for the rest of their lives? Pretending this criminal thing didn't happen, Phoebe didn't think whoever she's parading around as might wonder why her face is plastered on billboards when she becomes Ask Phoebe 2.0? Plus, she put her in the worst outfits. Lo and behold, Piper is arrested for murder. While this is going on, you'll be surprised to hear that Phoebe is focused on date-related issues, so Piper can forget about that whirlwind of usefulness, and Paige is more concerned about her prison fashion.
Oh, honey. Orange is so not your color.
I hope she's sent to death row.
Now, have you called Daryl?
We did, and we left him a message, but he's on the East Coast now, so I don't think he's going to be able to help us.
What? Why would they call Daryl over this? He's a random cop on the other side of the country who, according to your fake backstory, was close to your cousins, who, I might add, were under watch by Homeland Security for suspicious behavior. And speaking of which, if they think the Jenny identity is made up by this woman, why wouldn't they think the other cousins are fake as well? They were living in the same house, agreeing that this woman was their cousin. Doesn't this jeopardize everyone? Does this mean their dad is now under arrest for aiding and abetting? She's been watching the kids. Does that mean they'll be taken away too? Charmed, I don't think this was thought through at all. Piper switches places with the real Jenny, who is not actually named Jenny, and she's taken into custody of the district attorney, who is also her lover and the true culprit behind the killing. Wait, so the police just released a suspect arrested for murder to a district attorney? Why? And his plan is to kill her by throwing her off of a roof. That's just stupid. They would know he had her in his custody when it happened. It'd be suspicious as hell. At least take her to a desert, pretend she ran away. Think your crimes through.
Oh my god. Ellie.
Aw, that's just unfortunate. They end up torturing the guy with his worst fears and throwing him off at the balcony, using the time Prue and a ghost scared a guy into a confession as inspiration. They simultaneously forget that the whole reason she had to use a ghost for that episode was because she couldn't use magic to stop him, as it counted as personal gain. Plus, they just threatened to let him die if he didn't confess. They might as well have not done any of it except for the attempted murder part. Makes it easy! Now that that problem is swept under the rug, Piper comes up with a new identity, who is yet another cousin. Cousins everywhere! I'm amazed the girls last as long as they do. They're pretty much the worst at pretending they're someone else.
Sound just like her.
Who?
They didn't even spell their dad's last name right. How were they not immediately caught? They proceed to go around talking loudly in public about faking their deaths and being witches. Just having new faces doesn't mean people can't hear you guys.
Nobody's listening. And nobody cares. That's the beauty of it.
I am so good at being undercover.
How do you have the time?
I'm Phoebe Halliwell, and I'm a witch, and I'm dead, but not really. Whoops, guess you gotta die.
Phoebe doesn't give no fucks. She's happy and free, while the others worry about how their lives are different now that they're dead. Until she realizes the one thing she misses most.
Ah, that was my face people used to sit on. The world has lost such a talented beauty.
So, of course, she sneaks into work where they have a shrine to her? The hell? Ah, Phoebe. She was best known for her stuffed teddy bears and commemorative mugs.
I still can't believe she's really gone. She was always so sweet to me.
She always had a smile for everyone.
And she was always there whenever you needed her.
People, stop sucking her metaphorical cock. She's dead already.
Were you close to Phoebe?
Yes, I was.
She was amazing, wasn't she?
A doll.
The best friend I could ever ask for. Oh, I mean it. She was the best. I'm gonna miss her like crazy. She was more than just the heart and soul of this paper. She was the daughter I never had.
Physic, listen. Do you hear? That is the sound of ultimate suffering.
While the girls are playing dead, they've cloaked themselves from the White Lighters, which somehow doesn't count as using magic for personal gain. Sure, they're only supposedly these powerful, omnipotent beings, but that wouldn't be enough magic to expose anyone. But whatever, the girls will never be found in their old house. And they seriously could have hidden from them the whole time? Like, for instance, when Piper wanted to marry Leo? Paige still hears their call though. Sucks to be her. And apparently all charges are automatic, except when they're assigned. All of the elders this season seem like the director's uncle, who acts at a local theater while working at a Home Depot.
If I knew, I'd tell you, Piper. But for whatever reason, you're supposed to find it out on your own.
When they think the Charmed Ones are dead, they want to raise Wyatt and Chris because their futures are important. Mortals can't handle this! What, you don't trust us just because we think their existence is an abomination and we've attempted to kill their father on more than one occasion? What? I thought every witch was supposed to have a white lighter. So aren't they supposed to be protecting Wyatt and Chris anyway?
They should come with me now for their sakes. Over my dead body.
So let's talk about the season premiere. Things start off swimmingly because the Charmed Ones are dead, but it quickly goes downhill. First of all, who are all of these people mourning them? Surely they had no friends? Must be all those Ask Phoebe fans that keep trying to convince us exist. Anyway, it's all very sad and somber.
Pretty good turnout, huh?
Piper, you old bag.
Haha, I always knew we'd be popular in the end. Thank God my children who are too young to understand this are here to be traumatized.
This is all very fine and good, but wouldn't it be better if it had a hint of ego-stroking racism to it?
I can't believe how many leprechauns are at my urn. Well, they always had the hots for you. It's kind of creepy. But I guess you can't be too picky when you're dead.
Shut up, Livia. Aren't you busy ruining Xena or something? But seriously, fuck those friends who are mourning you and also fought a battle against Seku to save the world, losing many of their loved ones in the process. They must just want to sex you up.
Poor Paige. Not a lot of people at her urn.
She's only got a stupid leprechaun over there, and they don't count for anything.
There are lots of leprechauns out there.
I mean real people.
Of course, I don't know if Phoebe ever thought of me as her friend. But I always thought of her as mine.
Oh, good lord. In order to amp up her popularity in the afterlife and make her not seem like some leprechaun loser, Paige shows up at the funeral as Janice Dickinson. Yet another timeless pop culture reference. Not to be outdone by some stupid half-breed, Phoebe and Piper call her out and make her take the glamour off in the next room, because I'm sure no one in that huge group might walk in and discover they aren't dead and all.
Oh my god.
Exactly like that, you dumbbells! It turns out it's Leo, but only Piper knew that. And that's why you don't keep switching identities all the time. Yada yada yada, Paige can't go out to look for a demon in the crowd, but what's this? A hot guy Phoebe has a crush on?
Surely no one has peripheral vision. Let me just stick my whole fucking face out here. Be sure to speak loud enough for people to hear you, Paige.
You can't pick up on a guy at a funeral? Why not? It's my funeral.
Whilst the charmed ones are waffling on about boys and who's the most popular corpse, an evil scheme is underfoot in the demon world. The winner of I Wanna Be a Soap Star goes to the funeral to check if they're really 6 feet under. His entire plan consists of asking their father vague questions in a really suspicious tone.
Was there ever an official cause of death?
Excuse me?
Forgive me for prying. It's just that the news always made it sound so mysterious.
I don't know, we figured that big fucking explosion had something to do with it, but we can't be sure.
I mean, did the police ever find your son-in-law by any chance? Leo.
No, they think he died in the accident as well.
I gotta get into my house. You're not getting past. Yeah, but it's my wife.
Yeah, he probably died. There's no real way of knowing.
But what about that cop who swears he saw Leo at the scene of the crime?
Yes, go on.
They're dead.
Wow, you guys suck.
I want out of this hole. Take over the symbolic seat of power before anybody else does.
The charm one's home.
Why is their house suddenly the seat of power for the underworld? I thought they just wanted the Book of Shadows. This point is emphasized again when demons use their dollhouse to channel the power of the manor. Like, before I could understand wanting to control the house to control the nexus in the basement, but they destroyed that at the end of last season. Remember? It's the whole reason the girls are dead. So this guy's next plan is to simply kill their dad and buy their home. Evil real estate! The girls think they should make a statement to keep the demons away without getting exposed, so they glamour themselves to look like Victor and Wyatt and vanquish most of the demons. Because what better way to protect Wyatt from evil than to present him as an imminent threat to their survival?
It could be that the charmed ones are still alive.
Good. Plan successful.
Somebody else came to help. A white ladder. Probably hers.
Wasn't one of the charmed ones a white lighter?
Yes, so clearly no other white lighters exist now, especially not to protect witches. What, is that their purpose or something? Real estate guy has another stupid idea to lure out the charmed ones, using Alice in Wonderland as an inspiration because fairy tales have lured them out before. It's not because he thinks it'll be a successful scheme, he's simply banking on the fact that because it's fairy tale based, it'll get their attention. Are you guys sure this isn't the porn parody of Charmed? Are you sure? Well, this turned out stupid. Bye! To further drive home the point that our heroes suck giant elephant dongs, Magic School has been abandoned and taken over by demons. Yeah, they just hang around looking like they came from the most boring S&M club they could find. The standard uniform is black. You aren't being obvious enough if you don't shop at Hot Topic! I thought Magic School was protected or something. Oh well, forgot that plot point.
It's in the textbooks. How Cinderella nearly turned the charmed ones into pumpkins.
Well, clearly these aren't very accurate textbooks, because that's not how it went down. But oh well, who knows how it really happened? Their last two headmasters were only directly involved with events. Also, the charmed ones were part of the Magic School curriculum? You're of enough historical importance that we put you into our textbooks, but I don't know if you can be a headmaster of this school. Your fuck-ups are well documented.
They would not leave Magic School unprotected.
Well, clearly this demon has more faith in the charmed ones than even the charmed ones do, because that's totally what they did.
They will come to the rescue. It's in their blood.
Okay, well, just ignore it.
Are you guys worried at all about demons being at Magic School?
Yeah, we are, pretty worried.
There's demons everywhere. They're taking over the place.
What? How? Who cares?
What do they want with Wyatt?
Demon Schmidt, fuck off. How does this relate to me and my children?
If you also recall, the end of last season involved the government getting all up in Halliwell's business. Shockingly enough, they too were unconvinced that the girls are really dead. They decide to pretend to move on while leaving behind one of their top men, or at least a guy that was around, Agent Murphy. Dun dun dun! He's truly a tour de force of drive and determination, a performance which is equal parts sleepy-eyed confusion and complete boredom.
I need you to come clean about what it is that brought you here and what you know about the Halliwell sisters. Dirty boots. Doctors don't wear dirty boots.
I feel bad knocking on the guy because I actually like the actor a lot. He's played by Brandon Quinn. You might recognize him from more recent programs such as Against the Wall, but he's best known as the lead in my favorite childhood show, Big Wolf on Campus. And I feel like he was either given no direction or horribly miscast, because I know he can do better than this. But then again, most of the actors here can. The whole reason Quinn got the role was because he was in a failed pilot Brad Kern pitched called Mermaid. Shit you not, it was a spin-off of the Witch's Tale two-parter. You know, the hour-and-a-half excuse to put Alyssa Milano in scale pasties. Curiously enough, it featured precisely none of the characters from the two-parter, so it's only a spin-off in the sense that mermaids exist in both, and they also protect innocents, so presumably the lead would write an advice column and make everyone's lives a living hell. Stunningly, the pilot was only passed on because of the CW merger. Just think about that. Anywho, I think I was talking about the government? When the girls cast the spell to create their new identities, this also creates documents they existed so Homeland Security won't be snooping in. They couldn't do that same spell for Chris when he was in trouble with the law. But of course, this magical forging of legal documents isn't nearly as good as Piper's old method of simply using whiteout over the old one. Agent Murphy is keeping an eye on things because actually, the government doesn't want to expose them, they simply want their help in unusual cases, which seems like a good way to change the plot up, plus kick the girls in their keisters to get them actually doing something. Instead of doing anything interesting with it, however, it's just a rehash of the same thing from before. The girls try to hide their identities and their magic from the snooping government/authority figure.
Well, he must have known you were connected to us somehow. Otherwise, he wouldn't be following you, right?
Somehow? She only visits your house constantly and is friends with your cousins, but I'm not sure how he could have possibly connected those things to you. The girls decide they didn't think through faking their own deaths, the tipping point being that they don't feel comfortable being on dates as other people. Yes. Not that it shouldn't factor in, but the fact they're ignoring innocence to keep their cover should probably be the biggest factor. But dates? Oh no! This fake identity thing lasts approximately 5 episodes. They tell Agent Murphy who they really are, what they do, and agree to help him in exchange for saying their deaths were faked for a super secret Homeland Security mission. Again. You know, it's stupid enough just saying it once, but saying they faked their deaths twice? This is like a non-stop fun-sucking soap opera. If they actually had any loved ones, they'd be pissed. Now that they've gotten what they wanted, they proceed to bitch and moan about it, because it cuts into their bitching and moaning time.
You know, Agent Murphy can't make us do this on a weekly basis. It's boring.
Once they reveal they're still alive, they can finally stop ignoring innocence.
He's killing other demons and gaining power by the day.
Great. Witch vanquishes demon, film at 11.
Just kidding, now they can ignore innocence even more. Their undercover mission has become a media sensation, and reporters are all over them, so they want to keep a low profile. You know, like turning them into rats.
I found them nosing around the garbage.
So you turned them into rodents?
Well, I could have blown them up.
So basically, saving innocence is a no-no, but if reporters really annoy you, it's okay to cast spells on them. I can't see how that could possibly get to the media.
So you can turn them into rats and I can't do anything.
You know what? That's different.
Why? Because you have powers?
Yeah, partly because I can reverse the damage that I've done. You can't.
Shut up, Leo. As long as I can fix it magically, I can do whatever I want.
Paige's plan to get the press away is a bit more sinister. One of the reporters leading the crusade accidentally got a woman killed in the past when he revealed his source, something which has haunted him for years.
Well, that's horrible. But the haunting could be good for us.
I'm excited at the prospect of exploiting this man's traumatic life event for our benefit.
Because he is a hardcore journalist.
It's weird, seeing as how 3 episodes ago the guy was doofing around at his desk playing with dolls. Hardcore, man. Since the summon the ghastly image reminding him of his biggest, most unforgivable regret plan didn't work, Paige decides to summon the elders for help.
I am not going anywhere. I'm just gonna stay here and keep bugging you until somebody comes down here and...
Oh no, she's going to continually shout at us from the Golden Gate Bridge. Better get down there for some damage control. Paige can't go to White Lighter Land herself? What, so she's enough of a White Lighter she has to do all of your White Lighter duty shit, but not enough that you let her into your exclusive club?
How about calling the cleaners down here? They can erase some memories, rewind time.
Not with this much time. Besides, you already burned that bridge.
Now the cleaners have a limit to how much time they can change? And so what? Because they aren't getting along, no one cares about exposure anymore?
Just show them how ordinary you are. They'll go away.
Yeah, thanks, community theater actor in a stupid velvet robe. Glad we could count on your all-knowing wisdom. Plus, this was Paige's original plan anyway.
If she can convince him that we are completely uninteresting, and hopefully he'll just go away and take all the lemming reporters with him.
She proceeds to say the same thing she said in the middle of the episode, but worded differently, which somehow makes it new.
You know, we're never gonna talk. See, we're never gonna talk.
So basically, we went nowhere this entire time.
Let's go. There's no story here.
Except for that giant suspicious spellbook on a podium and wide open over there, but that's like 6 feet away. Let's go.
Because he is a hardcore journalist.
Meanwhile, Phoebe is doing something new.
Sometimes I just wonder if it wouldn't be better to just let the truth out.
We've been over this! This woman gives up more often than Bizarro World Rick Astley.
Are you kidding? We're all just so happy to have you back that we'd do anything for you.
Fuck off. Well, at least Agent Murphy is there to protect them from the press. Just kidding, he's only in 4 episodes and then written out off-screen via 1 line.
How'd it go with Murphy?
Well, he decided we were a little too difficult to work with, so I don't think we'll be hearing from him again anytime soon.
What? This episode ended with them finding the cure to a government-created magic virus spread all over the world by finding Patient X when no one else could, and they seemed to get along. Then he decided they were too difficult to work with? Hasty rewrite, ahoy! Yeah, I know we spent thousands of tax dollars trying to hunt you down and prove that you weren't actually dead so that you could help us with magical cases, but since you helped us solve this magical case and get rid of this super virus, you're a little too effective, so I'm gonna say you're a little too hard to work with.
Although we have learned that the more powerful you are, the quicker the virus consumes you.
Why?
We want you to save magic.
And us.
Wow, that's incredibly lame. And things immediately go back to normal as if none of it ever happened. If the budget was cut in half and they had to get rid of main characters to save costs, why did they even bother with this guy? And so 9 episodes into the new season, the government plot is promptly dropped and never mentioned again. Thank God, this was really cutting into having everyone meander around in a desperate bid to get even the simplest task done. I need to have something catch my attention here. As I said before, even fans of the show hate this season. While I can't say I'm an unbiased judge, seeing as how I hate a majority of the series, and I still maintain Season 6 is the worst, I know exactly why this season is the most hated, even among die-hard Charmanders. They added a sassy new witch to the cast. If you're familiar with the formula, a dying show usually gets sassy young characters when they desperately want to reel in more of that sweet kitty demographic at the expense of characters you actually care about, usually warranting undeserved importance and annoying the shit out of you. As I don't care about any of the characters at this point, this isn't really a problem for me. This is Billy Jenkins, played by Kaley Cuoco, who's found massive fame nowadays in The Big Bang Theory. But before she was doing that, she was slogging it on Charmed. She's introduced as an irritating femme fatale character who annoys the main characters and does unnecessary flips. You know, the kind that networks think are really cool, but is actually just a fucking pain in the ass. No one likes the scrappy upstart who doesn't need no help. She blends in perfectly. What a great disguise.
We're late for class. Yeah, just a minute.
Wow, she's a student. That's a twist, I guess? It doesn't take long before the girls come across her being all cool and demon-fighty. Oh, come on. No one in this busy theater notices this? Pretending the noise is blocked out by the surround sound, people notice when you have your cell phone on, glaring like the blazing sun in the corner of your eye. They're sure as shit gonna notice huge honkin' fireballs.
I could have easily killed her if I wasn't worried about exposure.
Yeah, I think you're pretty exposed by now.
I found her fighting a demon. Another one?
Another witch who protects innocents instead of writing her column or terrorizing her husband? Sounds suspicious to me.
What do we do?
Blow her up?
Piper. What? Do you have any better ideas?
Surprise, motherfucker!
It turns out Billy is Paige's charge, so naturally, Phoebe and Piper want to get rid of her so she stops making them look bad. I mean, so they won't be exposed. When this isn't an option, they instead decide it's every witch for themselves.
We still have the little witch to contend with.
Oh no. We don't. We don't. You do.
We're scot-free, bitch. Have fun in your little hero world. We're going out for Cosmos. Did someone mention Cosmo? Shut up, Phoebe. We all know you were in it. This has nothing to do with me.
Alright, so despite the girls not wanting anything to do with Billy, they're sort of stuck with her. But of course, out of this comes a golden opportunity. Someone else can do their job for them. Shit you not, this is exactly Billy's purpose. They don't want to fight evil because they're selfish a-holes, and someone else can take the mantle for them. Which you might think was the idea at the end of last season anyway, but I'll get to that.
It's funny sometimes where signs lead you. Rarely where you thought you'd go.
Unless, of course, that was what your series was supposed to end on, and then you forgot. This thing with Billy starts because the girls want to keep a low profile when they're supposedly dead, but doesn't change in the slightest once they're alive again. And what if there's a demon that can only be vanquished by the power of 3? In fact, that very issue comes into play.
No! What, are you kidding me? There's demons in the house. But she said she has a plan.
Only the charmed ones can vanquish you.
Too bad they're dead.
Are they?
Hear us now, the witches call, he who makes Samaritans fall.
So, the plan was to let them do it? The girls have taken Billy under their leathery bat wings with the express purpose of letting her do the dirty work they don't want to do. A point made perfectly clear to Billy and the audience, because I am paraphrasing the exact wording they use. So, let's see how that training goes.
I don't want to be fighting demons anymore, let alone teaching you how to fight demons.
She decided to go after the demons by herself.
What? You know where to find her?
Oh no, whatever. Can we go shopping?
Now, of course, Billy is the go-to, and tell her to do it person, because clearly 3 grown-ass 30-year-olds should be shoving all of the responsibilities onto a college girl who's barely not a teenager anymore.
And what about all the demons in the world?
We've got Billy for that.
But why can't Billy talk to Murphy?
Because I cannot find Billy anywhere. She's not answering. Maybe we could just get her a pager.
Yeah, get her a pager. If we somehow traveled back in time from 2005. While they don't seem to want her to do anything that might help protect innocents, they're all over her ass to just do chores and shit for them. Paige is all pissy because Billy wasn't around to help her babysit this kid she got saddled with. Not through magical circumstances even. What, is she supposed to help run your life?
I expect you to be available when we need you. That is the whole point of us teaching you.
Well, I'm not a doctor, okay? I can't be available 24/7.
Yes, actually, you can, because you weren't around. I'm stuck taking care of this baby now.
Now that Paige is upgraded to Heartless Banshee along with the rest of them, Billy has taken on her old role. Basically, she wants to do stuff and is constantly having to dodge the obstacle that is the giant Halliwell ego. No matter which way she turns, there is a giant inflated head shrieking at her to stop making progress. They don't trust her with anything and they never listen, which is always great TV and never makes you change the channel out of boredom or irritation. This includes when they send her out directly toward danger, because she can't be trusted with potions or spells or generally witch-related things, for some reason.
Empty those pockets.
Because leaving her with nothing to defend herself while she scopes out the demon is a great idea. Keep in mind, this is after they've already established that she's a Mary Sue character who does super kung fu spells and upgraded GPS scrying. If the girls are teaching her something, I'd love to know what. She wants to go after this Imp Master guy after they sent her out to ID whatever was attacking innocents, but they tell her not to do anything because apparently when they wanted her to find out what demon was doing this, they weren't expecting her to find something bad.
We just act normally and live our lives, and hopefully he'll go away sooner or later.
Of course!
That is completely besides the point.
I don't think so.
Well, I do, and I'm older, so what I think counts more.
Another reason Billy was written into the show is to be able to mess up and make the girls look like wizened teachers, as if they were doing some big favor for her.
I didn't want you guys to give up on me.
Now, why would you think that?
Because of every interaction we've ever had?
No, you might blow her up.
Okay, blow her up.
Wow, it must be pretty bad off if you're waiting on me hand and foot.
Yeah, don't get used to it, you cretin.
Well, don't get used to it.
Okay, wow, I was joking, guys. Alongside that, Billy is here to turn into things. People complained about the girls transforming so often that the leads promised they wouldn't appear in any prosthetics or costumes this season. So either Billy will do it instead, or they turn into things that require other actors. Speaking of turning into things, Battle of the Hexes. Directed by LeVar Burton, the hell? If there's one thing Charmed does right, it's feminism. Add to that the cliched men versus the women episode, and you have a pretty good idea of what you're in store for. As usual for this type of fare, it begins in plot convenience class. Clunkily insert some drastically out of character, but strangely in character for Charmed, dialogue about how men are scum and women should be in the kitchen, making sure every character comes off as broad and two-dimensional as a cardboard cutout. Just so no one misses your incredibly obvious and hackneyed point.
But now men are just wimps or thugs. It's women that are balanced. History proves that women are the stronger sex.
Witches, women, same difference. You don't mean witches, you mean...
Shut up, sicko. Now, this is the kind of bondage men want us in.
Whoa, don't get all emotional on me, baby. We'll talk later when the old ball and chain isn't around.
Oh, sorry, gotta take this.
What the hell is this class anyway? If I had a student who pulled that shit on me, they would be flunked so quick. Through contrived plot-related means, Billy ends up putting on the belt of Hippolyta, transforming her into the cheapest-looking costume they could find, and giving her superpowers. Among these superpowers is included a hatred of men, so she's got about the same abilities as the Charmed ones now.
Oh, that's just great!
Oh, no, why'd you go and do that? Who's gonna pick up the kids?
The belt also affects other women who are around it and makes them hate men too. Oh whoa, what a change from usual! And suddenly all women have kung fu moves. I will now present to you the most piss-poor dramatic moment this season has to offer.
There's no wrath like a woman scorned.
That quote doesn't even make sense in the context of the situation. Wait, why did it blow her up? But look, this nameless, no-line guy checks Billy out by the end. Men are alright after all. What a not sexist turn of events. Among other Billy-centric one-offs, we have Mr. and Mrs. Witch, an insufferably filler episode that not only parodies a movie that very quickly became dated, but also focuses on Billy's parents. In case you didn't understand, I don't care about Billy's parents. But apparently, neither does she.
My father is a robot, my mother is a wallflower, and they haven't talked about my sister in years.
Wow, what a bitch.
You guys are cold-hearted assassins!
That is a phrase no one has ever used. This is so contrived. Billy discovers she has the power of projection to make things happen by saying them and projecting it with her mind.
I do know of a power called projection, and I've never actually seen it, but I know it exists.
I've never seen it before, except when Piper's little shit stain made a dragon out of thin air, but that doesn't count, right?
Are they dead?
No, it looks like they're still breathing.
So they're assassins that don't kill people? I guess that's lucky. Oh, except for in crowded rooms with lots of cameras where it's really obvious and you'll be immediately caught. Good assassins there. This episode is so middle of the road. It's weak even for a crap season like this. But anyway, they clear their names from murder by Piper pretending to be the guy who hired them and confessing. No personal gain there!
I've never heard of witches. Oh, come on, sure you have. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Except we're not wicked.
You know there was a good witch in that too, right? I understand I'm not painting a very good picture of Billy right now, and she is one of the primary reasons fans hated Season 8. But it's important to note that those episode examples are one-off things and not generally how she acted. So I'm gonna say something very unpopular now. I actually liked Billy. I know, she's a stupid add-on character that takes attention away from the leads. But you're not understanding me. She takes attention away from the leads. But aside from that, honestly and truly, she was the only likable character left by the end. And if you're a Charmed fan who's a bit steamed right now, hear me out. Can you truthfully say that she wasn't more likable and interesting than grating homemaker Piper, flip-flopper Paige, or Ask Phoebe? Here's the thing. She's the only character who cares about innocence at this point. Who are the ones constantly telling her to stop helping people? The Charmed ones. Who is the person actually going out there and doing the right thing? Billy. More to the point, Billy's presence kind of brings up a huge fucking issue concerning our supposed heroes. At the end of last season, things ended with the girls happy because they can live a demon-free life. They wanted to teach the next generation about magic so the battle against evil could continue without them. After all, no one wants to live the rest of their lives in constant life or death battles. And that ending was fine by me. The girls may not have been perfect or even decent human beings, but they wanted to continue their legacy, leaving the innocence of the world safe in far more responsible hands. So let me refresh your memory.
So we could get the next generation ready to pick up where we left off.
It's a good thing we kept this.
What? What were you gonna do? Throw it away? Let's pretend it isn't a family heirloom or the source of all your magic. It could still cause the end of the world if demons got their hands on it. How were you gonna train the next generation in magic if you got rid of it? Oh wait, you weren't. You stupid, selfish ogresses! The writers realized this made the characters completely deplorable, unforgivably terrible human beings, right? They had to. I mean, really, what part of that is anything other than self-centered and stupid? And even from a storytelling standpoint, it doesn't make any sense. They had the perfect setup for the season, and they threw it away. The girls could teach the next generation about magic, ending by handing the reins over to them and closing the Book of Shadows all up on this bitch. Not once this season does this show make any sense to me. I refuse to believe this wasn't a deliberate sabotage.
So we could get the next generation ready to pick up where we left off.
How do I do it?
You don't. We do.
The elders knew they needed to nurture young magic. Billy, are you listening to me? Have you started your own Book of Shadows?
No. Why should I?
Yeah, I think every witch should have one.
Wait, I thought the Book of Shadows was like the Book of Shadows. Now everyone has one? When demons try to steal books of shadows, are they just constantly after witches' scrapbooks? Well shit, I guess it didn't matter if the girls threw away their shitty book after all. You want to know how the girls spend the first episode they're supposed to be training the next generation of magic? Shopping.
Come on, we have 7 years of lost time to make up for. We have to start somewhere.
What's wrong? I mean, isn't this what we wanted?
I want to say there was something else we were supposed to do, but oh well.
And you will feel so much better in a new pair of shoes. Can't we just at least try to have fun? Don't we owe ourselves that much?
Yeah, after all of that pursuing your own interests at the expense of everyone else, don't you guys deserve something for yourselves?
You want to go get our eyebrows plucked?
So when the opportunity comes up to pass along their magical knowledge and set themselves free without abandoning the world in general, i.e. training Billy, they decide this is just way too much trouble for them, and they'd rather be shopping or picking out wedgies or completing their transformations into the world's biggest anuses. This is a season full of inexcusable avoidance and general dumbfuckery, to the point of insanity. I present to you the total fucking douchebag montage.
You know, a connection to one's white lighter's automatic.
Okay, well, just ignore it. Well, you're sort of dead, so this doesn't really concern you.
It does when my legacy is at stake.
Oh, please. I think we've paid our dues.
Leo, we're not supposed to have family emergencies anymore. We're done with that.
It doesn't matter. We're retired. We don't do demons anymore.
Otherwise, what are we doing? We might as well just go back to fighting demons again.
Yeah, I'll tell that to my premonition.
And my stupid charge.
What if a demon attacks while I'm out?
Just ignore it.
I am trying to find a girl.
Okay, look. We have been through this, okay? If anyone finds out we're alive, we're screwed.
What do I do about the guilt?
What guilt?
I can't just let it go, can I?
Yes, you can.
It's very hard not to respond to a call for help.
Paige, you have to. Okay, we've had this conversation.
The jingling is back. Can you help me get rid of it?
Just ignore it. You've been selfless. Now it's time to be selfish.
Well, if we don't do anything, then more innocents will be hurt.
Innocents are always gonna get hurt.
That real estate agent your dad was talking about? Yeah, think about it. He may be,
Oh my god! If you say the D word, I might implode. We just don't have to use our powers every other week to save the world. That's the only difference.
It astounds me that this bit of dialogue was ever said, because just thinking about it makes my brain hurt.
Well, what about the next innocent? I mean, what we have learned about this specific demon is if we don't get him, he's gonna keep going after these people.
Billy, if we get exposed, we may never be able to help an innocent again. Do you understand that?
If we help innocents, we'll never be able to help innocents. It makes sense if you don't think about it.
The more magic we use,
the more likely the demons are to find us out.
I guess glamoring yourself to have a new identity to the world and cloaking yourself from the highest power of dickery out there 24/7 doesn't count as magic? Not to mention, the kids use their magic all the time, and, oh yeah, they don't have fake identities to keep demons from going after them, and are still supposedly the most powerful witches out there according to a prophecy. Or at least King Wyatt of England is. I don't know why they keep that useless Chris around. It seems the girls want to use magic for everything but helping people, really. For example, Piper wants to cast a spell to create a costume for Wyatt in a school play because she's in some stupid preschool pissing match.
You wanted a normal life, remember?
Okay, look, that was before I realized our son was gonna be humiliated in front of his entire class.
Lady, he's 2. He shits his pants. He doesn't care. I think once you've covered the evil ruler of the world thing, the pumpkin ordeal isn't such a big event. I was holding a big camera, and now I'm holding a little one. I feel like I'm listening to nails on a chalkboard anytime these women speak. Compare Billy in contrast to that.
But what about the greater good? And everything you taught me what you guys were about.
Okay, you know what, Billy? You have to understand this is hard for us also. We're not doing this, and we'll talk more about it in the morning, okay?
No, it's not okay.
Maybe I'm starting to feel what humans call guilt.
I actually don't think she did anything wrong. In fact, I think she's the only one doing anything right around here. And I just worry that the more we ignore it, the more we're just not going to be able to.
Yeah, all of this pressure to stop ignoring the death of innocent people is really a drag.
Hey, this episode starts with Piper and Paige going after a demon.
What doesn't make sense is that we are tracking this thing. And what does the government want with this demon anyway?
Oh, government made them do it and they're complaining. Never mind. Oh, how about this one? They're blowing the shit up out of demons here. Oh wait, just kidding. It's other demons posing as them. So, just to be clear here, the side of evil is killing itself at a faster rate than the charmed ones. Well folks, it's time for the terrible Phoebe fashion segment. Now unfortunately, Phoebe has stopped dressing like an unprofessional clown for the most part, so I was only able to pinpoint 3 outfits I could justify calling out. The giddy-up cowboy post-wedding dress, 1/4 of a thrift shop granny sweater, and this horrendous combination of a tracksuit, Uggs, and a tube top. It's a truly anticlimactic ending to a truly anticlimactic series, but it's sad we had to end on this. We'll always remember the good times, Phoebe. Let's get back to Phoebe being a herpes-covered crone.
How am I supposed to get my life back then?
Your life? What about my life?
Yes, I realize she's there to help us all, Paige, but I'm working.
This is unbelievable. Piper takes the car, Paige orbs. Does anyone stop and think that Phoebe can't orb? No, of course not. Why? Because it's all about them.
Which is why everyone who's worn the belt since has tried to rid the entire world of men.
Oh, great. Just when I start dating again.
While Phoebe is supposedly dead, the paper hires her back, as her cousin, to fill in for the advice column. Sure, just do everything you did in your old life, especially at a high-profile newspaper. That's staying undercover. Shows how irreplaceable Phoebe was to the newspaper, I guess.
You related to her and may or may not have any writing experience? Close enough, you're hired.
They said something about hoping...
Am I running the family?
Writing skills and intuition are genetic, just like pacifism and being evil.
She starts ordering everyone around, telling this guy to run a story on earthquake preparedness because of episode-related shenanigans. Even if she weren't just filling in Phoebe's absence, why is she in charge of what stories other people are running? Don't they have a real boss for that? She orders another guy to look for clues on how to find a criminal. Can she not use Google herself? Why does he have to help her? Isn't that wasting work time? Among other things, she has an assistant she commands to organize a haircut, a leg wax, and buying candles for a date. Are those even things the paper did for her before she died? With all of these people here to organize her life, it's hard to believe she couldn't find time to get away from work and actually do something useful.
I can't save the world today. I'm having my assistant clip my toenails.
But it's brilliant, Phoebe, really.
Oh, well, I don't know about brilliant.
Are you kidding?
Sometimes you have to move out to move on. How'd you come up with that?
Yeah, what an Einstein. No one's ever thought of this before. Can I please breastfeed upon your mighty teats, O Phoebe the Magnificent?
I've always admired her sense of fashion.
Even the demons are in on it? All of this ass-kissing leads me to Phoebe's fucking boyfriends. Guys come to the door for dates and Phoebe has to make excuses. One or both of the sisters is disapproving and saying to slow things down, and Phoebe must learn to find true love. There, I just nutshelled nearly a decade of television for you.
You crazy witch!
Only I, the great Phoebe Saurus, can meddle in other people's love lives.
I love to read her column. Really? Yeah, every day.
I can never get over how somebody as beautiful as she was could be so incredibly insightful.
Beautiful people are usually stupid, hollow human beings stuck on themselves, but Phoebe sure proved me wrong.
What was that you were saying about the beautiful and talented Phoebe Halliwell?
This is Dex Lawson, one of Phoebe's newest victims. Here's Phoebe meeting Dex in an elevator, which is apparently what this promo thought the premiere was entirely about.
Phoebe's under the spell of Sex and the City's Jason Lewis.
Hot in here. Ding.
Charmed, the season premiere September 25th on the WB's Big Sunday.
The guy who plays him was on Sex and the City, and in case you suffered some brain damage recently, Phoebe spends an entire episode doing a parody of Sex and the City. I use the word parody very loosely because sometimes it's just word for word.
No matter how wild the ride, signs will sometimes lead you right back to where you started from.
This is coupled with several references to the show and having the actual DVD on hand, because them women sure love Sex and the City, am I right? What sense does it make having the show exist within this show and then pairing up Phoebe with one of the actors from it? Does she not notice it's the exact same guy?
Oh, why can't we live our lives like they did?
Didn't one of them sleep around a lot?
Doesn't Paige sleep around a lot? And oh look, his name is Dex, and he's an artist, and handsome, and rich, and what new territory this is. I hope Phoebe discovers love. First though, I hope Dex shows us how deep he is.
It's, supposed to remind us of the delicate balance between, life, good, evil, agony, ecstasy, all that. All my work is.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is one of his pieces there just a giant stiletto? That's supposed to represent the delicate balance between life, good and evil, agony and ecstasy to him?
Oh, man! Oh, man, did you see that move?
Can you believe he held on to that thing?
That is how men talk about the football, right? What exactly does this guy do anyway, that he keeps running into Phoebe at work? Does the newspaper building have an art exhibit too?
How do you feel about art shows? Look, I know we've only gone out a couple times, but,
I'd love to.
love to what?
Love to come to your art show tonight.
How'd you know?
Work? What happened to love?
No time for that. Destiny calls.
Phoebe has a vision of her and Dex getting married, and that, paired with her vision of having a baby, means she has not one, but two things to obsess over that the audience doesn't care about. Because of these premonitions, Piper says Phoebe has to have sex and get pregnant.
I don't care if you want to or not, Phoebe. We're all slaves to our fate.
Phoebe has an unhealthy obsession over her premonitions this season. Not because of anything that involves helping people, of course. Those are the premonitions she gets to shove aside. But if the premonition involves her future dates, holy shit, better get on that Destiny bandwagon.
I can't slow things down because of my premonitions.
They're not always literal.
But I still have to honor them, don't I?
The whole point of a premonition is to prevent something, right? What's the point otherwise? You're just getting a heads up? All it does is change the outcome simply by knowing it'll happen. Unless it's supposed to be titillating foreshadowing for the audience, which it never is. A vision is something that's going to happen, not something you need to make happen. And so, Phoebe's plan is to quickly force a romance with Dex, get married, and have a baby. Keep in mind, this is when she's still under a fake identity, committing herself to starting this relationship under a complete lie. What a catch!
Is that what we've been reduced to? Loveless sex? Pimping?
Yes.
Lest you think Phoebe's visions are all about really unimportant stuff, she also has a vision of an earthquake. That could totally ruin her date! Yes, seriously, the earthquake vision is all about a date. Fuck-a-doodle-doo!
Until the earthquake destroys everything he's ever worked for. What earthquake? I mean, talk about ruining a moment.
Yeah, that earthquake's really gonna get in the way of your sham of a relationship. They feel the start of an earthquake earlier in the day, and she convinces Dex to move his art pieces. But by that night, he's moved them all back.
Come on, you can't be serious about an earthquake.
You felt it yourself earlier! An earthquake in California? Get real, Phoebe!
It's too bad you never got to know her.
Well, maybe you could catch me up over dinner.
And apparently Dex just wants to get with her because she reminds him of what he thinks her dead cousin would be like. Never mind what I said before, it sounds like these two are made for each other.
And they lived happily ever after.
They have a shotgun wedding under a spell that ends in immediate divorce. At first, Phoebe wants to see this through. Even though the wedding was under a spell, neither of them remember it, and they don't know each other very well, because it must have been destined to happen. If you go by that logic, you should never solve any problem ever, because anything that occurs was destiny. Also, he doesn't know who she really is or what her true face even looks like. Actually, I don't think Phoebe's true form has ever been shown on camera. She lives in the space between spaces. Point is, Phoebe is a colossal bee here. Meanwhile, Paige can't go through with having sex with a random guy through speed dating because she doesn't have her real face or name, but Phoebe's willing to build a marriage and a family with the bricks of deceit. Yeah, it's not like 10 years down the line when your child doesn't know your face and your husband has always thought your true identity is rotting in a coffin somewhere, you won't be like, maybe this was a bad idea. Wait, what? Did he move in with her that night? Flash forward to when the girls unleash their hell upon the world again.
Dex is gonna freak out.
That he married a dead woman? Nah.
He'll think my sudden resurrection is quirky and charming.
She tells him who she really is, and that's pretty much the end of that tragic affair. However, Phoebe doesn't seem to understand why he can't just get over it.
I like Phoebe a lot, but you're a witch, so bye-bye. I just don't understand why it can't be with a guy who accepts me for who I am.
Yeah, bitch, that was the real problem here. Glad you're famous for giving people advice on relationship issues.
Pretty much every time I fall for a guy, this seems to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, every time. As in exactly one time, with Jason. Or maybe you forgot about the constant dudes who helped you remember love, or the guy you sent to hell because you were lazy.
So where do we go from here?
We just take it slow, you know, and try to figure out how we feel about each other.
Speaking of Phoebe's ex-husbands, the source comes back. What a nacho platter full of fuck. Let's get this out of the way first. The episode is called Desperate House Witches.
That is one desperate housewife.
Yeah, good. We'll use that pandering line in the episode promo. Thanks, Billy! A demon lures Wyatt into helping conjure the source from the afterlife via making him hate Piper's seamstress skills. And oh man, it's the best source. Surprise, motherfuckers! Holy half-beard. Did anyone want to see the melty face source again? It doesn't even make any sense that it's this guy. The melty face dude was just a vessel for the source, hence why Cole ended up becoming the new source and being taken over. The source would either look completely different, or they just summon some stupid half-face demon that has fuck all to do with anything.
What makes you think you'll stay?
Because I'm going to replace the mommy he lost. And the source will replace his daddy.
Yeah, seems really tempting. I don't know why no one ever thought of this plan before.
I should have known something wasn't right with Mandy. Nobody's that perfect, not even her. But she has a child and a husband.
And demons never marry and have kids, except for when I married Cole and almost had a kid with him. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, well, how are we gonna stop the source? We have no potions.
It's gonna take a lot more than potions.
How'd you do it last time?
Paige, you were there. Both times. In fact, the second time was in an alternate reality that you were the only witness to. You actually have more experience with this. And why are they even talking about potions? They didn't use any to vanquish him. The whole endeavor hinges on this lady assuming the source wants to raise a stupid charmed kid with her instead of, I don't know, killing them both. It's really a lot of trouble to go to under such a broad assumption. The demons are really dense here. I shit you not, Billy and Leo go undercover as demons by simply stealing their outfits. Seems like there's some holes in security there.
Why are you wearing that?
Everyone knows that's the standard demon uniform.
Okay, look, I know Leo has a fake identity right now, but he's still supposed to be related to the Charmed Ones and living in a house the demons want to take over, while taking care of Wyatt and Chris, aka the children they're after this very episode. Does no one keep tabs on what they look like? Wyatt recognizes Leo, so of course the first thing the demon lady does is dismiss everyone. Why?
There's not a drop of evil in him.
I smell some Irish heritage, maybe some Polish, but definitely no evil in there.
Yoink! Wow, that was really easy. I guess this couch will do for cover. Wait, what? What even happened? She sucked him in with her? Please explain, Charmed. What in the holy hell? Let's make things perfectly clear here. The source is summoned and then killed within a grand total of 5 minutes of the episode. Never even leaves the room. I don't think anyone ever took El Melty Beardo seriously, but it's sad when your big bad spanning multiple seasons is reduced to a one-off evil chuckler that's quickly dispatched of.
There is nothing worse than the source, do you understand me?
Ah, shit. Phoebe's obsessing over babies again. Look, that vision you had about having a kid also involved Paige still being the headmaster of magic school. Clearly some things have changed. I think the disaster has been well averted. So you've got 3 guesses as to what Phoebe uses as her new I can't do shit excuse.
Paige, can't Billy do it? I'm kind of in the middle of something. You're not dumping this in my lap, Missy. I am very busy, too. I have dates. Lots and lots of dates. I have coffee at 6, a dinner date at 8, so if Billy's not here...
Henry and I have a lunch date.
Oh, you might want to reschedule in case a demon attacks.
Phoebe's obsession over babies ties in with her obsession of men. For, after all, what are men but semen dispensers? That is, of course, when she isn't taking a break from men.
Hey, don't you have a lunch date?
I canceled. I'm taking a little hiatus.
From lunch?
From men.
Go get a premonition off him, see if he's lying.
I don't really believe in them anymore.
You can't give up on your gift.
My gift gave up on me.
Where? You didn't get married and have a baby. Maybe it's because you're an awful she-devil. And why the hell is Piper lecturing her about not giving up on her gift anyway? Piper is the queen of giving up on their gifts.
Look, I understand your problem with your premonitions, but why cancel all your dates?
Wait, so is she upset about the premonition thing or Phoebe giving up dates? Because you can't have both with her. You gotta choose. She's actually focusing on fighting demons and the task at hand when she's not focused on what dude is gonna inseminate her.
So now you don't want a baby?
No, of course I do. I definitely do, just not right now. Okay, no men, no babies, just me. What's so wrong with that?
Nothing. Nothing is wrong with that except for the fact that it's not you.
Yeah, Phoebe, you're defined by the people you attach yourself to.
Good thing Phoebe learns to believe in her premonitions again by the end of the episode, because that's the last one they ever show her having. 9 episodes in. There's only one person who can truly help her in this situation, though. Herself.
You were promised something. Something that means the world to you. And you're afraid you might not get it. Will I? I'm living proof of that. And so is she.
Thanks, me. You're my best friend.
Following her disappointment in not forcibly making some guy her baby daddy, she decides to move and get her own space to figure out her life in. Again. Thank God, she's been too focused on everyone else lately. One of 2 things happen here. Phoebe uses her new outlook to straighten her priorities and return to her roots, or decides to replace dates and babies with new apartment as her most recent ridiculous obsession.
Oh, Piper, I'm kind of running late. I have to go sign the loan docs, and I want to stop by the condo before work.
Ooh, you're in a hurry.
Yeah, well, I got a new condo to enjoy. I see my new condo with me not in it.
Immediately after moving out, she wants everyone to leave her alone to enjoy her new place.
Except for this hot guy I invited to my housewarming party.
Wait, so she had a housewarming party and didn't invite her sisters? But wait! This isn't like Phoebe at all. She can't fuck and then throw away an apartment. She needs someone to abuse. Someone with a penis. Did somebody ask for a creepy asshole? Ah, there we go. This is fucking Coop, but I'm gonna call him Poop. I don't care. That's why I'm paid to be a critic and you aren't. He's a Cupid who keeps bumping into Phoebe via quirky planned coincidences. And by that, I mean he comes off like a stalker with just a whiff of serial killer.
Why did your key work?
I don't know. That's a weird one. I have to talk to the broker about that.
This is the most obvious guy ever. He's so creepy. You know, if Phoebe isn't falling all over a guy, there's something seriously wrong.
That's nice. Very nice.
Ew!
Hey!
You scared me.
Yelling aggressively to surprise someone is charming! To add more insult to stupidity, it turns out that this particular Cupid was sent to Phoebe by the Elders.
No, that's why the elders sent me. They feel guilty, you know, about how everything got all messed up after they enlisted you.
What? How the fuck do the Elders feel guilty? Aside from the fact that the dickheads to top all dickheads, she's been ignoring the greater good for love this whole time anyway. And besides that, why would they feel guilty about her and not Piper or Paige? What makes her so special? And what about the time Phoebe lost her powers and had to earn them back because she was being selfish? The Elders think the opposite now, that she needs to focus on herself? Hey, you know what the elders could help with instead? Fighting the ultimate power they keep shitting on about this season.
Everyone knows my love life is the most important thing in the universe.
Poop's apparently like she needs help finding love because she didn't notice him checking her out at a cafe. That's called having a life, dickweed, and something she desperately needs.
It's destined. We are gonna have to hurry.
They're acting like her life is over. For fuck's sake, she's only 31.
You know what? Cole was my longest relationship. Is that pathetic or what?
Yeah, and how did that end again?
Cole, you're gonna have to stay here.
But I was possessed.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to burn in hell. I think you're being really selfish.
Hey, I'm back.
You son of a bitch, go back to where you came from.
So Poop follows her around all season trying to get her dates or something.
When's the last time you had a date?
It hasn't been that long.
Yeah, how long?
Okay, you know what? Maybe it has, but so what?
Come on, it's not natural.
It's not natural to not be falling for every guy she goes on a date with? Or just not going on dates in general? Either way, fuck you, show. They seem absolutely convinced that love was what Phoebe's character was all about, because Brad Kern had this idea without ever watching a single episode, apparently.
I mean, you're all about love. You always have been. Wait, no, what about love?
Ugh, go!
It's coming from your heart. Oh, some kind of an energy feeling, a block. It's preventing you from even being open to love.
What? Because Phoebe has a heart block, or possibly just a Cheeto lodged in there, they have a clip show of her past love interests to remind her why she's cut herself off. Yeah, excuse me while I go play the world's smallest violin for this asshole. And why are they including her past life in there? What does that have to do with her now? It's almost as if they don't have enough clips that make Phoebe seem like the victim. Or Billy Zane's character. Why is he part of the reason Phoebe's love's failed train? As I recall, he was one of the reasons she believed in love again. Because of... oh, who set that up? Oh yeah, fucking Cole, and his grand departure. Guess that didn't mean a damn thing in the end.
So where's this?
Where Cole and I first met.
She doesn't even remember the first time she met him? And what about Nick Lachey? He didn't count? He was another reason she believed in love again. Or hey, how about the Cupid she met in season 2 that helped her open her heart to love? You know, the one she fell for? Sound familiar? It should. It's the exact same fucking thing.
It's about the way love begins. When it's uncensored, unmatched, when it's pure. And that's what you need to believe in.
Yeah, because if it starts off well, it'll never end badly. How does this fucking change anything? It's like an actual block. A literal block around her that needs to be shattered. Okay, who the hell wrote this? Well, now that she's broken free, she can focus on love again.
Hello, I'm working. Do you see me working?
Fuck!
Hey, look at you. You're lounging around in a tracksuit with a pencil in your hair and glasses, and you're so beautiful.
Barf!
Rose petal lips, slender neck, fiery, passionate eyes. And when she laughs, I mean, doesn't that just make you feel like you can fly?
If you mean on the wings of one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse, then yes, I suppose Phoebe gives people that feeling of being swept away. Coop's trying to convince this guy to ask Phoebe out, even though she's continually turned him down, and then tries to get him to change who he is to impress her. Sounds authentic! What the hell kind of Cupid is he anyway? What kind of matchmaking is that? He's the first dude I saw, perfect!
He's an aid worker in Bangladesh.
Oh, what's the matter? You couldn't find anyone in the area?
It's not my fault you reject every guy that I bring.
Wait, every guy? Coop, there's been one guy. One.
Yeah, but he was a really good guy.
Why is he the guy the elders sent? He's got one job, and he's not even doing that well. I found a dude in Bangladesh. Will that work? Why the hell does he have this job? But whatever, Phoebe doesn't have time for love right now. Get out of here, Cupid, and go home.
Yeah, I'm just reciting what Michael wrote. He left this for you at the door.
Really?
Yeah, never mind that. We need...
My heart beats loud and fast. Oh, press it to thine own again.
Oh, so she cares about it if it means getting in the way of helping people again. Why is this beneficial in any way? Because she is such a delicate flower, Poop falls in love with her. But oh, piss nuggets. She decides to chance it with Michael because all that fake stuff Coop made him do made her feel things she hadn't felt in a long time. So maybe Phoebe has a hard time getting guys because she has unrealistic standards about poetic rich guys who will worship the ground she walks on? Wait, she's had some of those. Is it because she's an evil android meant to replicate human behavior, but never quite understanding what humanity truly means?
You gotta follow your heart, right?
You tell me.
God, it has got to suck to be Cupid. I mean, you know, never finding a love of your own, it's gotta be so hard for you.
I guess this is why Phoebe's true power was love all along. Her ability to read people and empathize with their feelings. And she goes out with Michael only once, giving up immediately and taking us back to square one. Somebody please kill me.
But I would think with everything you've done, for as long as you've done it, you deserve to have a life. All of you do. You've earned it.
You agree with my selfish worldview. Perhaps I'll keep you around.
You've made a lot of sacrifices for the greater good and have taken their toll.
No. Shut up, no. Well, Phoebe does finally come to the realization she loves poop, and here's where the show reveals it. Watch the magic unfold.
I love Coop. Okay? I'm in love with Coop. I love him. And I just can't help it. But this has nothing to do with that.
And he's such an inconvenience, whatever.
Phoebe tells him, but they can't be together because of the rules and everything. It's laughable to think the girls respect any of the elders' asinine guidelines at this point anyway. And why can't Cupids fall in love? Isn't that their thing? Wouldn't knowing what love is be part of the job description?
Dealing with a lot. And I'm trying to balance everything out.
Phoebe, love is paramount.
Not now, okay? Please, not now.
It's like Coop is the living incarnation of the voice in Phoebe's head that tells her to focus on dates and what color shoes she'll wear that day of the week. Phoebe, you need to go on dates. The world will be here tomorrow.
What the hell? You don't look like me. Get out of here.
Really, what did Coop do anyway? All he did was set her back into the mode she was in at the beginning of the season.
And I'm still trying to find a husband.
And here lies what tops the long list of my issues with this Cupid storyline. Phoebe was actually becoming a better character. She was focusing on fighting evil, she wasn't talking about dudes or her column for the most part, and she didn't make me want to immediately hang myself. Most importantly, the show was making progress. But then this little shitpiss comes in and starts telling her to focus on dates again?
First, I need to go kill some demons, because if I don't, none of this is gonna matter, okay?
You're resisting.
No show! Let her actually give a damn. You're killing me here. It's like the audience is being dragged, clawing and screaming, slowly backwards. It absolutely drives me insane that this show is constantly fighting itself to actually accomplish any damn thing. Having this be Phoebe's ultimate storyline in the end, that she needs to find a man and fall in love and have a baby before it's too late, is just the final kick in the head. It really shouldn't surprise me, but damn is it insulting. How far she's fallen from the character she used to be. A character isn't weak if they want to be married or be a mom, but if this is the sole definition of the character, that she be attached to someone else, the goal is not to be with the person she loves, but to find that person within an allotted timeline, that's not a strong character. That's some lame fanfic where the assumption is that marriage is the finish line to happiness. And we all know that's not true, because then we have the perfect wife, Piper.
What's this? A magical belt that only affects women and makes us want to kill all the men in the world? Fuck off, Leo, you can't help. Why don't you go golfing with that sexist pig and get me a band booked?
Oh, nice. You're out playing golf while we're trying to save your gender.
Phoebe, you were there when Piper insisted that he go. He was saying he could help. The belt only affects them when it's in the room, so yeah, what a bitch.
What is the matter with you two?
This.
So what is Piper doing this season? Well, seeing as how this year is almost exclusively focused on complaining about a normal life, Piper is right in her element.
I'm not even supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be getting a manicure and a pedicure and a facial and something else. You don't really care, do you?
How dare you do your job correctly and then make me wait on my spa day? You will pay for this, electrician man.
When she finally gets to the spa, she's interrupted because Leo locked himself out of the house, which makes her immediately give up. This is episode 2.
I can't have a normal life when I can't even have a normal day.
None of this stuff is magic related. That's all part of what a normal life is. Does she think normal lives are just spa days and no problems ever? Where the hell did she live before she was a witch? Outer space? She's also worried about the kids using magic and blowing their cover in class. Oh, if only they had a magic magical school they could go to. So anyway, Piper doesn't know how to start over. She doesn't know who she is when she isn't being a heinous fishwife.
You can't sacrifice yourself for so many people for so many years and not expect a transitional period.
I am pretty self-sacrificing, Leo. Good point. Now take care of the corns on my feet.
Yes, honey.
What was that?
Yes, sir. While trying to find herself, she suddenly remembers she was a chef at one point. You know, 6 years and a million fucks ago. However, the most important thing that happens this season? The return of Fireman Greg.
Shit, forgot to get rid of him when I killed that greasy butt-crack poo-flap.
Who's coming? When?
It's okay. Phoebe and I've got this under control. We didn't want to tell you because we know you've got a crazy day.
Crazier than you think. Guess who I just ran into, literally?
Who?
Greg. Greg. Fireman Greg.
Yeah, demons and bullshit, whatever. She ran into Fireman Greg. Crazy!
You gonna go out with him?
Dude, Leo? What a fucking ass fart.
Well, I'll get it.
Speaking of Leo, remember all that character development and stuff? Yeah, well, whatever. Forget that. This is how you're gonna remember him. The doofy guy who explains away the plot holes while getting things thrown at him.
Leo, can you pick up the dry cleaning? Leo! Can you drop the kids off at Dad's? Leo! Can you fix the sink? Leo, can you do this? Can you do that? You know, I feel like I'm a freaking handyman again.
Ladies and gentlemen, a summary of 8 years of television.
Honey?
Yeah.
No, we're out of honey. Put it down the list.
At least you went out and you tried something new. You know, you expanded your horizons.
Who writes your stuff?
Oh, watch out.
You interrupted my Frankenstein lumbering. Not that Leo isn't deserving of some of the bashing he gets this season. He too is hopped aboard the everybody give up train, and sometimes he's just sort of a dumbass. For instance, at the beginning of the season, one of the moms they have over for a play date is hitting on Leo, who is not married according to his fake backstory. This leads to awkward romancing. Leo could fix this really easily by just saying he's in a relationship. Or, you know, that he's just not into her. Why is this even a thing? And wait, why didn't they come up with aliases that were married?
We never really got the chance to discuss, you know, everything with our disguises. I mean, we don't even have rings on our fingers, so.
And we can't possibly put rings on with these different appearances.
It all happened so fast.
Yeah, had no chance to stop her there, buddy. Yeah, okay, that one was deserved.
Not now, Leo. Not in the mood.
Oh, come on, like that's what I want.
Come on, Piper. You know having sex with you is like putting my dick between 2 pieces of sandpaper. So Leo and Piper continue their endless string of verbal domestic abuse by fighting constantly, which leads Paige to tell them to work it out because she and Phoebe live there too, and it's annoying. Thusly, Piper and Leo go to see a marriage counselor. Again. Good God, I couldn't care less. But this time, the counselor is a magical gardener guy. Don't worry, in case you thought that was an original twist, he switches their bodies so they can walk in each other's shoes. Again.
Hey, watch the face, will you, Leo? I just got a peel. Well, since I figure you never listen to me, you might listen to yourself.
Oh, yeah? Wanna see me freeze you?
Ha! Like you'd even know how.
Well, it's not working.
And they learned the exact same thing as last time. Gangbusters. But this is pretty much par for the course. Now, I've got to bring up yet another middle finger this show throws our way. Brian Krause was written out of half of the season. To be fair, this was due to the lowered budget and the new characters the network required, so I can't blame the show entirely for that. But I can blame them for how they chose to go about it, because it's pretty much got the stench of a boat full of used adult diapers, which is to say it stinks.
I know you're lurking somewhere. And if you want something, you need to get your grim reaping ass down here or stop bugging me.
There's no need to be rude.
Okay, so the Angel of Death has come to take Leo, and for some reason feels bad about it because he got to know them. No doubt he feels a connection to Piper, as she too has the cold touch of the Grim Reaper, so he gives everyone a chance to say goodbye. Piper tries to buy some time by making all men Leo. How is that supposed to stop him from dying? The Angel of Death doesn't actually kill anyone, he just takes them after they die. Now you've just got a whole bunch of dead Leos. But how, oh how will he ever find the real Leo? Wait, is he the one at the house? And why does no one notice that there's suddenly Leo? And are Chris and Wyatt now Leo too? That's gotta be confusing.
Well, it's a long story, but basically, The Angel of Death is after him.
Long story, as in, that's the whole story.
What about the boys? What about Chris and Wyatt? You know, I gotta go see Wyatt.
No, it's not safe.
What am I supposed to tell him, huh?
This is actually pretty sad, and the acting is well done. Again, I don't think these are bad actors, I just think this is a terrible show. And while the network stipulations about this season are pretty BS, here's my honest take here. I really wish they had just killed Leo off. It'd give some more gravity to the situation, and they don't really have any other use for him in the series anyway. Who would see it coming? Other than when Shannen Doherty left, death has had no meaning on the show, so it would really hit you hard to kill off a main character again. Well, as hard as it can be to lose someone in Charmed, but it is Leo, and he's far more likable than the sisters. Or, alternatively, if you had to write Leo out of the season, but didn't want to kill him off, make him a white lighter again and send him on a mission. Done. I thought of that in 2 minutes. But here's what they go with. Never mind the whole avoiding the Angel of Death storyline has been done to death on this show already. Pun intended. Let's see how it's handled this time. Leo is hit by a car and left near death at the hospital. Piper summons an elder and an avatar to find out what Leo's death means in the grand scheme of things. Sure, summon 2 ultra-powerful beings because of your husband. Seems like a good use of power. And why is she asking the avatar about why this happened? Do they control fate somehow? I guess when they were at full power they could transform the world, but they don't have anything to do with the grand design. They direct her toward an Angel of Destiny, who says there's a big final battle on the way, and that's why Leo has to die. Just hold that thought.
Because maybe there is a way for us to get there that he doesn't have to die. You have to give us a chance. You at least owe us that.
What? Why does the Angel of Destiny owe you anything? She doesn't owe you shit, lady. They seem to play this "we're heroes so we can do whatever we want" card a lot, except they've done nothing but bitch about and avoid being heroes for 8 years now.
What does that have to do with Leo?
The loss, the pain, will motivate you, all of you, to fight, without which you will have no chance to prevail.
So basically what they're saying is, our characters are such self-absorbed emotion vampires at this point, that they literally have to kill someone to actually make them do something. They are so done right now that they have to get bitch-slapped into reality again, if they can even remember when they lived there. So they make a deal with the Angel of Destiny. Instead of Leo dying, they freeze him until this big final battle is completed. They literally put the character on ice. This is so moronic, and it's even dumber when you realize it's all because of our main character's selfish and lazy motivations. It's also shit storytelling, man. You don't literally tell the audience that this character has to die to motivate our heroes to fight harder. Show and don't tell. On top of all of that, they weren't sure if they were going to get Brian Krause back for the finale, meaning that this very well could have been how his story ended. Wow! And so he's gone from the 10th episode until the 2-part series finale.
We've been through worse.
No. We haven't.
Really? Freezing him for a while is the worst they can think of?
Look, you can't hole up here anymore. And you can't busy yourself with endless tasks, okay? You have to get back out there and fight. For Leo.
Oh yeah, was that the reason he was frozen? I forgot.
Well, Piper is trying to do it, but it hasn't been successful for her, and she thinks it's the key to finding Leo.
And apparently they forgot that he's not actually missing, okay?
Everything's gonna be just fine. Mommy's here.
Kid, you're fucked. I'm a little bit torn on the fallout from the storyline. On the one hand, I have to admit that Piper is a lot more bearable. Because she wants to get Leo back, she spends less time telling everyone else to do shit for her and gets to the point. But on the other hand, she spends a lot of time complaining that she has to do it. Keep in mind, she makes it clear that it's only so she can get Leo back, and not because of whatever world-ending consequences this big battle could have. Because if he was still around, she would be watching the world burn outside her window while she sat on the couch watching the Home Shopping Network.
I should be taking them to Marineland, you know, their mother.
Well, why aren't you?
Because I have to defrost my husband somehow. Look, I gave the same speech to Paige. This is not your burden to bear, it's mine.
Wait, so Paige and Phoebe are allowed to fuck off and ignore everything still? Do they need frozen husbands too? Piper trying to be helpful is kind of hilarious. It's as if smiling is physically painful for her. At one point, a couple of students from magic school come to the manor for Leo's help, and they don't even want to talk to Piper. It's sad when your protagonists are supposedly the most powerful witches ever, and these characters are like, yeah, that's okay, we'll wait for Leo. So let's move on to Paige. She's a waffler. She waffles a lot. Does she like magic? Does she hate it? Who knows? At the beginning of this season, she says she spent too much time in the magical world, because no one in the real world cares that she's dead. Fuck those magic school students, that was so last season. And don't even get me started on those leprechaun buttholes. She summons Grandma Ghost to complain about not having a life outside of magic.
Oh, please, Paige, spare me the dramatics and cut to the chase, will you? I've got an afterlife to live, you know.
I've got some man-hating to do, Paige. You know the drill. Paige relates that she has trouble ignoring innocence because of the jingling from the elders.
That is just the white lighter in you.
If you don't know people are in trouble, it's not happening, Paige. So just ignore it and it goes away. I told her that, Grams. It was me.
Paige's complaint isn't that she's more aware of the pain in the world and therefore feels guilt for not helping them for her own gain, rather that because genetically she's a pacifist, she can never truly live a magic-free life.
Hey! Damn, if I wasn't magic, I could have ignored that.
You're a little late with that speech.
Well, perhaps for the two of you, but not for Paige. You cannot deny that she is being called by somebody.
Wait, did Grandma Ghost just admit Phoebe and Piper were evil hags beyond saving? When Paige wants to vanquish a demon that's kidnapping girls, Phoebe assumes she'd only want to do that because she misses her old life. The life which they just established she wanted no part of because she wanted a non-magical life. But then she does miss the magical life. We're only 2 episodes in. Whoa, since when could Paige do kung fu stuff? Has she been training over the summer? When she isn't flip-flopping about magic, she's flip-flopping about jobs. First, she decides to become a police officer. The guy she comes to doesn't think she has what it takes because she'd be concerned about breaking a nail, trying to kick her out because that's realistic.
I don't have time for this crap.
Wow, now that you've assaulted me, I know you can keep your cool in tough situations. Let's sign you up.
Over the next several days, however, you will be screened for potentially disqualifying behavior.
For example, attacking someone for telling you to leave.
What's your name, cadet?
Joe. Bennett.
Keep an eye on you, Bennett.
That is another example of disqualifying behavior. I've disqualified myself. Goodbye. When that doesn't work out, Paige decides to try and be a social worker again. The show is making progress. Speaking of which, apparently she's mad at her dad now. Part of this is because he hasn't been in their lives since she discovered he existed. The other part is because he keeps trying to convince her to stop fighting being a white lighter. By the way, she's fighting being a white lighter now. She's silly putty of emotion. It really doesn't take much to just reshape her into whatever you need her to be. It's the same story as when she met her father, but in reverse, which means it's different.
My father, my real father, the one who raised me, loved me, and took care of me till the day he died, was a firefighter, not a white lighter. So how dare you show up here and act like you're my dad, because I have news for you, you're not.
She suddenly remembered she had issues with him or something? Anyway, she frees him from the plot of the week through the power of love, and that's all worked out. Following that, she accepts being a white lighter again, and we've moved approximately nowhere.
The elders have assigned me a charge of future white lighter.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, it is if he's cute.
Okay then, she'll only rescue handsome people. This season, we meet Paige's last long-term boyfriend, Henry Mitchell. Henry is a parole officer Paige meets while taking care of a charge. The kid is in trouble with the law, and Paige believes in him, while Henry has been let down by him too many times. Henry learns a valuable lesson about believing in people when the kid is stabbed for refusing to be the driver during a robbery.
Hey, by any chance did that kid Donnie have a knife on him when he was arrested? Have blood on it? No, it's nothing. I was just curious. Thanks.
That seemed like an oddly specific question to ask. That seems to tie you to the case. Oh well, guess the kid is off scot-free. Justice wins out. Good thing you don't have to report stabbings at the hospital. He's right at the station, man. No one's wondering why a kid is leaving with his side bleeding through his shirt. Henry grew up in foster care, which means he has issues getting close to people. But he and Paige make a connection.
You know how beautiful your eyes are when you're angry?
Are you trying to charm me?
You think I'm charming?
No, I don't.
When they start dating, Paige gets mad about being stood up. Henry always has excuses to bail on dates. Sound familiar?
It's only okay if I do it.
Despite some of that bullshit, and the fact that Henry is another tacked-on character, I really found the relationship to be the most compelling thing about this season. Henry wasn't presented as some perfect dude, and the two of them went through regular relationship issues. They seemed like a team without being defined by their other half. Well, Paige has trouble knowing who the hell she is no matter what the circumstances, but the point is, I like them together. I liked Henry's character a lot too. He was a little bit deadpan, and the two of them took jabs at each other without feeling mean-spirited. One of the stronger episodes of the season involves Billy, Paige, and Henry being held hostage at a bank. Granted, it's a pretty stock plot and there's nothing new about that, but the characters involved made me more invested in it. Plus the other plot of the episode is some shit about Wyatt bringing his toys to life, and who gives a crap about that? Henry is shot, and Paige develops the ability to heal people on her own. Guess we don't have to wonder why they don't have a White Lighter Ex Machina anymore.
I can't self-heal anymore.
Wait, White Lighters can't heal themselves. How the hell did I miss that one last season? Eventually, Paige tells Henry that she's a witch, and it's not really a big deal. I like the way they played it. Sure, it's probably due to this season's rush to pair everyone off, but I think it worked to their advantage in this case. Weird, Phoebe. Paige didn't seem to have a problem with guys accepting her for being a witch. Maybe that isn't the issue.
Henry's completely freaking out about this whole magic thing.
Yeah, he seemed pretty bothered by it. Apparently he was just asking questions like why they can't cure world hunger and stuff like that. Completely legitimate things to ask. And unless freaking out means actually adding eyebrow movement to his facial expressions, I think she's exaggerating just a little bit. She could just explain the personal gain thing and not pretend like it's that complicated why they can't fight criminals with their powers. But considering the amount of personal gain they get away with daily, I'm a little confused myself. Things are going a little too smoothly, however, so they've got to take a trip to Pointless Drama Mountain. Enter Simon, a half-white lighter, half-witch, who comes to marry Paige because a bunch of soothsayers told him it was meant to happen. Because of course, if it's seen in a vision, you must make it happen. That's what visions are now. Considering this was apparently foretold by like 40 oracles, and taking into account the success rate of Phoebe's soap opera visions, I'm gonna say premonitions in this show are a load of bullshit.
My goodness, you're fetching.
I like this guy. Marry him, Paige. What's your damage?
This guy is supposedly from a well-known line of witches, so the elders didn't have anything to say about a white lighter and a witch having a kid that time? Especially since their mom had to have Paige in secret, thus the whole reason they didn't know her their whole life? Didn't remember that little plot point? It was only a huge part of season 4. There's also the still unanswered question of why Wyatt being a white lighter / witch makes him super powerful, but it doesn't mean the same thing for Chris, Paige, or this Simon guy apparently. Simon, too, can teleport things with his mind. I thought that was Paige's Charmed One power. Anyway, he challenges Henry to a magical duel, and this whole thing ends with Henry proposing to Paige.
Sure you don't want to wear my dress?
Yeah, I am.
My dress is gorgeous. You live vicariously through me, you understand?
Let's go conjure you a very special dress.
Oh well, I guess magically conjuring a dress doesn't count as personal gain either. Fighting criminals with magic equals bad, but weddings? Everybody loves weddings.
That bitch got married before I did. You've been married 2 times now. Let's focus on me and my missing husband. Yeah, but those weddings didn't count. My love life is more important than this.
Wait, why the hell is Poop at the wedding? Who invited him? They just met him at this point and everyone hates him, for fuck's sake.
Happy honeymoon from all of us. There's nothing in here.
Exactly, nothing, as in no demons.
And no warlocks, no complications, a honeymoon that is completely free of distractions.
Wow, what a shitty gift. What, do they want a gold star for doing something any decent human being would do? Paige spends her whole honeymoon popping in and enthusiastically asking if she can help with demon stuff anyway. I guess she's found her identity without worrying if she's spending too much time in the magic world now. She can find a balance with both.
I want to be able to go away with my husband, go out, do things without always being called back in some emergency.
Just pick what she wants and stick with it!
It took me so long to forge an identity, separate of you and Phoebe. I guess I'm kind of afraid of losing myself in the marriage.
Just do what Phoebe does. Say love is your power so you don't have to have a real personality.
Do you want to let this demon get away or what?
Okay, fine. Just let my years of marriage experience go to waste.
Bitch, you've been to 2 marriage counselors. In her search for her identity, Paige goes to Coop for help. Are you shitting me, really? You must be desperate.
I'm really busy here, so give it some time.
This is after he said that the elders didn't give him anyone to focus on other than Phoebe. He's got nothing but time. Wow, he and Phoebe really are made for each other. He puts Paige into Henry's head, and they discuss it and work it out. Wow, there's something they needed to be magically turned into one person for. I'm not saying Coop is generally useless and stupid, but he's generally useless and stupid.
There's one more battle on the horizon for you 3. One unlike you've ever faced before. One you won't see coming, and one you may not survive.
So this is everything Charmed is leading up to. The big final battle. We were just kidding last time. A huge chunk of this involves Billy and her family, which is another reason fans really dislike this season. And I can totally relate to that, because it's incredibly grating when a show you like suddenly shifts its focus to some new characters. You aren't watching for them, you're watching to see the protagonists. But, like I said, the Charmed ones are shrewish banshees that make me feel dead inside, so there's really nowhere to go but up when they're off screen. It all starts when Billy goes after the Dogan, a demon who steals powers and wears half of a stupid rubber mask and a Dracula cape. He's supposed to be scary, but he's slightly less terrifying than the Melty Beard Source, which is to say I'm more frightened of a can of Hormel chili.
Are you alright?
My only crime was caring too much!
It won't happen again.
Hey!
No!
Man, this guy is bad at his job. Anyway, this reminds Billy of a dark secret from her past. When she was 5, her sister Christy was kidnapped by demons. Now that she's been reminded of her backstory, she spends a great deal of time looking for her sister. But of course, the bitches of Eastwick don't want her to do anything.
I understand you want answers. We want answers too, but that cannot be your primary focus.
Says the great Phoebe one, master of focusing only on herself. She's gotta focus on them, stop being so selfish. For instance, Wyatt has a birthday party.
You can't let your obsession for revenge drive you.
I'm not obsessed with revenge.
Good, then you can understand why it can wait.
My son's birthday is worth more than your petty problems, Billy.
Via the mysterious power of actually getting off of her ass and doing something, Billy eventually finds and rescues Christy. Sure, she's traumatized from 15 years of being held prisoner, but at least Billy is keeping her hair salon perfect.
This morning we mastered the art of walking in high heels, and now we're just picking out an outfit. Try that one.
And they immediately start dressing her up to become a mini Phoebe. Priorities are properly straightened.
But I have to say, I know you lived in a cave and it was terrible, but it did wonders for your complexion.
Because demons attacking at the party I can handle, but Christy eating with her hands, I cannot handle.
Why can't she eat like a normal person? We've got a my fair shrew this bitch.
Oh. Look at how sloppy that woman is when she eats, my word! She doesn't know how to drink? Come on.
Please, what do you know? You were raised by demons, for God's sakes.
It's been 15 years. I think enough time has passed to joke about it.
Sweetie, why don't you orb up to your room?
This is how done the show is at this point. Christy acts as though she's being controlled by the side of evil, but it turns out she's secretly working with them. So who are the men behind the curtain? It turns out it was the Triad the whole time. Wait, those dudes who were serving the Source and taken out by a critically injured Cole while in his weaker human form? Way back in season 3? Why should we care?
There's no known way to vanquish them.
What? Then why were all the demons in the underworld trying to kill Cole after he supposedly did just that? Hey, speaking of Cole, you know who could really help you out right about now? Oh no, Phoebe sent him to hell. Aw, shit waffles.
Who are supposedly dead. We thought Cole vanquished them years ago.
Are they dangerous?
Very.
Not really. These were the same guys whose plan to get rid of you involved French Stewart Genie. This dude, who was banished from the Triad Club way back when, sends his minions to warn the Charmed ones about the others.
The Triad's back! Beware!
Yeah, really good warning there. And wait, why was there a 4th guy in the Triad? Wouldn't that make them the Quartet? Unless they just rotate members out, then of course there wouldn't be a way to vanquish them. It's just 3 random shitters. You can just replace them if they die. That's like saying you can't vanquish the Harlem Globetrotters. They're able to kill off 2 of the Triad pretty quickly anyway, and now they're just spirits. The girls figured separating them would weaken them, but if there's no known way to vanquish them, why would they think it would work at all? They assume this 30-second battle is the big fight they're supposed to win to get Leo back. Really, guys? You've had more difficult bouts of diarrhea than this.
What could possibly be a bigger threat than the Triad?
I don't know, how about your worst enemy, Barbas? Christy's role in this is that she's the key to the ultimate power. The ultimate power, of course, turns out to be Billy. And united, she and Christy are unstoppable, because they're sisters and it makes them more powerful. It's a parallel to the Charmed ones, except there's 2 because they couldn't afford more actors. I don't know, they're no King of England, that's for sure. Christy sets about her evil plan to lure Billy toward the dark side. So, why didn't they just capture and raise both of them? Seems like they made it harder on themselves. Christy tries to lead Billy away from everyone else, wanting her to move out of the manor and into their own place. Wait, when did Billy even move in? Christy gets all pissy that Piper keeps feeding her all the time, giving her old clothes, and generally acting like her mom. Yeah, if Piper was being this nice to me, I'd be suspicious too. She must have been replaced with some sort of changeling once Leo left. Lest you think Christy is just a two-dimensional cut-out shit-stirrer, they do make an attempt to round her out. Sort of. While she's trying to lure Billy to the dark side, Christy is also being tempted by good. She has a chance at redemption, and teeters between wanting to be closer to her family and accomplishing evil's endgame. Maybe her parents can help her see that there's love in the world. Just kidding, they're killed by demons. Oh no, well I guess we'll give them some time to mourn.
Well, Mom and Dad aren't here anymore, are they? Sorry, just a little tired right now.
She seems slightly irritated at their parents' death. I could get Christy, but why is Billy so jaded about it? This is another annoying thing about this season. Billy isn't really given any time to develop. Her drive to find her sister is shoved into the background until it's needed for the plot, and when something huge happens in her life, like, for instance, her parents dying, it's swept under the rug to focus on other things. Hell, her first meeting with Christy happens off-screen. She finds the cave at the end of an episode, and the next time we see her, she's got Christy at the manor. For a plot that hinges on us caring about their relationship, they spend absolutely no time trying to build it up. So when Billy eventually goes along with Christy's ideas, it just makes her seem like an idiot. Okay, so Christy gets pissed and kills off the guy who murdered their parents, the remaining member of the Triad, so he can reincarnate into another body. This is apparently passing some final tests? I don't know, it's very hazy and vague, all of this ultimate power nonsense. She then tries to kill the demon the Triad guy sent out to do it, but Piper stops her because they want to question him and find out who sent him.
Forget about Christy. What I really need your help with is Henry.
I can't imagine why Christy doesn't trust them. I'm gonna present you with a series of quotes here, all said by evil characters. I thought I'd clarify what side they're supposedly on. See if you can spot why I selected them.
They're using her, Christy. You know that.
Piper is so obsessed with saving her husband, she doesn't care who gets in her way. They don't care about what we want. They care about what they want.
What did they want to do to you when they first met you? They wanted to train you, to teach you the craft.
Yes, and they did. Yeah, but not for you, it was for them. So they could kick back and do whatever they wanted, and you could go out there and risk your life and do their job.
They're good people, Christy. They've helped hundreds of innocents.
Not lately, they haven't. Lately, they've been doing everything for themselves, for their own personal gain.
So, how is any of this wrong? I mean, seriously, try to disprove any of those lines. You can't. It's like the show is vocalizing everything wrong with our characters. It's supposed to be presented as evil lies, but it's actually the only truthful thing being presented. Oh my god. I just got it. This show was actually playing us the whole time. The villains were the heroes, and the heroes were the villains. This was all leading to an Anakin Skywalker moment. We're presented with protagonists with massive power, destined for greatness, and the potential for immense good. However, slowly but surely, we're watching their downfall, leading up to the creation of 3 Darth Vaders. Out of the most unlikely circumstances, their own protege and her sister, raised by evil, must rise up and save the world. I should have seen it coming. Goodness gracious, Charmed, you magnificent bastard. You played me for a fool, but you were pulling the strings all along. Or maybe this show is just fucking moronic, you choose. Shock of all shocks, Billy decides to help Christy defeat the evil Charmed ones.
Billy, you come back here.
I mean it, young lady. You do what we tell you to do.
You let a young witch into your family and teach her everything that you know, only to be betrayed by her?
Oh, get off your high horse, Phoebe. Looks like the girls are torn once they know Billy and Christy are the ultimate power meant to take them out. Billy is their friend. I mean, they can't just...
And now I hope it's not too late.
Not too late for what, exactly?
To stop them.
So Piper immediately wants to vanquish them. Didn't even give it an episode. Hard to believe Billy and Christy accused them of being evil.
For one thing, you know, it's, illegal.
Is that the best you got?
Well, I think that's a pretty valid point.
Oh, wait. I'm human, and that's murder.
That's illegal, isn't it?
Why is the show emphasizing the illegal part over the moral implications? And besides that, I'd like to take you back to season 1 when the main villains were warlocks, aka people, and they had no problem vanquishing the shit out of them back then. And why isn't Christy considered a warlock? She's evil, isn't she? The show's terminology is confounding. Phoebe, meanwhile, is trying to patch things up before they get out of hand. She wants to talk to Billy, and it's going pretty well until Piper decides,
fuck it, just kill them.
Idiot!
Oh, stop. It was one lousy potion. I just meant to scare them. I wasn't gonna take them out with that.
So you just wanted to build more mistrust and make them think you want to kill them? Which you do?
And you? What is this whole sneaking around behind our backs thing? It's not what we need right now. It's not making our lives any easier.
She was the only one who wanted to talk to her. Piper wants to kill them, and Paige is too busy bitching about how being a white lighter makes her too busy to see her husband. So, just the reverse of the Piper-Leo thing? Do the writers not know how to write characters that aren't complaining about being busy all the time? I'm supporting Phoebe on this one, and I hate her. Astoundingly, she seems to be the only voice of reason. What have you done to me, show?
They're right. We're not all about the greater good anymore.
No one can expect us to be. We've been doing this for 8 years, and we've done a lot of really great good, in my opinion.
What, your capacity for doing the right thing has a time limit now? You know, usually when a show finally acknowledges character flaws, it's so that they can fix them or use them in a compelling way. But Charmed opts for neither. Nothing changes now, nor has it changed over the last 5 years of the show.
Do you think I'm selfish?
Yes! Billy still isn't completely convinced that the Charmed ones should be vanquished, so she and Christy send the girls into their dreams to find out what their real focuses are, which is nothing new to the audience. Paige feels like she wants to find her identity, Piper wants to find Leo, and Phoebe wants to find a man and a baby. After this enlightening spell is over with, the girls wonder if maybe Billy and Christy are right. Are they too self-focused?
Maybe we are selfish.
No, wanting a life doesn't make us selfish. It makes us normal.
I'd say we've done enough, and that doesn't make us evil.
Well, I think it does from Billy and Christy's warped point of view.
We're gonna stop them before they stop us.
Okay, so basically, their conclusion is that they were right all along, and they should kill Billy and Christy. I'm glad this episode was such a waste of time. They're allowed to do the wrong thing because the world owes them. Boy, do I fucking hate this stupid savior complex they have. Now things are serious business, guys. Billy and Christy are going to kill them if they don't come up with a plan, and since this directly involves themselves, it should be top priority.
I think I ID'd the new power.
Yeah? You're sure you're just not trying to keep busy to avoid...
Piper, I told you, if worse comes to worse, I will totally...
I'm not talking about Billy and Christy. I'm talking about Coop.
Shut the fuck up about Coop and get to the damn point! Phoebe has come up with a list of magical creatures that have helped them. They want to send someone into magic school to investigate because it's too dangerous to go themselves. This is the real plan, guys. I'm not exaggerating to try and prove my point that these characters are asshats. The show is doing it just fine without me.
Yeah, but isn't that like throwing them into the lion's den?
No, I mean, it has to do with them too. It's good versus evil, you know? It affects all of us.
So let me get this straight. When someone is trying to kill you, it's good versus evil. Everyone in the magical world has to come to your aid. But if someone else is in danger, it's a horrible inconvenience you'd rather not be bothered with.
Why are leprechauns at the top of the list?
They don't count as people. Why are we talking to them?
What happened in my life that I wound up having to talk to leprechauns so much?
Bitch, those leprechauns have lost a good number of their ranks saving your asses, and you keep giving them shit. Why? Because they're weird? The amount of out-of-nowhere leprechaun hate in this season is baffling to me.
You're gonna be doing an awful lot of sitting around here because there's gonna be nobody to protect you from all that evil.
Yes. Remind me how this season started?
It's a good thing we kept this.
Yeah, seems like they're really committed to helping people. Besides that, Paige in particular keeps ordering magical beings around to do stuff for her all season and pulling the "you owe us" card.
You guys owe me. Oh, remember a little somebody named Seamus?
Oh yeah, that leprechaun you got killed. They really owe you for that one.
Go iron Botarle. Let luck reveal what can't be seen.
You can't just say luck did it and you can do anything. That doesn't make any sense. Apparently their plan is to just take a picture and run. The Charmed ones couldn't do that themselves. Despite the overwhelming evidence against them, Billy just wants to disempower the sisters instead of hurting them. Good! They don't deserve their powers. They don't use it for anything except to complain that they have them anyway. It's a win-win situation. Christy takes Billy to someone who could convince her that they're doing the right thing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, who the hell is that? It turns out they had an imaginary friend when they were younger who was actually a demon working for the Triad. He says to Billy he was sent by higher powers to show them what good they can do, and so she can stop Wyatt from becoming evil via clips. Are they implying that the Charmed Ones turned Wyatt evil and that's why they need to be stopped? Because that's actually a pretty good assumption.
Look, I admit they've become a little selfish, but they haven't done anything bad enough to deserve to die for it.
Oh no? I'd like to remind you that Phoebe chose to be evil queen of the underworld. Or how about this? Piper nearly destroyed the world after becoming a god because Leo got a promotion. Billy is more convinced when the leprechauns, sent in lieu of endangering themselves, end up almost killed by demons.
There. Good as new.
Hey, you wrapped a cloth over his shirt and not even completely over the wound. Good as new.
I just hope we didn't confirm the mystery power's existence at their expense.
You know what would have helped in that situation, Phoebe? Doing it your damn selves!
I just don't know why they would send you guys here to do their dirty work.
It's not just us. They use the whole magical community.
Yet they never took the time to save magic school from demons?
Couldn't break a nail, I guess.
Cannon fodder. It's what we've become to them. Now you're worried. After sending us into harm's way.
Look, we wouldn't have done it if it wasn't important.
Important to us, I mean. You should consider yourselves lucky I allowed you to undress me with your eyes at my funeral.
Wow, what's wrong with them?
I just can't believe they turned on us like that. I mean, what did we do?
You seriously don't know, guys? Seriously? They immediately assumed the leprechauns had been brainwashed by Billy and Christy to turn them against them, because who could hate the all-holy Halliwells? Someone has to do some serious twisting to make you guys seem like the bad guys, am I right? Oh, and by the way, this leads to the whole magical world turning against them because they've been selfish assholes. I'm sorry, but this whole crucifying of the Charmed Ones after 8 years of bullshit is like sweet release. I think we're supposed to feel bad for them, but it's like, you know when the over-the-top bad guy gets arrested or falls face first into dog shit and then the soundtrack goes wah wah? This is like 2 episodes worth of that. In order to make sure the magical world is done with the Charmed Ones completely, the demons cast a spell on the girls to make them obsess over things. Paige goes to find her identity, Phoebe is overcome with lust, and Piper is focused on her house and kids. This seems familiar. Oh yeah, it was the last fucking episode. And whoa, if you say it's a spell, it's not the same thing they've been doing for 8 years. And besides that, if you go with what they're saying and pretend everyone is being tricked into thinking the sisters are bad, it's still stupid, because no one in the magical community would think magic might be involved here. Spells don't happen. I could get it more with non-magical folks, but these are literally the worst people to try and trick with magic.
Like last year when they took on new identities. Stepping away from the fight without so much as a goodbye.
They did it to stop Zanku.
No, they didn't have to pretend they were in the basement when the explosion happened. They did that so they wouldn't have to do shit anymore.
If we don't get the Charmed Ones, we're all dead!
Well, that ended quickly. So they run to the girls for help, only to be ignored. Wait, so I get Phoebe is ignoring them because of the spell, but why is Coop just fucking off? What a dick!
That's just awful. I just vacuumed there.
It's like my horrible fanfic has come to life. I mean, that was a living creature, guys. That was the last thing he ever saw. His final resting place is a Hoover in the Halliwell's closet. Amazing. Christy, Billy, and the others show up, and the girls try to orb to magic school, but end up in the underworld because they're blocked. And so we come to our 2-part series finale. How'd they get so filthy between episodes? Were they rolling in dirt down there?
How about we just orb home? No, it's too risky. Billy and Christy will be waiting for us, and their new friends.
There's nothing stopping them from just orbiting somewhere else in the world. The world is not the manor, you know. Surely hiding in a place infested with demons that want to kill you is more dangerous than the place with 2 witches that want to kill you, plus some leprechauns that are pissed off. And why are Billy and Christy living in the manor now anyway? Billy thinks they should have their house because they're evil? Then Poop shows up to ask them where the sisters are. Wait, so Phoebe never told Coop about what was going on with them? Yeah, true love there.
Are you sure you can do it? I mean, really do it? Can you kill them?
Yeah, they're no different than demons now.
Before this, Phoebe was like, you can't kill them, they're our friends, they're human beings, there has to be another way. But now that they've gotten in the way of their normal life shtick, well, guess they're just the same as demons. They stay down there for 2 weeks, apparently. Doing what? Doofing around, giving up? What do they eat?
You guys, keep it down. They could still be in the house, you know.
They went back to the manor? You idiots! Well, that didn't work. Time to team up with a demon. That worked so well with Zanku. This guy wants to take over as head honcho of the underworld and usurp the Triad.
They're evil incarnate. And since evil never really dies, neither do they.
So the Triad are evil incarnate, which would make sense for them to work for the source of all evil. Except that means the girls have already defeated someone bigger and badder than them, which makes it kind of an anticlimax to make them part of your series ender. And if this is evil incarnate, I'm sorry guys, but that's lame.
We need the hollow. Agreed.
Wait, what? The thing that could destroy good and evil as we know it? The ultimate downfall of stupid McBeardy Source? Wow! No one learns a damn thing in this series. It's a perpetual loop of sadness.
The Source used it to steal our powers, which I think is the point.
But then he went nuts, and then it went into Cole, and he went nuts, and then he turned evil, and we had to vanquish him.
If you want to remember it that way, that's cool, but it was the Source that took him over and turned him evil. Oh, and also, he wasn't crazy until after he died, and that was a whole different thing. It's nice when your show remembers nothing of its own history. Phoebe turns Coop away when he offers to help, saying she doesn't have time for this right now. I know Poop is pretty useless, but you could use some extra magical help here that isn't demonic. With the help of the demons and Star Wars ghost Leo, the sisters decide to take in the hollow themselves, hoping to take out Christy and Billy before it consumes them. Everyone's an idiot! Huzzah! Billy, Christy, and the Charmed Ones all take in the hollow at once. Billy and Christy steal Wyatt's powers, and the Charmed Ones steal the demon's powers.
Which means they'll keep craving more and more power until they have it all, including yours!
I think we can handle them if they come.
We can totally handle this! They all meet up at the manor and have a Harry versus Voldemort fight that ends up blowing everything the shit up. Oh shit, didn't see this coming. Oh well, next time! Exploding the crap out of everyone did fulfill their destiny, but unfortunately it also killed pretty much everyone but Piper, for she is the Alpha and the Omega. So all in all, it was a good day, and Leo is returned to her. Also, Billy survived.
Piper!
This is what leads us into our series finale, Forever Charmed. And here is where the coup hits the fan. I realize I've gone over some absolutely unforgivable shit in this show, but fittingly enough, this finale was one of the worst things they ever did. It is a mystifying piece of television riddled with plot holes so wide you could drive a semi through them. Let's get our hands dirty. Christy, Phoebe, and Paige are dead. We can only assume Paige is dead because we don't see the body and Piper didn't bother checking.
Phoebe was my favorite sister. Everyone knows that.
The episode focuses heavily on Piper because Alyssa Milano was visiting family and Rose McGowan was filming Planet Terror at the time. So let me be clear here. This is their series finale, and two of the leads had other arrangements. Holy shitballs, everyone is so done, and that's not even the worst part of it. So let's throw some time travel in here, because Charm never fucked that up. Piper realizes that because Poop used his magical ring to take Phoebe to see her past loves, she can use it to go back in time. So I guess when the elders said no one had that kind of power, they forgot about those Cupids they apparently employed. Cupids, the most powerful beings ever, given the job that wastes their talents the most. And I guess all of Season 6 was a huge waste of time, because really, they could have just found a Cupid, saved everyone a lot of trouble. The ring works by thinking about the person you love, which means you can't really control where it takes you. So Piper and Leo go back in time via thinking about Phoebe, the only one Piper truly loves, and it ends up taking them to their mom before Phoebe was born. For some reason. Now is the time to be careful about what's said and done so as not to mess with the timeline and their lives.
Probably because I'm your daughter.
And immediately the timeline is changed forever.
Maybe we shouldn't tell them too much. You know, changing the past might change the future.
Well, we gotta tell them something. I mean, how are we gonna figure out why we're here? Coop will fix it.
How the hell is Coop gonna fix it? The guy can barely tie his dumb Cupid shoes. He can't fix the timeline because he has a magical time-traveling love ring. He just avoids being a dumbass, like any time traveler with half a brain would do. They then proceed to tell the parents what daughters they'll have, and that Paige and Phoebe died. Mom says that they can theoretically get to the time they want to actually be at by recreating the power of 3 with her and Grandma Ghost, pre-Ghost, which kinda puts a wrench in that whole Charmed Ones deal. And if you just have to be a magical relative, why couldn't they use Chris or Wyatt? They use the ring to get to Grandma Ghost, pre-Ghost, but that time jumps them again because they're idiots and couldn't just drive. I'm being serious.
Because it'd be faster than driving.
This is when they meet future Leo and Piper, so I guess Piper doesn't die when Chris is 14 this time. Because Piper is a grandmother, that's why they ended up there. This ring is dumb! If it works by thinking about someone you love, you know who you're thinking about. Props to the casting department, though. The actors really do look like older Piper and Leo. And part of that was accidental, because Holly Marie Combs was pregnant again and didn't want to wear prosthetics, so you could be thankful we didn't have to deal with that nightmare. The whole time, older Piper and Leo know what they're going to ask because they remember asking it. But if it works that way, then wouldn't they have stopped the ultimate battle from happening in the first place and just have to remember to go back in time to make sure they do it?
And the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you...
Don't say too much, hon. We don't want them to mess up the future.
Little late for that now. Literally less than a minute later, she just tells them anyway.
You get rid of the hollow together.
Well, that was pointless, except for completely taking away any suspense or surprise over whether they're going to succeed or not. Thanks, old Piper Bomma. They get to the real Grandma Ghost this time, but they've time jumped again to after Patty died. So now they've fucked up no less than 4 different time periods.
Why'd she faint? Oh, well, probably because you're dead.
Well, at least Piper was nice about it. Okay, guys, you can't just preface everything with don't say too much and then say too much. It doesn't cancel anything out. Why would she tell her that? This messes up the timeline so hoggen bad. Is Patty just supposed to be okay with dying now and not change anything? Also, Piper is going back in time to save Phoebe and Paige, but she just let Patty die? Awkward. Plus, Phoebe hasn't even been born yet. Hey, knowing she's going to die won't prevent her from having another daughter, right? It'd be kind of a huge fuck-up if you went back to save her, only to end up preventing her from ever existing. I'd also like to note that while Leo is present through all of this, there is absolutely no reason for him to be there. He stands in the background most of the time. He might as well have still been a Leo-sickle. Considering 2/3 of the main cast is unusually absent, they could have tried to fill in the gaps a little. Meanwhile, Billy uses her projection power to go back in time, because apparently manipulating reality also covers time travel, which I guess means she could pull anything out of her butt. Maybe that's how her wounds have suddenly disappeared. She knows about the Triad's involvement now and wants to question Christie about it. Thanks for your contribution, Billy. Piper, Grams, and Patty put the hollow away and stop the place from blowing up, therefore putting us back at square one, plus making the audience very confused. Then Piper and Billy zap into their past selves? Whatever fucking sense that makes. Wouldn't future Chris have zapped into his baby self then?
But where's Prue?
Oh, Mom.
She's dead. By the way, Brad Kern said he could have, but didn't, invite Shannen Doherty to be part of the finale, because he felt it would overshadow the real story and make it about her return. Yeah, we wouldn't want to overshadow this turd of a series ender. But he also said in the DVD commentary that it was for various reasons. And also Shannen Doherty said at a convention that they did invite her and she didn't like what they were going to do. Can't imagine her thinking the writing had gotten bad at this point. Now that the final battle hasn't happened, the Angel of Destiny takes Leo to be frozen again because the plot has literally gone backwards.
Actually, we've never met.
Yeah, we have, but you're a ghost. Oh. Does she know?
Yes, we know. We're both dead by now. We're over it.
Wait, they told her too? Morons! And just when you think things can't get worse, leave it up to Charm to take an awful idea and make it even dumber. Future Wyatt and Chris show up.
I mean, we don't know what happened. 1 minute everything's fine. We're kicking demon ass.
Actually, I was kicking some demon ass. Suddenly, in the middle of all the fighting, everything changed.
Just because Wyatt here lost his powers.
Okay, stop. Just stop now. Stop. Do you understand how time travel works? Just think for a minute! You're not even following the logic of this episode! You're just a tossed salad of whatever fucking idea springs up within 5 seconds of thought. If the past was changed, then the future changed. Wyatt would have never had powers, and thus never known. Phoebe and Paige didn't remember dying, which they shouldn't have. But you know why they didn't? Because it never happened now, understand? And why does Chris act like he remembers his time travels back? He died! That version of him doesn't exist anymore.
So we cast a spell to take us back to when they were lost, and it took us here.
Oh, so apparently all Chris should have done during season 6 was cast some random spell to take him back really easily. Not anything specific, just a spell. Why can't Piper just cast a spell to take her back instead of the ring thing? How about use Grandma's go-go boots? Who gives a flying flip at this point?
Wow, with all the jumping around we've done, it's a wonder everything's not messed up.
Oh, it is. It is royally fucked, lady. This is when they just casually mention that Patty and Victor get divorced. Because why not, you assholes? Hope she has fun conceiving Phoebe knowing she's in a failing marriage.
Thanks a lot for telling me she's alive.
Wait, why does Coop remember her being dead? It didn't happen anymore, guys.
Uncle Coop.
Look, there are lives at stake here.
And so is love. Ours.
I don't care, I don't care, I don't care!
You dumped me for your white lighter.
Oh, Sam?
Sam, Paige's father.
Why?
Don't tell me she marries a white lighter, too. Worse, a mortal. Oh, good God.
Didn't think you'd get through to the end of the series without some more of that good old-fashioned grandma ghost haterade, did ya? Meanwhile, Billy tries to convince Christy that they've been used to kill, and Christy says that's exactly what they'll do, because why not just be obviously evil now? Billy apologizes to the sisters and says they were manipulated, trying to warn them about Christy and imaginary friend guy who are trying to raise the triad from the dead. But let's focus on the most important thing.
The elders sent Coop down to you, Phoebe. Not just to help you find love, but to help you find him.
They were hoping you'd fall in love with a Cupid. It was the only way that they could make it up to you after everything you sacrificed.
Why were they going on about forbidden love then? Says who? So Piper and Leo can't be together because they need to focus on their jobs, but Phoebe can get with Poop to make up for the elders making them do their jobs? Apparently this was the elders' plan, so there's your rules for ya. Ah, but they're so cute. We can bend the rules. It's almost as if having them was to create completely pointless drama. Ha, fuck you, Charmed.
Okay. I don't know how that information helps us right now.
Ha! So imaginary friend demon has stolen the Poopster's ring to go back in time to save the triad. Aw, so he just thinks about the triad he loves and he's there? Oh, that's sweet. I'm surprised more demons haven't gone after Cupids, the most powerful resources in the world. But how come the triad can't just come back? I thought they were evil incarnate and thus could never truly die as long as evil existed.
Get out of here!
Oh. Okay then. Now it's time for Christy. It's all been leading to this. Can she be saved? Wow! Who cares about a season-long will she or won't she redemption arc? Apparently they're just gonna kill her as an afterthought. And now Billy's whole family is dead. Sucks to be you, Billy. Hope that wasn't a quick wrap-up and a waste of our time. Billy is given 20 seconds to cry, and then it's never touched on again. Nor is Billy seen again until the insulting flash-forward I will talk about momentarily. Let me remind you that because she killed Christy, technically she was the one who fought the ultimate power and saved everyone's lives.
And the day was saved.
Sucks to be you. Sucks to be you.
Killing Christy somehow gave Wyatt his powers back, even though this happened after she'd stolen them because that makes sense. And wait, after they got rid of the Hollow the last time, everyone got their powers back automatically. So technically the whole thing with Wyatt and Chris shouldn't have even happened in the first place. After this, Leo is returned by the Angel of Destiny.
This is the way the battle was supposed to end all along.
Really? And then Poop agrees to take everyone back to the respective timelines.
Just make sure you return them just before they were taken. That way they won't remember anything.
That's not how time travel works! I'll kill you all! Here comes the craptastically insulting future-forward wrap-up. Phoebe has her third marriage to Poop. Wait, their pastor is the Angel of Destiny? Doesn't she have more important shit to do? What the hell? They have 3 daughters together, God help us all. Hey, Billy's the babysitter, and that's her wrap-up. Bye, Billy, go fuck yourself! Also, Phoebe continues to run her column and writes a book, presumably about how to ruin the lives of everyone around you. Paige continues to help people as a white lighter, being the last of the sisters to still retain some of her humanity. She mentions living a demon-free life, despite right after talking about fighting demons. You try and explain that to me.
Life without demons opened up similar avenues.
She too has 3 children in the future, and Piper has a 3rd child, because this is apparently a fanfic they accidentally filmed. Piper opens the restaurant she always dreamed of owning, but apparently got sidetracked by that club she inexplicably opened up instead. Leo went back to teaching at magic school, which they reopened since they suddenly remembered it was important.
Which is why we've truly been charmed.
Again, Grandmama, again.
That kid's enthusiasm pretty much echoes my own. Holy moly, how many fucking grandkids do they have? Quit shooting kids out!
Half-breed.
And so, with everyone married off and with 1,000 offspring, our series comes to its final, thankful close.
It was all about me!
Also, the very last shot of the series is reused from an old episode. Feel the magic! Wait. Old Piper's not even looking at what they just wrote. It was the love spell page. Hang on, does that mean none of that even happened? Did she just make all of that shit up? Did anything in the series happen? Was this all part of the fevered imagination of a sick old woman? What is happening? I think it's pretty clear how I feel about the end of the series, and this season as a whole. They pretty much ruined any goodwill they built up with the end of last season by undoing anything selfless they could have done. Why wasn't this season about them teaching the next generation about witchcraft? They could have stayed undercover while teaching at magic school. Let's say they were teaching 3 sisters, and perhaps, tragically, someone dies under their watch and they need to join one last big battle before passing off the torch. Instead, our characters are lazy, selfish, and generally hard to watch. Most of their time is spent complaining, while doing nothing to earn their self-righteous attitudes. Alongside that, for a show that seems to endlessly meander, it also seems incredibly rushed. It's a mad dash to get everyone's stories completed and everyone married off, because apparently the key to happiness is having a ring on your finger. No time is spent on the important things, and so the whole affair is lukewarm at best. There is a season 9 in comic form, but I'll talk about that a different day. For now, this is pretty much it. It was an unnecessary, insulting conclusion to an already dead show. So why was Charmed so popular? Well, it came at the right time and the right place. Shows like Buffy shot supernatural dramas into popularity, so it made sense that Charmed gathered a large fan base. Plus, it was created with the whole purpose of riding the Buffy gravy train, so in that respect, it was a success. And I must admit that the first 3 to 4 seasons were actually pretty decent. While it certainly had its issues, I can't say it wasn't fun, nor that the characters were unlikable. There was a sense of humor to the show that made it very watchable, even if it wasn't the smartest writing. But the show had a slow descent and eventually got swallowed up in its own ego. The inconsistencies were absolutely unforgivable and spoke volumes about the quality control put into the program. By the end, it was an absolute chore to watch. And yet, I must admit, I will miss reviewing Charmed, right down to ripping the DVDs from their giant, unwieldy book-shaped case with glue stuck on the discs, rendering some of them unwatchable. I can't deny that there was a guilty pleasure factor to the series, and truthfully, I can't say I'd never rewatch it. There are worse programs out there than Charmed, as long as you have a sense of humor about it. Was it a good program? Certainly not. But at the very least, it was entertaining, and you can't fault it for that. And no, I'm not going to end this with a Charmed pun.
You'd like to go. You could meet someone who really loves you. So you go and you stand on your own, and you leave on your own, and you go home and you cry and you want to die.
Well, folks, it's been 4 years and 10 million world-ending reboots later, but I've finally fallen back into Charm's greasy clutches.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
I thought I'd escaped, but eventually my Patreon milestone caught up with me, and I had to fulfill my promise of reviewing the Season 9 comics. And briefly, perhaps, I thought they would be an improvement on the show. But let me assure you that even in comic form, Charmed continues to set the bar even lower. It's amazing. You know what the most bizarre thing about all of this is? By the time I get this out, it's gonna be out of date. Hell, it's been going out of date as I write it. This isn't even the first or second intro I did for this. Charmed keeps making my world spin so fast. It's like we had 4 years of nothing, and then unexpectedly everything started happening in Charmed World.
All right, who brought my...
Charmed?
Back from the dead?
First, I had a disclaimer about why my videos kept disappearing after copyright issues on YouTube. Then CBS, out of nowhere, releases all of their claims, and the power of 3 set me free, baby. Well, maybe not out of nowhere. I can hazard a guess it relates to what I wrote next, which was how even when reposting, my joke about the Charmed reboot somehow continues to be relevant. They're always announcing Charmed reboots. We'll see one of those get off the ground, sure. There was like 2 or 3 of them announced since I finished the Season 8 review, including this prequel series set in the 70s? I don't know. But anyway, seems one of them actually stuck this time.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
And before I could even finish reading an article about the pilot being commissioned, all of a sudden the trailer drops and Charmed is starting all over again in the fall. Why, Charmed? Why? Why can't you release me from your cold, uncaring dungeon? Are you that cruel a master?
Do you think she's mad?
I don't know, I guess I'm grateful it isn't a Chris/Wyatt spin-off show. Sadly, the Neighbor Dan sitcom was dead in the water. And of course they canceled The Real House Witches of San Francisco. But hey, in case you're curious, this new one? I'll definitely be talking about it when it drops. So keep your eyes peeled, and we'll watch the Charmed ones destroy the patriarchy together. In the meantime, let's take it back a bit and explore what happened to the original Terrible Trio. Oh, what horrors await as I dive back into the world of the horrible Halliwell sisters. But first, a little retrospective of my own work.
And the day was saved.
I first started these reviews in October of 2013 with a 16-minute video on Season 1, and each review became longer and longer and more convoluted as the show itself began to unravel, eventually ending with Season 8 being a 2-hour-long monster even I couldn't control. The show consumed me, so much so that I had to stop doing manic episodes for a while because it was just too much to invest and exhausted me both creatively and physically. It was a lot. But after all was said and done, I had created my longest, most extensive review series and the work I'm most proud of. I recently re-watched the videos in preparation for this, and a few things stood out seeing it with fresh eyes. One, there are definitely things that don't hold up and I would do differently, especially concerning some of my word usage. And for those things, I apologize. I'm gonna try and do better. 2. Some stuff got missed because it's just hard to keep track of everything, even with the help of the meticulous Charmed wiki. Hell, I forgot a lot of the things I brought up because my brain just can't store that much Charmed, and I'm probably going to miss some things here. Sorry, I really do try, but I look forward to reading your corrections. And 3, man, the Charmed ones still come off like a bunch of assholes. I promised back then I'd talk about the comics, and now the time of reckoning is at hand, and it seems not a moment too soon. Without keeping you waiting any longer, let's crack open Charmed Season 9. The Charmed comics are helmed by a company called Zenescope, and one quick Google search will, give you an idea of their particular aesthetic. I've also spoken to a former employee who didn't have great things to say about their working relationship. The stories they wanted were pretty sexist, and their main focus is, well, you can probably tell. It's basically fairy tale based wank fodder. Recently, they've revamped their image, so it could be my information is outdated, but this was definitely their niche when they were making Season 9. Some of these issues stem from the comic industry as a whole, but suffice to say, their influence is very much present in the artwork here. Apparently, they were told to tone it down with Charmed, and this is definitely more cleaned up than their usual fare, but look at this nonsense. The girls are constantly sticking out their asses and posing, and almost every woman is drawn the same. And this is not a dig at Holly Marie Combs, but there definitely is a difference in body type between her and the others that is not present here. They're drawn like tiny 17-year-olds. And don't even get me started on the dudes. All of them have like chiseled cheekbone generic face. I genuinely cannot tell them apart unless I see which sister they're standing next to. I mean, look at this. Can you honestly tell me which character any of these men are supposed to be? And I think Henry changed races here. On the bright side, generally I'm able to distinguish which sister is which. The artist really honed in on Paige's dreamy eyes, Piper's evil eyebrows, and Phoebe's rictus smile. But I won't lie to you folks, it's grim. It's really grim. The art in this is shockingly bad. The faces are wonky, the digital coloring is extraordinarily ugly and inconsistent, it's obviously traced, and some of it seems unfinished. Look at the background here. Look at it. It's just pencil scribbles. Not even a colored pencil, just like a number 2. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of number 2 in this comic. Look at Phoebe and Paige's faces here. Grotesque. And you get a bonus ugly Henry, I think. He doesn't even look like he's lit by the same lighting source. I mean, it's creepy, guys. All of the girls are just wearing haunting masks of death. I literally gasped when I saw Phoebe in this panel. I was in such shock. She looks like she was ripped straight out of a Clutch Cargo creepypasta. This was the last thing somebody saw before they died. I want to highlight this page in particular as being the worst in the entire lot. Literally not a single detail that isn't wrong in some way. This lady's corpse just can't seem to contain her enormous breasts as her ghost checks out Phoebe and Paige's crooked cracks. Meanwhile, Leo turns into a beaver in the foreground. What kind of proportions, perspective, layout? A mess. Just a mess. Let me tell you, I am not trained as an artist. I'm barely knowledgeable about comics, but even I know there's some serious failings here on very rudimentary levels. It also came off extremely unusual, the wide variety in style here. It seems to switch artists every couple issues. I was stunned to see this in something that was officially licensed for the property. A horrifying lack of quality control. Oh, and I hope you're alright with weird emphasis on every other word, because that's how the entirety of this season reads. I couldn't make sense of any of it.
Let's go kick some underworld ass.
I am extremely disappointed to announce I don't really have a terrible Phoebe fashion segment for this, since the clothes are largely unnoteworthy. But I do want to give a special shout out to this particularly atrocious outfit of Paige's. Monstrous. Like orange rinds stuck in manure. Okay, so as usual, there's a ton of stuff to parse here, so bear with me. We begin a year and a half after the season 8 finale. I mean, the present day stuff, not the horrifying future where it's revealed all of this was the product of a senile Piper's mind as she reads to her horde of grandchildren. You might recall that a big part of the finale was Billy killing her sister and defeating the greatest evil ever, or whatever they were trying to say, and weeping into the pile of her sister's dusty remains on the floor. But it's not all bad, because we see in a flash forward that she's rewarded with the privilege of changing the diapers of Phoebe's awful children. But just kidding. Billy lives in LA now, except when the sisters decide to orb her back east to watch over Daryl when the plot needs it. She's mostly non-existent because hey, the network isn't mandating any extra characters now, and we can return the focus to the miscreants we all tuned in for, and Coop for some reason. There's like a wall of info here to get readers up to speed with what's happened in the Charmed universe so far, but they can't even stay consistent within that.
Witches must decide within the first 48 hours of their powers awakening if they will travel the path of good or evil.
This is after they mention that often witches exhibit their powers in early childhood. So does that mean a toddler's gotta decide if they're good or evil in the first 48 hours? What about Wyatt's will he or won't he evil-a-thon? What about Phoebe's stint as the evil queen of the underworld? What about Billy's alliance with her evil sister, but she turned back to the side of good in the end? That's talked about on the same page. Charmed, it's okay to pretend certain rules didn't happen if they contradict other things. It's not like you've got anything to lose at this point. And who could forget their amazing Harry Potter magic school?
Harry Potter let the older students stay in the battle for Hogwarts.
This is not Hogwarts.
Another surprise came when Gideon proved to be the one working behind the scenes to turn Wyatt.
I thought he was trying to prevent it, working with his mirror universe self to stop a more powerful force. I don't know, Charmed. I'm gonna call bullshit on that one. But look, it's not as if Wyatt was an important part of that season or anything.
Our 8th year in magic began with another loss when our friend Daryl moved his family to the East Coast to protect them from a danger the world no longer believed existed. Us.
So what are our 3 wicked witches up to nowadays anyway? Well, Piper's certainly as humble as ever.
I grew to become the heart of the Halliwell family, as our mother once put it.
It's still funny. If you recall, Piper suddenly remembered after 7 years that her dream was to become a chef, and she never wanted a club anyway. So P3 has been sold off, and now she's starting up the restaurant she always dreamed of. And she's cooking in a midriff tank top and flip-flops? Ew! Don't serve me anything from her kitchen. Unsanitary. I don't want to be thinking about Piper's nasty, hairy toes while I'm eating.
No, hell no. Leo, try this sweat soup, and don't you dare wuss out on me. The secret ingredient is my lactated poison.
Apparently Paige decided to care about magic school again because she's back to being a teacher there. I wish I had more to say, but I really don't. Once again, Paige is shafted in favor of her 2 wicked stepsisters. Besides, if we talk about Paige at all, we'll miss out on discussing the mighty Phoebe one, ruler of all, the greatest Carrie Bradshaw who ever lived. The first panel of Phoebe that isn't a flashback summary is her ass. Thanks, Zenoscope! And now that they're all married off and having children like every woman with no exception always dreams of, that means we won't have to hear about Phoebe's love life all the time, which is a plus. On the negative side, she's still Phoebe. She's back to the same old grind, rewriting history as she remembers it and blaming Cole for all of her problems. Lord knows we didn't get enough of that for 6 years.
Though he escaped Balthazar's grasp, our relationship ended in tragedy when he could not overcome the darkness still within him. His half-demon side, Balthazar, was in constant battle with the human half, Cole, when I, Phoebe, fell in love with him. Our tumultuous relationship led to a marriage performed in a dark ceremony, even though our love was pure. Unfortunately, that love was not enough to save Cole when his darkness took control and we were forced to vanquish him for good.
Thanks to you, we vanquished the source and gave Cole peace.
Shame Phoebe didn't know love was her true power back then. Hey, also, quick note, screw you! I cannot believe someone who is unironically written as a hero actually referred to herself as I, Phoebe. This is ground I've covered many times, so I won't be too repetitious, but wow, unbelievable. I mean, they recap that the source possessed him and it wasn't his fault, but conveniently gloss over the fact Phoebe could have saved him, but didn't. They even try to claim Cole was just unvanquishable. Yeah, unvanquishable.
It's the only way out for me. And you want it too, so.
Yeah, but on our terms, not yours.
You just want us to vanquish you, suicidal Cole, but nah, we'll do it our way.
Speaking of being stuck in a vicious loop of Phoebe's obsessive and obnoxious priorities, her stupid column. As usual, she's surrounded by her flock of sycophants to talk about how she's the Mother Teresa of advice columnists. It's disgusting. Phoebe, I love your column. You are so much cooler than Dr. Phil, with better hair. Barf! You'd be lucky to kiss Dr. Phil's feet. Look at this. A giant crowd of people wants Phoebe to marry them at the same time? Ugh. And this is all because the paper's publicist filled out a form online and got her ordained without her knowledge. This doesn't even seem legal. This is all some publicity stunt because the newspaper's in trouble, but how can that be when their flagship column is Ask Phoebe? Here's Phoebe as they're going to a funeral.
We're going to be late. It's not like the guest of honor will mind. I love it when he wears those jeans. Phoebe! What? I can't look? I simply can't leave the house for this funeral without checking out my brother-in-law's ass. My teeth are terrifying.
Beginning with these comics, the girls start to gain new powers, because surely they needed more firepower in their arsenal. I'm not sure if absolute power corrupts absolutely when the party is already more corrupt than anything I've ever encountered, but certainly this can only lead to bad things. Here's Piper melting a street. So that's terrifying.
Shazam!
The power Paige gains this season is Orb Shield, so sorta like a Sue Storm thing. And hey, at one point she just orbs into a high school in front of some bullies and no one questions it. Or the fact this adult woman who isn't employed at the school is in the boys' bathroom. Creepy. Phoebe learns that she can use someone's anger against them to kill them, so I guess get ready for the reign of our overlord Phoebe Halliwell. Male advice columnists of the world, beware! She also gets back some of her power she lost for being a complete bitch, but mostly because it would save money, so now she can levitate and her power of empathy returns. Thank fuck. I really wanted to see Phoebe whine about how other people's feelings are inconveniencing her. Yeah, that was something that was sorely missed. People screaming in terror around Phoebe. That's a pretty understandable reaction. So, I want to take just a moment to talk about magical babies, because Charmed has severely overestimated how much the audience is interested in this particular plot element. And this isn't to say you can't do a well-done story involving magical families and raising children, but these women are racking them up like Pokemon cards. Look at this nightmare. It's like a daycare full of Cabbage Patch goblins. And straight up, magical babies are the worst. Just the worst. I don't think I've ever seen a super special chosen baby storyline I didn't loathe. It goes hand in hand with my dislike of child of the main character plots in general. And it's not because kids can't be well written, it's that more often than not, they're written in with an unearned importance simply because of their relation to the characters you started watching for. Sure, okay, we know why they're important to their parents, but you have to give the audience a reason to care about them too. The big takeaway I got from Wyatt is that he looked like the lead singer in Nickelback. They gave me nothing about him to keep me invested in whether or not he was on the side of good or evil. And honestly, can you tell me one thing about who good Wyatt is? One personality element other than inoffensively pleasant. Though I'll at least give them that Chris had a better story arc since they built him up before revealing their definitely no seriously planned twist that he was Piper's son. For what that's worth. You know what we need after seasons and seasons of stories about Piper's stupid children? How about another one? Can her evil, cavernous womb squeeze out a third? Let's not forget her number 2 character trait, number 1 being crabby, being a mother. This third unholy abomination is a daughter named Melinda, who is just coming into her powers, which I guess means she's got 48 hours to decide if she's good or evil or not. And this causes a whole host of problems. She creates a beanstalk that attacks them, meaning she has that super powerful projection gift Billy only had. Just kidding, half White Lighter kids have it too. But fuck it if they're gonna bind their powers and protect the world and themselves.
At least now I know who was behind those vines attacking me a few months back.
You already said it was her. And also, what does that have to do with the orbing she's doing? Now I know what you're saying. Piper's got 2 major storylines for her children, plus this extra little squirt. But how can Phoebe and Paige horn in on this action? Well, by having a bunch of their own little terrors. Without these notes, I couldn't tell you their names, and in fact, I somehow care even less about them. Phoebe and Coop have a baby called Prue, nicknamed PJ, who, surprise, is also a magical super baby with teleporting powers they don't bind. I hope at 3 months old she made the decision to fight for good in that 48-hour window she got, or they'll have a real Wyatt on their hands. Phoebe, of course, makes her baby's realization of her powers all about herself.
Is it wrong that I'm jealous that she has a better power than me?
firstborn babies are more powerful than their siblings, which is why Chris and Paige aren't super babies or whatever. I guess that explains some things. What's the deal with half-Cupid, half-witch babies anyway? Is there also some bullshit powerful destiny for them? I assume she'll get a crazy useful time travel ring as well, because Cupids were secretly the most powerful beings in the Charmed universe. Who gives them those rings anyway? Are there elder Cupids? Because elder Whitelighters apparently aren't powerful enough for time travel, at least according to you, Charmed. Then there's Paige and Henry's twins, Tamara and Kat, which makes them a fourth Whitelighter, I guess.
At least there's no Cupid DNA muddying things up for them.
Thanks, Grandma Racist. One of Paige and Henry's kids sets fire to their house. By the way, they have their own house now, apparently. Tam can start fires, Kat can freeze things. Henry suggests binding their powers until they're old enough to control it, but as usual for the Charmed ones, Paige acts like this is akin to suggesting they flay them alive. As she puts it, it's not natural. Well, nothing about magic is natural then, is it? Aren't all powers dangerous in the hands of children too young to control them?
Not dangerous enough to warrant us binding her powers.
She nearly burnt your house down. Your family could have died. Anyway, Paige ends up binding their powers. That makes her the most sensible one of the group. Hey, you want to guess what horrific thing happens once she binds her children's powers? Nothing, you idiots! Do I have them all so far? I guess. I hate this. Not that we'll ever be done, because the Charmed ones are still fertile and ready to spread their demonic seed across the land.
If you haven't caught the pattern so far, magic and babies seem to be a recurring theme in our lives.
Shut up.
There's just shit everywhere.
Shut up, Leo.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't go a season without the Whitelighters, though, aka the most confusing and convoluted TV mythos of all time. They're constantly referred to as guardian angels here, which, as you recall, were a separate thing that made you clumsy if they died. But that can just be boiled down to semantics. Let's get to the good stuff, mainly the elders being dicks. You might be wondering why Melinda has Whitelighter powers when Leo was human when they conceived her.
I was a Whitelighter much longer than I was human. Probably something in my DNA passed on to Melinda.
You were a Whitelighter longer than you were human. There was bound to be some transfer of traits through your DNA.
Hey, my oddly specific conclusion was right. No mess up on the part of the comics creators, no sir. Wait, actually, I'm inexplicably angry about my own conclusion now. The elders clipped my wings. They stripped me of my powers. I can't just pass them on to my children, but I guess you can forgive the writers for not being sure, because I changed what I am a lot, and in fact the very reviewer of this comic wasn't even certain until now. I'm all over the place!
By the way, you can be forgiven for not knowing who this elder is because all of the men are nondescriptly handsome, but this is Brody. Yes, Kyle, I put an innocent woman into a coma to further my own agenda. Brody was not only made a Whitelighter when he was killed, but apparently got a promotion to elder since the last time we saw him. I guess they decided to wipe out all the old elders and start anew because Whitelighter land was full of dicks, but I'm not sure if the current regime is that much better. Turns out they gave Melinda her Whitelighter powers without anyone's consent because they hoped the Charmed children would inherit the power of 3 and be an even more powerful force for good than the Charmed ones, which seems kind of the opposite of what they wanted before, since a lot of them thought part Whitelighters were abominations, but okay. Then the question is brought up if Darklighters will come after their children.
Part Whitelighters are probably low on the list.
Okay, you can't have it both ways and say half Whitelighter babies are less powerful. Either being half Whitelighter, half witch makes you a super baby, or it doesn't. Pick one. There are a few one-offs sprinkled throughout this that don't necessarily tie into the main arc, and I want to talk about one particular issue centered on Phoebe.
Surely we don't need to move our mouths to talk, just keep smiling creepily.
Here's where the art gets really scary, guys. I mean, just the stuff of nightmares. I don't know what happened with this issue in particular, but it is rough, friendos. And it was swiftly ended, and the artwork changed abruptly after that. And that says something, considering the other illustrations they gave a pass for much longer. A majority of this season is pretty frightening, but this takes it to all new levels. Think about that for a moment. So this terrifying work of a mad person is a direct sequel to Morality Bites, the episode where Phoebe, Piper, and Prue visit the future and learn about the pitfalls of misusing magic, all of which leads to Phoebe committing murder and being burned at the stake. It's probably the best episode Charmed ever made, and did a pretty stellar job predicting the dark journey these unrepentant Gorgons would take. Obviously, Prue is out of the picture now, but I found the idea of revisiting the episode pretty intriguing, and I was interested in seeing how events would play out now that the sisters are aware of where that path led them. As you can probably guess, the results leave a little to be desired. It immediately begins with Phoebe writing her advice column, which is a pretty good indicator of how much enjoyment you're gonna get out of this story.
Trust. They say it's the foundation for any healthy relationship. I certainly won't disagree. Misplaced trust is what kept me from finding love for so many years.
Trust is the foundation of any relationship. Also, don't trust anyone. Phoebe's publicist, Mika, is seeing a famous baseball player named Cal Green. Cal is the guy who Phoebe murdered for killing her friend in the possible dogshit future. So I guess Mika was that friend, who I didn't even realize was the same character from Volume 1 until I read the Charmed Wiki. She appears in a grand total of 2 issues, so I can see why future Phoebe resorted to murder and got burned at the stake for this woman. They can't even keep things consistent in the same issue. Mika's hair keeps switching back and forth from red to black. Obviously, Phoebe is concerned when she finds out who Mika is seeing, so she arranges a double date to snoop this guy out. Apparently, her version of investigation includes acting all passive-aggressive and then hand-feeding the guy? The hell?
Darn, cuckolded again.
Stupid SJW misogyny.
Ah, demon claws! I should note there are a lot of scary hands here. Well, if Phoebe can't kill the guy, she might as well expose him. And for that, she's gonna need Elise.
I'm tough but hard to look at.
Elise says she was trying to run a story on Cal's abuse, but he started threatening the paper with lawsuits, which then evolved into violent threats. Unfortunately, she can't prove it was him. wait a minute. He was actually, like, throwing baseballs at them? Seriously? Well, gee, if only they could prove the baseball-themed threats were done by or on behalf of the famous baseball player. I tell ya, your profession dictates how you run your entire life. After this, Phoebe has a vision of Elise dying. No, not one of her best friends outside of her sisters, as she claims, which is both ludicrous and sadly believable.
I'm so upset about this, my face is disappearing.
Despite them having a heads up, Cal still manages to sneak into Elise's office and terribly injure her. So thanks, Phoebe.
Shit, I was supposed to be protecting her? I was too caught up in staring at myself in the mirror for hours.
Phoebe finally lets Elise in on the fact she's a witch, something she takes remarkably well, all things considered, and then puts into action an amazing plan. Have Paige glamour herself into looking like Cal so she can pretend to beat up Elise over a webcam. Wait, what? How is this not something that counts for personal gain? I mean, wasn't that the entire point of the episode that this is a sequel to? That they can't use magic just for revenge? Who pretended to be Elise? Or did they just beat her all over again? Would that not be horribly traumatic for Elise to be healed and then have to reenact her own vicious beating moments later? The hell? And so Elise leaped from beating to beating, hoping the next punch will be the punch home. Now we can get into the actual story arc, the first one anyway. The season is broken up into 4 volumes and 2 major storylines, so we'll start with first things first. Basically, a lot of this is going to involve the concept of the grand design, which in the Charmed universe is really just a bunch of gobbledygook. I mean, in the simplest terms, the grand design is like everything in life has a reason, a place in the bigger picture, a blueprint, if you will. But in Charmed Land, this is only in a relative sense. What you are planning is not part of the grand design. The enemies you scheme against have fulfilled their role in battle. So, like, if people have their own choices that don't fit in with what the Angels of Destiny planned, then, like, there is no grand design, right? I mean, people can just do whatever the hell they want. Anyway, this is our main big bad for the moment, Nina and her buddy Hogan.
Magic champions, brother!
She's majorly powerful and sends this Angel of Destiny away, which should probably be a big deal, but I was super distracted by the fact she does this in the middle of a club and no one notices. Like, no one. But then she killed this guy touching her ass, and then all of a sudden it's like people have eyes and ears. Butt crack! These two dumb shits want to resurrect the source, so they gotta steal some dirt from the ancient burial ground where the Hollow is kept. The Hollow being that thing so dangerous that all of good and evil hid it away and ended up boning the source in the end because he's an idiot. So how do they get their hands on this dirt? They just show up where the angel and demon dudes are protecting it and do the equivalent of, hey, look over there! And they leave. Yep. That's it. Cool beans, dudes. I cannot believe we're going to the Source Well again. I mean, the last time we saw him, he was in a filler episode where he was vanquished after 5 minutes of screen time. Even the demons in the underworld seem to know how tired this plot is.
Wasn't the Source vanquished?
I've lost count of how many times. I thought we vanquished him for eternity last time, or the time before that.
Probably just his demon form. The actual essence of the Source is... well, he is the source of all evil.
You know, calling him the source of all evil ceases to have any meaning when he keeps getting foiled like a second-rate Scooby-Doo villain. And it becomes even less of a deal when you realize he's just a pawn in Nina's scheme. So honestly, just retire the source, guys. So let's get more into that. It wouldn't be charmed unless they failed to save some innocents, but this time it goes even further because they're retroactively losing innocents they saved before they became giant scabs, meaning they're negating any good they ever did on the show. Then again, the amount of people they saved could be counted on one hand. It's unusual that once this starts happening, they jump right in to help. Maybe fighting with Billy and Christy gave them brain damage, so they forgot what butt munches they were for a bit. They're clued in to all of this happening when the first innocent they ever saved dies. Hey, did you know you can just open a coffin at a burial and nobody cares?
I knew things had been quiet for too long. This is ridiculous. I'm trying to open a restaurant. I have 3 kids. I don't have time for demons.
Why is this happening? Well, Nina and the Source want to keep the girls distracted while they enact their big bad plan. In addition to the killing, they start making the non-magical folks around them go crazy.
What's up with their eyes?
I'm thinking spell, which means we can't hurt them.
What? Why would it mean that? You heard people under spells all the time.
Our guests are savages. I caught one of them peeing in the kitchen sink this morning.
I'm hoping it was at least a guy.
How would that make it better? This is coming from the same genius who came to this conclusion like a page previously.
It's been a few days since the last attack. Maybe the threat has passed. Or maybe I'm an idiot. What do you think?
This is all sort of pointless anyway, because after the Source goes to all this trouble, he just shows up at their house to attack them? Like, what was the distraction for? Well, the girls are gonna need a bigger boat to get rid of him this time. That's when the phosphorus cauldron comes into play. It was left behind by the demons that invaded magic school, but despite that, the object is neutral because Piper says so. Paige then collects magic from everyone who's ever helped them so they can create the strongest potion ever.
Okay, but I'm not going near the fairies, or the leprechauns, or the nymphs. Seriously, no leprechauns. At least there's no leprechaun DNA muddying things up for them.
I really want to know, why are they so racist against leprechauns? Of all the continuity to remember, honestly. This potion will be paired up with the spell to end all spells by taking something from every page of the Book of Shadows, which just sounds like nonsense. I mean, like, if they could just take random words and just throw it all together to do whatever they want, then why did they bother with anything they did on the show? Seriously. But that's really a moot point because Phoebe just says fuck it and does something else, so I don't even know why they introduced this concept. They took Chekhov's gun off the wall and just threw it in the fireplace, didn't they? Oh, and Excalibur, because that's still a thing they want to go with. But hey, there's Billy! Surely a 4th witch will strengthen them.
Are you sure I can't help? Just knowing you're here if we fail helps, Billy.
Sucks to be you, Billy. Piper seems to be leading this parade, and for some reason, Coop brings up Shax out of nowhere, the warlock that killed Prue, which, I mean, I guess the Source sent him, but this really had nothing to do with anything. Nobody was talking about Prue or Shax. Why are you trying to remember things now, Charmed? You stopped doing that forever ago.
I saw some crazy stuff before. Pages told me stories, but this is... Not that bad, actually.
Yup. And what was Phoebe's brilliant deviation from their super spell plan? Just a power of 3 spell. Whoa! Thanks for the excitement, Charmed. Gotta love their favorite Deus Ex Machina. Goodbye, Source. I look forward to your next resurrection where you continue to have the impact of a wet piece of toilet paper. With the Source vanquished, Nina disperses his power to all of the minions in the underworld to unite them, thus leading into the next volume. Also, I think Hogan died at some point.
The Source came back and tried to kill us. We vanquished him again. Our powers are evolving. And I'm going to write a book. It's all about me.
But the big question remains, just who is Nina anyway? Well, it turns out she's the first witch.
We're up against the first witch? That anything like the first Slayer?
Well, if you just want to state what storylines you're ripping off, okay. It's nice to see Charm deviating from ripping off Sex in the City to return to its roots of ripping off Buffy. Hey, just a quick note, the new Whitelighter in that reboot trailer, total Giles, right? You know, maybe this reboot will be pretty faithful to the original after all.
I don't even like wearing witch costumes on Halloween, like, not even slutty ones.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Listen, what follows is just pages and pages and pages of exposition dump. It is untenable. I cannot believe how long this goes. I'm gonna try and summarize, but I gotta apologize ahead of time because it's gonna get wordy and confusing.
Oh no.
Okay, blah blah blah. Nina came from a time before names, and back then a spiritual energy existed that ran through everything, neither good nor evil, and it's called the All. It's kinda like the Hollow, but it's called the All.
You think the Nexus under the Manor is powerful? It barely registers when compared to the Nexus of the All.
Wait, so there's more than one Nexus? We need another confusing fart cloud plot device? The Nexus of the All infused Nina with her powers, and that's how the first witch came about, or something. The Nexus created a state of consciousness beyond the known physical universe, a higher realm, a state of bliss. It's just a whole lot of boring nonsense. Long story short, Nina and her mate were forced to leave the higher realm because it was killing the Earth or something, and I guess now she wants that power back. There's also some Adam and Eve imagery, and I really hope that's not what they're implying because, wow.
You know, this whole story is sounding kind of familiar. You think?
Many belief systems grew out of the same source material.
Oh, just fuck off. This is barely a parallel, and I wouldn't even know what the hell you were talking about if there hadn't been an apple drawn in there. Oh, I'm not done with the exposition, by the way, because that would only be merciful. Nina had 2 children, and from each of them descended witches and warlocks, so good and evil is still genetic, and apparently magic is one big incest hole.
I thought warlocks were just witches that turned evil.
They are, but some are born that way too.
Leo says that non-magical descendants can tap into the magic as witch practitioners or give birth to full witches, but this can upset the grand design. The charmed ones are part of her bloodline, and every time a witch is born, she inherits a piece of the All. Guys, my eyes are glazing over at these pages and pages of drivel. They're just throwing out words. I mean, they can't even draw it interestingly. Half of it is Leo just standing around in a living room talking. Here's what Paige has to say about the first witch Nina, by the way.
Not exactly a witch as we traditionally define witches.
What does that even mean? Nina's mate was returned to the higher realm without her because the elders wanted to restore the balance of power or something because the All was spread too thin. But if the charmed ones can use this opportunity to make something about fighting those stupid menfolk, they're gonna take it.
Okay, all of those suddenly on Nina's side, raise a hand. He totally ditched her for paradise. I'm siding with the person we just saw murder a bunch of elders and as far as we know, killed Piper. Girl power!
Sure, taking down those penis havers is great and all, but what are you gonna do without no man? And so Nina wants to bring together the heavens and the underworld to reunite with her beau. Fuck. You might have noticed Leo's been laying low throughout all of this, sticking to the sidelines as headmaster of magic school, an odd profession for someone with no magical powers to speak of. Brody states he can restore Leo's wings because Rennick is back. God, no! Not Rennick! Whoever the hell that is! I'll spoil it. He's a Dark Lighter that Leo's got a centuries-long feud with. His apparent vanquishing was what got him the job as the Charmed One's Whitelighter.
So that was Rennick? Not much of a threat. All he did was hide and run off.
You're saying this over the corpses of 2 people he just killed. So Rennick was not so dead after all, and is recruited by Nina. But as far as the Charmed Ones are concerned, Nina states, "I wanted to keep them out of this." Well then why did you raise the source from the dead, whose sole goal was to kill them, and then bring Rennick back, who has a grudge specifically with Leo, and in fact inadvertently made him the Whitelighter for the Charmed Ones? Man, she's not good at this. She keeps talking about hiding her true plan from the demons when they're all like right behind her. This Leo/Rennick beef amounts to nothing, by the way. Leo can overcome him when he doesn't even have any powers, so like, how good was this guy anyway? He even beats him when he's chained up? Useless. Rennick tells such menacing tales of their rivalry as the time he made some zombies reenact the Thriller music video. Truly a terrifying nemesis. What a walnut. Seeing as how Leo lost his wings because the elders were dicks and made him choose between his duties and his family, he's understandably on the fence about getting his wings back and says no for now.
At least now I've decided of my own free will.
But what if we need to protect the kids? Don't make me melt your head further into your body.
I've gotta say, they really got Piper's stink face down. I don't know what the fuck happened here, though. Some point before all of this Nina stuff comes to a head, she traps Piper in a recreation of the All. For some reason. This is also a place that exists outside the Grand Design. I'm beginning to think this Grand Design stuff is all a bunch of horse shit. But that's not the important thing. The important thing is that Cole is here.
Aw, shit. It's like a guy can't even stay in hell anymore. Thanks, Obama. You completely dated this meme.
It's kind of hilarious that Piper doesn't seem to really give a shit why Cole's there. Despite the fact the last time he saw her was to save her life and help Phoebe believe in love again, all she can think about is how this relates to him being evil.
Is this all some kind of ploy to get Phoebe back? Because she's happily married now, with a child.
Cole's neck snaps in response to this news, apparently. Perpetually cursed to follow the Charmed Ones around and have to listen to their constant bitching. This truly is worse than hell for Cole, and dare I say the audience? Meanwhile, Nina and her army of demons attack the elders at the Golden Gate Bridge, because even in the comics, this is their meeting place instead of, you know, Whitelighter Land. This is where Brody is made, double dead?
Technically, Kyle was already dead. He's only moved on.
Moved on to where? Isn't Whitelighter Land kind of like heaven or something?
You shouldn't be here. You haven't moved on.
Wait, so they can choose not to move on? Then what's the point of anything? I'm still really unclear on why Nina gets Rennick for this, or really what he brings to the table, other than the fact they needed a reason for Leo to be involved again. He tries to convince Leo the world will be better like this because there will be no rules, no grand design. Why did I kill? Why were you so focused on stopping me? Because those were the rules. It was the roles we played. The way we were defined. What? I mean, Nina's not wrong that the elders are dicks, but like, none of this makes any sense to say no one has free will when this is coming from a person who doesn't exist in the grand design. It's not destined to happen if it can just be changed willy-nilly, now is it? And I mean, look, Rennick's just talking about life. It's just life, dude. Sometimes you don't get along with people and get into centuries-long magical fights with them. You gotta take responsibility for your own actions. In order to get into Whitelighter Land, she and her flunkies coerce Paige into opening the doors. I thought the reason she kept meeting the elders on that stupid bridge was because as a half Whitelighter, she had limited abilities and couldn't orb in there by herself. Oh, whatever. Nina won't hurt any of her descendants for some reason, except warlocks, I guess that's okay. But she's alright with Rennick doing it? Ah, but I never killed anyone good. I only killed the evil and the annoying. Like that guy who touched her ass. She's truly a misunderstood saint. Turns out taking over Whitelighter Land is super easy, so the robed idiots get tossed out on their asses and the demons take over. The good guys retreat, and during the fight, Paige is injured and sent into a coma.
I don't feel anything. No emotions.
Well, that's normal for the least empathetic person with empathy. This is a good time to bring up Henry, who's really one of the only ones to have a worthwhile story arc here. He feels incredibly guilty about attacking Paige while under a spell, and now that she's been hurt, he's just a mess. With everyone else around him having powers, he's sort of helpless as Joe Schmo. I mean, so is Leo, and he spends most of his days around unstable magic teens and the demonic Halliwell children that only let him live as long as he provides the Cheerios, but I digress. Henry wants to be able to protect his family, but he's out of his element. This leads to the Halliwell dad sharing his experiences with Henry, his life being married to a witch, how he left his family and regretted it. While Henry might not have powers, he gives Paige strength, and that's very important. She needs him now more than ever. On the opposite end of the spectrum, there's Coop. Can I just say, this entire time, he is just useless. Might as well be a potted plant. He's not even good for moral support.
Love should weaken the demons enough for you to finish them off.
Oh man, never mind, the day is fucking saved. Well, now that Paige is stuck in Dream World and Piper's hanging outside of the Grand Design in clunky Allegory Land, Phoebe comes up with a way to contact them. What happened to that psychic link they said in like season 6 or something? But hey, why use that when you could use a, power of one spell? Come on now, Phoebe, that's just a spell then, isn't it?
It's the power of Phoebe spell. Do either of you have a way to get back? Possibly. I don't entirely trust it, though. Well, figure it out.
Oh, why didn't she think of that? That's the power of one, baby! And figure it out they do, thanks to Phoebe's stalwart advice. As part of Cole's never-ending path to redemption, he gets Piper out by giving her an apple that, I guess frees her. Kinda giving us mixed messages on the Adam and Eve analogy, but okay.
Crunch.
In order to get out of coma limbo, Paige moves on and meets with her Joker mother and grandmother.
Hee!
Wait, so the afterlife is just some living room somewhere? This is a comic, guys. You could literally draw anything. They end up using the power of her ancestors to bring her back. Well, why don't the elders just do it like they did with her biological father when they forcibly made him a whitelighter again? They even reference that he's died a couple of times by now, like the same page. I mean, what else are the elders doing right now? They got their asses handed to them by Tweedledee and Tweedledum up there after their head honcho Brody got double killed. But maybe they should have kept Paige dead for a little while, since I guess anyone, undead or otherwise, can join in the big Whitelighter Land battle. What's at stake for the dead people anyway? Like, will they be extra dead if they lose? I'll take it for granted that maybe Brody being deposed sends him to hell or something, but these guys have already moved on, right? During all of this, someone decides to spin the Leo's magical status wheel and lands on something else. So now, Leo grows a pair of wings. Who cares? Everything they make him is sort of a variation of the same thing, right? This is all because of some sword he took from the Whitelighter Land vault, and no one really knows what it is, including the elders for some reason, because why would they be aware of what they put in their own damn vault?
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even exist. None of you would. Are we supposed to have a clue what you mean by that?
Are you shitting me? You just spent like the longest exposition dump ever explaining she was the direct ancestor of all witches, you dumbbell. The power of 3 plus a few hundred will set you free, bitches. They and their ancestors bind Nina's magic together, thus ending this whole spiel. Even though they totally took Nina down, the Angels of Destiny reappear and admit that, yeah, Nina was right. They've interfered too long and should trust humans to live their lives in peace. Wait, if they were controlling everyone's fates and there is no free will, then why were the avatars such big deals? Wasn't that part of their problem? By vanquishing good and evil, no one had free will? Oh, and they're doing away with the cleaners and the elders too, because hey, rules equal taking away free will. And why not just let chaos reign? You know, like a preschool. You should just do away with the teachers and let them have at it. Not that the rules mattered with their army of super babies anyway, but I guess they had to write out a lot of plot holes that contradicted each other. Among the things they do away with is Piper's Spawn's potential calling as the new Charmed Ones, which means they'll be good, but won't be under constant threat all the time. A claim I'm not sure about, since they gave everyone free will and there are no regulations anymore. Oh, but then they say maybe they'll still get the power of 3, but if it happens it'll be naturally and not because of external forces. What in the blue hell is anyone talking about? They're still gonna punish Nina for her crimes, but no rules are interfering, except when they do. In between major storylines, we got this story about Piper, aspiring octomom. She's telling her dreadful children a sweet bedtime story about herself.
And then the beautiful princess cursed the prince to have hot poker shoved up his ass until the lost remote was found. The end.
You're right. Perhaps I unfairly portray Piper as a bit of a shrew. Here's something real she says.
Oh, and threatened to blow up the sign painter if he misses another appointment. My time is more important than that man's life.
She was just waiting for the magic rules to go away so she could murder indiscriminately, wasn't she? Anyway, Piper is so busy with the restaurant, she's finding herself spread a little thin. Wyatt wants to spend more time with his mother, so he opens up the totally unattended Book of Shadows and casts a spell of multiplicity to help his mother get everything done. Hey, y'all remember that movie? This is like that, but less fun. Leo notices something a little off about his wife.
Now I'm concerned you're on a different kind of speed.
Classic drug addict Piper.
Don't question me, Leo. Now eat your pancakes like a big boy.
The source of all evil is a snooze to Piper Halliwell. But now she's met her match. Herself. Now there are multiple Pipers, all with exaggerated versions of her various traits. Screaming, bitching, criticizing, griping, blaming, and chef.
Idiot! I warned you to be careful with the saucepans. Hey, don't talk about my staff that way, but tell me more about this bread pudding.
And let's not forget Sexual Assault Piper, every kid's favorite action figure.
I suspected something was wrong. You never want to have sex with me.
I tell ya, it's the nuances that help you tell each Piper apart. Each one has a different stink face. Once she pieces together what happened, she scolds her kids about misusing magic. Hey, I know of a way to prevent these sorts of things, Piper.
We never should have taught him to read.
Oh yeah, that was it.
The angels of destiny give us free will, and 5 minutes later we start letting our kids run wild.
Wait, so does personal gain not mean anything anymore? Is there no punishment for anything? Then why do they have to teach Wyatt about personal gain anyway? Hell, if there are no rules about that, why not just use magic for whatever the hell you want? Go nuts. But Piper comes to a realization. Her child is in pain because he just wants to see more of his mommy. So now that she's aware of that, she takes full advantage of having multiple copies of herself and uses her newly freed time to drink lattes with Phoebe. A powerful lesson is learned by all. This all culminates with Piper finally opening her restaurant, Hallie Hell's Kitchen. Wait, it's opening night and they're super busy. Why is she behind the bar and not helping her staff cook? She's the chef, right?
To Piper! To Mommy! Shut up, Wyatt.
Now it's really time for the coup to hit the fan.
Did somebody ask for a creepy asshole?
I never expected such a horrifying backstory behind Cupids, but Charmed fans demanded an explanation, so here goes. Turns out, Cupids are what happens when babies die. Charmed, you goofsters. When an infant dies, they raise them to be Cupids, who I guess just sort of stop aging at some point and become immortal. Aw man, Phoebe and Coop's kids have it made. They're already Cupids, so that means they can never die. And seriously, with how many dead occupations there appear to be in this franchise, it's a wonder anyone rests in peace.
Stupid Cupids keep muddying the underworld with their dirty DNA.
You know what was also in high demand? Coop's backstory. Yeah, can't wait to find out how this cardboard cutout of a man came to be. Makes sense that he died as an infant, though, since he appears to have never mentally matured past that. Well, since he kicked it a couple 100 years ago when he was a baby, he never met his parents and doesn't even know his real name. So, can the other Cupids not tell him? Phoebe digs all of this up, and coincidentally, his real last name is Coopersmith, and coincidentally, one of his descendants is marrying a senator's daughter the next day, and coincidentally, Elise wants the advice columnist, for some reason, to cover the wedding. This is a real opportunity for Poop to learn not only about his relatives, but himself in the process. Will he finally become a worthwhile member of society? Well, not really, but it fills some pages. At At the rehearsal dinner, Coop gets to meet some distant relatives, and also they have a cake made of the old Cooper Smith mine, a family tradition for some reason, which, for no reason I can think of, the bride didn't want at the wedding. But if she can't respect my traditions, how will we survive the marriage? She doesn't want an ugly-ass cake of a mine to be our wedding cake? Well, the marriage is basically over. Coop shoots his arrow straight into the groom's heart, and not my head like I so desperately pleaded. But apparently, using Cupid magic on someone in your own family line twists it into hate? I don't understand any rules Charmed ever sets up, if I'm being honest. Hey, while I'm talking about Cupid magic, if it's a spell or something, then is it really true love anyway? Why not just talk like a person to help them smooth things over?
I don't know how to explain to him that if they're willing to break up over a cake, it was probably a sham of a marriage anyway. Better just use my magical make it better dust on them. Boy, I'm great at my job.
Just assume everything worked out. Anyway, this whole time, Cole is interfering with Coop's hijinks to basically save him from his own stupid self. Not because he cares about poop or anything, but because it'll hurt Phoebe. What a monster, right?
I can't believe I have so many men who love and protect me. Somehow Cole is at fault for how awesome my life is.
In addition to that, he's been slinking around because he's teamed up with Grandma and Mom Ghost. What the hell? He can just zap up to Whitelighter Land anytime he wishes? Why did Nina even need a Whitelighter at all? But whatever. He and the old Bags are working together because it turns out, and I'm gonna drop this with about as much fanfare as the comics do, Prue's back. Yes, it turns out the reports of Prue's death were greatly exaggerated. Patty's ghost tells Cole that he has to help them find Prue if the Warren witches are going to convince the elders to let him move on. So basically, he's gotta stay in limbo some more because apparently being possessed and then dying and then helping Phoebe open her heart to love again wasn't enough. It's just an eternity of redemption with that guy. I've got a theory that actually he never escaped hell, and Satan found no punishment worse than being stuck with the Charmed Ones and their family for all time. After 5 years of being dead, I think all Charmed fans were looking forward to Prue's return, so this was pretty much inevitable. Death means nothing in the Charmed universe except when you lose actors, so now that they don't gotta worry about Shannen Doherty, Prue's dead no more. And actually, I'm all for this, because she was the sister that came out the most unscathed. She was gone before the show really started to slide into Queen Phoebe territory, so maybe she can change the dynamic and help balance out the forces of good and evil. You know, the yin to their stinky yang. Let's see how that pans out. First stop on the Find Prue train, go visit an old seer buddy, because working with seers always worked out so well for Cole. But nonetheless, find Prue he does. Seemed kind of easy, actually. Almost like Mom and Grandma Ghost could have done it themselves.
It's almost anticlimactic.
Seems almost anticlimactic.
So here's Prue in a brand spankin' new body. And I understand they didn't have Shannen Doherty's likeness rights, but did they really have to draw her like a scary goblin? And if we're being truthful, the art is so ugly, they could have just said it was her old body and it wouldn't have looked enough like Shannen Doherty for them to get in trouble anyway. So Prue is now living as Patience, a young woman with a hip haircut who does Salem Witch House reenactments. I bet you're wondering where she got this convenient body from, but it's all cool. It was a brain-dead witch who wasn't using her meat suit anymore anyway. I'm gonna assume she has no friends or family to speak of, otherwise it gets more horrifying the longer you think about it. So what's Prue's deal? Well, she was allowed to join her family and Andy, remember Andy? In the Beyond, but because of the charmed prophecy, her spirit couldn't move on entirely. Turns out, even though she helped them find Paige, the prophecy was meant for Piper, Phoebe, and her. Wait, but if the Angels of Destiny were always doing their thing until recently, why wouldn't they see Prue dying and not fulfilling their prophecy? And I thought the prophecy was fulfilled when Billy defeated Christy, but I guess the Charmed Ones were in the same room? What about the Piper Children Trilogy Charmed prophecy? Is that different? Maybe this can shed some light on the Billy and Christy thing. Apparently Prue being stuck in limbo meant she was tied to her sisters and stopping them from realizing their full power. What? So that's why Billy and Christy were such a threat. Not because they were part of the prophecy, but because Prue's lack of moving on made the rest of the Charmed Ones suck.
Ultimate power, my ass!
coming back to Earth reunited Prue's bond with her sisters and made them more powerful, which is why they got their new no-budget limit comic powers. However, she can't reunite with them physically because the prophecy didn't say the power of 4. You know, those prophecies that don't matter anymore and don't seem to have any point in being foretold if they weren't gonna happen anyway. Because you see, if they get together, that weakens them somehow, even though her coming back to Earth made them stronger? So now Cole's new goal is to keep them apart. Just kidding, Paige finds her immediately and it makes their powers go whack, including all of their dangerous and awful children. Wyatt makes a dragon again because he's a sociopath who murdered someone when he was just a baby. Phoebe just flies over a street and no one cares. But don't worry, accidents happen, we'll just get the cleaners. Oh wait. Hey, you know what this is a good time for? Some good old-fashioned Cole blaming.
Seriously, Cole, why come back now? Why come back at all? Cole, what did you do?
Who does your family blame for your problems when I'm not around? Thank you. Also, when you're not around, it's still you. When they're not bitching at him, they're acting like he's a piece of dog poo they just stepped on. Phoebe and everyone else basically just ignore him and get annoyed when he talks. Phoebe's awful as usual, and then you got Coop who's like,
whatever, not concerned about my wife's ex who she constantly blames for everything in her life. Huh, I'm an idiot.
Paige doesn't believe Patience is really Prue because she doesn't look like her, but Phoebe and Piper can smell the Halliwell haterade a mile away.
I'd recognize that soul anywhere.
What?
Prudence Joanna, you named your daughter after me, but you always hated me. I never hated you. We had our problems, but I never hated you.
Okay, so good to know Prue died thinking Phoebe basically wouldn't piss on her if she was on fire. Because Prue goes by Patience now, she wants them to call her Pat. So like, nothing about her is Prue anymore. You might as well have just had it be another character. This is strange, considering this is a comic and they could do whatever they want. I mean, if this is the route they were going, they could have done this on the TV show. Paige does not take this as well as Phoebe and Piper. After all, it's going to take some time to absorb the fact the sister she never met and who she replaced in this Power of 3 prophecy is back from the dead and all. Sorta puts her place in the universe into question, which is pretty typical for a Paige storyline. Phoebe, with her restored power of empathy, makes this all about her.
It's not like she had any idea when she woke up this morning she'd be meeting her long-lost sister. Yeah, well, I never expected to run into my ex.
Oh, why don't you go cry about it to your living mannequin husband, you dipshit? Oh, but that's the least of it, guys. No, Cole's clearly not been repentant enough. He's got to do an entire speech apologizing to Queen Phoebe, Alpha and Lego my Omega. I'll spare you, it's barf-worthy. But in a shocking display of some sort of self-awareness, the comics do give us this.
Our relationship wasn't perfect, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't make my share of mistakes. Like becoming the evil queen of the underworld without magical influence, refusing to let you live or die, and then leaving you in the underworld because I was lazy. This is the best you're gonna get from me.
I don't know, guys. The comic is really trying to push this idea that Phoebe is good at casting spells, and that's why she constantly gets Book of Shadows duty. But I never see a single example of this, because she always fails at whatever task is handed to her. Surprise, surprise! She can't find anything on this wonky powers thing. As it turns out, it's not the power of 3 that wouldn't set Prue free, it's that Prue wouldn't let the power of 3 free. So, in order to restore the balance of the Halliwell universe, she's stripped of her powers and the Charmed Ones are reconstituted. Anyway, I know he was kind of a wiener last time, but what if they presented Rennick as like the big bad now? That's cool, right? Supposedly, he got more power from the source since they saw him last, even though the source was destroyed and Nina gave all of his powers away. Rennick captures new Chicken Leo, pretty much counting on the Charmed Ones not giving a crap about him or remembering he's gone, which is exactly what happens.
Hey Piper, you notice how you haven't bullied Leo in a couple of weeks? Oh yeah, I thought it seemed quiet around here.
As you recall, Leo has a sweet set of wings now because it was somebody's fanfic fetish. It still causes some problems for him, but luckily he can hide them so as not to be shunned from normal society. The sword seems to be draining his life force every time he uses it, but they don't really know a lot about it. The elders don't know what it is or how long they've had it. Also, it's written about in some book at magic school, which was run by the elders, but oh well, convenient. Pfft, we're not reading the books in our curriculum. Turns out it's the Imperial Sword, forged 2,000 years ago before Whitelighters came about. You know, biblical times. It was a prototype to turn them into Christian angels, basically, but once they decided on the Whitelighter model, they scrapped it, locked it away, and I guess the elders forgot about it. You know how it is. You throw an ancient angelic sword up in the attic, and then you forgot what you even bought it for. It was only intended to be wielded by a magical being, which means it's too powerful for a mortal to use, but also it's bonded to Leo now for eternity. Taking bets on how long that eternity lasts. Rennick mines Leo for information on all of the various occupations he's had. Whitelighter, Elder, Avatar, Handyman, before the Charmed ones realize their favorite babysitter is missing and get him back.
Leo!
But hey, I mean, that's sort of traumatizing, being kidnapped and having your mind violated. Maybe they'll give him a few days off. Just kidding, Prue starts acting like a smarmed one straight away, thinking he should immediately start doing handyman stuff for them.
It would be nice if we had Leo's help on this. He should just get over that kidnapping thing. I died and I'm fine.
And with that little nugget of Halliwell bitch juice, she decides she's gotta go now and take Cole with her. Together, they're gonna guide new witches and continue Cole on his path to redemption. Kinda thought he already fulfilled his promise to find Prue so Grandma and Mom Ghost could put in a good word for him with the elders, but I guess it's not too surprising those gremlins welched on the deal. Wait, why did Patty and Penny want Cole to find Prue again? Like, I get why he's doing it, but what's their motivation? They literally never show up again for this story. But Prue just can't help but get one more dig in, because secretly, she's only taking him along so he won't go evil again around Phoebe.
Even everyone else's story center on Phoebe. Thanks for nothing, Cole Brahma.
By the way, I can creepily sense you're going to have another dumb Cupid baby, Phoebe, because shit, there aren't enough kids running around. Bye!
Lordy. Fast forward to the next issue.
The baby's kicking. She does not like this planet at all.
Well, yeah, the baby's kicking. Look at how pregnant size 0 Phoebe is looking. She's not the only one with a new baby. Paige takes in a fully mortal kid who she magically orbed out of his mother's corpse. So, there's a pleasant story for insane old Piper to tell the grandkids. What's wrong with that baby? Never mind. Go back to the other panel. Anywho, she finds out Henry Jr.'s biological father is a criminal and is shocked that she might have to give the baby up. Dunno why she assumed he was up for grabs because she just took him home. There's usually like a process for that. Not that Paige, an adopted child, would know that. She's not gonna give the baby up without a fight. In fact, she's ready to run away and change their identities. Glad they just reconstituted the power of 3. In order to save money, she magically conjures a detective from one of her pulp novels who proceeds to prove this crime family is no good and put Henry Not Henry Sr. away. Thank God that personal gain thing was done away with. Makes it easy! Volume 4 starts out with what everyone is thinking at this point. Look, they're even afraid to show how pregnant Phoebe is when she's in labor. Heaven forbid she look less than perfect when she's shooting a baby out of her hoo-ha. Say hello to Parker, the newest baby in the Halliwell's preschool infantry. Disgusting. Things seem more off than usual in Charmed Land, as Henry is using magic, and that's kind of uncharacteristic of someone with no magic powers. Basically, this is the story all about how their lives got flipped, turned upside down. Folks without powers now have them. Get on your phones and tell everyone you know about the Halliwell Crones. So magic got mixed up. Mortals have powers, and the Charmed ones have been downgraded to witches solely in the personality department. Now chaos reigns, and I mean that in like the post-apocalyptic Mad Max sense. Apparently, you give mortals powers, and they start looting faster than Prue in a knitwear shop. People are forming magic gangs, there are government squads rounding up non-magical beings and taking them to undisclosed locations. But I mean, what are you gonna do? The elders decided not to interfere. Things are going great. Dare I say, the elders have outdicked themselves? But Piper worries about these new magic users. They don't know about the repercussions, the ones that don't apply anymore and we never saw anyway. And hey, you guys want to preach about following those rules you never bothered with? Why don't you start with Henry making toys out of cigars over there? You shouldn't throw stones in glass houses, you dingle-dongs. Sure, the world has been turned into an insane police state, but the worst part of it all is that Phoebe's book deal has been pushed back. No! After all, who wants to read about love when they can conjure it up? Yeah, that was it. You suck, Phoebe. Things have gotten a little loony, so the Charmed Ones are forced to retreat to the Nox Academy, a neutral alternative to the Harry Potter Magic School, where they teach students how to live normal lives with or without powers. The comics initially start to paint them as an ominous project, but that seems to be dropped, and eventually they just sort of come off like Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, and then a homeless shelter. Sure, they're in hiding because of the magic purge, but Paige just isn't convinced the government would abduct its own citizens.
What about those of us who aren't citizens? They blame us for this, even though we're the ones who lost our powers.
Wait, so is the government blaming magic on immigrants? Or is this implying that witches and warlocks aren't citizens of their countries? Seeing as how they're in a war zone, all of their devil spawn are sent to be protected by their dad, except for Phoebe's newest one, the most special little girl in the world.
She's only 3 weeks old. I couldn't do that to her, or him. He's got enough to handle with 7 other kids.
Yeah, you're really helping him out keeping one more baby away when he's got 7 diapers to change. That would have been too much. Also, what kind of logic is that?
We can't keep our kids around DEF CON 1. That's insane. Oh, except for my 3-week-old. I'd be doing her a disservice by sending her away.
Because of this magical switcheroo, Leo has been unable to hide his wings, and it's been draining him. If this keeps up, he's not going to be long for this world. Well, no problem. Let's just cut those suckers off in the school nurse's office. The fuck? Even if it works, that doesn't mean he loses his powers or that they stop draining him. All it's gonna do is leave some bloody stumps on his back. And wait, why does a school nurse's office have surgical tools or anesthetic or anything? What the hell is going on at the Nox Academy? This back alley wing amputation was being performed by some guy who was an accountant 3 months ago. Like, did the magic swap mean that no normal doctors exist? I mean, if that guy has a healing power, that's cool, but that doesn't give him any surgical knowledge whatsoever. Really gambling with his life here, huh? I think this is all just one of Piper's many ploys to murder her husband. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't work.
Leo, I took time out of poisoning our children for this. The least you could do is get your wings hacked off properly. The doctor did what he could. He promised not to report us, but I wish I had a memory spell to make him forget all this.
I think the magic thing's kinda out of the bag at this point, Piper. With the magic squads and rogue gangs closing in on the school, the Hallie Hells might finally be vanquished. Unfortunately, they get some help. However, I'll accept that, because then the most awesome thing in the entire season happens. Get ready for this, folks. The cavalry's here, and it's motherfucking Magic Daryl Morris.
Turns out I do want to know.
Yes, yes, yes! Amazing! Fantastic! 10 out of 10. Where's our Daryl spinoff, people? If the reboot doesn't have Daryl in it, they might as well close up shop now, because I'll be one unhappy camper. This is probably the most significant thing Daryl's been able to do, like, ever, honestly. The Charmed comics were all worth it just for this moment. The greatest comic panel ever drawn. Damn it, I'm a magic cop! So their hero, and ours, Daryl, is working with the government now, and they want him to coordinate with the Charmed Ones. Wait, so there's evil magic squads, but also Daryl works with them and they're not evil, except when they are? I mean, we never really come back to that kind of horrific storyline. The girls explain all of this craziness has to do with Rennick, which is just a guess on their part, but totally right. What brought them to this conclusion anyway? Why would they think some Darklighter wiener who hates Leo could control all of the world's magic? Surely they fought stronger recurring foes that might come to mind first? I'd believe Barbas, their greatest enemy, over this chucklenut. Speaking of evil beyond our comprehension, the Charmed Ones are starting to regain their powers.
Let's see if we can kill Daryl again.
Oh man,
As usual, Piper is cranky. She's upset that Prue has fallen out of contact. I mean, their dad doesn't even know she's alive. Well, that's your own fault for not telling him now, isn't it? When Prue does finally show up, we see that having powers again after the switch-up isn't sitting so well with her. The magic is taking its toll on her because the power of 3 wasn't meant to be in just one of them. Doesn't that make it the power of 1, which was apparently more powerful? And why would it make her weaker? I don't understand this more power makes you less powerful narrative. But anywho, her arrival back in town is apparently what's been returning their magic.
Look, I know there are more important things to worry about, but...
Andy's fine, Daryl. Prue spent time with him before she came back.
He didn't even bring him up. Why the fuck would he be talking about Andy like a decade later? I mean, I guess it's nice to remember he existed, but Paige has gotta be good if she could get any of that out of a Daryl expression. Also, what? Prue spent time with Andy in the afterlife and we don't get to see any of that? Surely he was super important to her character and their first significant loss since unbinding their powers? Nah, whatever. That'd take time away from dumbass Rennick. Prue tells Daryl Andy was watching over him though. What, like a guardian angel? They were the true power couple. Oh, and Cole was helping Prue, and then he just disappeared. But it's alright, because she sees him again shortly when she uses up all of her powers, so it reverts back to the Charmed Ones, ? And then goes to Limbo, where he resides now, ? But it's a different Limbo than the one he was in before. That was the Void. This is the Between, even though they're both described as being between life and death. ? Now both of them are trapped there because the underworld and the overworld are closed off. I don't know, wasn't Cole trapped either way? Kinda how he got shackled to the Charmed Ones until the end of time, as I recall. Once again proving he's far more self-sacrificing than any of the most selfish heroes in the world, he uses the combined powers of the dead not to send himself back, but Prue.
Yeah, right, Cole. This is all some ploy to get me back. I am cursed to be loved by so many.
Please, somebody kill me. Destroy my soul. I just want oblivion.
Now that Prue is back, she joins her sisters to train in the fight against evil. Everyone's oddly proactive, but I will remind you, it's because this affects them directly and they have to. I do like that this story explores a bit about Prue coming to terms with not having magic again, accepting who she is, and joining the fight because her sisters need her. It's a bit like Henry's plot, actually. Charmed is better at telling stories about non-magical folks than the witches, and that's sad. But sometimes I give credit to things. Turns out, Prue thought their power stripping spell went wrong and caused this mess, which is why she'd been staying away.
You can start yelling at me now. Nobody's going to yell at you. Like hell I'm not.
But now she's got the scoop vis-a-vis Rennick. He stole the grimoire from the underworld, thus making things topsy-turvy. Using Leo's sword, which he swiped when he had him captive, he used the grimoire to secure himself a place in the All. We also get some hilarious flashbacks to Rennick and Leo's beef, where Rennick keeps killing his charges throughout time. Wait, so I thought Darklighters killed Whitelighters and potential Whitelighters. Are charges just all Whitelighters now, or did we forget that they were originally supposed to protect witches? Yeah, looks like a really intense battle, guys. Both of them just lounging around and talking while Leo looks slightly bummed. I'm just on the edge of my seat. We do get the return of Hippie Leo, though, and that's pretty chuckle-worthy.
It would be more interesting if you fought back.
Words are my weapon of choice. Someday I'll get you to see that.
Flower power is no good against my magic.
Now, is this before or after Leo most definitely had sex with Grandma Ghost? And wait, we actually get to see Rennick reenact the Thriller music video with dead people and he's dressed like Michael Jackson? What in the world? I mean, I can't decide if that's too silly or just silly enough. Naturally, Whitelighters are pacifists, so that's why Leo won't fight back. Seriously, how did the Darklighters ever have a problem taking them out? Apparently the impetus for Leo finally vanquishing him was just sheer annoyance. No wonder the Elders rewarded him with a cushy job after that. Apparently all Whitelighters are just wimpy windbags that hope that sulking is enough to stop evil from attacking their charges. Leo could have just shoved him really hard and that would have been considered pretty radical. And I mean, he didn't even do a good job anyway, cause Rennick was just faking it.
Maybe now they'll leave me alone.
You were the one following him, dude. In fact, he was trying to avoid you. Apparently Rennick was just bored with following Leo around to irritate him and wanted to retire, but his seer visits him from the future to say it's his destiny or whatever. Rennick just wants to stop the battle between good and evil because he's tired of it. Well, you got rid of the grand design, right? So what's your beef? And isn't this, like, exactly Nina's story? The woman he teamed up with and lost? Wasn't he saying before he didn't care what she did as long as he got what was left? Was that meant to be a misdirect for no discernible reason? The Charmed Ones visit Rennick's dead seer, Cole's old buddy, to find out what's what. Time for a Leo exposition dump! Earth is the juncture point that links the heavens and the underworld with the magic that flows through dimensions. Whoever controls it controls magic and the all blah-de-blah. Long story short, he closed off the demons and white lighters to keep good and evil in their lanes so they won't fight anymore. Except that does nothing. Human beings are both good and evil. That's proven when the world goes to shit once every non-magic person suddenly gains powers. This doesn't change anything. This is so stupid. Not stupid? Magical satellites operated by Team Daryl.
Whatever is there must be too well hidden, even from your magical satellite.
This is the best magical technology we've got. The magic readings are off the charts.
You're a loose cannon, Daryl, but damn it if you don't get a lack of results. This does come in handy for the giant Lord of the Rings-esque battle at the All, featuring all the magical, non-magical friends they got, plus the formerly magical and somewhat restored magical people armed with weapons that were also turned magical due to the magic switcheroony. If they can get Leo's sword back, they can put things back to normal.
Call in the winged air support! Leo can't cover the skies alone! Oh man, this sucks.
Man, Daryl is kicking some ass. If he's doing this much, you can imagine how many swaths of enemies are being cut down by the Charmed Ones.
They don't have any memories or emotions to turn back on them. My magic's useless.
Yep, sounds about right.
I thought Phoebe, trained herself to kickbox or something, but she's not even good at the physical fighting. She just leaps at the unguarded sword like a big goober. Master strategist at work here, by the way. I think Phoebe is supposed to be making some inspirational, defiant speech here, but I am just super distracted because her face is turning into that one Cenobite with the scary teeth. You know the one?
After all these years, you still haven't learned that magic isn't about having the most power. It's about how you use that power.
3 pages later!
What I said earlier, Rennick? Sometimes magic is about power.
Well, those are tough words, but can they back up their claims? Well, no, because Prue is the one that saves everyone's asses. By removing the Imperial Sword from the grimoire, she, absorbs the book. Using her new powers, she sends his ass back to, I don't know, is he in limbo? Did he move on? Or is he just hiding behind a bush again until all this blows over? Guess the sword is bound to Leo for eternity. Just kidding, now it's Prue's. Instead of giving her wings, however, I don't know, she just gets a little gray hair and some text on her arm. Wait, so she's not magical anymore, so why isn't it killing her? Is it okay as long as she's got an evil book inside her? The grimoire is like the evil book of shadows. Why the hell is this a good thing? And does this mean she controls magic now? Oh, I don't know. Well, now Prue's new body belongs to her officially, so she doesn't have to go back to being dead. Magic is restored, and conveniently, no non-magical folks will remember any of this because the story says so. Thanks, Daryl!
Oh man!
But they'll never be allowed to forget.
What?
Anyway, I just wanted to say goodbye to
Whatever, get out!
Oh man! See you at home!
Don't stay out too late.
Love you!
Misogyny!
Well, things are wrapping up, but I feel like there's something missing. Huh, right. Phoebe blaming Cole for something again.
Cole, nice of you to show up now that the fighting's over.
Shut the fuck up. If there's anything they love more than switching around Leo's status, it's Cole's. So let's spin the wheel and he's working for the Elders now. For God's sake, just let him move on. He tells Prue that now she's the conduit that holds the realms together and can never leave the limbo between worlds. Since she'll be stuck in a boring living room forever now, he'll be her messenger whenever she needs to get in touch with her sisters. Wait, so why can't they visit her?
Sorry, writing my column. I'm deciding if I like magic or not. I got children.
And the power of 3 or 4 totally trap Prue forever. The end. So, with season 9 wrapped up, what's the overall feeling? Well, it's not great. I can't say it's as infuriating as the show got, but it's still confusing and shockingly low quality. I mean, this is just laughably bad. It's hard to look at. I was interested to see where they would go with it once they did away with budget constraints, network requirements, and missing actors, and then they just kind of threw it away. It didn't feel that much different than if all these things were still a problem. Everything felt kind of small and limited. They kept writing out characters you wanted to see more of, while having zero ideas for anyone that was still around. Bonus points for Daryl though, cause that was genuinely awesome. I did appreciate that the girls spent more time being proactive and less complaining about having to save people, but it all sort of felt ho-hum. I did definitely get some chuckles, though I can't say it's essential reading even if you're a Charmed fan. So, with all of that said and done, there is a season 10. Do you want to see me cover it? Well, you're gonna have to let me know in the comments. In the meantime, we've got another rabbit hole to fall down with the new series. So I hope you guys join me as we experience the madness all over again. Thank you so much to everyone at Patreon for getting me to this milestone. You've made me truly charmed. If you'd like to support the show, get early access, or other bonuses, check me out at patreon.com/movie nights. Or just click subscribe here. Thanks a lot, guys, and I'll be seeing you around. Something wicked this way comes.
After 10,000 years, I'm free! It's time to conquer Charmed!
Welcome to the 50th Manic Episodes, everyone! 50th Manic Episode? I don't know, I made 50 of whatever these things are. Happy Charmed Season 10! Since the last video, the Charmed reboot is 3 seasons in. I've already quit watching in disgust.
Just when I thought I was in, they pulled me back out.
They've lost one of their main actresses under sketchy circumstances, and I've actually learned how to pronounce quality and ominous, so it's been a little bit. In case you need a refresher, here's what happened in Season 9. The grand design was messed around with, and there were a couple of big battles involving Scary Teeth and Leo with chicken wings. They met the first witch. A Colin Farrell-looking Darklighter hid in some bushes. The source existed. Cole was a little bitch boy. Piper lamented her children being taught to read. Coop discovered his not very interesting roots. Phoebe had another baby. Paige adopted another baby. Magic was switched around for a bit. Prue is back in the body of a witch who was in a coma, and she absorbed the grimoire and the chicken wing sword, thus meaning she has to stay in the Nexus of the All to hold the realms together and control magic or something. The Nexus is... look, it's a lot. You might just need to rewatch the video. Anywho, Season 9 was kind of a disaster. The art was astoundingly bad, the stories were limited, and it felt like they never really used the potential opened up by continuing this series in comic form. Without actors' egos, budget constraints, or single episode limitations, they could have dived deep into these characters, made some course corrections, and told some new and more ambitious stories. But that's not what happened. Season 10 is a conclusion of sorts. Dare I say the end of the OG era? There was a short-lived reboot for Dynamite in 2017 and a manga adaptation in 2018, but the direct continuation and seasonal format for the original Charmed ends here. As usual, I have way too much to say about it, so here's the good, the bad, and the ugly of it all. Let's start with the good. I'm not just some Charmed hater here. Look, I give props when props are due. And really, honestly, they definitely got the message about the artwork this time around. The look of these comics has massively improved. The faces generally look pretty good, there's no scary hands. The number of artists is significantly less than season 9, so it stays a lot more consistent. And it's not perfect, a lot of it isn't even inked, some of it isn't finished, and sometimes it is just ugly. But it's miles better than season 9. In fact, some of the issues actually look pretty damn good. Check out the coloring and the expressions, it's almost like a comic book. And Paige playing with floaty little black cats? Adorable. I do, however, have some, critiques. While the faces are all around fairly accurate to the actors, Phoebe seems to be the hardest for them to get down. Twice, for some reason, she's given terrifying wandering eyes. And this is during a somewhat important scene, so it's a little distracting. The real problem I have with the art in this isn't even to do with the pencil artists, actually. It's with whoever was in charge of the bad digital effects. Because man, that's when it starts to look rough. Digital coloring and shading isn't new to the Charmed comics, but this time around they decided almost all of the fire effects should be done in Photoshop, and man does it look terrible. But it's not every panel that has fire in it, so you can directly compare the noticeable difference in quality between the digital effects and the flames that were actually drawn in. And this isn't a small problem either. A giant chunk of story involves a character with fire powers, so you get to see a lot of it. There's also, this. It, looks real good, guys. Top notch. I feel really bad for Elisa Felice and Daniela Di Matteo because this really does bring down their generally decent artwork. But hey, you know what I did like? The fact the dialogue doesn't have emphasis on random words anymore. In fact, some of this reads like specific characters with different personalities and mannerisms, with words that flow together like conversations. This can be attributed to the new writer for this season, Pat Shand, and brings me to a point I was honestly shocked by. Dare I say, this season is not that bad? And here is where my comic book knowledge fails me, so I'm unsure how much control he had in deciding the arc for the season, but it seems to me that Pat Shand is someone who understands what works about Charmed in a way I don't think the show has understood since mid-season 4. He's managed to center the story back on family while still remembering the characters as individuals, taken great care to try and fix some of the uglier aspects of the show while still allowing the sisters to be flawed, made a much more cohesive and streamlined arc, and tried to give the series as a whole a satisfying conclusion. I felt, for the first time in a while, some thought and effort being put into this. And while I didn't enjoy every aspect of it, and will make jokes as I am wont to do, I appreciated that Season 10 took some of the risks Season 9 threw away. One thing I'm gonna say is that some of this, well, a lot of it, feels like Season 9 the do-over. Many of the plot points are very similar. For instance, remember Nina, the first witch who was a big bad older than names? Well, meet the old ones, this season's Lovecraftian baddies, a race of demons older than words. Or, as the comic puts it, a big bowl of nasty. And they seem to be taken from H.P. Lovecraft, which has nothing to do with anything, but I just thought I would note it. They're the root of all fear and evil, which sounds kinda like the source of all evil, just worded differently. Then there's the Ancient Athame, a dagger with a stupid name that can destroy someone's soul, which is yet another super special ancient blade that supposedly doesn't exist, right after the Imperial Sword in Season 9. But this one doesn't turn Charmed into Wingfix, so I guess that's a plus? Anyway, these old ones want to be born into the world, and they need to kill the Charmed ones to do it. The usual fare. I did think the introduction was kind of feeble because the first guy they meet is introduced and pretty easily defeated in a silly plot involving attempted cupcake hexing. Neighbor Dan 2.0, aka Gaxagiel, is immediately sniffed out, so plan B is to just smash into the house like the Kool-Aid Man. No, I don't know how the hexed cupcakes fit into the story they set up later down the line. In order to finally defeat him, they make this whole big event out of a thrice-blessed crossbow and getting Prue and Cole's help from the Nexus to find out where he is to defeat him. None of this matters in the slightest, though, because he just shows up at their house again and Paige orbs his heart out of his body. The carnage I do quite enjoy.
Hooray for death!
So much for the innocent guy who was possessed by Gaxagiel.
Another innocent ship.
But wait, hang on a second. What about Billy? Can she help?
It's alright, Billy. Appreciate you checking in.
Baby Billy! What did Cole even tell them was his weakness? Oh, who cares? The old ones aren't the only important thing this season. There's also the ancient Athame. This comes into play when two lower-level demons named Fritz and Valen go looking for it in order to, you guessed it, destroy the Charmed Ones. Things get a little, vague concerning how they get this Athame. We're told it involves stealing a couple of shillelaghs from some leprechauns, but that's it? I mean, this is kind of a big deal, and they make a point out of saying these are lower level demons, but we never get anything specific about how they actually got this super mythical soul-destroying dagger. Cole called it the most dangerous weapon the magical community has ever known, and they fought a lot of magical weapons in 10 seasons. The girls are questioning the dude who told them to attack the leprechauns, but Phoebe just gets bored and vanquishes him with a potion she had in her pocket. Truly wonderful detective work, Phoebes. This is because, as the strange ongoing continuity dictates, the Charmed Ones hate leprechauns.
Leprechauns! Had to be leprechauns!
Because of a plot line on the show, Paige apparently has a special connection with leprechauns, and she is by far the one who loathes them the most. Her connection does make for a convenient excuse for Piper to get out of helping them though, because this falls squarely under the category of not her fucking problem.
Piper, that's you too. Charmed Ones. You're a charmed one. Today, I'm a catering one. They're all yours.
Though I think, for the first time, I might actually understand where they're coming from on this. These leprechaun assholes waltz on into the back of Piper's restaurant, start getting into fights, and get drunk on Rice Krispies. Absolutely not. These leprechauns are a bunch of wild animals. Get the ancient Athame and have at it, ladies. Currently, however, it's being used by Fritz and Valen to try and assassinate Cole. Or double assassinate him, seeing as how he's already dead. Cole and Leo head on over to the Nox Academy, that is the neutral magic school from last season, to try and get some answers. Why didn't we go to magic school? Prue said you're running the show over there.
Yes, and I don't keep information on an all-powerful weapon in a student library.
Yeah, except for when you guys kept info on the Imperial Sword in your student library. And why does Cole even think the blade he was attacked with was the ancient Athame if it's supposedly a myth? All they did was miss him and hit a wall. Was there something about it that was distinctive?
I need a drink. I need a spade. Then I can write about soul-destroying daggers in my column.
Headmaster Knox becomes a major player this season, and he's pretty adamant about not meddling in the affairs of good or evil. He only stepped in last season because the balance had shifted. Please enjoy this terrible, terrible panel of Cole being blasted by Photoshop fire while Leo makes the face from that dinner cat meme. Absolutely awful. Apparently Cole was planning on stabbing Knox in the neck with a pen, which is not really the actions I'd associate with someone on the path to redemption. Ha! In your Avatar days, perhaps you frightened me, Mr. Wyatt. Now, you're a teddy bear in flannel. If Leo Wyatt, the Avatar, the Fallen Elder, the God Killer, is a Boy Scout, then I'm the Pope! Ouch, solid burns from Knox. He is apparently well versed in Leo's overly complicated history, and he is not having any of it. But look, Knox feels a favor coming on in the future, so as long as Leo makes a little soul agreement, he'll tell them everything they want to know. In order to activate the ancient Athame, it needs to shed the blood of someone who straddles the bridge between life and death. It's not mentioned how Fritz and Valen knew about Cole, or the fact he'd be at the Halliwell Manor at that very moment, but there you go. Oh man, now they gotta protect Cole or else, just kidding, Valen kills the Angel of Death? What? How does that work? Piper is just too damn busy with her kids. She can't take his place again. Except, we clearly see him in the comic later, meaning he somehow survived this attack, so like, did the ancient Athame just need a little bit of blood, I guess? I mean, it was pretty heavily implied that he destroyed Death's soul, what with them drawing Death fading away and everything, and they didn't ever really come back to the whole killing Death thing. He was just there. Unclear. Very unclear.
And despite none of the main characters witnessing or being told about Death's not death, Cole somehow knows the blade is activated when Valen takes one of Paige's charges hostage. Fritz died at some point. And why didn't Paige get a warning about her charge being in danger? Isn't she his white lighter? Speaking of way too many ancient mystical blades,
You've come a long way since we met, Cole, but I'm not sure you're ready for Excalibur.
What the hell? Who is this? Piper is giving Cole credit? This can't be! In fact, Cole is getting a lot of moments all of a sudden. Before they go to rescue Paige's charge, he asks Phoebe if she's happy and wonders what things would have been like if he were a different man. And it's almost sweet if you know nothing about their actual history.
Thanks to you, we vanquished the Source and gave Cole peace.
What I liked about this is that Phoebe doesn't put her usual thanks Colbama routine into play. I would absolutely love to see her have any consequences for her actions, but at the very least, she seems to be a lot more understanding. Cole did do a lot of bad things, and while he's been paying for the things he's done again and again and again, he is allowed to take steps forward here. We are finally set free from the endless cycle that is Cole and Phoebe's relationship. And that's because Cole is 100% dead!
Please, somebody kill me. Destroy my soul. I just want oblivion.
I called this! I love it. I joked about it and it happened. The only way to set Cole free was to destroy his soul so they have no way to torture him in any realm. Take that, Halliwells! Good luck fucking him up now! Never again will he be given the Sisyphean task of making Phoebe believe in love again. Sure, I could be bummed, but I am nothing but happy for his escape. I mean, the last thoughts he has include evil Phoebe vanquishing him in her weird wandering eyes. We watch her fade from his memory, and just as she starts to come back is when he decides to embrace the void and end it all. I couldn't think of a better chef's kiss of a finale for Cole. Total non-existence was the true path to peace. The only thing that makes me mad about it is that he died saving that useless sack of shit Coop.
Cole dying makes me really happy for some reason. Wait, no, I need to torture you some more. Don't you dare fade into oblivion.
Peace out, bitches.
No!
Too cool.
Yeah, too cool. May he rot in... Oh, damn it, I forgot he escaped us.
Let's see how Henry is feeling about this. He and Cole existed together, I think.
I love you. Snurk. Snurk.
The guys are so similar, I genuinely thought this was Coop at first, but then he was in the next panel feeling something like guilt or maybe diarrhea. The girls vanquished Valen, by the way, in case you're wondering. You weren't. Well, now Cole's story is complete. Just kidding, it's about to get very, very messy and complicated. To be fair, this is just as much the fault of comics as it is Charmed. However, to get to the end, we have to go back to the beginning. When Cole was introduced in Season 3, he was hired to destroy the Charmed Ones in exchange for his father's soul. Just to refresh you, his dad, Benjamin Turner, was the human half, and he was killed by his mom, who was kind of a dick, and also a demon. He eventually got hold of his soul, put it in a cabinet, and then the show forgot about it. Well, 7 seasons later, here's the payoff. I don't know what exactly his plans were for his dad's soul back then, because it's never elaborated on, but now he's decided to dust it off and bring his dad back to life. He thinks doing so will help his own spirit move on. Wait, I thought Ghost Grandma and Mom told him he could move on if he helped find Prue. And he's already helping innocents now, so is there some particular thing about his dad that seems final to him? He says it's because his mom killed him and he didn't die peacefully, but like, what does that have to do with anything? As far as tying up loose ends goes, however, I do appreciate Season 10's attempt at bringing Cole's story back full circle. When he asks for Prue's help resurrecting his father and she says that's insane, he gets angry, wondering why she and the people she loves get second chances but not his father. To the Charmed Ones, death means nothing, so there's no reason not to bring him back. Saving his father would not only mean helping someone innocent, but righting the wrong that caused Cole to suppress his human half for so long. But Cole doesn't have to stay at the Nexus and help Prue, he does it by choice. He's not just using her to get what he wants, he's built a connection with her and genuinely wishes to do good. That's why he continues to do so even when she refuses his request. So when Cole is completely destroyed, Prue feels guilty. Unlike Phoebe, she doesn't project Cole stink onto every one of her problems. She slips his father's soul into Coop's pocket because she figures they owe him enough to fulfill his last wish. I don't know, trusting Coop with this kinda seems like you want it to fail. Last season, I felt like there was a struggle to incorporate Coop, mostly because Cupids are a difficult supernatural entity to use, and Coop himself never really got a foothold as a character. This time around, they found a way to make the Cupids part of things, and have Coop act as an independent entity from Phoebe. Their story still ties together with them being married, but he does feel less like excess baggage.
I'm a slam dunk! Coop, there it is!
The Charmed Ones have replaced Magic School with Cupid's Temple as their go-to useless husbands and children hideout. You know, the place with the dead baby ghosts. Have fun, kids! They don't ever give an explanation for why they've chosen to go there instead of Magic School, but whatever the reasoning is, Coop gets himself into a little bit of trouble. Turns out he's not really supposed to be taking the kids there, so he says he has to go to a Cupid hearing about it. But actually, he doesn't. Coop tells Henry, God, please don't draw these two samesies together in a single panel, that this was just a cover while he did research into the Cole thing. Except later, it turns out he was lying about there being no hearing, so he was covering for his cover? Seeing as how Cole saved his life, Coop wants to finish his unfinished business for him. He turns to Henry for help because... I don't know.
Whoa, resurrect? As in, raise the dead? You know I'm a police officer, right? If my captain finds out I'm resurrecting the dead, I could get suspended.
This is risky business, sneaking around the Charmed Ones' backs, because if they find out they lied to them, these two are gonna end up a bunch of Leo chunklets. Turns out Coop and Henry was the buddy cop story I didn't even know I needed. I did actually enjoy some of the humorous interactions between these two. The problem they've run into, however, is that they're both a bit useless in the magic department, what with one of them just being a cop and Coop being the embodiment of a tech help forum post from 2007. I suppose Coop could use his time-traveling ring to maybe save Cole's life, but whatever. It turns out they only have half of Cole's dad's soul, and the other half is in the demonic wasteland, which they can't access by themselves. For that, they're gonna need yet another character, but this time a little bit gayer. They're gonna need Tyler Michaels! Tyler Michaels was a fire starter they met in Season 4, who was also a minor character in Season 9, and I really didn't expect to have to remember him, but somehow he has become very important. And now he's dating a witch named Kareem. After 10 seasons of next to no LGBT representation, it's nice to finally see a more prominent gay character. Tyler's parents don't care about the gay thing, but they definitely have an issue with him wanting to be a vlogger. And honestly, take it from me, they're right to worry. It's all fun and games until suddenly their family dinner is sponsored by NordVPN.
Well, forget everything you ever knew about Tyler Michaels, which I'm guessing was pretty much nothing up until the last minute or so. He's not a fire starter after all. He's an Archai, a supposedly extinct race of beings that were hunted because of their ability to travel to any plane of existence. This is a very convenient revelation for Coop and Henry, who hitch a ride with him into the demonic wasteland. They're immediately attacked by some dragon demon thing, and Coop is gonna use his Cupid powers on it, and Henry has a gun. This is the dumbest team up of all time. I love it. And the giant Balthazar statue? Like, honestly. I'll give you one guess as to who fucks up everything. Time's up, it's Coop. He ends up dropping the soul halves, and when they return, he's Benjamin Turner. Stupid Coop, Cole Dad. I love my dead demon son. This Coop being the dead father of Phoebe's dead ex-husband is short-lived, however, because Prue, being all-powerful now, zings him on over to Cole's body. Just let the dude rest in peace! I guess this is the Charmed Comics way of letting Cole move on, but still having him around? I don't know. Which brings me to Benjamin Turner, another unexpected player that's brought into the mix. The show didn't really give us much about him, other than he tried to take Cole away from his demon wife and ended up dead. Here's what I can tell you after having read this. Dude is old. Leo is also old, and they bond over that. He's also a caring father, which fits into the Charmed theme of family. The problem is, he never really knew his son, since he was dead most of his life, and now his son's entire soul has been destroyed. He asks Phoebe to tell him about him, while at the same time remembering fragments of his life because of his new body. This also means he keeps seeing Phoebe's true demonic self, which can be a little bit frightening. Cole's memories make things complicated for Benjamin. This is all he has of him, and it's kind of difficult to love your child while reliving all of the horrible things they did as a demon.
Cole Dad is not a big fan of demons, a bit demon prejudiced even, which fits with the Charmed ones pretty well. Unlike the Charmed ones, however, he does experience some growth the more he experiences the gray areas. And largely, that's due to the relationship he develops with Kira. If you don't remember Kira, she's the Charisma Carpenter demon who was vanquished by Zenku, who is back for plot-related reasons I'll get into later. She might be the character I enjoyed the most. She had a ton of personality and was a lot of fun. I have a strong suspicion Pat Shand, who wrote for the Angel comics, brought her back because of an affection for Cordelia, but this is also how she was written on Charmed. She's blunt and morally ambiguous, but usually falls on the side of good. And she has a lot of neat stuff to do here. Cole Dad asks her to take him back to see his son before his soul was destroyed, which is where we get that unforgivably bad blurring effect, and things get a little confusing at this part. Benjamin fuses with past Cole for just a second and gets stabbed by the ancient Athame, and they have this cliffhanger where it seems like reality is shattered, but it isn't. It just looks like that when the spell ends, I guess? I have no idea. Maybe they changed their mind on something? It's weird. Cole Dad is just going to have to live with this guilt. He's still trying to figure out where his son ends and he begins, which includes leftover feelings for Phoebe, but he isn't going to give into that because he has feelings for Kira too. I guess he has a thing for former demons. The venture into the demonic wasteland is a big sticking point for several characters. An argument about Henry's involvement brings to a head something he's been harboring for a long time, and that's that their whole family is in danger simply because Paige is a charmed one. He's brought up feelings of inadequacy in the past because he isn't magical and can't protect his family in that way, which has built up unfair resentment against her. He went to the wasteland with Coop because he was tired of being helpless. I found it interesting comparing Henry's story to Leo, who has become more accepting of his role without powers, while Henry has gone in the opposite direction. Henry and Paige's fractured relationship make Paige more vulnerable to attack by Barbas. The storyline uses her past as an alcoholic to effectively reinforce her feelings that she may be a danger to others again. It's a good use of Paige's backstory that I think was often forgotten. That being said, this storyline is a little bit rough. It doesn't exactly reflect well on Henry, but he's not wrong per se. Paige asks him if he thinks she's a good mother, and he says he's afraid for their kids. He asks her to come with him to LA to leave all of this charmed business behind, but it's not exactly as easy as that to abandon her duties or her family. She's not Phoebe learning origami after all. Henry doesn't want this to be the end of them, but he doesn't know how to solve their problems. It eventually gets to the point where he threatens to leave with the kids whether she comes with them or not. This is not resolved, and this is where things start to fall apart for me. But anything further involves the main arc of the season, so hold on to your seats and wait for this one, folks. Paige isn't the only one whose story springboards from the fallout of her Cole. Inevitably, things are gonna swing around to Phoebe. Despite having moved on from their relationship, she does grieve the loss as she cries into the pages of her book, because she's on a book tour.
You saved our marriage!
This guy, I guess, was supposed to look like Cole. The art style had just changed in this issue, and a lot of the dudes tend to blend together, so I was a little confused. From here, we get a lot of introspection from Phoebe concerning her life and her relationships. It's not new for Phoebe to take a little self-siesta, but this time around she is actually using a smidge of self-reflection.
Even before I became an empath, I knew that I felt harder than others.
She felt so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
What is good about this section is that Phoebe's grief isn't centered around blaming Cole for all of her problems. She isn't abandoning all of her responsibilities to be selfish either. In fact, she's even willing to push back the first date of her book tour because of a supernatural threat. Granted, it's a threat directly to her, but hey, with Phoebe, I'll take any progress. Yes, Phoebe's character sees a vast improvement in this season. There were times when I even liked her. Outside of the book tour, she barely mentions her column. She doesn't weirdly obsess over anything. Cole saved her husband, so she tries to be nice.
Am I even trying to be the worst lately? Boy, I've really lost my touch.
Perhaps motherhood has softened her, an opposite Piper situation. Because hey, remember all of the children?
We've got a lot of kids.
We really do.
In total, there are 8 babies, toddlers, and slightly older kids involved here, and you can really sense a tangible annoyance at having to keep track of these children or write them in and out of stories. It's too much. They remain largely off-panel or explained away in a sentence or two. With that being said, I think the choice to strip things back and focus on 1 or 2 of the children at a time was very helpful in telling some more intimate stories about parenthood. Rather than seeing an army of strange goblins all around them, there was a connection between the characters. So when Phoebe is on her tour, we get a solid story about her and her daughter PJ. We see her being a good mother, and I actually cared about what was happening. PJ felt like a fully realized character, and not just an extension of Phoebe that was there to annoy me. Also, Piper apologizes for getting knocked out and PJ being in danger? Who the hell is this? You might have noticed the strangest aspect of this season, and that's that the sisters aren't deranged harpies 100% of the time. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, but genuinely, the Halliwells suddenly seem to have some heroic qualities. And like, it's fine to say something bitchy occasionally. I'm not asking for them to be perfect angels, but it is very, very strange to see them actually having empathy. Piper is perhaps the biggest course correction, because she's almost kind?
Leo, who put the human being potion in my cookies? Well, that was very thoughtful of you.
One of my biggest gripes about Piper was just her constant focus on a normal life, to the point of insanity. It's perfectly reasonable for her to want a safe, happy life for her family, but she would constantly blow off saving innocents and bitch at everyone around her about ruining her day. This season does a complete 180 on that. Piper acknowledges her faults and admits she spends too much time prioritizing a normal life over saving people, and finally begins to accept their lives as witches. This is all I wanted, really. She doesn't have to be fully okay with how things are. She can have selfish wants and needs because she's a person. I just wanted to see her care about other people too, and I wanted to see growth and joy. No one has the perfect life. The important thing is to try and find happiness in the life you do have with the people you love. And her growth here ties in with the climax involving Prue. She's even gotten to the point where she and Phoebe can admire Leo's butt together. While I'm commending Piper's development as a character, the same cannot be said for Leo. He's by far the character with the least to do, but honestly, after last season, I'm fine with him taking a bit of a backseat. He didn't even turn into another stupid thing or anything. Anywho, you know who had absolutely the most to do? One Prudence Halliwell. I think they gave up pretty quickly on her asking to be called Pat. I don't even know why they said that. Since she's unable to leave the Nexus, she depends on Cole for assistance. The narration seems to indicate a romantic connection with them at some point, but nothing I read seemed like that. I would call it a mild friendship. And, you know, his soul got destroyed, so that's how that went. The Nexus is now a floating castle instead of just the manor again, which I think was a smart decision because A, it's a little confusing to have 2 manors, and B, that's the most boring choice possible in a comic where you can draw literally anything. It also has much better cell reception than the hotel Phoebe stays at, where you can't even get through to someone when you're right outside. And Prue's arm now has actual stuff drawn on it, not just a bunch of wingdings added in Photoshop. Or Greek letters, I guess. This stuff on her arm, left over from the grimoire and the Imperial sword, sent her messages such as, "One will die and one will rise.
One shall stand, one shall fall."
As you can probably imagine, being trapped in a Nexus with nobody but a former half-demon limbo ghost lawyer for company can leave you feeling a little bit isolated. On top of that, Prue's sisters seem to be avoiding her and won't tell her why. It's kinda dumb, they just keep hanging up or running out of the room. Even when they lose Cole, they run away without telling her what's happening. There's no reason to keep this secret other than to be a dick. Having all of this time to herself to stew over all of it causes Prue to become pretty bitter about the whole thing. She's angry because she lost her entire life and feels like she's no longer their sister or herself. Because she absorbed the grimoire and the Imperial sword, she has magic again, but it doesn't feel the same as Halliwell magic. She doesn't feel like the same person, and she doesn't have her sisters there to ground her.
Of course, they dip in to ask for favors every once in a while, but eventually she tells them to fuck off and figure stuff out on their own. She starts actively pushing them away, becoming paranoid that they don't trust her and think she and Cole are in on some sort of alliance against them. I mean, that sounds exactly like them, so I can't really blame her for following that trail of thought.
You're some sort of interdimensional being with untold powers inhabiting a coma body in the nexus of the all? Thanks, Obama.
So what is the actual reason they're avoiding her? It turns out interacting with her in any sort of way, physical or not, causes them actual pain. But instead of, I don't know, asking one of the guys to say something to her, they just bumble about cryptically and let her be sad. And it is only magical people in their bloodline who are affected, so they could just ask Leo to give her a heads up. Really, everything that happens is their fault. But they do feel bad about it. I mean, Piper was the one with arguably the deepest connection to Prue, and just when she got her sister back, she began to lose her again. But also, she loves ordering Leo around, and she didn't do it this time, so she's dumb. Here's how the font of wisdom that is Grandma Ghost describes the situation.
I believe the word you're looking for, Phoebe, is crappy.
Her first instinct is to blame a man. Prue absorbed the sword to save Leo, therefore Leo is responsible.
Stupid testosterone-filled turd.
Oh, so this is my fault now?
Has there ever been a life-threatening conflict that wasn't?
I think Grams is here.
How do you know?
The yelling. What follows is a very satisfying moment where Leo bitches out Grandma Ghost for her dumb shit, and she and Ghost Mom are never seen again. Thus concludes their 10th season arc, I guess. They weren't helpful and overstayed their welcome. The end.
And the day was saved.
Desperate for answers, Prue summons Kira by yanking her out of time and saving her from death. You will come to find out that Prue can do literally anything. She thinks a seer might have answers as to what she's become. There have been other seers on the show before, so I'm not sure why she needed to summon one she's never met and doesn't even know out of time, but okay. You might recall Kira's whole thing was wanting to become human, so she says she'll help Prue out if she can do that for her, and they both make good on their promises. So what's the big deal? Turns out Prue isn't inside the Nexus of the All, she is the Nexus of the All. So basically, she's massively overpowered and shouldn't exist. And I guess she could leave after all. Makes it easy! Prue is having a crisis of conscience here. Inside her mind, she finds Patience, who explains that after coming back, hijacking her body, and absorbing all of that power, this is her price. Patience wasn't in her body, but she wasn't gone. Prue violated her and stole her life from her. It's at this moment that Prue has to make a choice, to let go of her new body and move on, or to give in to whatever she's becoming. By destroying what was left of Patience inside her, she begins to slip further and further away. Prue is becoming something bigger than she can control, and subconsciously she's reaching out for the power of 3 and stripping it away from her sisters. This is explained by a newly human Kira, who tried to live a normal life, quickly found it very boring, and decided she was gonna fight evil. I love her. She's like an opposite Piper, a former demon who longs for a not normal life.
Are you saying we have to kill our sister?
What? No, you crazy murderer! Thus, this brings us to the portion of the season where the sisters try to figure out A, how to be with Prue, and B, save Prue from herself. Piper, who fears no one, bitches at the elders and demands they pitch in because demons have helped them more than the elders have, which is true. As we know, say it with me, the elders are dicks. Keeping with the theme of season 9 plots, but done better, the elders have yet another shift in management. Seeing as how Brody died or moved on or whatever the hell, seems everyone who makes it to the top of the Whitelighter food chain can't run things for shit. So yet again, they've decided to start fresh and call the last group a loss. You wanna guess what happens to this regime by the end of the season? I don't understand the point of them, I don't. Prue decides to break out Nina in hopes for some answers. Nina has decided to be a woman of color again and will hopefully stay a consistent race. They have, however, temporarily turned Daryl white. What Prue gathers is that she might be able to solve their predicament if she transfers the all to someone else. Phoebe suggests she transfers it to all of them. She is, of course, an idiot. Speaking of idiots, remember Coop's fake hearing that was actually a real hearing? Cupids hate it when you take a bunch of kids over to their temple. Also, I guess they like to remain a neutral party in the battle between good and evil, which I think is a strange position for a bunch of entities themed around love. On top of that, all Coop has ever done is interfere in the battle between good and evil, and his whole point in the show was being a literal trophy sent to Phoebe as a reward for doing good. Here's a stupid giant Judge Cupid. If there's one thing Coop is good for this season, however, it's schadenfreude. And man oh man did I drink it all in. He gets sentenced to only be able to see Phoebe on their wedding anniversary, which is a double whammy of Phoebe suffering, and I'm very here for it. If the terms of his punishment are violated, the Cupids will strip him and their children of their powers, which doesn't even seem like a thing Cupids can do.
Then strip them of their powers. Our family is more important than any of that. I make these decisions. Throw their powers away.
The gall, the absolute gall of this woman and her sisters to spend a decade waffling about binding their baby's powers temporarily so they don't summon dragons and murder people. And then the moment Phoebe's dumbass husband ends up in a Cupid prison, she's like,
well, how well did they like having powers anyway?
Being a Cupid, if Coop is stripped of his powers, he dies. So it's not so much a power stripping sentence as a death sentence. Seems like kind of a harsh punishment for bringing his kids to work, but okay.
Wow, bonus, let's do it!
How do you kill an entity that's technically the ghost of a dead baby anyway? Look at Coop being led away in cuffs by a bunch of ghost babies. Stupid. And Phoebe's pregnant again, why not? Just, who cares? Who honestly cares? Anyway, now they gotta deal with the new tribunal, which is just the old tribunal with some new guys. So I'd call it an expansion. The tribunal was that group of big floaty heads that created the cleaners and put the charmed ones on trial. Now there's still a bunch of floaty heads, but a big Cupid and other dumb creatures are involved. The charmed ones are under the impression this Coop situation has sent them straight to the top. But much like the audience, they don't really give two poops about Coop. They've convened because the old ones are coming back, and they could be failing to give so many people hexed cupcakes you wouldn't even believe it. I would think that at this point, the charmed ones would have a vested interest in stopping the old ones from taking over the world, but apparently they need to be strong-armed into it when Knox comes a-callin' for that favor from Leo. If they don't help him, Leo dies, but Phoebe does not love Leo more than her book tour.
I have to go. They're waiting for me.
She won't put her life on hold anymore. Look, I said they were improved. I didn't say they were perfect. Anyway, I said Knox would become a major player, and this video will not make me a liar. I feel like last season they introduced the Knox Academy and then didn't do too much with it outside of making it a magic shelter, which is something they already had anyway. This time around, the fact it's a non-affiliated good or evil school comes into play, but I'm not sure it was really necessary per se. See, Knox has this whole backstory as to why he's a Futurama neutral, but he made this soul agreement with his old mentor, and now he can't stop him from raising up the old ones inside his students. But because he made another soul agreement with Leo, he can force the charmed ones' hands and get them to do it instead. But my question is, why bother with any of this? It would have been the same outcome if he just asked the heroes for help and they were already wanting to stop the old ones after finding out about them from the tribunal. Why force them to help at all? Why have Knox in this bind when he can just ask someone else to do it? I appreciated that Knox had this backstory and it made his eventual sacrifice for his students a little more meaningful. I just feel like some of this only serves to eat up pages. Here's where things get interesting. While the old ones are a threat, the real big bad of the season is Prue. She ends up possessed by an old one named Haramis, but this possession is simply the straw that broke the camel's back. She's been slipping away the entire season, and now all of the anger and resentment that's been bubbling up boils over, and she's looking for revenge. That's right, she's going to destroy Phoebe's column!
No, misogyny!
Just kidding, she and Zombie Knox are gonna raise the old ones, I guess. This is the season of Prue, and the storm has been a long time coming. The show couldn't address certain things, what with Shannen Doherty being out of the picture, and the last season was kind of a horrifying mess. And the simple fact is, Prue was the best sister. That could just be by default because she didn't have time to become a man-eating shrew. Even as a villain, I find her more likable and sympathetic. I mean, I'd be mad too if my sisters were the charmed ones. Maybe I should have let myself go. Maybe I should have passed on. Maybe I should have become a pitiful ghost like Mom and Grams, popping up with a smile whenever you need help.
Whether or not Grandma Ghost and Mom Ghost ever helped is debatable, but she is 100% correct in that they are pitiful. She ain't wrong about any of this. Her dad never came to visit her this whole time. What a jerk-ass. He abandoned her again, just like he did when Grandma Ghost Pre-Ghost forced him out because she's a man-hating asshole. I mean, because he left his family. What did he even feel about the fact Prue came back from the dead? Was that ever addressed? Everyone sucks here. Prue is on a rampage, and when she arrives at the house, Phoebe just wants her to be a babysitter. Yes, her sister that is the nexus of the all and may or may not be transforming into something no one can control, who hurts anyone magical in their bloodline just being around them. She wants her to babysit. I understand more and more the further I get into Charmed why Phoebe cast a smart spell on herself. It does make it very satisfying when Prue blasts Phoebe's ass into a wall and calls her out for her dumb shit with Cole. This is helping me relieve some of my own resentment toward her, so I'm grateful for it. I think, in a way, Pat Shand knew we needed this. The new tribunal? Your ass is grass! It's kind of hard to feel bad for them when they're torturing a kid for information. Thanks for the truly spectacular bit of nothing you provided. Wait, is Death dead again? There's only one person who can help them now. One man. A man with glazed over eyes who doesn't want to know. Daryl Morris is in the house! Yes, that is correct. Another long plot development is about to be introduced. Daryl has been recruited into the hot new sitcom, Two Ghosts, a Medium, and a Pizza Place. I just want to clarify that's a joke because I realize now that could actually happen in Charmed. The ghosts of Andy and Patience, alongside some lady named Amelia Demeaux, need Daryl. Amelia will use Daryl, who is a mortal who has only ever seen Prue as her old self, to send the girls' astral selves and Andy into Prue's mind. That's right, Daryl is once again the one to save everyone's asses. This man is about to save the world. You might be wondering who the fuck Amelia Demeaux is, and you and me both, buddy. This Deus Ex medium apparently has some sort of troubled history with the Charmed ones that they never elaborate on. You want to know why? Because her story was told in a novel called Charmed Social Medium, which was never published. Yes, that's right, everything you need to know is contained in a novel no one can read, so we just have to fill in the gaps ourselves. Like, what? I could not believe this. Even if this book had been published, what the fuck is this backdoor pilot nonsense? I'm not reading a whole-ass novel to know who the hell this is. This is how the entire season and the entire Charmed show is concluded. She is the one who facilitates their getting through to Prue. Why? And let me tell you, just in her bit here, I don't care. I simply do not care. She smacks of original character do not steal. At the same time, on a positive note, I'm very glad this character's backstory will always be incomplete. This is an extremely Charmed thing to do. Right, the old ones are coming back unless they stop Prue. As Daryl would say, this is an oh man moment. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man! Stupid floating Daryl head. Going into Prue's mind works so hard it brings up her old face obscured by hair. You know things are serious when Charmed acknowledges Prue's old face. As the danger subsides and Prue reemerges, she wonders why she had to die and what the meaning to everything was. And Piper tells her that it's up to them to give meaning to their lives. Prue realizes that she has to make a huge decision in order to do that. During the course of the battle, Paige was mortally wounded, and if Prue dies, the power of 3 will be reconstituted and, I guess, save Paige somehow. I don't know, just go with it. She asks Piper to kill her with the ancient athame, making the ultimate sacrifice. Piper weeps into her latest dish at her restaurant, presumably. I did like this ending to Prue's story, at least with the direction they took it in. She couldn't have continued existing as someone else, holding on to something that wasn't there anymore. And while I don't really understand why killing her with the ancient athame didn't, destroy her soul like it supposedly does, or why Patience was magically alive again for that matter, I was happy she was able to move on peacefully. And now she can be a pitiful ghost who watches over her sisters. Which brings me to the thing I like the least about this season, and that's Paige's ending. Apparently, being stabbed by the ancient athame and coming back to life gives you total amnesia. Eh?
Isn't that great? Paige has amnesia and is a complete blank slate who doesn't even remember her sisters, and may or may not slowly regain some of her memories via magic later. And now her broken marriage is magically fixed because she doesn't even remember who Henry or her kids are. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fun? Isn't that a great ending for this character? Losing her entire life?
And the day was saved.
Look, I hate it. I don't like amnesia endings. I think they're cheap and make you feel like you wasted your time. I think this was a shitty way to treat Paige's character, and I don't like it. Next! Kira and Coldad run the Nox Academy now, even though neither of them have magical powers or teaching credentials. And speaking of being massively underqualified, Piper, Leo, and Coop decide they're gonna form a witch council to replace that useless tribunal.
It's time for people who aren't witches to stop pulling witches' strings from afar.
Yes, by having their strings pulled by Leo and Coop. Witches! And once again, Prue closes the door. Not to say goodbye, but the end. So, mixed? Very mixed. Overall, I think I liked this season. There were things that didn't make sense, or pissed me off, truthfully, but I really did think they smoothed out a lot of issues I had from before. And to be fair about some of the weaker elements, the length of the season was suddenly shortened, and they had to fit a lot of story into one extra large issue at the end. Characters did make massive improvements, show signs of growth, and Prue and Cole finally got a proper send-off. Prue being the final villain felt satisfying and much more interesting than another random big evil thing. Characters I didn't normally care about were given purpose and distinct voices, and it felt like the season had a plan and a clear execution. Was it perfect? Not by a long shot. But I was pleased with the effort put in, not only to conclude the comic series, but the show. It was 1,000,000 times better than the end of the last season, and 1,000,000,000,000 times better than the series finale. I'm glad we went out on this note. Charmed will always be a whirlwind of emotions for me. It's a blend of campy enjoyment, flashes of greatness, insane disappointment, and unbridled anger. In the end, I can say I'm happy I took this journey, however, and I'm happy you all took it with me, Charmanders. And the day was saved.